Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Hokage the God of Taijutsu 1 GT Chapter 1 Rebirth Hokage. Where am I? Drowsy, Glossi opened his eyes, looked confused, and said to himself. At this moment, Glossi was lying on the grass under a big tree, surrounded by the smell of earth and the fragrance of flowers and plants. The fresh air is blowing on the face, and the beautiful breath of nature fills the surroundings. The warm sunlight is shining from the sky, and there is a vibrant look everywhere. In the distance, there are rolling dense forests, and vigorous old trees stand proudly, 20 meters high, and Jammu is lush and lush. On the old trees, there are old vines that are as thick as a bucket, hovering like a horned dragon. Am I not dead? Glossi opened his eyes wide, looked at the surroundings without blinking, got up from the ground, and said to himself. What a fragile body. Is it a mortal body? Glossi frowned just after moving. However, he soon laughed again. After experiencing such a thing, he hasn't died. What is there to be dissatisfied with? At the same time, pictures passed through his mind like movies. Glossi was not immortal, but a legendary cultivator. He lives in a place called Wuje, where the people are extremely powerful, and everyone has the terrifying power of overwhelming power. And Glossi is the best among them. He became the king of Wu at the age of 18, Emperor Wu at the age of 30, Emperor Wu at the age of 100, stepped into the realm of martial saint at the age of 300, and became the martial god for 1,000 years. He is the first hopeful person in nearly 10,000 years. Touch the man of heaven. He created a purely physical training line, and his combat power was shocking and invincible. It is a pity that he was strong throughout his life, and he has offended too many people. So that when he took the last step, he not only encountered the most terrifying 9 heavenly tribulation in the legend, but also was conspired by the other 7 martial gods of the cultivation world, and finally fell. I remembered. But why didn't I die? What is this place? Glossi looked at the surrounding environment with doubts in his heart. In his last memory, he was shrouded in the 9 heavens tribulation, and then attacked by the 7 Valkyries, struggling hard, and finally failed and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was already in this dense wood. Advertisement, Lee. So you were lazy hiding in this place? Hee. Suddenly, a string of beautiful girls' voices like silver bells came from a distance. Hearing the sound, Glossi couldn't help turning around and looking in the direction of the sound. When he could see the appearance of the incoming person clearly, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Lai Ren is a beautiful girl about 10 years old. A tall and slender figure, a handsome face, a pair of big talking eyes, and a sweet smile all show that she is a superb beauty. However, it was not the girl's beauty that surprised Glossi, but her weird dress. She wore a pink pearl shirt on her upper body and tight-fitting black trousers on her lower body. Under the trousers, a piece was missing, revealing a piece of white skin. She wears a pair of shoes similar to clogs on her feet. Although it is made of animal skins with excellent materials, its appearance is exactly the same as that of clogs. In addition, the forehead protector with a leaf-like pattern on her forehead and the small bag hanging on the back of her butt attracted Glossi's attention. Hey, smelly Shaoli, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? The beautiful girl couldn't help but flushed as he stared at me so unblinkingly and said angrily. God, Tenten. Somehow, a familiar and unfamiliar name came out of Glossi's mouth. At the same time, a strange memory emerged. That was the memory of the original owner who was occupied by Glossi. It turns out that this strange world is a ninja world. There are no warriors here, but there are a group of ninjas who practice ninjutsu. According to the memory of the original owner, the ninja had cultivated to a certain degree and was extremely powerful. Of course, if you were to compare with the strong in the martial arts world, you would be too weak. The name of the original owner of this body is Rock Lee, which is a typical waste wood, and was ridiculed by the students as the tail of the crane. Because his talent is extremely poor and he is not good at controlling chakra. It is for this reason that Rock Lee cannot practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physical skills. Originally, according to Rock Lee's conditions, no one would want to be his teacher. However, Rock Lee had very good luck and met his teacher Might Guy. Might Guy is an extremely powerful Jonin who specializes in physical skills. He believes that Rock Lee must be like him, through hard and unremitting efforts, become an outstanding ninja who can be alone. And the beautiful girl in front of her, named Tenten, is a very talented person in the way of hidden weapons. In addition to Tenten, there is a boy named Hyuga Neji in their class. Advertisement: he was a super genius, hailed as the best talent in the history of the Hyuga family. He has a pair of powerful eyes Byakugan, almost invincible among his peers. And he is exactly the opponent Rock Lee has always wanted to challenge and surpass. Lee, what's the matter with you? Are you okay? Tenten stepped forward and pushed Rock Lee, dissatisfied. I'm fine. After Rock Lee digested all the memories, he smiled at Tenten and said, Since I occupy your body, then I will help you fulfill all your wishes, he said in his heart. Thank you. Hearing these words, Rock Lee's consciousness completely disappeared. Are you really okay? Tenten said in disbelief. Brother Neji and I are practicing desperately, but you ran here alone to be dazed and lazy. Really, even if you don't have much talent, you can't practice ninjutsu and illusion arts, but you can also practice physical arts. Yeah, I see. Thank you. Rock Lee stood up and said with a smile. You. For some reason, Tenten felt a little strange looking at Rock Lee. However, she was just a teenage girl. How could she have thought that the original Rock Lee had already disappeared, replaced by an old and terrifying soul? Tenten, ignore him. Suddenly, in the distance, a beautiful and enchanting young man dressed in white slowly walked over. Such a cranetail, do what he does, instead of wasting time on him, it is better to hurry up and practice for a while. Brother Neji, but, Tenten hesitated and said. Hurry up. Mix with the tail of the crane, and you will become the tail of the crane sooner or later, Hyuga Neji said coldly. Okay, Brother Neji, I'll be here, Tenten responded. Lee, you have to work hard too. Teacher Guy is very optimistic about you, don't let him down. After that, Tenten bounced and followed Hyuga Neji. Chapter 2 Might Guy. Is this the difference between genius and cranetail treatment? This world is really real, almost exactly the same as my martial arts world. Being mocked by Hyuga Neji. Glossi did not have any emotional fluctuations and treated him calmly. In fact, during the thousands of years he spent in the martial arts world, he often encountered murders with just one sentence, which was commonplace. Hyuga Neji's cynicism is really like a child's play, and it can't make any waves in Glossi's heart. Withdrawing his gaze from Hyuga Neji and Tenten, Glossi began to organize his memories and explore what was wrong with his body, why he could not practice ninjutsu and illusion. Soon, Glossi sorted out some clues. Rock Lee, 13 years old this year, is 158.5 centimeters tall, weighs 46.6 kilograms, and his ninja registration number is 102,561. He was born in an ordinary family in Konoha Shinobi, the country of fire. His qualifications are extremely poor, and he barely graduated from the ninja school with very poor grades. When the graduates were grouped, the school grouped Rock Lee with Hyuga Neji, the genius of the first grade in the school, based on the principle of a balance between one strong and one weak. It was purely an accident that Tenten would appear in this group. It has been half a year since Rock Lee graduated from the ninja school. In the past 6 months, as a genius, Hyuga Neji has made rapid progress and already has a strength close to Chunin. He only needs to pass the Chunin assessment to successfully become a Chunin. He has great development potential and is favored by many strong people in the village. And Tenten, who possesses certain ninja talents, although progressing far less than Hyuga Neji, has achieved little results in the hidden weapon. Normal genin is not her opponent at all. Among the three, only Rock Lee is a standard waist, unable to practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. However, the practice of physical exercises is the most arduous, and the results are extremely slow. Half a year later, Rock Lee's physical fitness is indeed getting stronger, but the combat effectiveness is far less than Hyuga Neji, and even worse than Tenten. Therefore, today Rock Lee suddenly felt unwilling to continue practicing physical exercises, so he found a secluded place to lie down, thinking about a bright future that he could not see. What he never expected was that Glossi had taken the house by mistake. After understanding his identity and background, Glossi turned his attention to his body again. I have to say that this fragile body makes him unimaginable. Not to mention that he was much weaker than his previous body of the Valkyrie, who was inexorably buried in the heavens, and even compared to the young man named Hyuga Neji. This is a waste body, or, in other words, this is a body without any abilities for cultivation. No wonder Rock Lee can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique, that's it. In this case, if it is encountered by other rebirths, or people who travel through, you will definitely be swearing at God. Words such as not having eyes are on the verge of collapse. However, Glossi just smiled and didn't care. You know, he exhausted all his efforts and stayed in isolation for 800 years before he created a brand new set of ancient and unique practice techniques. And this body repair technique is aimed at the waste body without any talent. This situation of Rock Lee just happened to fulfill Glossi's intentions, allowing him to practice from the beginning, and personally experience how powerful the self-created pure body cultivation technique is. It seems that starting from today, I will have to work very hard, Glossi said to himself with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Road. Advertisement. Pure physical cultivation is the hardest and most difficult of all cultivation systems, and few people are willing to take this path. However, Glossi came up step by step from a person living at the bottom of the world. The most important thing is a firm will. And the perseverance of hard work. This feeling. Suddenly, Glossi's expression stagnated, and his spirit caught someone coming. He failed in the final catastrophe, his body was completely destroyed, and his terrifying spirituality was also severely damaged, but even if. Therefore, his spirituality and spiritual power are also bug level. Someone stepped on the leaves in the air, walking briskly, making almost no sound. Obviously, this is an extremely powerful ninja. However, he still couldn't escape the capture of Glossi's spirit. However, even though Glossi knew that the man was coming, his body did not have any movements or reactions, maintaining his previous posture. The expression on his face also returned to natural. His current strength is too weak, he doesn't even have the most basic self-protection ability, so he doesn't want to show it. Any horse's feet. Lee, what are you doing here? With a stern voice, a dark green figure fell from the sky and fell in front of Glossi. Ah, Teacher Guy. Glossi pretended to be taken aback, and got up from the grass with a grunt, eyes wide open, looking to the person. He knew that this person must be the teacher of Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji and Tenten Might Guy. I go. How could there be people with such bad taste in clothes in this world? When Glossi saw the figure standing in front of him clearly. He almost didn't laugh and couldn't help but complain. The man in front of him was tall, about 1.85 meters tall, and his appearance was not too ugly, but his dark green leggings, kappa's head, two thick black eyebrows make him look so uncomfortable. The strength is not bad, about 1/5 of the junior Wuwang. Is this the strength of Jonin? So, this advertisement, what about the strength of the world's strongest shadow? Is it comparable to the middle-ranking Wuwang? Glossi said silently in his heart. Li, what are you doing here? Are you lazy? My guy said harshly to Glossi. Do you know where? At a distance of about 100 meters, Neji and Tenten are practicing desperately. He pointed his finger into the distance and said, Mr. Guy, I'm actually not being lazy, but thinking about a problem. Glossi thought for a while and said, Thinking about the problem? What is the problem? My guy asked. Mr. Guy, I'm thinking about why the gap between people is so big. Glossi said slowly. Why? Neji's talent is so high, he also has a pair of rare Byakugan, but I am a waste of wood. I can't even practice the most basic ninjutsu and illusion. I can only practice physique. After hearing what Glossi said, the anger on Might Guy's face disappeared, replaced by a kind of pity and sympathy. He sighed softly, walked to Glossi, and reached out to stroke his little head. Glossi stiffened slightly, trying to avoid, but after all he held it back, letting Might Guy's hand touch his head. Li, in fact, I understand all of your thoughts, because I used to be just like you, a standard waste. Might Guy said slowly. There are a lot of things in this world that are unfair. Just like you and Hyuga Neji, there are great differences. Neither you nor I can change this kind of thing. The only thing that can be done is to let the flow go. Might Guy paused, took a deep breath, and continued. However, a person's origin does not determine his fate. I was a waste of wood when I was a child, and Kakashi was an extraordinary genius. The gap between me and him is like you, it's as big as the gap between Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Neji. But I never admit defeat. Even if I can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, what if I can become a powerful Jonin with physical skills alone? Even Kakashi dare not say that I can defeat me. Li, do you understand? Might Guy said, clenching his fist slightly and shaking it hard. Yeah, I see, Mr. Guy. Glossi nodded vigorously and said. In fact, Glossi understood these principles a long time ago, otherwise it would not be possible to achieve the position of the Valkyrie in just 1,000 years. What he is showing now is just to be consistent with the age of his body. Li, now that you understand, don't waste time and youth. Might Guy explained excitedly. A person's youth is beautiful, but it is short-lived. Shouldn't you let your own as youth full of passion and vitality? Facing the Might Guy who had turned on the youth mode, Glossi felt very helpless. Go, Li. Today's practice subjects are running 20 laps around the village, 500 push-ups with both hands, 500 sit-ups, 500 pull-ups, 500 squats with bent legs, and frogs with hands, 500 jumps. Might Guy said loudly. Mr. Guy, promise to complete the task. Glossi didn't wait for Might Guy to finish and went straight away. He was afraid that he would have a nervous breakdown if he stayed for another minute. Chapter 3. Start practicing. Li, come on. Might Guy said to himself, looking at Glossi who had run away like an escape. Even if you don't have the talent of a ninja, you can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, you can only practice physique. You only need enough hard work, plus the skills that I will give you in the future. You can also step on Jonin, the pinnacle of the person. Among the 3 students he taught, Rock Lee had the lowest talent, not to mention that compared with Hyuga Neji, the only genius ever seen in the Hyuga clan, Rock Lee is also much worse than the girl Tenten. But don't know why, he is the only one who has a bad eye for Rock Lee. Perhaps it's because I saw the original figure from him, Might Guy said silently in his heart. Away from the horror teacher Might Guy, Glossi ran to a corner with no one before stopping. He first explored the surroundings with his almost bug-like horror mental power, until he was sure that there was no one around. He breathed a sigh of relief. He can't wait to practice his own body training line in his previous life. Before he has the ability to be strong enough to protect himself, he doesn't want anyone to know his secrets. Through Rock Lee's memory, Glossi knew that although the world of this ninja has no sect, it has been handed down in a village by village way. The ninjutsu, illusion, and physique handed down from each village are very different. They are different, and some are even quite different. For example, in Konoha Shinobi Village, their physique handed down was created by second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Simple and straightforward, rude and wild, with amazing lethality. The physical exercises created by Glossi are compatible with each other, both rigid and flexible, and are many times stronger than the traditional physical exercises in Konoha Village. However, it is precisely because of this that Glossi did not dare to let others see his practice. After all, this is something completely different from the Konoha genre. Once discovered, he will probably be captured by Anbu, immediately, accept the harshest punishment, and kill himself after forcing himself to confide all the valuable things. Konoha Shinobi Village is the most powerful force in the ninja world. Although it appears gentle and kind to the outside world, how can Glossi have been in the martial arts world for more than 1,000 years? How can he be confused by this appearance? The more powerful the force, the more terrifying the darkness behind it. This point, Glossi knows better than anyone. However, Glossi was fortunate that although his inexorable body of the Valkyrie was destroyed in the catastrophe, and also suffered heavy damage along with his divine consciousness, part of it was retained after all. This part of the remaining divine consciousness, although far inferior to his peak moment, can also allow him to have a certain degree of self-protection before he grows up. Advertisement at the very least, Jonin, who is as powerful as Might Guy, was discovered by him tens of meters away. Huh. Glossi took a deep breath, his eyes were clear. He stood straight, shoulders and abdomen closed, looking forward. Raised, Glossi moved. He took a half step forward with his right foot, gave a slight pause at his waist, clenched his left fist at the waist and clenched his right fist, ready to go. Brush. Glossi's left toe rested on the ground, and his right leg slammed out, like a sharp iron whip, slashing through the air, fierce and hard. Leg whip. Immediately afterwards, his right foot landed firmly on the ground, his left foot followed forward, his waist vigorously exerted force, and his left fist slammed forward, like a huge hammer falling from the sky, extremely powerful. Fist hammer. Glossi stood firm, his legs bent slightly, his waist lifted vigorously, and his body immediately leapt forward like a spring. He staggered his arms and shot forward alternately. Vaguely, it seemed that a faint sound of breaking through the sky could be heard. Swordsman. This is one of the techniques created by Glossi to cultivate the whole vein. It can integrate all swords, spears, swords and halberds into the physical arts, and its power is amazing. Haha. After only practicing 5 times, Glossi was out of breath, sweat penetrated his clothes, and his body could no longer support him. He suddenly leaned on a big tree, panting violently. Damn. This feeling is really unpleasant, Glossi scolded in his heart. You know, these physical techniques are just the most basic skills in the physical cultivation techniques he created. And it was these most basic skills that made Glossi tired of practicing 5 times, which was a shame for Glossi. Advertisement. No, it's not a way to go on like this. Glossi took a rest, slowly calmed down, and began to think in his heart. With the strength of this body, it is simply unable to support me to practice the physical cultivation technique I created. Knife sharpening does not cut wood by mistake. The top priority now is to improve the function of this body first. That is to say, do you want to start from scratch as an ordinary person? Glossi showed a wry smile on his face. In fact, Rock Lee's physical fitness is not bad, and it can even be said to be excellent. After all, he has worked extremely hard in the past 6 months. However, his practice method is very problematic. Or, in other words, there is a problem with the physique practice passed down from Konoha Shinobi Village. Of course, Rock Lee, Might Guy, and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who founded Konoha's fluid technique, are not to blame for this kind of thing. After all, this is the world of ninjas, and the powerful ninjutsu and illusion dominate. Physical exercises excavate one's own potential. The practice is hard and painful, and even if the practice is successful, the strength is not very outstanding. Ninjutsu is different. Ninjutsu activates the chakra in the ninja to resonate with the energies of the heavens and the earth in the natural world through the method of forming seals, and can then exert a terrifying power far beyond the reach of humans. In this context, people naturally devoted most of their efforts and enthusiasm to the development of ninjutsu, while ignoring physical skills. Even the physique master second Hokage Senju Tobirama, he is also known for his ninjutsu. He created the Konoha fluid technique, just because he is an all-rounder. Throughout the entire Konoha Shinobi village, the real celebrities in sports are only the Hyuga clan. However, this Hyuga clan's physique is not an authentic physique. They relied too much on their blood inheritance boundary Byakugan. To put it bluntly, the so-called physique of the Hyuga clan is actually ninjutsu. Perhaps, the real physique expert in the entire Konoha village is Might Guy alone. Chapter 4 Transcendence. In this world of ninjas, the strongest person to practice physical skills is just Jonin, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the strength of the beginner Wuwang. Too weak, Glossi said to himself. I think back then, when Glossi entered the realm of King Wu at the age of 18 years of weak crown, it was so energetic and stunning. Now, he is reincarnated in recultivation, with the practice experience of the previous life and the pure practice technique created during the 800 years of retreat. He believes that he will be able to surpass the past and surpass the previous life. However, it is a pity that Glossi's current body is too weak, and everything must be started from the beginning, which is a big trouble. However, Glossi didn't blame others. After all, he started on the road of spiritual practice as an ordinary person. Back then, he had no master, no school, no practice, and everything had to be solved by himself. Now, he has more than 1,000 years of practice experience in his previous life, and a set of purely self-cultivation techniques. What else is he not satisfied with? Start from the beginning, then start from the beginning, Glossi said lightly. Cultivating the first line is the most difficult, and as the strongest person in the first line, how can Glossi be afraid of hardship? Slowly, Glossi assumed a strange posture. His feet were nailed to the ground like nails, his upper body slowly leaned back, his waist seemed to be broken, and his head was bent between his legs. Then he took his hands from his hips and hugged his chin. As soon as he exerted force, his body suddenly bounced from the ground in the shape of such a round ball, and turned steadily in the air. While he was spinning in the air, every part of his whole body was still moving in this posture, from the head and neck to the toes, and at the same time he made the crackling sound of joints, one after another. Such a difficult action, if someone sees it, it will definitely be shocked, because this has almost exceeded the limit that the human body can bear. Even Might Guy does not necessarily have such a set of actions. Glossi turned pale, breathing quickly, and trembling all over, but he was still moving in an orderly manner. After spinning 3 or 4 times in the air, he landed on the ground, rolling back and forth on the ground in a circular state. Then, his body stretched out abruptly, as if a chicken broke out of the eggshell, and the sound of the joints of his body became more intense. After that, he slowly stood up. His body was in an almost toddler posture, his legs trembled dozens of times as he stood up. Every tremor was accompanied by a crisp sound deep in the bones. Advertisement finally, he stood firm, the sound of the joints of his body gradually weakened, but his arms slowly stretched out in a strange posture, and another sound of joints burst from the arms. Bang bang. This set of actions is the basic practice method that Glossi has collected since the 10,000 years of the martial arts, coupled with the foundation building method created by his meticulous research for more than 1,000 years. It is an invaluable treasure. This set of actions contains the trajectory of life. Every action seems weird and cannot be understood, but it is full of traces of Tao. From scratch, forming eggs, hatching, breaking shells, standing up. Training your body in this way will split your body's bones into segments, and exercise each part to the greatest extent. Of course, the pain you have to endure in practicing this set of movements is also many times stronger than that of ordinary people, and it's not much lighter than the broken bones. Moreover, that kind of pain is continuous and it hurts into the bone marrow. However, from beginning to end, Glossi didn't even hum. Once you make a sound, your vitality will be vented, and the effect will be greatly reduced. Pump. After doing it 3 times, Glossi fell heavily to the ground. His face was pale, his whole body trembled violently, and countless sweat rushed out of his body, which wetted his whole body in an instant. Now he is like a fish out of the water, and in that sweat, there are some black things that are constantly emitting foul smells, which makes people feel sick. This is the impurity contained in the human body, which was forced out by Glossi's actions. Incarnate the body. Even an ordinary person without any qualifications can practice this set of practice techniques created by Glossi. The most fundamental reason is this. Practicing this set of exercises can continuously remove impurities in the human body, improve one's aptitude for practice, and eventually fade away from the mortal body and become a truly suitable genius for practice. Advertisement at this state, Glossi named it, scattered. This body is really too weak. Even if it is improved with this set of practice methods of mine, I am afraid it will take at least 2 months to completely transform. Glossi said silently in his heart. However, Glossi was not too anxious. He is only 13 years old, he is not very old, and he has plenty of time. He has plenty of time to improve the aptitude of this body, and then practice step by step. No it seems. 3 months later, the Chunin exam will be held in the village. Teacher Guy recommended the 3 of us to participate. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Glossi's mind. The Chunin exam is an exam for Genin and Chunin in the ninja world. It is held twice a year. It is not only the most important form of selecting outstanding ninjas, but also an important occasion for great powers to compete with each other and observe the strength of each other. In the last Chunin exam, Might Guy didn't know what reason he didn't let the 3 Rock Lee participate. And this time, Might Guy seems to have made up his mind to let his 3 apprentices sign up for the competition. Last time I didn't participate, Ms. Guy was mostly for Rock Lee. Glossi said in his heart. In the Chunin exam, almost all villages will send their strongest and most outstanding genin to participate. As for the ninjutsu in this world, I really look forward to it. I don't know how it compares to those practitioners in the martial arts world. In terms of mentality, Glossi didn't put the ninja world in his eyes at all. But this does not mean that he has no interest in this world. What's more, his current strength has been completely lost, and he has already lost his superior capital. The tiger fell and Pingyang was bullied by the dog. Glossi still understood the truth. Even if I take the Chunin exam, I can't show my strength too much. I need to learn more about the ninja's abilities in this world, and then plan every step of my future, Glossi thought. He secretly calculated that there were still 3 months before the Chunin exam, and it takes 2 months for him to improve his physique. In the remaining month, Gullos can only cultivate 1 or 2 of the exercises he created. Even if you are unable to overwhelm everyone, there is no problem with self-protection after all. Chapter 5 Hyuga Neji's Provocation. Lee, you're lazy again. As Glossi was lying on the ground while resting to regain his strength and thinking about the problem, Tenten's silver bell rang again, like a nice voice. However, there was a trace of anger in this sweet and pleasant voice. With a grunt, Glossi rolled over and got up from the ground, followed the voice and saw Tenten, who was tall and handsome, staring at him dissatisfied with a pair of big talking eyes. What's wrong? Something. Glossi asked lightly. Tenten was irritated by Glossi's indifferent appearance. She slammed one hand on her hips and pointed the other finger to the northwest, and said loudly. Did you see it? Brother Neji is working hard there. Look at you again. What is going on today? Why have you been lazy? I'm not lazy. Glossi smiled and said, although this little girl had a temperament, she was kind after all, and he didn't care about anything. However, he did not explain. There are things that the less people know, the safer they are. Do you dare to be tough? Tenten became even more angry when he heard it. You were sleeping and lazy just now. I saw it with my own eyes. How dare you deny it? Do you know how sad you would be if you were known by teacher guy like this? Glossi stopped talking, just looked at Tenten quietly. Lee, I'm so disappointed with you. Tenten is a girl after all, with a thin face. When Glossi stared at him like this, he quickly blushed and lost his aggressive momentum. If you continue to abandon yourself like this, I will never admit that you are my companion. After saying this, Tenten blushed and turned and ran. She was just a girl about 10 years old, and she hadn't noticed Glossi's body already soaked in sweat, and she hadn't even noticed Glossi's pale face and weakness due to excessive fatigue. Thank you, Glossi said silently, looking at Tenten's away figure. Soon, half an hour passed. Finally recovered completely, let's do it again, Glossi said with satisfaction. The same bizarre posture, the same weird action, the same ultra-high difficulty, almost beyond the limit of the human body. In the blink of an eye, it was dark. Am I only practicing 5 times in a whole day? Glossi muttered to himself as he slowly got up from the ground. However, my gain is not small, I have removed some of the impurities in the body. Advertisement. At this moment, Glossi was full of pitch-black things, emitting a disgusting stench. Everyone who passed by him would scream, and then immediately fled 10 meters away. It's as if Glossi is a moving stool. FCK. Isn't that kid pulling his crotch? It's disgusting. I have never seen such a disgusting person before when I grow up. His name seems to be Rock Lee. Be sure to stay away from him in the future. If you walk close to him, you will definitely be infected with bad luck. ... A group of people pointed at him wherever Glossi had been, and spoke very ugly. However, Glossi didn't seem to hear it at all, and he couldn't cause even the slightest psychological fluctuation to him. Thump. Glossi jumped into the river, and the cold water irritated his nerves, and he couldn't help but shiver in Lingling. This body is too weak, even such a level of river water can stimulate the nerves. Glossi said silently in his heart. He took off his coat, washed his body in the river in a pair of pants, feeling at ease, and didn't care about anyone's gaze. However, when he washed for about 10 minutes, his body suddenly froze. Somebody is coming. Glossi tried his best to relax himself, not to make the muscles of his body appear too stiff. Otherwise, you will definitely be suspicious if you fall into the eyes of a master. It's not easy to get rid of the habit cultivated in the martial arts for more than 1,000 years, he said in his heart. Lee. Might Guy's vigorous and hearty voice came from behind Glossi. Ms. Guy. Glossi pretended to be frightened, turned around and said loudly. Yeah, very good. Might Guy stared at Glossi without blinking. He watched for more than a minute. When he saw Glossi's hair, he nodded slowly and said. Mr. Guy, what's wrong with me? Gu Luo's suit was dumbfounded. Advertisement. You did a great job. Might Guy said with a big laugh. Just now Tenten said to me that you didn't practice hard all day, and you have been sleeping lazily. I thought it was strange that you have always been the most diligent and hardest. How could you be lazy? I came over and took a look. You really are not lazy. Mr. Guy, how did you see it? Glossi asked with a wink in his heart. The results of your practice today are very significant, and your physical fitness and function have improved a lot. I can naturally see it. Might Guy said with a smile. Lee, I have always been optimistic about you. Although you can only practice physical skills, I believe that one day you will become a great ninja, just like me. Quote. Glossi was speechless for a while. Okay, wash your body quickly, and then gather at the same place. Might Guy said. Assemble today. Are you going to practice? Glossi was taken aback. Yeah, Might Guy nodded. Why, afraid? He stared at Glossi intently. Why should I be afraid? Glossi asked back. Okay, very good. This kind of aura is what you want. Might Guy said in admiration with a thumbs up at Glossi. What if you lose? The big deal is to let Neji beat him hard, and next time you come back, there will always be a day to surpass him. Thank you, Mr. Guy, Glossi said loudly. After half an hour. Next, it's time to practice. Might Guy glanced over the faces of Glossi, Hyuga Neji and Tenten, and said in a deep voice. In the first game, Lee vs. Neji. I refuse. Just when Glossi was about to step forward, Hyuga Neji suddenly said. With this kind of unpretentious crane tail as an opponent, my strength will not improve, but will gradually decline. From now on, I won't fight him again. Because he is not worthy. Hyuga Neji looked at Glossi with snow-white eyes, his eyes full of disdain, even contempt. Chapter 6 The First Confrontation. The expression on Hyuga Neji's face was arrogant, like a proud white swan, looking at Glossi with disdain. It's as if he is a high prince, and Glossi is a beggar. Glossi grinned and said nothing. Such a level of provocation is simply without any lethality. You know, back then, Gullo stepped from an ordinary person to the realm of a cultivator. He didn't know how much he suffered, how much Byakugan and humiliation he suffered. Neji, you are too much. Glossi didn't speak, but Tenten next to him couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help standing up and saying loudly. Anyway, Lee is our companion. How can you say such a thing? He is our companion. Humph. I didn't recognize him. Hyuga Neji said coldly. Such a crane tail, even if he has been practicing desperately for a lifetime, he will never pass the Chunin test. And I, inheriting the best pedigree of the Hyuga family, will surely be yimming amazing in the future and become a famous super strong. Is he worthy of my companion? He gave Glossi a contemptuous look again. The sense of superiority in his bones is simply naked and undisguised. As the Hyuga bloodline great, Suddenly, Glossi, who had been silent, laughed and said. He smiled so brilliantly and so happy that it made people wonder if his brain was broken. Isn't it? Hyuga Neji said proudly. Although I have not yet taken the Chunin exam and have not qualified for Chunin, my strength has already reached the level of Chunin. Ordinary Chunin is not my opponent at all. And all Genin, I don't care about it. For example, you, how can you support more than 10 moves in a fight? Hyuga Neji said indifferently. Well, you are right, I am indeed far from your opponent. Glossi nodded without refuting. However, he quickly asked, excuse me, is the Hyuga clan the most powerful clan in the village? What are you trying to say? Hyuga Neji's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but shout. The Hyuga clan, known as the #1 in Konoha village, is like a cloud, shaking the world. However, in any case they dare not call themselves the strongest ethnic group in the village. Because, above them, there are the Senju and Uchiha tribes who are respected as the strongest in the ninja world. Obviously, the Hyuga clan is not the strongest clan in the village. Glossi said with a smile. Let me ask you again, the strongest of the Hyuga clan is the strongest in the village. Advertisement. Hyuga Neji's face changed suddenly. The strongest of the Hyuga clan is naturally their patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi. In the eyes of the people of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi is a godlike existence. According to legend, it possesses quasi-cage level strength and is terrifying. But even so, Hyuga Hiyashi is not the strongest in the village. The strongest person in the village is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the highest leader of the village third Hokage. The legendary cage level powerhouse, Kamui cannot be guessed. Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, is very strong, but how can he compare with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest in the village? The two are not a heavyweight at all, and there is no comparability. Great. Might Guy didn't say a word from start to finish, watching him coldly. It wasn't until this time that he secretly raised his thumb at Glossi, feeling extremely relieved. The disciple he has always valued most, did not let him down. The Hyuga clan is neither the strongest group in the village, nor the strongest of the Hyuga clan. In this case, your Hyuga clan's pedigree is not terrific. Glossi said with a smile. You dare to despise my Hyuga clan bloodline so much, today I will let you recollect my horror. Hyuga Neji was finally angered by Glossi's words. He threw himself at Glossi. I won't have any more hands this time, please ask yourself. Hyuga Neji yelled while waving his palm to Glossi's shoulder. The battle begins. Might Guy announced loudly. Brush. Hyuga Neji's little hand stroked the air, and there was a faint sound of wind. His speed is not fast. After all, he is still a teenage boy, but his moves are extremely subtle, far beyond the master level of his current age. This should be the unique knowledge passed down from generation to generation by the Hyuga clan Gentle Fist. Glossi said secretly. His knowledge is extensive. Even if there are not thousands of martial arts I have seen, hundreds of them will always be available. Although Hyuga Neji's Gentle Fist is exquisite, it is full of flaws in Glossi's eyes. Advertisement. In an instant, a dozen cracking methods flashed through Glossi's mind. Every cracking method can easily break Hyuga Neji's moves and knock him to the ground. However, Glossi suppressed this idea in an instant. He didn't want to expose his strength prematurely, otherwise, even his teacher Might Guy would not let him go. With thoughts turning, Glossi clenched his right hand into a fist and greeted him with the palm of Hyuga Neji. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Glossi and Hyuga Neji's hands slammed together. At that moment, Glossi only felt a strange power rushing through his fist to a key point on his shoulder along his arm. This is where Gentle Fist is truly powerful. Glossi's heart was stunned. Is this the blood of the Hyuga clan, the power of Byakugan? He has also seen this kind of exercise in the martial arts world, but it is actually just the most common, dark power. This kind of dark energy uses the physical contact between the two of them to take advantage of the opportunity to penetrate into the opponent's body, destroy the opponent's internal force, and seal the opponent's acupuncture points. It is very practical and terrifying. Back then, Glossi suffered a big loss when he saw this kind of exercise for the first time. Later, he himself explored the use of dark power, which became an important means for him to defeat the enemy. Ah! Glossi yelled, and his right arm drooped suddenly. Just like a lion majesty without bones, it makes people feel the scalp tingling. This is the Gentle Fist of our Hyuga clan. It's really nothing remarkable, Hyuga Neji said proudly. He has practiced the trick just now for more than 3 months, and has never used it. He was irritated by Glossi's words before, and couldn't help but use it, but he didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good, and the acupuncture point on the shoulder of Glossi's right arm was sealed with a single blow. In this way, Glossi would have lost an arm. He was already far inferior to Hyuga Neji, and now he is no longer an opponent. Okay. The battle is over. The winner, Neji. Might Guy said blankly. The next time, Tenten will face Neji. Chapter 7 Auto-generated chapter title. The 7th chapter Martial Arts I. No, Mr. Guy, I haven't lost yet. I can continue to fight. Glossi said loudly. The expression on his face is both painful, but also full of anger and unwillingness, which fully expresses the unique psychological fluctuations of children of this age. In fact, Glossi knew clearly that Might Guy would never let him fight Hyuga Neji again. He said this for the purpose of doing so only to prevent people from doubting him. Because Rock Lee's character is like this, even if he gets bruised and bruised every time he is beaten by Hyuga Neji, he never admits defeat, let alone takes a step back. Glossi yelled and rushed towards Hyuga Neji. His anger was wide, and the raging anger almost sprayed out through his pupils. It's just a pity that he was stopped by Might Guy after just 2 steps. Lee, you lost. Might Guy looked at Glossi deeply and said in a deep voice. You are not Neji's opponent yet. Mr. Guy, I don't accept it. Glossi said unwillingly with a trace of grief in his eyes. I just can't use one arm. I have another arm and 2 legs. I can continue to fight. Lee, if you lose, you lose. Might Guy said slowly. However, don't be discouraged. As long as you practice hard enough, one day you will catch up with Neji and even surpass it. I believe you can do it. Mr. Guy, thank you. Glossi squeezed out 2 tears and said moved. ... Neji, I can't stand it anymore. These 2 people are always like this, hey. Tenten said to Hyuga Neji helplessly with a black line on his face. I felt goosebumps all over, Hyuga Neji said coldly. Come on, do your best to shoot at me, let me see if you have made any progress these days. Neji, you have to pay attention, I just learned a new trick recently, don't be hurt by me. Tenten said with a grin. Advertisement. I hope you have the strength to hurt me. Hyuga Neji said lightly. Although his voice was peaceful, he showed unparalleled confidence and arrogance. Neji, I'm here. Tenten let out a soft drink. Suddenly, her hands plunged into the package hanging next to her buttocks, each of them flicked out 3 shining kunai, and then hurled it towards Hyuga Neji. Swish, swish, swish. Kunai cut through the air, made a slight noise, and flew towards Hyuga Neji in the shape of a pin. It's too slow. Facing the flying kunai, Hyuga Neji didn't even have the desire to shoot. He suddenly stepped forward and backward, and then left and right. It was so easy to avoid all the hidden weapons that Tenten had shot. This is a very subtle footwork, which can gain a great advantage in close combat. Glossi watched the battle between the 2 intently and commented silently in his heart. In this way, the Hyuga clan is also well deserved. Come again, Tenten exclaimed in dissatisfaction. This time, she made continuous shots, throwing 6 kunai every time. In the blink of an eye, she actually shot a total of 36 kunai, densely packed, and annihilated Hyuga Neji in an instant. The quantity is enough, but the speed is too slow, and the attack power is seriously insufficient. Hyuga Neji's voice came out of the dense absence. His hands waved quickly, and every shot down a kunai exactly. In a moment, all the dense karma in the sky was shot down by him, and none of them slipped through the net. How is this possible? Tenten was stunned, looking at Hyuga Neji with big eyes unblinking, his face full of incredible. Although she had known that Hyuga Neji was strong and far above her, she had never thought that Hyuga Neji would be so strong that she could crack the new tricks she learned without any effort. Yeah, not bad. Might Guy nodded vigorously and said in admiration. It's really a genius of the Hyuga clan. It's really amazing. With such strength, he has enough qualifications to be promoted to Chunin. Glossi also stared at Hyuga Neji intently, slightly shocked. However, what he focused on was not Hyuga Neji's ease of cracking Tenten's tricks, but the pair of pure white eyes that Hyuga Neji didn't know when to open. It was a pair of weird eyes, white and flawless, beautiful and fascinating. However, the blue veins around its pupils burst out, which spoiled its beauty. Advertisement. This is the most fundamental support for the famous Byakugan and Hyuga clan to make the world powerful. As this Byakugan, Glossi said silently in his heart. According to my guess, these eyes have very strong insight, and there are almost no dead ends. Moreover, if I guess correctly, these eyes can see through the meridians in the human body and the flow of chakra. With these eyes and gentle fist, which conceal the human meridians, this is the strongest part of the Hyuga clan. Although it was the first time that Glossi saw Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and he hadn't even really played against each other, he used more than 1,000 years of experience to figure out some of Byakugan's abilities for the first time. This is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The power is really good. I just don't know what about the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. How does it compare to my martial arts world's martial arts Tianyan? Glossi thought in his heart. The martial arts Tianyan is an extremely sophisticated technique in the martial arts world, and only talents with extremely high aptitudes and talents can cultivate it. Although Glossi was extremely powerful in his previous life, he was limited by his low aptitude and low starting point. He had been waiting for him to cultivate his own line after he entered the realm of the Valkyrie, and completely improved his physique before he successfully cultivated. Although the conditions of the martial arts Tianyan are extremely harsh, once they are completed, they can also be heaven-defying. Under Wu Daoshan, all the movements, all the moves, all the secret methods are no longer secrets, you can look directly at the source. However, although this pupil technique is powerful, it is extremely difficult to practice. Even with the practice experience of the previous life, Gullos must wait until 2 months later and completely improve his physique before he can practice. Tenten, you have made great progress. Hyuga Neji put away his Byakugan and said lightly. I just used part of Byakugan's power. Neji, are you true? The frustration on Tenten's face immediately turned into excitement. Did you really use Byakugan's power just now? The look on her face seemed to enable Hyuga Neji to use Byakugan's power, which was the same affirmation of her strength.
Yes. Hyuga Neji nodded. Mr. Guy, Tenten, I'm going back. He nodded at both Might Guy and Tenten, without even looking at Glossi, and went straight away. Mr. Guy, Lee, I'm going back too. Tenten also left. Chapter 8 Neji of Tsunere. Lee, won't you go back? After Hyuga Neji and Tenten left, Might Guy asked Glossi. Mr. Guy, I want to be alone. Glossi said blankly. Mr. Guy, go back first, it's late. Yeah, Might Guy nodded. He walked up to Glossi, stretched out his right hand and slapped Glossi's shoulder vigorously, and said in a low voice, Lee, remember, don't be discouraged. Neji is a genius, but as long as you work hard enough. Work hard, you can definitely surpass him. Thank you, Mr. Guy, Glossi said. Come on. Might Guy squeezed Glossi's shoulder vigorously, then jumped and left. Lee, you really have a good teacher. Glossi muttered to himself as he stared at the direction of Might Guy's disappearance. Don't worry, I will not let your teacher down. The night is dark. The night is like water. It was quiet in the woods, except for the occasional call of an unknown bug or two, there was no other movement. Glossi was lying on the cool grass, motionless. I don't know how long it took, Glossi finally got up from the ground and began to practice his own practice. He wasn't slacking off just now, but because he noticed that Might Guy had been watching him in secret, so he had been waiting. As soon as Might Guy's front foot left, Glossi couldn't wait to start his own practice plan. Crackling. This was the skeletal sound he made when he performed that set of actions, which made people not sound like a chill in the back and the hair was horrified. Soon, Glossi was drenched with sweat. A layer of pitch-black objects appeared on the surface of his body again, emitting a disgusting stench. This is an impurity forced out of his body. Pump. Glossi panted heavily and fell heavily to the ground. His heart throbbed violently, as if beating a drum. He is at his limit. Advertisement. This rate of transformation is really slow enough. Glossi wailed helplessly. When Glossi reached the limit for the 6th time, he finally couldn't help it, fell to the ground and fell asleep drowsy. After all, he is only a teenager now, and his physical aptitude is extremely poor, unable to support him in such a high-intensity practice. Lee, what's the matter with you? Hurry up and wake up. In a daze, Glossi was awakened by Tenten's voice. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes, only to find that Tenten and Might Guy were sitting around him looking at him with concern. Lee, you didn't go back last night, you have been practicing here. Might Guy looked at Glossi with a complicated expression and asked. Yes, Mr. Guy. Glossi shook his heavy head, slowly sat up from the ground, and replied. Is it time for collective training? He asked. Yeah, Tenten said. I rushed here early in the morning and found that you were lying on the ground and asleep, and I couldn't wake you up no matter how you called. It made people worry to death. Sorry, I worried you. Glossi smiled at Tenten and said. He has a lot of affection for this kind-hearted girl. Since you know it's worrying, don't do such stupid things anymore. Suddenly, Hyuga Neji's indifferent voice came from the side. We know that you can't wait to become stronger, but you shouldn't go to extremes, but delay your own future. Nothing can be accomplished overnight. The only way to become strong is to practice hard and persistently. You're forcibly overdrafting your body's potential like this is tantamount to pulling the seedlings and promoting it. In the end, not only will it not become stronger, but it will exhaust your body. Thank you. Glossi was stunned for a while. He didn't expect that Hyuga Neji, who had been so arrogant and looked down on him, would actually say such a thing. He just wanted to say thank you, but Hyuga Neji's next words made him shut his mouth again. It's okay if you collapse yourself, but you can't drag me in Tenten. 3 months later, Mr. Guy will recommend the 3 of us to take the Chunin exam, and the 3 of us will take part in a small team. You must not hold us back, you know. Hyuga Neji snapped. Thank you for your concern. Glossi said lukewarm. In fact, based on Glossi's many years of life experience, it can be seen that Hyuga Neji really cares about him. It's a pity that this little guy is too cold-tempered, and Tsunere, that's why he said so badly. Advertisement. Neji is right, Might Guy said at this time. Cultivation has never been achieved overnight. No matter which one is strong, he always walks through the most basic training step by step. Lee, I understand your desperate desire to become stronger, but you can't mess up the rules because of this, and forcibly overdraw your body's potential to practice. Do you know? Might Guy said harshly. Yes, Mr. Guy, I know. Glossi lowered his head and whispered. Might Guy, Hyuga Neji said these words, Glossi, as the once domineering warrior-level powerhouse, would he not know? The most fundamental reason why he forcibly overdrawn his body's potential to practice cultivation is that the set of exercises he created needs to be so. The more the body's potential is overdrawn, the more obvious the effect on the body's transformation. If one day, Glossi's body can no longer force out the black impurities in his body, then his physical transformation will be completely successful. At that time, Glossi could begin to practice the supreme body cultivation technique he created. However, how would Hyuga Neji and Might Guy know such a thing? It was impossible for Glossi to tell them the truth, so he could only temporarily agree to their request. Lee, can you continue to practice? Might Guy asked. Of course, Glossi said loudly. According to Rock Lee's temperament, even if his body reaches the limit, he will not hesitate to say that he can do it. What's more, Glossi is now in excellent physical condition, how can he be lazy and waste a lot of time? Very good, Might Guy said with a big laugh. That being the case, then I announce today's practice subjects. First, quickly run 50 laps around the village. Secondly, perform leaping with the back of your hands 200 times. Third. Mr. Guy, I'll go first. Glossi ran away before Might Guy could finish. Hyuga Neji and Tenten have long since disappeared without a trace. One of them is a genius of family secret art, and the other is a dexterous and agile girl, which is completely different from Might Guy. Chapter 9 1 month. Ha. In the dense woods, Glossi put his hands behind his back, and continued to perform leapfrog training with the most standard movements. His face was flushed, his breathing was rapid, and he was constantly gasping for breath, as if he was pulling a bellows. In less than 10 minutes, Glossi had already done more than 300 leapfrog training and completed the practice tasks assigned by Might Guy. However, he did not stop practicing, but continued to train hard. In fact, he didn't want to practice this kind of training at all, because it was a waste of time for him. However, since Might Guy has been standing on top of a tall tree and observing him, he can only do so. After all, the leapfrog is already the most exercisable one among the practice subjects taught by Might Guy. 351, 352, 353, 354. Glossi counted silently in his heart while doing his best to practice. The sweat on his forehead was like rain, and the clothes on his body had long been soaked with sweat, but his spirit was exceptionally high. I have to say that the practice technique created by Glossi possesses unpredictable power. He just practiced for a day and a night, and forced out a few impurities in his body, which has greatly improved his physical functions, just like taking a peerless panacea, making him reborn. Although Rock Lee used to practice hard and work hard, every time he does leapfrog training, more than 190 times are already his limit. However, today, with the same body, Glossi has made more than 350 leaps in just 10 minutes, and it is far from his limit, which is really amazing. I have just practiced for a day and a night, and I have already had such a gratifying change. If I persist in practicing for 2 months, completely purify the impurities in my body, and complete the qualitative change of transcendence, what changes will there be? Glossi was full of hope for the future. Lee, you really did not live up to my expectations. It's good. On the top of a tree more than 30 meters high in the distance, Might Guy stepped on a branch as thick as an arm, his eyes never blinking. He looked at Glossi, nodded in relief, and said to himself. According to your astonishing rate of improvement, before the Chunin exam in 2 months, I can give you the physique that I am proud of. I must let you know, even if you can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, with physical skills alone, we must be strong enough to make people fearful. Might Guy clenched his fist, seemed to inspire Glossi, and seemed to be talking to himself. Advertisement. The time of practice always flies very quickly. Glossi hadn't fully enjoyed himself until it got dark. Okay, that's the end of today's practice. Might Guy's gaze swept across the faces of Hyuga Neji and Tenten, and finally fell on Glossi, and said. All go back to rest. Jong and relaxation is the way to practice. Don't overdraw your body. You have never ruined your own future and future. There was a wry smile in Glossi's heart, he knew that Might Guy was talking to him. Hyuga Neji and Tenten left, leaving only Might Guy and Glossi. Lee, will you continue to practice tonight? Might Guy looked at Glossi and asked. Yes, Mr. Guy, Glossi said directly after hesitating. He knew that he must not hide from Might Guy about his night practice. Instead of hiding it, he might as well admit it openly. Mr. Guy, my qualifications are too bad. I am a veritable crane tail. Not to mention that compared with a genius like Neji, even compared with Tenten. If I want to become stronger, get rid of the title of crane tail, and challenge Neji, I must put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than them. Glossi said seriously. Mr. Guy, please don't stop me. Well, I won't stop you. Might Guy looked at Glossi intently, without blinking his eyes. After a long time, he took a long breath and said. However, Lee, you must not overdraw your physical potential, otherwise it will really affect your future achievements. Thank you, Mr. Guy, I know. Glossi said gratefully. Ha ha. Might Guy laughed suddenly, then reached out and slapped Glossi's shoulder hard, and said. Okay, I'm leaving, you work hard on your own. To be honest, I really look forward to your rapid progress in the future, Yiming is amazing, and you challenge the performance of Neji and other geniuses. Mr. Guy, there will be one day, Glossi said loudly. One day, I will beat Neji into a pig's head, make everyone look at me with admiration, and make everyone recognize my strength and existence. Good. Ha ha ha. Might Guy said 3 good words in a row, then ha ha laughed and left. Advertisement. I'm going. Obviously people are over 1,000 years old, but I just want to pretend to be a stunner who doesn't understand anything and is full of enthusiasm. It is really uncomfortable. Glossi watched the direction where Might Guy disappeared, a helpless smile. Glossi released his powerful spirit in all directions, and when he was sure that there was no one else around, he immediately assumed that set of strange postures and began his physical training. Soon, a month passed. During the period, Glossi had practiced against Hyuga Neji many times, but he was defeated so easily every time, and he couldn't even survive 10 moves. Of course, all of this was deliberately done by Glossi. In fact, after this month of practice, Gullo's physique had already undergone earth-shaking changes. He has gone from a waste body that cannot be practiced to a treasure body suitable for practice. His aptitude has far surpassed Tenten, even compared to Hyuga Neji. However, in spite of this, Glossi forcibly resisted the urge to practice immediately. His transformation is not thorough enough and not perfect enough. If he practices in this situation, his future achievements will definitely be seriously affected. Lee, come here. Just as Glossi was practicing leapfrog practice, Might Guy suddenly appeared behind him and said loudly, Ms. Guy. Glossi stopped practicing immediately and walked towards Might Guy. Lee, you have made a lot of progress in the past month, I am very pleased. Might Guy said, in order to show my appreciation to you, teacher, I decided to give you a trick that can defeat the enemy. Pure physical skills. Might Guy said proudly. Chapter 10 8 Inner Gates, the Past. Pure physical skills. Glossi was taken aback for a while, looking at the proud Might Guy, and asked suspiciously. Yes, it's the purest physical skill. Might Guy said in a deep voice. It's not ninjutsu, let alone illusion, but the purest physique. As long as you learn this trick, even if you face Hyuga Neji, you will win without defeat. What? There is such a trick? Glossi exclaimed with an ecstatic look on his face. Mr. Guy, please give me that trick. His face was shocked and ecstatic, showing the mood swings of a teenage boy to the fullest, without any flaws. In fact, there are countless kinds of invincible physical training techniques in Glossi's mind. Every kind of that will come out, enough to set off a bloody wave in the entire ninja world. How can you care about the so-called unknowledge in Might Guy's mouth? Lee, the teacher's unique name is 8 Inner Gates. Might Guy stared at Glossi and said every word. What? 8 Inner Gates? Hearing the words, 8 Inner Gates, Glossi couldn't help but fluctuated violently, and asked uncontrollably. 8 Inner Gates is one of the 7 martial gods in the martial world, the heavenly martial arts masters. Once displayed, it can instantly increase the combat power of the caster several times or even dozens of times, and it is terrifying. Although the use of this jerk has a great load on the body and the side effects are extremely strong, it is enough to allow the surgeon to defeat the opponent in a dangerous situation and survive. When Glossi crossed the tribulation, he encountered 7 martial gods, among which the celestial martial god threatened him the most. When he crossed the last thunder of the most terrifying 9 and 9 tribulations, it was the celestial martial god who raised his combat power many times in an instant and attacked him, causing him to fail in the tribulation. What Glossi never expected was that the heavenly martial arts masterpiece would actually appear in this ninja world. Lee, do you know this technique? Might Guy was taken aback and asked. No. No. Glossi knew that his mental fluctuation had revealed a slight flaw just now, which caused Might Guy's doubts. He calmed down quickly and said in defense. I remember hearing this name once. Have someone talked about it? Might Guy was stunned, then suddenly realized, and said. I see. Although not many people know this technique, many people know it. After all, this technique used to shine on the battlefield back then. Someone killed the famous 7 ninth swords with this technique. 5 of the crowd. Advertisement. 7 ninja swords. Who is that? Is that powerful? Glossi asked. He didn't understand what Might Guy said. It's not just that simple. Might Guy sighed and said. 7 ninja swords, all known as the 7 ninja swords of mist. There are 7 of them, all of them are powerful jonin, and each possesses a famous sword that is very suitable for their own ninja. They have different abilities and extremely powerful. How strong is it? Glossi asked for the first time when he heard someone talk about a well-known strong man in the world, and couldn't help but curiosity in his heart. Everyone's strength is almost the same as mine. Might Guy said lightly. What? It's so powerful, Glossi exclaimed. In the world of ninjas, there are many strong people, and masters are like clouds. Even if our Konoha Shinobi village is the most powerful force in the ninja world, we can't cover the sky with one hand. Might Guy said. In addition to our Konoha Shinobi village, there are 4 powers. Sand Shinobi Village, Country of Wind, Kurigakure, Country of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village, Country of Thunder, and Rock Shinobi Village, Country of Earth. You can fight against us. Sand Shinobi Village, Kurigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village. Glossi repeated. Mr. Guy, these 4 villages plus our village, aren't they the 5 most powerful forces in the ninja world today? Yes, Might Guy said. The 5 big villages, corresponding to the 5 big countries and the 5 big forces, constitute the temporary balance of the entire ninja world today. Oh. Glossi nodded repeatedly. Mr. Guy, then what you call the 7 ninja swordsmen? Are you the strongest of Kurigakure, the country of water? Not bad, Might Guy said. Mr. Guy, you just said that the 7 ninja swordsmen are very powerful, but one person once killed 5 of them with the 8 inner gates technique on the battlefield. Then this person is? Glossi asked carefully. He is a great ninja. Might Guy was silent for a while before speaking slowly. He is a waste wood, crane tail, cannot practice ninjutsu, cannot practice illusion, can only practice physique. His biggest wish is to be a great ninja, but he has not obtained Shunin until he was in his 40s. Title. Why? How is this possible? Glossi was stunned. Doesn't this mean that the man has been the tail of a crane for more than 40 years? Advertisement. He has never won the title of Chunin. However, he has never given up his efforts. Might Guy continued. Through more than 30 years of assiduous physical training, he finally figured out a brand new secret method, a secret created specifically for practitioners of physical training. While talking, Might Guy's voice gradually became louder. The Third Ninja War broke out that year, and he participated in the battle as a genin. The team he was in was so badly lucky that he encountered the mighty 7 ninja swordsmen. Everyone was desperate. When he believed that he was bound to die, he bravely stood up and killed 5 of them with the 8 inner gates technique at the expense of his own life. Only 2 of them managed to escape. However, he himself died after World War I. Mr. Guy, what's the name of that hero? Glossi asked. Might Guy said. Mr. Guy, is he your father? Glossi said. Yes, he is my father. He is the father I will always be proud of and proud of. Might Guy said loudly. Mr. Guy, please give me the 8 inner gates, Glossi said loudly. I want to let this unique knowledge continue to be carried forward on the battlefield, so that everyone knows that practicing physical skills can be peerlessly powerful. Okay, very good. Might Guy suddenly reached out and slapped Glossi's shoulder hard, and said with a big smile. From today, I will teach you 8 inner gates. Thank you, Mr. Guy, Glossi said. He could clearly see that on Might Guy's laughing face, there were 2 lines of tears falling down. Chapter 11 The Secret of the 8 Gate. 8 inner gates is a kind of supreme physique art that my father Might Guy has explored on his own during more than 40 years of hard physique practice. Might Guy said in a low voice, slowly. Lee, do you know which 8 gate this 8 gate refers to? Mr. Guy, I don't know. Glossi said. In the martial world, there are some secrets about the 8 inner gates, which Glossi has heard more or less. However, he did not know the connection between the 8 inner gates of the celestial god of martial arts and the 8 inner gates of the ninja world. He didn't dare to talk nonsense, and he was even more afraid of being suspected by Might Guy because of this. Therefore, he wisely chose not to know. Lee, there are countless acupuncture points in the human body. When we activate chakra when we perform ninjutsu and illusion, we flow and walk through these acupoints. Might Guy said. However, not all human acupuncture points can allow chakra to flow freely. Among them, there are some very strange acupuncture points, which have the power to inhibit and control the chakra in the body. There are 8 acupuncture points like this. We call them the 8 gate. The 8 gates are open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, jing gate, shock gate, and dead gate. Might Guy said. Mr. Guy, I took it all down. Glossi said, blinking. Very good. Might Guy said approvingly. Everyone has these 8 acupuncture points in their body, and they limit the chakra in the body to a great extent. The 8 inner gates technique created by my father can forcibly break the restriction of these 8 acupuncture points on the body's chakra. Unleash the potential of the human body in an instant, and then gain a power that surpasses itself several times or even dozens of times. Mr. Guy, this 8 inner gates technique is so powerful, why don't you teach it to other people in the village and carry it forward? Glossi was silent for a while, and asked suspiciously. Lee, the question you asked is very important. Might Guy patted Glossi hard on the shoulder and said. Although the 8 inner gates technique is powerful, it can give the caster several times or even 10 times the power in an instant, but it is also accompanied by extremely terrifying side effects, and may even completely become a waste. My father dedicated the technique of 8 inner gates to the village a long time ago. However, the senior leaders of the village believed that this technique is extremely harmful to people and is not suitable for practice, so they sealed it as forbidden. Technique. It is forbidden for ordinary people to practice. Advertisement. How can this be? Glossi said angrily. Anyway, this technique is a powerful technique that Teacher Guy's father spent more than 40 years researching. How can he be treated like this? Lee, we don't need to talk more about politics. Might Guy suddenly lowered his voice and said. I just want to ask you a word, would you like to learn this 8 inner gates technique from me? Mr. Guy, I do, Glossi said loudly. Good, very good, Might Guy said with a laugh. Lee, do you know why I let you do so much seemingly useless physical training every day? Mr. Guy, did you do that to pass me the 8 inner gates technique one day? Glossi blinked his eyes and said. Yes, that's it. The smile on Might Guy's face grew thicker. The most fundamental meaning of the 8 inner gates technique is to forcibly penetrate the 8 acupuncture points to inhibit and limit chakra, overdraw the human body's potential, and obtain a powerful force far beyond the human body itself in an instant. And doing so will cause an unbearable huge load on all parts and organs of the human body. If the human body cannot withstand the huge load for an instant, then it will become a useless person at the slightest level, and it will be killed on the spot. So, if you want to practice the 8 inner gates technique, the most important prerequisite is to practice a lot of supernormal, overloaded, and beyond the limit. Only by laying a solid foundation, can we perform as we please. This forbidden technique achieves the goal of defeating the enemy and saving one's own life. Mr. Guy, can you perform the 8 inner gates technique as you like now? Glossi heard Might Guy's words, his heart trembled violently and turned his gaze to Might Guy. Could it be that this old man who looks so simple and honest, without any scheming, has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? You know, Might Guy's current strength is Jonin. If he uses the 8 inner gates technique, wouldn't his strength soar straight, approaching the legendary cage level powerhouse? Or, once he goes violently, he may be even more terrifying than the legendary cage level powerhouse. Advertisement. Uncontrollably, Glossi included Might Guy among the most terrifying group of people. Lee, I can now use the 8 inner gates technique as I want, opening the 6 acupuncture points of open door, rest door, life door, injury door, Duman and Jingmun without any harm to my body. However, if I am after opening the 7th gate, I have to lie in bed for a whole week to fully recover. If the 8th gate dead gate is forcibly opened, there is only one dead end. The side effects are so strong. Glossi said in shock. For Might Guy's tough physique, Glossi can clearly feel it, and his body is no less powerful than the Wawang of the martial world, and can be called a body of steel. However, with such a powerful body, once the 7th gate, shock gate, is opened, one must lie in bed for a whole week before he can recover. You can imagine the side effects of the 8 inner gates technique are so powerful and terrifying. Yes, it is because of the terrible side effects of this technique that the village will seal it as a forbidden technique. Might Guy said. However, Lee, don't worry about it. Next, I will give you the unique table of Lianhua. You only need to open the first door, open the door, and you can use it. Bia Lianhua. Glossi asked. Yes, it is the lotus flower. Might Guy said. 8 inner gates technique. Every time a door is opened, there will be a kind of powerful physical skills corresponding to it. And this lotus flower is exactly the trick when opening the first door to open the door. Ms. Guy, please teach me. Glossi said loudly. We don't need to worry about the tricks of the table lotus flower for the time being. I will give you the method of the 8 inner gates technique first. As Might Guy said, he put his mouth close to Glossi's ear and whispered, stand up. Chapter 12 Auto-generated chapter title. The 12th chapter shows the lotus. Lee, did you write it down? Soon after, Might Guy stopped and asked, looking at Glossi intently. Mr. Guy, I didn't remember. Glossi said embarrassedly with a blush on his face. In fact, Glossi's memory is amazing, and he can remember all the formulas and secrets firmly after only hearing it once. However, considering that he is now playing the role of Rock Lee, and Rock Lee is usually a stupid person, he can only pretend to be a posture and pretend to be stupid. Idiot, I can't remember such a simple thing. Might Guy raised his fist and knocked Glossi heavily on the head, and said very dissatisfied. However, he didn't really get angry either. Instead, he repeated the formula and secret method from beginning to end, detailed and serious. Remember it now? Might Guy asked again. Mr. Guy, I only remembered a little and a half. Glossi said in shame. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a heavy punch from Might Guy again in the head. ... After waiting for Might Guy to repeat it 7 times, Glossi felt it was almost done, and nodded vigorously, saying that he had completely remembered it. Very good. Might Guy said with a big laugh. Lee, you are optimistic. Now I'm telling you the trick after. 8 inner gates opened the first door and open the door, Lianhua. Yes, Mr. Guy, Glossi exclaimed excitedly. Lee, you are optimistic. Might Guy said loudly. 8 inner gates. Open the door. Open. Advertisement. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Might Guy, like a sleeping beast suddenly awakened, exuding an extremely dangerous aura from the inside out. At the same time, a ray of green light visible to the naked eye diffused out, wrapping Might Guy inside, making him look extremely mighty. As this the power of 8 inner gates. He just opened the first door to open the door, and his strength soared by 30%. Glossi stared at Might Guy with unblinking eyes and said to himself. In this way, what he said can increase the power several times or even dozens of times in an instant after turning on all of them, which is not bragging. At this time, Gullo's heart was extremely shocked. He never thought that in this insignificant, inferior world, in his eyes, someone could actually create such a powerful and incredible physique. This, 8 inner gates, technique is probably not weaker than the martial arts celestial god of war. In an instant, Glossi's high mentality changed. He will look at the world with an equal posture in the future. Otherwise, he will definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Lee, you can see clearly, this is the starting position of UT Lotus. After the momentum exuded from Might Guy's body and chakra stabilized, Might Guy shouted at Glossi. Brush. Glossi only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and a tall turquoise figure rushed towards him with lightning speed. The momentum of this figure is really terrifying, like a tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable, murderous. Did he see my flaws a long time ago, but now he wants to kill me in the name of teaching martial arts? Glossi was horrified, and his thoughts turned. He knows that he is far from Might Guy's opponent now, and there is only a dead end in frontal confrontation. Therefore, he tried his best to flee to the side. However, Might Guy's speed is so fast that he is inevitable. Lee, this is the first form of UT Lotus, now you can really feel it with your own body. Might Guy shouted. His speed was so fast, he came to Glossi in the blink of an eye, and then a spin and kick, and his heel hit Glossi's chin heavily. I'm XXX. Glossi felt a heart-piercing pain from his jaw, and he couldn't help shaking. When his eyes were dark, he wanted to faint. While he forced himself to stay awake with his incomparably powerful spirit, he yelled at Might Guy B*********** D in his heart. At this point, he could already be sure that Might Guy didn't want to kill him, but really wanted to teach him martial arts. However, the method of teaching martial arts in this way made Glossi dumbfounded. It is really an extremely painful thing to have such a teacher. Might Guy's feet were so powerful that he kicked Glossi into the air with one kick. Advertisement. Lee, this is the second style. As soon as Might Guy finished speaking, his feet slammed on the ground, leaping behind Glossi like lightning. In Glossi's uneasy mood, Might Guy hugged him, then slammed into the ground. This is the third style. Might Guy didn't really smash Glossi to the ground, but stopped at the last moment. He put Glossi on the ground and said slowly. This is the corresponding trick when the 8 inner gates opens the first door, open the door, table lotus. Have you noted them all? Mr. Guy, I took it all down. Glossi whispered with a pale face. Very good. Might Guy nodded and said approvingly. From now on, you can contact by yourself. When can you open the first gate as you like, and master the Lianhua proficiently? I will teach you how to open the second gate, Lianhua. Yes, Mr. Guy, Glossi said. Wow. Might Guy jumped and disappeared. IXXX. After Might Guy left, Glossi leaned against a big tree next to him, breathing heavily. He gently squeezed the chin that had been kicked by Might Guy, while cursing silently in his heart. FK, is there such a way to teach students? However, although Glossi was upset, he was also happy. This time, his gains can be said to be very great. The 8 inner gates technique is incomparably magical, and it can increase combat power several times or even dozens of times in an instant. It can be described as a treasure secret technique. Although the side effects of this technique are extremely great, it has almost no effect on Glossi. After all, Master Glossi is able to cultivate himself into an immortal body with the body repair technique created in his previous life, and he can completely withstand the side effects of 8 inner gates. He created the body cultivation technique in his last life, coupled with this 8 inner gates technique. Glossi looked forward to his future even more. Perhaps, he can surpass the achievements of the previous life and enter the legendary realm of heaven. Chapter 13. The martial arts mind is the first. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. In the middle of the night, in the silent dense jungle, a young man with big eyebrows and eyes was moving in a posture that is incomprehensible to humans. With his gestures, the crackling sound of joints continued to be heard from all over his body. This person is not someone else, but Rock Lee. Oh no, to be precise, it should be Glossi who reborn in the Hokage world and occupy Rock Lee's body. In the past 2 months, he has been persevering in his practice every night, using the magic techniques he created in the previous life to transcend. By now, he is basically close to success. Now he is no longer the waste wood and waste body of the past, but a genuine treasure body that is naturally suitable for spiritual practice. Even Hyuga Neji, who has inherited the excellent blood of the Hyuga clan, is completely inadequate compared to today's Glossi. Call. When a complete set of moves was finished, Glossi took a deep breath and stopped. His breathing is well proportioned, his complexion is as usual, his heartbeat is flat, and his eyes are gleaming. He is refreshed and full of energy, without the tiredness of ordinary people just after practicing. The road of falling out of the ordinary should come to an end by now. Glossi observed himself intently, and said to himself without seeing any impurities discharged from the body. From now on, I can practice the body cultivation technique created in my previous life without any scruples. There was light in his eyes, and his heart was extremely excited. In a sense, his real path to becoming stronger should start from this moment. And in the previous 2 months, what he did was just build the foundation and lay the foundation. From now on, his foundation has been thoroughly laid down, and his foundation is deep. He only needs to practice step by step the technique created in the previous life, supplemented by more than 1,000 years of practice experience. His strength will inevitably be within a short period of time. The leaps and bounds of the promotion have given him a certain degree of self-preservation and a certain degree of protection for his life safety. The purest practice technique, I can finally practice. Glossi muttered to himself. The world where Glossi lived, called the martial world, was a world where martial arts prospered and developed to the most brilliant and brilliant. There, Wu is supreme. However, in the eyes of Glossi, the martial arts circulated in the martial arts world are not real martial arts. When those warriors first began to practice, they paid the most attention to the human being, but when they entered the realm of the emperor, they began to evolve some superior powers and treasures, gradually neglecting the cultivation of the human body itself. Advertisement. And when they entered the realm of Emperor Wu, they even completely abandoned their own practice and put all their energy on superior powers and treasures. Glossi had always believed that there was no pure warrior in the martial arts world at that time. It is precisely for this reason that Glossi can gain the strengths of many families, retreat for 800 years, and create a pure line of physical cultivation. He has always regarded himself as a warrior, and naturally will not tolerate the status of superior power and treasure, overwhelming Wu. However, this set of pure physical cultivation techniques created by Glossi is so difficult to practice, that even he himself can't fully practice it, unless he abolishes his own skills and starts all over again. Of course, Glossi has already set foot in the legendary realm of the Valkyrie, and is about to touch the edge of the heavens, taking the legendary step. Would he be willing to do that? However, what Glossi never expected was that he would be reincarnated and reborn in the ninja world after failing to cross the tribulation. In this way, he also had a chance to start all over again, devoting himself to practicing his own body cultivation technique. The purest physical cultivation technique, profound, does not require supernatural powers, no treasures, and no ninjutsu and illusion skills, but once completed, it is far better than supernatural powers and treasures. Breaking the sky with one hand is not a myth. In this pure martial arts path, some are just infinite digging of oneself, making the human body above everything, even above the entire world. Cultivating to the ultimate realm, with one's own power, it is enough to shake the whole world and shatter the stars of the universe. Of course, all of these are powers that can only be possessed after reaching the realm of the God of War. Call. Glossi took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground, with countless martial arts shocking in his heart. Among them, is also mixed with the practice experience of his previous life. Soon, a faint brilliance appeared on his body surface. This was the natural release of his martial arts mentality when it was operating. Kacha, kacha, kacha. After a while, there was a horrifying sound of broken bones from Glossi's body, his skin was cracking, blood oozing out of it, and the whole person seemed to be about to collapse. However, Glossi was unmoved, 2 resolute rays of light came out of a pair of eyes. This is his own self-cultivation technique. If he doesn't even dare to try to cultivate himself, then what is the meaning of existence? Advertisement. Cack bang bang bang. The bones were shattering, and the flesh and blood were cracking, and Glossi's body suffered an unimaginable damage. He gritted his teeth silently, suffering unimaginable pain. Such a metamorphosis lasted more than 3 hours, and the scene was so tragic that it was unbearable to look directly at it. However, fortunately, Glossi's body did not collapse, and he persevered stubbornly. After more than 3 hours, the sound of bone crunching in his body stopped, his skin stopped cracking, blood no longer flowed out, and he gradually started to get better. Glossi sat on the ground motionless, waiting until the eastern sky showed a white belly. He opened his eyes suddenly, and the inside was brilliant and powerful. Budo mentality is the most important. Glossi's physical body has undergone an unimaginable change, and has become a veritable, martial body, whose strength is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. And his strength has also ushered in a qualitative leap. He can't wait to have a duel with Hyuga Neji, he believes he can easily defeat him. Brush. When it was raised, Glossi moved. He was like an extremely agile cheetah, changing from quiet in an instant, swiftly like a gust of wind and lightning, suddenly jumped high, and his right leg was kicking viciously towards a tree as thick as a bowl next to it. Leg whip. Crack. With a crisp sound, the tree as thick as the mouth of the bowl was actually kicked off by Glossi from the middle, breaking into 2 pieces, and sawdust flying. Chapter 14 The Oath of Retracting the Hook. What? Suddenly, a girl's exclamation came from a distance. Who? Glossi's heart shuddered, and he shouted in a low voice. His sharp eyes looked in the direction where the sound came from, and the cold light was shining, full of bitter murderous intent. However, when he saw Tenten, who was standing more than 10 meters away with a surprised face and looking at him with an incredible gaze, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Glossi's martial arts mentality is the first priority. The process was so difficult and tragic that he almost survived death, so that he put all his energy and attention on himself, thus ignoring the surrounding movement. Probe. Only in this way did Tenten come 10 meters before him, without even realizing it. It's careless, Glossi said silently in his heart. Come here, what are you doing stupidly while standing there? Glossi put away the killing intent in his eyes, smiled at Tenten, and said hello. Oh. It wasn't until then that Tenten seemed to wake up from the incomparable shock, and nodded as if losing consciousness. However, she still stared at Glossi unblinking with big bright eyes, her eyes were full of shock, as if she had never seen Glossi before. What are you looking at? I have flowers on my face. Glossi asked. No, Tenten is a girl after all, with a thin face. When Glossi said that, he blushed immediately and looked aside in a panic. Lee, when did you become so good? After a while, Tenten calmed down and couldn't help but ask. What has become so powerful? I don't understand what you are talking about. Glossi said blankly. Although he knew that Tenten was kind-hearted and didn't mean to him, he didn't want Tenten to know too much. Otherwise, once his secret is discovered in the future, Tenten will be the first person to suffer. I saw you kick the big tree with my own eyes. Tenten pointed at the tree with the thickness of the bowl that was broken in the middle, and said. She stared at Glossi again with a pair of big eyes, his eyes full of scrutiny. Oh, you made a mistake just now, it was an illusion. Glossi said indifferently. You. Damn it. Tenten was choked by Glossi's words. He didn't wake up for a while, waving a pair of shoe punches and was about to rush towards Glossi. Wait a minute. Glossi stopped Tenten when he saw this. Through Rock Lee's memory, Glossi knew that in the past, Tenten often punched and kicked Rock Lee. Lee, I'll give you another chance. Tenten said angrily. Explain to me what happened just now. Since when did you become so powerful? Advertisement. Tenten, what you saw just now was just a blindfold. Glossi said with a bitter smile helplessly. We have been together for so long, and others don't understand my strength, don't you know? Do you think I have the ability to kick that big tree? That's what I said. Tenten thought for a while, nodded lightly, and said. Then you explain to me now, what happened just now. That's the way it is. Glossi smiled as he walked to the side of a big tree with the same thickness as a bowl, and gently rubbed it with his hand. There was a problem with the big tree just now. What's the problem? Tenten asked. The tree is broken in the middle. That's why I can kick it off with one kick, Glossi said. If you don't believe it, you can also try to kick this tree with your foot. You can also kick it off. Really? Tenten asked Glossi with a puzzled look. Of course it's true, Glossi said. You'll know if you try it. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Tenten is a very straightforward girl who does what she says. She took a posture slightly, supported her left foot, and kicked her right foot against the big tree that Glossi had stroked. Crack. In Tenten's surprised gaze, the big tree actually broke in the middle. She knows her own strength too well. How could the kick she just kicked out with such power? Is it really like Glossi said that the tree has a problem? How is it? Now you believe it? Glossi asked with a smile. How did you find out that there is a problem with the tree? Tenten hesitated and asked. This is a secret, I won't tell you. Glossi said. You try that tree again, there is no problem with it, you definitely kick it continuously. Bang. Tenten didn't say a word, just walked over and kicked it. As a result, the tree was kicked and shaken, and a few leaves fell, but the tree itself remained motionless. There is a problem with this one. Advertisement. There is a problem with this one. This one is fine. ... Glossi pointed to 7 or 8 trees one after another. Tenten walked over to experiment one by one. She was surprised to find that it was exactly the same as Glossi said. Lee, you still have this ability. Tenten looked at Glossi in surprise, and said enviously. Tenten, in fact, I just discovered my ability in the last few days. Glossi said. Please help me keep this secret. I want to give Teacher Guy a surprise when I become stronger. Okay, no problem. Tenten's mind was simple, he didn't doubt that he was there, and he agreed without hesitation. Only then did Glossi let out a long sigh of relief. Where does he have any special abilities? He just destroyed the internal structure of the tree trunk with his spiral force when he touched the tree trunk, so Tenten could kick it off. Tenten, we have agreed, absolutely can't tell others. Glossi said again. Okay, I see, Tenten said dissatisfied. If you are still worried, we too will pull the hook. If I break my oath, then I am a puppy. She said as she stretched out her white jade hand and stretched it towards Glossi. Then pull the hook, it's settled. Glossi stretched out his hand and hooked Tenten's white fingers, and said with a smile. Whoever breaks the oath is a puppy. ... After this small episode, Glossi became more careful and cautious in his practice. After another month, Glossi finally entered the second tier of martial arts mentality, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, the twice-a-year Chunin exam is here. Chapter 15 Uzumaki Naruto. The Chunin exam is jointly organized by the 5 most powerful forces in the ninja world: Konoha Village, the country of water; Kurigakure, the country of thunder; Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of soil; Rock Shinobi Village, and the country of sand. Genin's promotion to Chunin is the largest exam that all Genin can take. It is held twice a year. It is not only the only way for every Genin to advance to Chunin, but also an occasion for the 5 great nations to compete with each other, observe each other's national strength and the potential of the next generation, which is of great significance. It is said that in the final 8 finals of the Chunin exam, the supreme ruler of the country of fire, the daimyo, will be there to watch it in person. Brother Neji. Brother Neji. Tenten exclaimed excitedly at Hyuga Neji as he hopped over from a distance. Have you heard of Neji? Teacher Guy has recommended the 3 of us to take this Chunin exam. Her face was flushed and she was very excited. It could be seen that she was extremely looking forward to the Chunin exam. Well, I knew it a long time ago. Facing the excited Tenten, Hyuga Neji didn't even look up, but just responded coldly. He stared at the big tree in front of his body unblinkingly with a pair of white and crystal eyes, as if thinking about something. Brother Neji, what's wrong with you? Don't you look forward to the Chunin exam at all? Tenten said dissatisfied. Expectation. It's just a small Chunin exam, what can I look forward to? Hyuga Neji said lightly. You. Tenten shook his head helplessly, and said nothing. She and Hyuga Neji are teammates, and have often played together in the past 6 months. Naturally, I know how terrible Hyuga Neji is now. It can be said unceremoniously that Hyuga Neji already possessed Chunin strength as early as 6 months ago. It's just that during the last Chunin exam, Might Guy didn't let them sign up for Rock Lee's consideration. Lee, don't you have any interest at all? Tenten received a cold reception from Hyuga Neji, feeling a little unhappy. Her gaze saw Glossi standing aside in a daze at a tree, and she couldn't help but ask. Of course I am interested. Glossi said without looking back. Just, what's the use of this? In terms of my strength, even if I take the Chunin exam, I am afraid I will be eliminated. Lee, are you a little confident in yourself? Tenten frowned and said dissatisfied. I know your talent is not bad, but you have been working hard for the past 6 months. What's more, we are still on the same team with Neji, and we will definitely be promoted to Chunin successfully. Advertisement. During the exam, if he drags us back, I will definitely not help. Hyuga Neji's indifferent voice came from the side. Brother Neji, how can you talk like this? Tenten said. Rather than caring about this and that, you might as well spend these time practicing. Hyuga Neji said coldly. Although we are a team, when we are in the examination room, the only person we can rely on is you. You. Tenten became angry. Tenten, I think what Neji said makes sense. Glossi said with a smile. You. I don't bother to care about you. Tenten shook his head angrily and strode away. Don't hold us back during the exam. Hyuga Neji glanced at Glossi and said lightly. If there is any danger, I will not save you. Thank you for your reminder. Glossi smiled and said, however, if your life is in danger, I will save you. After all, we are a teammate. It's ridiculous. Hyuga Neji smiled arrogantly. He stopped paying attention to Glossi, and turned his gaze to the big tree in front of him again. There are palm prints on the trunk, which is a set of palms he has just learned recently, and it is extremely powerful. He believed that with this set of hands, it was enough to make him look down on everyone who took the Chunin exam this time. Since it was a special period for the Chunin exam, all the Jonin teachers were summoned to discuss some important things. Naturally, the practice of Glossi and others was left unsupervised. After Glossi combed through the martial arts techniques that he could currently practice in front of a big tree, he realized that there was no omission, and turned and left here. Standing next to him was Hyuga Neji, who was a bit annoying. Glossi wandered the streets of Konoha village, with a pair of eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, carefully remembering every corner. His future is full of too many uncertainties. If one day he is exposed, he will definitely not catch it. What he has to do now is to familiarize himself with every road in Konoha village and plan his future retreat. Advertisement. Let go of me. Let me go. Suddenly, a boy's voice with a very loud voice came from a corner not far away. Obviously, there was a child in trouble there. Smelly boy, very energetic. A low-pitched man's voice rang, very indifferent. Could it be someone from another village? Glossi frowned slightly. He could hear that the indifferent and low-pitched man's accent was somewhat different from that of Konoha village. Don't do this, you will cause trouble. A nice Oni-san voice was discouraging. Sorry, it's all because of my mess, a trembling girl said in a pleading tone. From the tone and manner of her speech, you can hear that her character must be very weak. Quickly let him go. A big boy's voice rang right after the trembling girl. The boy's voice was so loud that he could hear him even if he was far away. Such a loud voice, such a straightforward way of speaking, is it him? Glossi's heart moved, and a person's name could not help but appear in his mind. This name is very famous in Konoha village. However, few people like him. Even people are extremely disgusted with him and do not allow their children to come into contact with him. Glossi took a brisk step, stepping on Yulu Fufeng step, and walked in that direction silently. Yulu Fufeng step is a relatively low-level footwork in the martial arts world, and its speed is not fast. However, it has an excellent feature, that is, once it is displayed and walked silently, it is difficult to detect even if it is very close. He is Uzumaki Naruto. From a distance, Glossi could not help whispering when he saw a young man in a yellow shirt and short blonde hair. In his body, there is something sealed, an extremely terrifying existence. Once it bursts out, it will be enough to destroy the world. Glossi's powerful spirit caught the tiny waves emanating from the blonde boy's body for the first time. The inaudible breath of horror made the mind shake. Chapter 16 The Fierce Outer Village Ninja. At this moment, Glossi was truly shocked. He could clearly capture that the blonde boy named Uzumaki Naruto hosted a super terrifying existence in his body. Although that thing was sleeping and being sealed, the inaudible breath he inadvertently revealed was enough to make Glossi terrified. Because the aura from that thing is powerful enough to be comparable to the half-step martial emperor in the martial world. Half-step Woody, even in the martial world where the strong are like clouds, that is a big man who can dominate one side. Glossi never expected that he would encounter such a terrifying existence in this ninja world. This kind of aura is very similar to the monsters in the martial world. Could it be that a terrible monster is sealed in the body of that blonde boy? Glossi muttered silently in his heart. His spirit is extremely powerful, enough to look down upon everyone in the ninja world, but after all, he has suffered heavy damage from the tribulation, and he is no longer in his peak state. Therefore, although he can capture the breath radiating from Uzumaki Naruto's body, he cannot tell which kind of creature the breath belongs to. Uzumaki Naruto. Interesting. Glossi looked at the blonde boy intently and said to himself. The size of Uzumaki Naruto is almost the same as that of Glossi, about 1.5 meters away. His body is thin and weak, his muscles are slightly loosened, and his physical fitness and strength are far from that of Glossi. He was wearing a beige suit with golden hair, and he also looked handsome. However, the 6 beard-like things evenly distributed on both sides of his face, like a civet cat, destroy his overall beauty. At this moment, he was clenching his fists, glaring at a tall man not far in front of him who was dressed in black and carrying something wrapped in a long bandage. The man in black is tall, more than 20 centimeters taller than Uzumaki Naruto. His face is very handsome, but because he painted some red patterns, it makes him look weird and fierce. He put his left hand in the kabuto, and his right hand grabbed a little boy's shirt half lifted in the air, leisurely and contentedly. How can that little boy struggle constantly and desperately? Advertisement. On the side, a beautiful girl with a height of about 1.65 meters persuaded the fierce man. However, from the inattentive tone of her persuasion, it can be seen that she is not really persuading her, she is just acting. After all, this is the Konoha shinobi village. If things really go wrong, she can still stand up to protect her companions. Next to Uzumaki Naruto stood a little girl with long pink hair and a big forehead, as well as 2 children shivering with fright. They all looked at the fierce man with horror and pleading eyes, and kept talking softly. However, although they were scared in their hearts, they did not abandon their companions and escape. This made Glossi nodded secretly, saying that the education of Konoha Shinobi Village is indeed very good, and it can become the most powerful force in the ninja world. Not a fluke. Konohamaru, are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto shouted. Quickly let him go. He turned his gaze to the fierce man again and shouted. Are you the genin of Konoha Village? So weak. The fierce man said with a disdainful smile on his mouth. Well, since the troublesome guy hasn't come over yet, I'll play with you for a while first. You guy, damn it. Uzumaki Naruto was irritated by the fierce man's words and couldn't help but yelled, clenching his fists with both hands, and rushed towards the fierce man. This brainless guy. Glossi shook his head secretly. A discerning person can tell at a glance that the fierce man is far superior to Uzumaki Naruto and others, and saying those words is just deliberately irritating everyone. And once a few people are provoked to take action, then he can take action openly and self-defense. And in this way, even if there is an accident, they can shirk their responsibilities cleanly. I'm a little stupid in my head, but I can act recklessly for my companions. This kind of disposition is not bad, Glossi said in his heart. Glossi stared at the fierce man without blinking. He hopes to take this opportunity to observe this person's abilities up close and learn about the ninjutsu in other villages by the way. Uzumaki Naruto's speed was not slow, and he approached the fierce man in just a few steps. Just when Uzumaki Naruto raised his fist to beat the fierce man on the head, the fierce man gently stretched out his left hand and moved his fingers silently. At this time, something unbelievable happened. Following the movement of his left hand, Uzumaki Naruto, who was running fast, seemed to be attacked with his left foot. Uzumaki Naruto let out a scream and fell to the ground without warning. Advertisement. What happened just now? Uzumaki Naruto didn't get hurt, and quickly got up from the ground. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the fierce man, his face was shocked and unbelievable. And the little girl with long pink hair and the 2 children were trembling with fright. They couldn't even speak, so they could only stare at the fierce man with horror. What? Genin of wood industry is very weak. Uzumaki Naruto's horrified eyes greatly satisfied the vanity of the fierce man. He became more arrogant and spoke more unscrupulously. Let go of him, otherwise I can't spare you. Idiot. Uzumaki Naruto became even more angry. He pointed at the fierce man with his finger and yelled. You idiot, why keep adding fuel to the fire? Can you shut up your mouth? The little girl with pink medium and long hair rushed over to cover Uzumaki Naruto's mouth and whispered. Humph. Upon seeing this, the fierce man let out a cold snort of disdain. You guy is very annoying. You are so arrogant at a young age. I hate the kid the most. I really want to kill you. As soon as this statement came out, several people were shocked, even Uzumaki Naruto was no exception. Just so scared. Hey. Glossi shook his head helplessly. I'll kill this short winter melon first, and then solve the long-winded kid over there. The fierce man lifted the little boy in his hand, clenched his left hand, and hit it with all his strength. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto broke through the shock of fear at this moment and rushed towards the fierce man again. But how can his speed be faster than the fist of a fierce man? Hey, there is really no way. Glossi sighed. He didn't know when there was a small stone in his right hand. He gave it a slight pinch and was about to hit it out. Chapter 17 What is your name? Snapped. Amidst the exclamation of the crowd, a black shadow flew by quickly, hitting the fierce man's right hand heavily, and the blood burst into light. The fierce man groaned painfully, and could no longer hold the little boy, and threw it to the ground. The fierce man endured the severe pain from his hands, while looking viciously at a big tree not far away. You fellow, too presumptuous in other people's villages, right? On the big tree, a big boy with an indifferent look, handsome, almost perfect, said coldly. There is still a stone in his hand, and it keeps tossing upwards. This guy is amazing. I don't know how many times stronger than Uzumaki Naruto. Glossi threw the stone in his hand on the ground and said to himself. Just now, he was ready to save people. What he didn't expect was that the handsome, nearly perfect boy lurked silently on the big tree and took the first step. Glossi smiled, not paying attention. In fact, he didn't want to expose his strength prematurely. It was the best for someone to stand for him. Sasuke. The little girl with long pink hair saw the handsome boy sitting on the big tree and couldn't help screaming loudly. Her eyes are full of little stars, and she admires them very much. The 2 children who were so scared to cry, and Konohamaru who fell to the ground, admired the big boy on the tree to the extreme. Even the fellow of the fierce man, the girl with a very good figure, had a gleam in his eyes and admired it. Here is another eye-catching kid. The fierce man said with a deep voice while stroking his injured right hand with a solemn expression. Hurry up. Sasuke squeezed the stone in his hand firmly, and the stone turned into powder and floated down from the tree. So handsome. So cool. So handsome. Several girls with long pink hair screamed loudly. Even Glossi had to admit that at this time the young man named Sasuke was too aura, and coupled with the handsomeness of the leader, it is no wonder that several people can be fascinated. Brother Naruto, you are so bad. Konohamaru looked at the extremely handsome Sasuke blankly, then suddenly turned around and pointed at Uzumaki Naruto with his finger. Stupid. Stupid. I can get rid of that kind of guy in one fell swoop. Uzumaki Naruto was extremely embarrassed, but said boldly. Huh. Konohamaru turned his head aside. Advertisement. You come down to me, kid. The fierce man shouted at the tree with sharp eyes. Sasuke didn't speak, but looked at the fierce man with indifferent eyes. I hate you, this kind of little devil who can only make good use of his tongue. As the fierce man spoke, his right hand grabbed the long thing behind his back and pulled it hard, and the bandage wrapped around it immediately loosened. What looks like a person's hair is exposed, which makes people feel chilling. Do you want to use a crow? The girl who went with her said in surprise. The fierce man didn't speak, his eyes shot two sharp eyes, staring at Sasuke on the tree without blinking, ready to do it at any time. Kankuro, stop. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice that was extremely cold and almost extinguished human emotion rang out abruptly. Who? Everyone was taken aback, even Sasuke was the same. Because the sound came from behind the trunk of the big tree where he was, and he didn't even know when there was an extra person on the tree. This person can hide behind him silently. If he is on the battlefield, isn't he already a dead body now? Following the sound, everyone turned their eyes to the back of the tree trunk where Sasuke was. I saw that a teenage boy was quietly hanging upside down on a tree, looking at everyone present with a pair of cold and endless eyes. His gaze is really terrifying, like 10,000 years Schwanbing, wherever he goes, no one dares to look at him, even the fierce man. He has fiery red hair and a big, love, on his forehead. His eyes are cold, but his eyes are dark, and it looks like he is seriously lacking sleep. He carried a big gourd behind him, which was particularly eye-catching. What a terrible guy, the strength is better than Hyuga Neji. Glossi carefully observed the boy who appeared suddenly, and Shunin couldn't help feeling awe-inspiring. Of course, Glossi was not shocked by his strength, but by the smell of blood emanating from him. The smell is so strong that he can smell it so far away. There is a problem with the big gourd behind him. The strong bloody smell comes from that gourd. Glossi focused his gaze on the gourd. Don't be embarrassed here, it will only lose the face of our village. The boy ignored everyone, but said to the fierce man in an extremely cold tone. What do you think we are doing all the way to Konoha village? Quote. The tone of his speech was not at all polite, as if an elder was reprimanding a younger generation, and he didn't show any face. However, what surprised everyone was that the fierce man was so reprimanded without any anger or impatience. Instead, there was a hint of panic and anxiety on his face. Listen to my explanation, Gaara, they were the first to find the fault. Shut up, Gaara said sternly, otherwise, I will kill you. Advertisement. No, I know, I'm wrong. The fierce man seemed to be frightened by Gaara, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sorry, I'm really sorry. The girl who was with her also pleaded. Sorry, everyone. Gaara looked at Sasuke with cold eyes and said indifferently. The look in this guy's eyes is really uncomfortable. Sasuke looked solemn, and he could feel that this was definitely a super terrifying opponent. He can hit Kankuro's hand with a stone so easily, not easy. Gaara said silently in her heart. Let's go, we're not here to play. Gaara turned into a wisp of yellow sand, came down from the tree, and said coldly. What's your name? Sasuke asked, taking 2 steps forward. Gaara. Gaara of the sand waterfall. Gaara stopped, turned around, and said coldly. I am also very interested in you. What is your name? Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke said. Uchiha. Sasuke. I remembered it. Gaara nodded. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to another direction and said in a low voice. Where are you? I want to know your name too. Are you asking me? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and then exclaimed in excitement. My name is. It's not you. Gaara interrupted Uzumaki Naruto coldly. Come out, I found you a long time ago. He looked at where Glossi was. It's really rare that you can find my existence. Glossi walked out from the corner slowly, looking at Gaara with amazement. How did you do it? What's your name? Gaara asked again without answering. Rock Lee. Glossi frowned and said faintly. Chapter 18 Auto-generated chapter title. The 18th chapter shot for the first time. Lee. Lock. I took the name down. Gaara repeated slowly. His black pupils shot out 2 cold rays of light without any emotional color, and he fixedly looked at Glossi. You are very strong, and you were destined to become Chunin, and you will shine in this Chunin exam. But, unfortunately, if you meet me, you will definitely be defeated, and even, death. When the word, death, was uttered, a brutal murderous aura burst out from Gaara's body and swept towards Glossi overwhelmingly. Gaara. No. The beautiful girl was shocked and hurriedly discouraged. Gaara. Don't. The fierce man named Kankuro also changed his face and stopped loudly. However, how can the speed of their discouragement compare to the speed of the momentum bursting out? That tragic, like the murderous aura that once killed thousands of creatures in blood, has surging and unstoppably rushed in front of Glossi. What a terrible murderous aura. This guy is only about 10 years old, even if he received the most tragic training since he was a child, it is impossible to accumulate such a murderous aura. Glossi frowned. No, this murderous aura does not belong to him, but comes from another thing. Glossi's eyes were full of brilliance, and at this moment, he felt the aura fluctuations from Gaara very similar to Uzumaki Naruto. Inside Gaara, there is also an ancient and terrifying existence, hosting. Boom. Suddenly, an aura of anger swallowing the mountains and rivers and arrogant to the world erupted from Glossi. Stimulated by the terrible murderous aura in Gaara's body, the warrior spirit hidden in the previous life of Glossi was activated. At this moment, Glossi suddenly felt the blood surging, and his heart was full of pride. He had an impulse to look up to the sky and howl, and in a daze, he once again became the martial idiot who was not afraid of the sky and the earth in the previous life of the martial arts world. What? Gaara let out a scream, staggered back. His face was as pale as paper, and he stared at Glossi with incredible eyes, with a trace of panic in the shock. The murderous aura he exuded just now, the warrior's fighting aura released by Glossi forced him back, causing him to suffer some backlash, and even a trace of bloodline oozes from the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. Gaara, what's the matter with you? The beautiful girl was shocked, and quickly reached out to support Gaara. Otherwise, Gaara must fall to the ground. I'm okay. Let me go, Temari. Gaara shouted sharply with a sharp flash in his eyes. But, Temari felt the murderous intent emanating from Gaara, and couldn't help shivering in Lingling. However, she recalled the task the village had entrusted to her, and she had to insist on her scalp and refused to let go of Gaara. Let go, Gaara said sternly. I don't want to kill you, don't force me to shoot you. Gaara. At this time, Konkuro also saw something wrong, and hurriedly stepped forward, preparing to stop this fickle and cruel little guy with Temari. Gaara. At this moment, Glossi, who had been standing by and watching coldly, said. There must be a battle between you and me. But not now. But I want to kill you now. Gaara growled. I advise you to give up this plan. Glossi smiled and said, you kill me now, it's a bad name, and it won't do any good besides causing a confrontation between the two villages. Well, when Chunin takes the exam, we will fight again. How? Good. Gaara gritted her teeth. In that case, I will allow you to live a few more days. Let's go. Gaara left without looking back. Temari and Konkuro glanced at Glossi with horrified eyes, and then ran after them without saying a word. In an instant, the three people of San Shinobi village walked without a trace. Only Glossi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, a girl with long pink hair and 3 children were left here. Here, fell into quiet for a while. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Glossi unblinkingly with a pair of indifferent eyes, as if he wanted to see Glossi from the outside to the inside. And Uzumaki Naruto's eyes looking at Glossi were full of curiosity and a hint of dissatisfaction. Gaara didn't ask his name just now, but instead asked Glossi's name, which made him feel very upset. As for the girl with long pink hair and the 3 children, they have been completely conquered by Uchiha Sasuke's previous performance. They all looked at Uchiha Sasuke with admiring eyes, just like a little girl who saw her idol, unable to hold on to herself. Uchiha Sasuke. Glossi fixed his gaze on Uchiha Sasuke and said word by word. Advertisement. Lee, Luo, K. Uchiha Sasuke also spoke slowly. Is your Sharingan turned on? Glossi asked with interest. The famous Sharingan, I have been famous for a long time, I don't know when I can see it with my own eyes. You will see it, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. I will show you the power of the real Sharingan. I hope so, don't let me down. Glossi smiled faintly. Oh, by the way, I would like to warn you that when you meet the guy carrying the gourd in the future, you can hide as far as you can. Otherwise, you will be killed. Do you dare to underestimate me? Uzumaki Naruto's violent temper came up again, and the first one shouted loudly. I didn't mean to look down on you. I just told the truth. Glossi shrugged and said, don't pass this, see you in Chunin's exam. After speaking, Glossi turned and walked in the other direction. Damn it. As soon as Glossi turned around, Uzumaki Naruto let out a loud roar, with a fierce force under his feet, and the whole person turned into an off-string arrow, fiercely rushing towards Glossi's back. When he was still half a meter away from Glossi, the whole person leapt high and kicked his right leg towards the back of Glossi's head fiercely. Naruto, stop, the girl with long pink hair exclaimed. This idiot, Uchiha Sasuke said disdainfully. However, there was a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, and he looked at Glossi unblinkingly. Obviously, he wanted to use Uzumaki Naruto's surprise attack to assess Glossi's strength. You be asterisk 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 d dare to underestimate me, go to hell. Uzumaki Naruto saw that Glossi was unprepared and couldn't help laughing proudly. However, at this moment, Glossi turned around, her cold eyes radiating coldly. He moved his feet slightly to the right 2 steps, and unexpectedly escaped Uzumaki Naruto's kick. At the same time, he stretched his right hand forward and swiped on Uzumaki Naruto's left leg. Uzumaki Naruto immediately became a rolling top, spinning on the ground. Chapter 19 You are too weak. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke's heart, Chunin couldn't help taking a breath, shocked. Although he had long expected Glossi's strength to be extremely strong, otherwise, he would not be valued so much by Gaara. However, What he never expected was that Glossi's strength was so powerful, far beyond his imagination. You know, although his strength is much stronger than Uzumaki Naruto, it is impossible to defeat Uzumaki Naruto in one move. What's more, Uzumaki Naruto just took advantage of the sneak attack. In this case, Uzumaki Naruto was defeated by Glossi's understatement, which is incredible. I'm afraid, even the so-called elite Chunin can't defeat Uzumaki Naruto with such ease, right? How is this possible? How could he be so strong? The girl with pink medium and long hair widened her eyes and looked at Glossi with an incredible look, her face full of shock. She is in the same team as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and naturally knows how strong Uzumaki Naruto is. Although Uzumaki Naruto is not as good as Uchiha Sasuke, he practiced very hard on weekdays and made rapid progress. Even if Uchiha Sasuke wanted to defeat him, he would have to work hard. However, Uzumaki Naruto was easily defeated by someone who took advantage of the sneak attack. This simply subverted her perception. Could it be that the inconspicuous and even somewhat ugly guy in front of me is still stronger than her male god Uchiha Sasuke? How can this be? The other three children, especially Konohamaru, were even more stunned. Because he usually admires Uzumaki Naruto very much. Wheeler. I didn't know that after dozens of turns, Uzumaki Naruto finally stopped spinning. I have to say that his physical strength and energy are really good. Even after dozens of turns, he is still energetic. He immediately got up from the ground, roared, and rushed towards Glossi again. Give up. You are too weak. Glossi flashed away, dodged, and said lightly. Uzumaki Naruto flushed, clenched his fists, and stared at Glossi, his face full of anger. Although he is a bit stupid, he is not a fool. After a short fight, he already knows that Glossi is far stronger than him, and even better than Uchiha Sasuke. He is not an opponent at all. Rushing up again will only be humiliated. Don't be discouraged, you have a lot of potential. Glossi smiled at Uzumaki Naruto and said, I am waiting for you to become stronger, waiting for you to challenge me again. Advertisement. For Uzumaki Naruto, Glossi did not appreciate it very much. However, Uzumaki Naruto obviously sealed a terrible thing in his body, and it is likely to involve a super secret in Konoha village. For future consideration, it is not impossible to make friends with it. One day, I will defeat you. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with two firm rays of light in his eyes. Although the strength is very weak, the spiritual will is very strong, and it has a little in common with the martial arts technique I created. Glossi said silently in his heart. Try your best to practice, I'm waiting for you. Rock Lee, you also want to take the Chunin exam? Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke asked. That's natural. Glossi smiled and said, I missed the last Chunin exam, how can I miss it again this time? Last time I missed it. Do you mean that you already had the qualifications and ability to take the Chunin exam 6 months ago? Uchiha Sasuke's face changed again. This is not, there is another reason. Glossi said lightly. In fact, you don't need to feel inferior. After all, I am a graduate of the previous year, 1 term higher than you. I have never felt inferior. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. How about the last graduate? In front of my Uchiha clan Sharingan, everything will be thoroughly seen through. Hehe. Glossi said with a smile. I hope that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is really that strong. This will not be a waste of my expectations. The Uchiha clan, Sharingan, our fame is all made on the battlefield. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. A powerful war intent burst from Uchiha Sasuke. Then see you on the battlefield of the Chunin exam. Glossi smiled and said, by the way, what's your name, that little girl next to you? My name is Haruno Sakura. The girl with long pink hair was taken aback and replied. You're too weak, it's just outrageous to be weak, Glossi said. If you don't want to support the two of them, you'd better practice desperately from now on. Otherwise, if you really get on the battlefield, you will kill both of them. Haruno Sakura flushed immediately and could not speak. I will protect Sakura. You don't need to be nosy. Uzumaki Naruto glared at Glossi. Advertisement. You will protect her. Then who will protect you? Glossi said with a faint smile. After speaking, Glossi stopped paying attention to the glaring Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, and went straight away. Sasuke, where are you going? Suddenly, Haruno Sakura said loudly. I'm going to practice. Uchiha Sasuke paused and whispered. I found that my strength is far from enough. I want to become stronger. I want to practice too. I must beat that damn it Rock Lee. Uzumaki Naruto yelled. I have to work harder. Looking at the figure of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto going away, Haruno Sakura clenched his fists hard and said to himself. There was something called strong in her eyes. Lee, where have you been? Teacher Guy has been looking for you. Back at the place of practice, Tenten said in a dissatisfied tone. And Hyuga Neji was still in a daze at the tree in front of him, not caring about Glossi's arrival at all. What does Mr. Guy want me to do? Glossi was stunned and asked. Lee. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Glossi. This is the sweeping technique that only Jonin can perform. Glossi's heart stunned. In the past, Might Guy had never used it in front of him. Ms. Guy. Glossi turned around and said loudly. Come with me, Might Guy said in a deep voice. The Chunin exam is about to begin. Neji and Tenten are almost ready, only you are still one thing worse. Is there something missing? Glossi wondered. Lilianhua, Might Guy said. Chapter 21st revealed. Lianhua. Mr. Guy is talking about Lianhua in the second style of 8 Inner Gates. Glossi exclaimed with an excited expression on his face. Yes, that's right, Might Guy said with a smile, not evading Hyuga Neji and Tenten in the slightest. What? Lilianhua, 8 Inner Gates. At this time, Hyuga Neji, who had been in a daze at the big tree in front of him, turned his head, looked at Might Guy and Glossi in surprise, and said in disbelief. 8 Inner Gates, as the only band physique in Konoha Shinobi Village, can be said to have a great reputation. And the Hyuga clan, who are famous in physical skills, know it very well. At that time, a strong man from the Hyuga clan was extremely interested in the 8 Inner Gates, and asked for the cultivation method from Hokage. It's a pity that the 8 Inner Gates technique took the path of rigidity to yang, which was completely different from the feminine way of the Hyuga clan, and even collided with each other. The strong man of the Hyuga clan not only didn't make any more breakthroughs, but suffered a severe physical injury, almost half-waist. Since then, 8 Inner Gates has become a taboo word for the Hyuga clan. As the most outstanding descendant of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Neji is naturally very familiar with the 8 Inner Gates. Now, he actually heard that Might Guy was going to teach Glossi's moves in 8 Inner Gates. How could he not be surprised? The title of 8 Inner Gates is really too big. According to legend, the moment it is displayed, it can increase the performer's own strength several times. If Glossi learns it, doesn't it mean that the crane's tail, which he can easily knock down within 10 strokes, will become a strong man who can rival him in one jump? Hyuga Neji looked at Glossi with complicated eyes, which was unacceptable for a while. Lianhua 8 Inner Gates, what are you talking about? Tenten was baffled by the weird atmosphere between the three. She walked over and asked inexplicably. She is a girl who specializes in hidden weapons, but she has never heard of 8 Inner Gates. 8 Inner Gates is a very powerful physical skill, and Lilianhua is one of the moves in 8 Inner Gates. Might Guy explained. Tenten, your current hidden weapon technique is already very powerful. Neji's gentle fist and Byakugan are getting better and better, and it is almost impossible to meet an opponent in Genin. Only Lee among the three of you has no tactics to defeat the enemy, so I prepare to hand it to him before Chunin's exam. A very powerful physical skill. How powerful is it? Tenten stared at Might Guy and asked. Is it better than Neji's gentle fist? 8 Inner Gates is the most powerful tactic, and Neji's gentle fist is the most feminine to soft. Both have their own strengths. No one knows which one is strong or weak. Might Guy, after taking a deep look at Hyuga Neji, he said in a deep voice. If Neji and Lee meet in the Chunin exam, we can compare the two most intuitively. Advertisement. 8 Inner Gates is so powerful, it can be compared with Neji's gentle fist. Tenten said in disbelief after eating. Mr. Guy, you are too partial, why only give it to Lee? I want to learn too. You can't learn, Might Guy said. Why? Tenten pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. 8 Inner Gates is the purest physique faculty. It requires extremely strong physical quality as the foundation. Might Guy said lightly. I ask you to do those overloaded physical exercises every day, have you done it seriously? Tenten opened his mouth, speechless. You didn't, Might Guy said. It's not just you, even Neji has never done it. However, I have never scolded you. Everyone has a different path. Neji has inherited the blood of the Hyuga family. The way of gentle fist is feminine, and you are the Grandmaster for hidden weapons. Lee, he doesn't have any talents. He can't practice ninjutsu or illusion, but can only learn physical skills. Therefore, I pass the 8 Inner Gates technique to him. Might Guy said. Don't blame me for being partial. Even if I give you 8 Inner Gates, you will not be able to learn. I see, Mr. Guy. Tenten lowered his head in shame, blushing. At this moment, she recalled that in the past 6 months, when she and Hyuga Neji were resting, Lee was sweating and practicing desperately. She had laughed at Lee once. Thinking about it now, she just wants to scold herself for being a fool. Neji, you members of the Hyuga clan can't practice 8 Inner Gates, you should understand. Might Guy said to Hyuga Neji. Well, I know. Hyuga Neji nodded and said. Although 8 Inner Gates is very famous, I don't think it will be better than our Hyuga gentle fist. I will let you change this kind of thinking. Glossi waved his fist at Hyuga Neji and said. Advertisement. I'm waiting for you, Hyuga Neji said lightly. I just realized another magical skill of gentle fist, and I am worried that there is no one worthy of shooting. If you can learn 8 Inner Gates, I am looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to your Hyuga Byakugan, Glossi said. Lee, come with me, the time left is running out. Might Guy glanced at Glossi and walked away first. Glossi quickly followed. For physical skills and martial arts, the entire ninja world is probably only 8 Inner Gates, worthy of Glossi's learning. Lee, I did not misunderstand you, you are a genius with no one in a million. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly after dozens of minutes. He didn't expect that Glossi would completely master Lee Lianhua after he demonstrated it 3 times. What's more, what surprised Might Guy was that Glossi was able to freely open the first door of 8 Inner Gates, open door, and the second gate, closed door, without causing any damage to his body. Such an amazing talent for physical skills made Might Guy couldn't believe his eyes. You know, even for himself, it took no less than a year to complete the master's first gate and second gate. In fact, Glossi had deliberately hidden his strength. Today, if he explodes with all his strength, it will be enough to open the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate, Jingmun, in an instant. After all, what Glossi did was not the physique system of the ninja world, but the martial arts created by himself in his previous life. This kind of martial arts, even if you look at the powerful martial arts world, is the top-level technique, let alone in the ninja world where physical skills are completely suppressed by ninjutsu and illusion. He has now cultivated his own martial arts mentality to the peak of the 2nd level, and may enter the 3rd level at any time. His physique is far stronger than Chunin, and even in Jonin, it is second only to Might Guy. Chapter 21 Konoha 8 Colors. Mr. Guy, am I really a genius? Glossi said with an awkward smile while scratching the back of his head. He was very disgusting with his behavior in his heart. Obviously he is a 1,000-year-old monster, but he has to act like an innocent young man in front of Might Guy. More than a genius. It's a genius among geniuses, super genius. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly. Did you know? 8 inner gates is the only forbidden technique in Konoha village. The practice is so difficult to imagine. Since my father created it, only I and Kakashi have learned it. And you learned it effortlessly, how could you not be a genius? I'm a genius, I'm a genius, I'm a genius. Ah ha ha, Glossi smirked. Mr. Guy, who is Kakashi? He asked tentatively. Just now, Might Guy mentioned that in the entire Konoha village, only he and Kakashi learned the 8 inner gates. Needless to say, they also know that this is a very good person. Kakashi, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy said in a deep voice. He is my biggest opponent in my life and my best friend. Hatake, Kakashi. Glossi was taken aback. At this moment, the memory that originally belonged to Rock Lee emerged from the bottom of my heart. Many years ago, when 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was still at its peak, Konoha village's strength reached the highest level ever. 8 outstanding ninjas appeared. They were hailed as Konoha 8 Colors. They are Red Sunset, father of Sunset Red, Orange Water, grandson of 2nd Hokage, Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, Green Seedling Sarutobi Shinosuke, Blue Beast Might Guy, Purple Knight Mitarashi Enko's uncle, Dark Knight Dancer, Moonlight Hayate's father, Konoha's White Fangya Hatake Sakumo. Each of these 8 people is a brilliant genius, especially the Blue Beast Might Guy, the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, and Konoha's White Fangfang Hatake Sakumo. The reputation shocked the entire ninja world and was frightening. The Blue Beast Might Guy, a 10,000 years genin, had no reputation, but in the 3rd Ninja War, he killed 5 of the famous, missed Shinobi 7, and shocked the world. Was directly included in one of the 8 colors. Advertisement. Yellow flashing Namikaze Minato, the youngest of the 8 people, is stunning in the world, radiant and radiant, almost covering everyone except Konoha's White Fang. His instantaneous technique has reached a state of supernatural transformation, like a ghost, the enemy can't even catch his figure, only a yellow light is seen. On the other hand, Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, is the first of the legendary Konoha 8 colors. He is a super genius at the lunatic level. Comparable. On the battlefield, Hatake is an absolutely ruthless killer, as long as it is an enemy, regardless of gender, young or old. Therefore, Konoha's White Fang's wicked name spread throughout the entire ninja world. Ninjas in many villages can directly give up the mission when they encounter Konoha's White Fang, and they will not be punished. However, everything has a process of prosperity and decline. Hatake Sakumo, who is extremely powerful and respected by everyone in the village, was forced to make a dilemma as the team leader when performing a secret mission whether to perform the mission or save his companions. According to the regulations of the village, it is absolutely strictly forbidden to give up the mission. However, Hatake Sakumo chose to save his companion and terminated the mission. Later, Konoha village suffered a huge loss because he missed the plane. For this reason, Hatake Sakumo was severely punished by the senior officials in the village, and even his companions were alienated. In the end, the person who came out by him also criticized him and slandered him. As a result, Hatake Sakumo, who was extremely powerful and frightened all enemies on the battlefield, was forced to commit suicide by his village and his companions. A generation of strange people ended sadly. And he left a son named Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi is in a very bad situation and is often bullied and insulted by others. Later, the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato missed the old love and accepted Hatake Kakashi as a disciple, which changed the fate of Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi is amazingly talented. He has grown rapidly under the guidance of Namikaze Minato, and is now one of the most powerful jonin in the village, on par with Might Guy. Yes, it is Hatake Kakashi. Might Guy nodded and said. However, the requirements of 8 inner gates for practitioners are too harsh. Even a genius such as Kakashi, he can only drive to the 3rd gate at most. Ms. Guy, do you know who the Kakashi students are? Will they take the Chunin exam this time? Glossi asked suddenly. I know. They are Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Might Guy said. Kakashi has signed up for the Chunin exam for them. Is it them? Glossi was taken aback. Advertisement. Have you met them? Might Guy asked differently. Well, I just saw it today. Glossi nodded and said, Mr. Guy, can the 3 of them really take the Chunin exam? They are utterly weak. Lee, don't underestimate others. Might Guy frowned and said. Maybe you don't know yet. Uchiha Sasuke is a descendant of the Uchiha clan once known as the strongest in the ninja world. And that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of Lord 4th Hokage. What? Uzumaki Naruto is 4th Hokage's son? Glossi was taken aback and asked in disbelief. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, is the most outstanding character among the Konoha 8 colors, ninjas except Konoha's White Fang. His reputation shakes the world. Glossi would never have thought that Namikaze Minato's son would be a waste. Do you think he would be eligible to be assigned to Kakashi's class if he didn't have this status? Might Guy said. However, Uzumaki Naruto is not useless. The reason why he practiced so slowly is because he is sealed inside. Speaking of this, Might Guy's recruitment stopped all of a sudden. Is there something sealed in his body? Glossi asked. His eyes widened. You don't know it for the time being. Might Guy thought for a while and said. Teacher Lee, I ask you to do me a favor. If they encounter any trouble during the Chunin exam, you might as well take it and save it. The identities of those 3 people are all extraordinary. If the relationship is good. Might Guy shook his head and didn't go on. Remember my words and help if necessary. I remember, Mr. Guy, Glossi said loudly. Chapter 22 Konoha who was strong and dry. In his last life, Glossi lived more than 1,000 years old. Although his strength was unmatched, he had almost no rivals in the vertical and horizontal martial arts, but he had always been alone. He didn't have friends with fate, and he didn't join any big forces, which directly led to no one to protect him when he was going through the tribulation. Moreover, even more deadly, 7 of the 9 martial arts gods chose to attack him and get into trouble. In this life, although Gullo still believed that personal strength was the most important thing, he also realized the importance of relationships and connections. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, Tenten, etc. are still young, even if they have a somewhat eccentric personality, but if Glossi manages them carefully, it is easy to get their approval. After all, their minds are still very simple. After Might Guy told the 3 of Glossi about some things that need to be paid attention to in the Chunin exam, he let the blinking technique leave directly. Neji, Lee, let's report in quickly. Tenten said cheerfully. It can be seen that she is extremely looking forward to this Chunin exam and is full of confidence. Yeah, Hyuga Neji nodded indifferently and left immediately. Glossi did not speak, but followed silently. Neji, Lee, do we need to hide our strength temporarily? Tenten said as he walked. I heard people say that many newcomers appeared in the Chunin exam this time, almost all of them were students carefully trained by Jonin in various villages. Among these people, I am afraid that there will be some powerful guys. Among Konoha village's graduates, Uchiha Sasuke, who graduated with the 1st grade, also took the Chunin exam this time. Glossi said casually. I heard that he is a student of Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke. When he heard the name, Hyuga Neji's indifferent expression couldn't help his pupils shrinking slightly. Hyuga is the number 1 gate in Konoha village. The family biography of Byakugan and Gentle Fist shakes the world, and it is well known in the ninja world. Uchiha, on the other hand, is known as the strongest in the ninja world, and both fame and strength overwhelm Hyuga. This makes Hyuga's people unconvinced. Although the Uchiha massacre occurred a long time ago, all the Uchiha clan except Uchiha Sasuke was killed, almost annihilated. However, the Hyuga clan still has grievances against the Uchiha clan. Today, Hyuga Neji, as the most outstanding child of the Hyuga family, hears that the only survivor of Uchiha graduated first and worshipped the famous Hitaki Kakashi. How can he not be touched? Advertisement. As Uchiha very good? Glossi asked deliberately, pretending to not know. Uchiha used to be very good, Tenten said. In the past, Uchiha and Senju were also known as the strongest in the ninja world. But, it's a pity. Hey. Uchiha and Senju, are they called the strongest in ninja? Glossi said in surprise. Are these 2 groups really that powerful? Are they stronger than the Hyuga clan? This. Tenten glared at Glossi, not knowing what to say for a while. Since the Uchiha and Senju clan are called the strongest in the ninja world, they are naturally stronger than the Hyuga clan, and much stronger. However, Hyuga Neji is on the sidelines, and Tenten admires him most. How can this make her speak out? The Uchiha and Senju clan are stronger than our Hyuga clan. Hyuga Neji's cold eyes swept across Glossi's face and said without a trace of emotion. He knew that Glossi was deliberately stimulating him, but he was still affected a bit. That's not right. Gu Luo suit maker didn't see Hyuga Neji's eyes, and continued. The Uchiha clan was killed in the massacre, and now only Uchiha Sasuke is a survivor. But what about the Senju clan? Why have I never met their clan members? Most of the Senju tribesmen died in the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War, and sacrificed heroically for the country and the village. Tenten said. However, the Senju clan has not completely disappeared, and some people still exist. However, their whereabouts are mysterious, and no one knows where they are now. Tsunade-sama's name, should you have heard of it? Tenten asked. There was a pious, faith-like look on her face, and it was obvious that she worshipped this person to the extreme. Master Tsunade. Glossi was stunned. He hasn't really heard of the name. You don't even know Master Tsunade. Tenten looked at Glossi with an angry look. Then you should have heard of the name. Sanin, right? Of course I have heard of Sanin, Glossi said loudly. Sanin, this name is too big, it can be said that no one knows, no one knows. It is said that all three of them are students of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are all powerful and unpredictable. They became famous in the Second Ninja World War, many years earlier than the famous Konoha 8 Colors. Advertisement. At that time, the three of them fought together Hanzo of the Salamander, the most recognized strongest man in the ninja world, and they persisted until Konoha village won the victory. The half-god Hanzo of the Salamander recognized their strength and bestowed them the name Konoha Sanin, which has since moved the world. Tsunade-sama is the only female ninja in Sanin. Tenten said in a pilgrimage-like manner and voice. Master Tsunade, whose full name is Senju Tsunade, is the granddaughter of the founder of our village, first Hokage, and a descendant of the Senju clan. The Senju clan is so powerful. Glossi said in surprise. Tenten, do you know where Tsunade-sama is now? How could I know the whereabouts of Master Tsunade? Tenten said regretfully. If I knew, I would have rushed to ask Master Tsunade to accept me as a disciple. Unfortunately, Master Tsunade has been out of the village for many years, and no one knows where she went. In fact, not only Tsunade-sama, but the other two people in Zanen, have disappeared for many years. At this moment, Hyuga Neji suddenly said. Is it this way? Glossi whispered to himself. From the news revealed by Tenten and Hyuga Neji, Glossi quickly reached a conclusion in his mind. The current Konoha village is strong in the outside world and in the middle. The crisis is perilous, and the situation is extremely critical. Sanin has already left the village for many years. Konoha 8 Colors. White Fang was forced to commit suicide by the villagers. Yellow Flash, 4th Hokage, died in a battle to protect the village. Might Die desperately killed 5 of the Mist Shinobi 7 at the expense of his life. It can be said unceremoniously that today's Konoha village powerhouses are all withered, and only one Jonin such as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Might Guy, Kakashi and others are struggling to support them. If there is any danger or challenge at this time, I am afraid it will collapse in an instant. Chapter 23. No, I can't bear it anymore. Here, Tenten said suddenly as Glossi was thinking. Hey, why are there so many people here? Why don't you go in? Glossi raised his eyes and looked forward, and saw that the corridor was densely packed with people. Someone in front seemed to be blocking the way, and the girl's exclamation was heard from time to time. Boom. Suddenly, a dull voice sounded in front of him. Glossi's eyes flashed, and he knew it was from a fist hitting the man's jaw. Someone is working there. Huh, do you want to take the Chunin exam at this level? An extremely arrogant and contemptuous voice rang, full of disdain. I don't think you guys should take the exam anymore. Hurry up and go back to take the milk. A bunch of stinky little ghosts, said another equally unpleasant voice. Glossi, Hyuga Neji and Tenten walked behind the crowd and looked inside through the gaps in the crowd. There were 2 bad boys Chunin in the corridor standing in the way, arrogantly looking down at those who participated in Chunin. The students who took the exam were full of disdain and arrogance. In the hallway, a young man with a shabby appearance and extremely thick hair was lying on the ground. There was a bruise on his face, and he knew it was injured by 2 Chunin just now. Please let us pass. A female ninja ran over and helped the young man up, and looked at the 2 Chunin with pleading eyes, and said. She looked so pitiful, and Glossi couldn't help but, dum, jumped up wildly when she was looking at it. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so hard? Glossi felt a little bit ridiculous, and said to himself. Bang. What makes people unbelievable is that the 2 Chunin's actions were ruthless, and they were able to deal with such a pitiful girl. I don't know why, when seeing the girl being beaten, Glossi couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. He clasped his hands tightly, and almost rushed up without holding back. What is going on? Is this love? Glossi muttered to himself in disbelief. In the previous life, although Glossi lived more than 1,000 years old, and his strength was tyrannical, many beautiful women in the martial arts worshipped him. But he was fascinated by martial arts, never married, and did not understand the relationship between men and women. Now, he has been repeatedly tempted by such a young man who met for the first time, which really makes him a little bit at a loss. Advertisement. It's too much. Someone whispered to himself. What are you talking about? Chunin, with 2 weird weapons slanted behind him, looked in that direction and said coldly. Listen to me, this is our kindness. The Chunin exam is very difficult. Someone once gave up being a ninja completely because of taking the exam. And, he paused, and said in a very gloomy tone. And some people are disabled because of it, and even die because of it. In addition, once you become Chunin, you are the leader of the squad. The failure of the mission and the death of the subordinates are all the responsibility of the team leader. Can you little ghosts be reliable? Another person said in a disdainful tone. It's okay to drive away people who can't become Chunin from here, if you want to come, he continued. For an instant, there was silence in the corridor. Glossi looked at the 2 Chunin intently, and suddenly realized it after a moment. He realized that this is also a part of the Chunin exam. It is no coincidence that these 2 Chunins appeared here to block everyone, but a test deliberately set by the teacher in charge of the assessment to test the aptitude of this group of students. 301. Suddenly, Glossi's gaze fell on the number plates behind the 2 Chunin, frowning involuntarily. Such a simple method of blindfolding, is this also an assessment? He said disdainfully. You are right, but I still want to go in. Suddenly, a cold and proud voice rang out in the silence. Glossi followed the voice, but saw Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura approaching. The speaker is Uchiha Sasuke. Excuse me, please quickly dispel this illusion barrier. I have to go to the third floor if I have something to do. Uchiha Sasuke said. Illusory enchantment. What is that guy talking about? As soon as the words came out, the people around immediately started making a noise, and some people said in a puzzled way. I don't know. The person next to him also looked confused. A smile appeared on the two Chunins' faces. Their eyes were sharp, and they quickly remembered the confused candidates. What awaits those people is to lose the qualification to take the exam directly. Advertisement. Have you noticed? Not bad, a Chunin said lightly. It's just a small illusion barrier, we've already seen it. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. This is the second floor, not the so-called third floor. While Uchiha Sasuke was speaking, everyone felt that there was a flower in front of them, but the number of 301 had become 201. Okay. So handsome. The pitiful female ninja looked at Uchiha Sasuke with an admiring look, and said to herself. What's so handsome about this? It's just a stunned boy. It's no good to show off his strength in the public, except for being watched by everyone. For some reason, Glossi was angry for no reason. Uchiha Sasuke was very dissatisfied. Among them, there is a trace of jealousy. Quite a bit of trouble, said a Chunin, curling his lips. I just don't know what your ability is under your hand. Raised, he jumped forward, flew up and kicked Uchiha Sasuke with his right foot. Uchiha Sasuke responded quickly and made the same counterattack immediately. He also kicked hard with his right foot and greeted the Chunin without showing any weakness. It's so cool. Seeing this scene, the pitiful girl couldn't help but said with gleam in her eyes. No, I can't bear it anymore. Seeing the girl's appearance, Glossi's heart burned blazingly, his whole person turned into a black light, and he appeared in Uchiha Sasuke and that in an instant. Between Chunin. He blocked Chunin's kick with his left hand, and Uchiha Sasuke's kick with his right. But his body didn't move at all, he didn't seem to be affected in any way. It seemed that what he caught was not the flying kick of a Chunin or an outstanding descendant of Uchiha, but just the legs of two weak children. Okay. So fast. And so strong. Haruno Sakura couldn't help exclaiming. He is so strong. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Glossi, and said silently in his heart. He had seen Glossi's power a long time ago, because he was not too shocked. That's amazing. The pitiful female ninja looked at Glossi with shocked and admired eyes, and muttered to herself. Chapter 24 The Challenge of Sasuke. For some reason, when Glossi felt that the poor female ninja looked at him with admiration, his heart immediately. It was greatly satisfied. This feeling is very wonderful, even when he broke through the martial god in his previous life, he has never had it before. Could it be that this is the so-called love? Glossi murmured in his heart. For his current impulsive behavior, Glossi felt deeply helpless. He planned to hide his strength a long time ago, but he didn't want to. The intention has attracted too many people's attention. However, when he saw the pitiful look in the eyes of that female ninja, he couldn't help changing his. The original intention was to stand up and expose yourself to the public. Moreover, he has absolutely no regrets at all. Glossi stood motionless, a pair of brilliant eyes staring at the pitiful female ninja unabashedly, her eyes light and hot. As soon as the female ninja came into contact with Glossi's eyes, her face flushed suddenly, and two red roses dotted her white face. Pang Shang, exceptionally beautiful and moving. The female ninja lowered her head slowly, not daring to touch Glossi's eyes. Hoshinoyuki, Yamashita, are you two okay? Suddenly, a tall and lanky man walked out of the crowd. Said at the female ninja with her head down and the man lying on the ground. We're all right. Hoshinoyuki raised her head and glanced at the tall and indifferent man, and whispered. I'm sorry to trouble you. Yamashita Kazuo said with shame. The thin, tall and indifferent man snorted coldly and stopped talking. He first glanced at Glossi and Uchiha Sasuke with cold eyes. Then he left without looking back. Hoshinoyuki helped him down the mountain and walked slowly into the crowd. It turns out that her name is Hoshinoyu. It sounds so good, Glossi said in his heart, looking at Hoshinoyu's back. As Hoshinoyuki left the field, everyone focused on Glossi's body. Just now Glossi came first, with one hand. Blocked the first place kick of this newcomer, and the other hand blocked the kick of a Chunin. How could such a powerful skill not be noticeable? Question mark. Some powerful characters in the crowd are looking up and down Glossi, among them is Gaara from Sand Shinobi Village. It blocked my kick so easily. The power in his hand is so strong. Uchiha Sasuke looked solemn and stared at Jiyu without blinking. Glossi. He knows that Glossi is very strong, but after all, he has not played directly against him. The confrontation just now, although short, made his mind. Advertisement. Jump straight. He has already judged that this is a super terrifying opponent, even more terrifying than Gaara of Sand Shinobi Village. Lee, what are you going crazy? At this moment, Tenten came from the side and said dissatisfiedly at Glossi. I didn't say yes before. Don't want to attract attention, try to hide your strength. Quote. I can't help it either. Who made me meet the girl who is beloved? Glossi smiled awkwardly and said. Hyuga Neji's eyes were gleaming, and he kept looking Glossi up and down, as if he had met him for the first time. However, he did not. Yu kept his gaze on Glossi. The one over there, please report your name, he said to Uchiha Sasuke in a condescending tone. When asking someone's name, you should first report your family. Uchiha Sasuke is also an extremely arrogant person. How can you be convinced? He said blankly. It seems that you are a newcomer. How old are you this year? Hyuga Neji continued, his tone blunt. I don't have to tell you. Uchiha Sasuke said lightly. What are you talking about? Hyuga Neji frowned and said dissatisfiedly. However, Uchiha Sasuke does not pay attention to Hyuga Neji. He turned straight around and said to Haruno Sakura, let's go. For Uzumaki. Naruto, he didn't bother to pay attention. Okay, let's go. Haruno Sakura said happily. Naruto, hurry up, she yelled at Uzumaki Naruto fiercely. The attitude towards the two people is completely different. You have great potential, work hard. Glossi walked to the frustrated Uzumaki Naruto, reached out and patted his shoulder, low. Said the voice. I look forward to the day when you beat and surpass Uchiha Sasuke. Can I really do it? Uzumaki Naruto said uncertainly. You can definitely do it, Glossi said in a deep voice. Do you know, I'm a natural waste wood, unable to practice ninjutsu and illusion. Can only learn physical skills. Quote. Why? How is this possible? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How could such a strong person? Is it a waste? Advertisement. Do I have to lie to you? Glossi said lightly. However, although I can only practice physical skills, my strength is not weaker than Ren. I can do it, and I believe you can do it too. Quote. Thank you. A trace of firmness flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's confused eyes. He nodded vigorously at Glossi, then quickly moved towards Uchiha Sasuke chased in the direction where he had left. Glossi, Hyuga Neji, and Tenten did not stay longer, and walked towards their goal. At this moment, the two Chunin who blocked the crowd were hiding in a room, observing the candidates through the crack in the door. Are they the disciples treasured by Kakashi and Might Guy? They look pretty good. One person nodded and said. Yeah, at least they have passed the submission of the application. Another said. The quality of candidates this year is pretty good. It's worthy of our examiners' expectations. Quote. You two go first, I have one thing to confirm. Uchiha Sasuke, who was silent along the way, said suddenly. He did not. Waiting for two people to respond, they ran away quickly. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura shouted loudly, but Uchiha Sasuke ignored it. I go to the toilet and will be back soon. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to think of something, said to Haruno Sakura, and ran away. These two guys, damn it. Haruno Sakura clenched his fists and waved toward the sky, seeming to vent his dissatisfaction. Someone is here, and it's for you. While walking, Hyuga Neji suddenly stopped and said to Glossi. Well, it was indeed directed at me. Glossi said lightly. Tenten's strength is the weakest, and his reaction speed is also the slowest. Until then, he hadn't noticed anyone approaching at high speed. Rock Lee. A shout spread from afar. Uchiha Sasuke looked solemn, and rushed toward this side, his eyes fierce and fighting spirit. Abundant. I want to fight you. Chapter 25 Crane Fist. Uchiha Sasuke had a fierce look, high-spirited warfare, stared at Glossi, and shouted. It's him. Hyuga Neji's eyes flashed sharply. He was extremely uncomfortable seeing Uchiha Sasuke looking at Glossi with unconvinced eyes. He knew that Uchiha Sasuke was the only surviving descendant of the famous Uchiha tribe, who inherited the best blood of Uchiha and was a true genius ninja. This can be seen from the fact that Uchiha Sasuke graduated from ninja school with the highest grade in the school. And Hyuga Neji is the most outstanding genius of the previous year, from Hyuga's famous door, which has attracted much attention. Originally, he should be the object of Uchiha Sasuke's challenge, but Uchiha Sasuke ran to challenge Glossi. How could this make Hyuga Neji, who has always been arrogant, calm? It's you. Glossi turned his head, glanced at Uchiha Sasuke lightly, and said lightly. Why? I want to fight with you here. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Challenge me here. Are you sure? A smile appeared on the corner of Glossi's mouth and asked softly. Not bad. Uchiha Sasuke said. In the name of Uchiha Sasuke, I challenge you. He said seriously. Uchiha. Glossi said lightly. Uchiha is very famous, but I don't know how good your Uchiha Sasuke is. Rock Lee, I know you are very strong. Uchiha Sasuke said. However, my Uchiha clan is not in vain. I want to fight with you here to see if your moves work for me. Now what I want to know is, are you here in your own name or in Uchiha's name? Glossi asked, looking at Uchiha Sasuke intently. It is both my own name and the name of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. Hehe. Glossi said with a smile. Frankly speaking, you are really naive. No, or arrogance is the most appropriate. Uchiha, do you know what it means? Advertisement. Of course I know. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Uchiha, this surname represents the strongest in ninja and represents invincibility in the world. Although my current strength is still very weak, I will never shame Uchiha. I am Genin, then I will fight Genin Invincible. Hand. Humph. Hyuga Neji couldn't help but snorted, with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Hit Genin's invincible hand all over, even he dare not say such a thing. And Uchiha Sasuke is just a newcomer who has just graduated. He is so arrogant that he doesn't know the heights of the world. Uchiha Sasuke naturally heard Hyuga Neji's cold snort and couldn't help frowning, and raised his eyes. He comes from the Hyuga clan and his name is Hyuga Neji. Glossi smiled and said, by the way, he is the strongest player in our team. Hyuga Neji. The look on Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly changed, and the look in Hyuga Neji's eyes was full of jealousy. The Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan have always been in a competitive relationship, treating each other as rivals. As the most outstanding genius of Konoha village last year, Hyuga Neji has long been known as Konoha. Hyuga Neji gave Uchiha Sasuke a cold look, but did not speak. Although he also wanted to personally defeat the last Uchiha survivor to prove his strength, the opponent clearly came to Rock Lee, so he would not be stupidly strong and expose his strength prematurely. What's more, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to observe the current strength of Glossi at a close range, and whether he could fight him. 8 inner gates. The daimyo shocked the entire ninja world. Even if Hyuga Neji inherited the excellent blood of the Hyuga family, he was very afraid and did not dare to be careless. I can play against the most powerful newcomer so quickly. My luck is really good. Glossi sighed and said. Furthermore, this most powerful newcomer is still a descendant of the famous Uchiha tribe. It is a great honor. Perhaps, this is your greatest sorrow. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. The famous Sharingan, let me see it today, Glossi said. Don't let me down, otherwise, it would be too boring. Advertisement. I will let you remember my Uchiha Sasuke's name and Sharingan's greatness forever. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward with his left foot, posing for an offensive posture, and said loudly. Come on, challenger. Glossi said lightly. Guru. In a hidden corner in the distance, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help swallowing and spitting. His eyes widened, and he stared at Glossi and Uchiha Sasuke unblinkingly. He knew that a collision between the strong would begin soon. Challenger. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Then I will let you know how good I am as a challenger today. With a fierce force under his feet, his whole body leaned forward, suddenly raising from stillness to running quickly. Explosive power is not bad. But, Glossi stood motionless, watching Uchiha Sasuke getting closer and closer without blinking. Ha! Uchiha Sasuke yelled and jumped into the air, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he slammed Glossi's chin with great strength, and his power was not weak. Idiot. Actually attacked from the front, and still rushed straight. Is this the strength of the so-called strongest rookie? Hyuga Neji's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Uchiha is really in decline, the only one left is actually so weak. The Hyuga family specializes in gentle fist and has strong physique and close combat capabilities. At this moment, Hyuga Neji came up with 5 or 6 ways to deal with it. Each of them can easily resolve Uchiha Sasuke's attack, and then launch a counterattack to gain the upper hand in one fell swoop. Lee, let me see how you respond. Hyuga Neji said to himself. It's too late, it's fast. Uchiha Sasuke's fist is already less than 20 centimeters from Glossi's chin. At this moment, Glossi, who had been standing there quietly, moved. The 5 fingers of his right hand were joined together, like a crane's beak, lightly pecking at the back of Uchiha Sasuke's hand. In Shingikwan, the crane-shaped fist, one of its variants, was thus performed by Glossi. Glossi was a god of war in his previous life, and his melee combat ability and martial skills are naturally extremely powerful. Now that he has practiced martial arts mental techniques to the peak of the second heaven, he can naturally perform some of the simplest fighting techniques. Although the power is far less than 1/10,000th of the previous life, it is more than enough to deal with genin like Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 26 Sling Sasuke. This is. Suddenly, Hyuga Neji's eyes were full of energy, and he stared at Glossi with a shocked expression on his face. He was astonished as if he had never seen Glossi. With his strength, how can he not see the subtle and terrifying point of Glossi's move just now? Although the peck Glossi made with his hand just now seemed unremarkable and an understatement, the control of the timing and the strength of the shot were just right and wonderful. And what makes Hyuga Neji unacceptable is that he didn't even think of using this method to deal with it just now. Could it be that Glossi's current strength is better than him? Or is it that Glossi's close combat talent is better than him? Regardless of the possibility, Hyuga Neji felt unacceptable. What? Uchiha Sasuke let out an exclamation. His body rose up in the air, and the back of his right hand was pecked by Glossi with a crane-shaped fist, immediately losing his balance. He slammed his head down on the ground. Ah, Tenten, who had been standing by and watching, couldn't help but yelled. Bang! Uchiha Sasuke deserves to be the #1 rookie of this year. Although he is at a disadvantage, he is still sensitive. He put his hands on the ground firmly to stabilize his figure, and then crossed his legs towards Gullo. Zai's face was swept away. With a slight movement under Glossi's feet, he immediately hid. Afterwards, he supported his right foot and swept his left leg along the ground. Konoha Gale. Glossi shouted in a low voice. Danger. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked when he saw this. He is now supporting the ground with both hands, and he can't dodge at all. He can tell from the sound of Glossi's sweep of his legs. Glossi's sweep is extremely powerful. If he is swept, he will immediately lose his combat effectiveness. In critical moments, Uchiha Sasuke showed extraordinary talent. He was anxious to gain wisdom, using his head as a support, pushing forward with both hands violently, facing the leg swept by Glossi. It's a manufacturable material. Glossi nodded secretly. He quietly recovered 70% of the power of sweeping his legs. Advertisement. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke only felt a sharp pain coming from his hands, as if he had been hit by a big hammer. A huge force dragged his body toward the rear, and hit a wall 3 meters away. Good. Strong. Uchiha Sasuke endured the pain in his heart and immediately got up from the ground. There was a wave of shaking in his indifferent eyes. He had long expected that Glossi's body art was extremely strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Among the people he has seen, apart from his teacher Kakashi, I am afraid that this person is the strongest. Is this the strength of Lee now? The light in Hyuga Neji's eyes flickered, and the blue veins that looked like a horned dragon appeared on his face for some time, looking particularly hideous. That is the most terrifying heritage of the Hyuga clan Byakugan. Is this really Lee? He has become so strong. Tenten's eyes widened, looked at Glossi in disbelief, and muttered. Even if it is waste wood, through his own efforts, he can become very strong. He can only practice physical skills, but he can defeat Sasuke so easily. I can definitely do it if I work hard enough. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and said to himself. At this moment, he seemed to see the road he was going to take in the future. Is this the famous Uchiha clan? Glossi said with a sneer. Even if you dare to claim to represent Uchiha, you are not afraid of people laughing out loud. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke roared and rushed over again. This time, Uchiha Sasuke was smarter and stopped attacking with all his strength like the first time. He placed his left hand horizontally on his chest to take defense, while his right fist hits Glossi's door, both offensive and defensive. You are a good student, Glossi said lightly. With all his strength raised under his feet, his whole person disappeared in an instant. He has been practicing desperately these days, tempering his body to a level second only to Might Guy, and now the explosive power is very amazing. He is like a green shadow, disappearing without a trace in an instant. So fast. Hyuga Neji looked extremely solemn. Disappeared. Uchiha Sasuke took a breath. He looked around nervously with a pair of eyes, his expression nervous. His body is tight, even when he faced Kakashi for the first time, he was not so nervous. Advertisement. Here. Glossi's voice came from above Uchiha Sasuke's head. Leaf Hurricane. Glossi kicked Uchiha Sasuke's face with his right foot. I have to say that Uchiha Sasuke reacted very quickly. He knelt down with his right leg for the first time, and escaped the kick of Glossi dangerously. The response is good, Glossi said lightly. He landed on the ground and didn't stop for a moment. He supported it with his left hand, traversed an arc with his right foot, and kicked Uchiha Sasuke in the face again. Glossi's movements are like moving clouds and flowing water, without even stopping for a moment, just like a dancer dancing, full of indescribable beauty. No way, I can't hide it at all. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Glossi's attack was too powerful, and extremely fast, he couldn't keep up with Glossi's movements at all. In desperation, he could only put his arms horizontally in front of him, ready to use the strength of his arms to fight against Glossi's kick. Innocent. Glossi said sternly. At this moment, the old tricks that were already about to be used were changed again abruptly, from a side kick to a straight kick. Such easy changes of moves were too easy for Glossi, who had reached the realm of the Valkyrie in his previous life. Boom. Glossi kicked Uchiha Sasuke's chin with his feet fiercely, kicking him abruptly more than 5 meters away. This foot was so heavy that Uchiha Sasuke fell to the ground and trembled, unable to get up for a while. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke was seriously injured. Lee. 2 terrible rays of light came out of Hyuga Neji's eyes, staring at Glossi. And Tenten was also shocked, looking at Glossi incredulously. She had never imagined that the waste wood, Lee in her eyes was so powerful that it was comparable to Hyuga Neji. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Sasuke was in pain and trembling constantly, but his heart was even more painful. As the only surviving descendant of Uchiha, the strongest in the ninja world, he was so tortured and beaten by a man of civilian origin, and he had no power to fight back. How could his arrogant heart bear it? Chapter 27 The Sad Sasuke. Is this the famous Uchiha clan? In my opinion, it is nothing more than that. Glossi said blankly. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes raised 2 terrible fierce lights. At this time, he was like a wounded beast, bursting with murderous intent, trying to choose people to eat. What Glossi said was nailed into his heart like nails, causing him an unprecedented humiliation. Obviously, the pride and honor of the race had long been deeply imprinted in his soul. In his mind, the dignity of the ethnic group is more important than himself. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't wait to rush up to beat Glossi to the ground, and beat him severely to let him know the horror of Uchiha. However, he was lying on the ground at this time, and the severe pain that came from all over his body reminded him that the man was really too powerful and a super terrifying opponent. Are you only able to use Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke said bitterly. Hyuga Neji was on the side. He didn't want to expose his strength too much, but Glossi was too strong, and he could only be beaten if he didn't turn on Sharingan. In order to defeat Glossi, in order to defend the majesty of the Uchiha clan, he can only do so. Although Uchiha Sasuke was arrogant, he still inherited the best ninja talents. After the initial rage, he quickly calmed down and began to analyze the previous fight scenes. I have already taken a defensive action just now, so it shouldn't happen like that. However, his foot passed through my defense and kicked directly in my face. What is going on? Uchiha Sasuke said silently in his heart as he stood up from the ground while resisting the severe pain of his body. Is that ninjutsu or illusion? He was thinking. After all, this is a world where ninjutsu and illusionism dominate, and he naturally put Glossi's tricks into this category. In fact, after searching the entire Konoha shinobi village, apart from a few people such as my guy, no one can practice physique to that extent. Sure enough, I can stand up. Glossi nodded and said, Uchiha Sasuke, you didn't disappoint me too much. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. What Glossi said was a compliment, but it fell into Uchiha Sasuke's ears and it was particularly harsh, making it even more uncomfortable. Since you are so strong, then I will take this opportunity to try that trick. He said coldly. Why, are you planning to use Sharingan? Glossi said with a faint smile. I hope Sharingan can be as strong as the legend. Otherwise, it would be too boring. As you wish, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. I will use Sharingan to play with you. Advertisement. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's dark eyes turned scarlet. Among the scarlet pupils, 2 in each of the left and right eyes, of pitch black goo were very conspicuous, and a strange aura came to his face. As this Sharingan, Glossi felt a unique and powerful, but with an evil aura, he couldn't help but look a little bit serious. Sharingan enjoys a high reputation, really deserves its reputation. Is that the legendary Sharingan? Tenten murmured as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet eyes in surprise. Sharingan is the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world. It is said that even the Uchiha tribe can only be opened by a small number of people. Sharingan is divided into 1 Go Jade, 2 Go Jade, and 3 Go Jade. Powerful, Hyuga Neji said softly. It seems to be explaining to Tenten, and it seems to be warning Glossi. Sharingan, the ability is generated by the pupil, can see through all the ninjutsu, illusion, and physique in an instant, and copy, and then counterattack back intact. Moreover, Sharingan's ability is by no means limited to this. Having said that, Hyuga Neji stopped talking, as if he was scrupulous. Sharingan, the Uchiha clan is so powerful, it's no wonder this newcomer is so arrogant. Tenten said in shock. Now that Uchiha Sasuke uses Sharingan, doesn't it mean that Lee will be defeated? That's not necessarily. Hyuga Neji shook his head and said. No matter how powerful ninjutsu is, different people have different powers. Although this Sharingan is powerful, Uchiha Sasuke can't be all masters, and I don't know how much power it can exert. Come on, no matter if it is ninjutsu or illusion, there will be nothing to hide under my eyes. I can see through him. Although Uchiha Sasuke still suffers from severe physical pain, he is full of confidence after turning on Sharingan. He rushed towards Glossi again. His eyes were fixed on Glossi, and he refused to let go of any subtle movements. He must completely defeat the man who made him suffer such insults and defend the prestige of the Uchiha clan. It's boring. I rely too much on my own blood heritage, I can never become a real powerhouse. Glossi shook his head helplessly. When he was in the martial arts world, he had encountered many children who came from famous families. They are either from the famous sect, or from the immortal sacred place, or the closed disciple of an old monster, and some are even the old immortal heirs of the Valkyrie level. Advertisement. However, in the end they were all blocked from the threshold of the strongest without exception. Some people can't even enter the realm of Emperor Wu for life. The reason is that they rely too much on their own inheritance, and neglect their own practice and innovation, and ultimately ruin their great future. Obviously, this is the case with Uchiha Sasuke now. Not only did his pair of Sharingan not become a weapon for him to defeat the enemy, but instead became a shackle to hinder his advancement. Woo! Suddenly, Glossi, who was standing there quietly, turned into a green lightning, like a lion that had hibernated for a long time and finally waited for its prey, and all of his power burst out in an instant. Boom! With a dull loud noise, Glossi kicked his right foot fiercely on Uchiha Sasuke's jaw again. This time, Glossi increased his strength to 50%, and he kicked Uchiha Sasuke directly to an altitude of more than 5 meters.
So fast. Hyuga Neji's pupils shrank for a while. At this moment, he actually felt a huge pressure from Glossi. He had never felt this way before. So strong. Both Tenten and Uzumaki Naruto stared at Glossi with shocked faces. How is this possible? Sharingan can't see through it. Uchiha Sasuke's jaw was painful, but the pain in his heart was even worse. He turned on Sharingan, but this time he lost even worse. No, Sharingan can't see through. Isn't his tricks ninjutsu an illusion, but physique? In extreme pain, Uchiha Sasuke finally realized. Chapter 28 Effort is more important than talent. Physical surgery. It turned out to be the purest physical technique. Uchiha Sasuke was extremely shocked in his heart. He never thought that the extremely powerful man who was even afraid of Gaara in the sand waterfall turned out to be a man who reached this realm by relying on physical skills. How can this be? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't believe it. This is the world of ninjas, and ninjutsu and illusion are dominant. Although everyone practiced physical exercises, it was only the most conventional method of combat. Once the real life and death struggle, all of the decisive factors are ninjutsu and illusion. He has never seen a person using physical skills as a means of defeating the enemy.
Yes, I have never seen it before. However, the physique madman in front of him was incredibly strong, and he completely suppressed the 2-go Jade Sharingan that had been turned on by relying on physique, and he didn't even have the power to fight back. Physical skills, can it be so powerful after practicing to a certain level? Uchiha Sasuke, my trick is neither ninjutsu nor illusion. It's just the purest physical skill. Glossi said lightly. The Sharingan of your Uchiha clan is extremely powerful and can see through any ninjutsu, illusion, and physique in an instant. But. Glossi paused, and continued. Indeed, it is not difficult to see through the lawful ninjutsu and illusion that require Jujin practice, but physique is different. What? What do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke struggled to get up from the ground, and while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, he looked at Glossi with fierce eyes. Advertisement. The meaning is very simple. Glossi smiled and said, even if your Sharingan can see through my tricks, your body cannot respond to my physique. In other words, your eyes can see it, and your mind knows what way to deal with it, but your body cannot keep up with your thinking. Uchiha Sasuke's body was trembling constantly, and a pair of scarlet eyes shot out an angry light. However, he felt very helpless. Because, he can really feel that what Glossi said is the truth. His Sharingan is indeed powerful, and at the moment Glossi took the shot, he saw through the tricks Glossi wanted to use. However, his body could not keep up with Glossi's movements. In other words, his current strength is too weak, and he is far from able to display the true power of these eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, did you know? Glossi said slowly. The strong have two types, genius and hard work. If your Sharingan is a genius type who inherited the Uchiha lineage, then I am a hardworking type who endures hardships and works hard to cultivate. Moreover, I will prove to you that it is hardworking type. The strong can defeat the genius type strong. While speaking, Glossi glanced at the place where Uzumaki Naruto was hiding. He had discovered that I was watching in the dark. Uzumaki Naruto trembles with excitement when he touches Glossi's eyes. Those words he just said to me. He is a natural, crane tail, no matter what he does, he can't do well. When he graduated from ninja school that year, he couldn't even complete the simplest clone technique. Later, if it weren't for Chunin Mizuki Langzi's ambition to lure him to steal the Book of Seals from the village and learn the multiple shadow clone techniques, in it, he might even be a problem with graduation. He often cried silently alone, hating why he was so useless, and he couldn't even learn the most basic things. He has also given up on himself. Although the mentality has become more stable after Iruka's enlightenment, there is always a strong inferiority complex deep in my heart. Until he saw the battle between Glossi and Uchiha Sasuke, a descendant of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world, was so embarrassed by Glossi who only knew physical skills. The shock shook his soul. Yes, the strong are divided into genius and hardworking. Moreover, the hardworking strong can defeat the genius strong. At this moment, a firm belief that had never been seen before took root in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, completely clarifying the path he would take in the future. From now on, he will no longer be envious and jealous of Uchiha Sasuke, but will focus all his energy on practice. He will use facts to prove that he is no worse than Uchiha Sasuke. What? Advertisement. As if stimulated by Glossi's words, Uchiha Sasuke roared and rushed towards Glossi again. However, his figure was constantly shaking, completely losing his composition, and Glossi had completely lost his interest. This is the end of this time. Glossi said lightly. If you want to challenge me again, just become stronger. You are too weak today. I don't even have any interest in you. You go to die. Uchiha Sasuke had a terrifying face, yelling and shaking his fists at Glossi, smashing his head and covering his face. Bang. Glossi shook his head, suddenly raised his legs and kicked his feet, hitting Uchiha Sasuke's chin for the third time. With a crisp sound, Uchiha Sasuke's jaw finally couldn't bear the heavy blows and broke. Hiss. Uchiha Sasuke made a hiss sound, and gulps of blood flowed out of his mouth. However, he had completely lost his mind, and once again got up from the ground and rushed towards Glossi. Huh. Glossi snorted coldly, and with a violent force under his feet, the whole person immediately turned into a blast, and instantly came behind Uchiha Sasuke, with his hands in a strange posture. This is the advanced physical skill that only the elite Chunin can perform. Shadow Dance Leaf. Hyuga Neji said shockingly. A high-level physical skill that only the elite Chunin can perform. Tenten said incredulously. Are you saying that Lee has already reached that level? Hyuga Neji did not speak anymore. He had a pair of Byakugan blooming, staring at Glossi. From this moment on, he had regarded Glossi as the biggest opponent in this Chunin exam. Uchiha Sasuke, in fact, I didn't intend to humiliate you on purpose today. Glossi stood quietly behind Uchiha Sasuke and said softly. I just want to tell you one thing. Although talent is important, it is not a decisive factor. Sometimes hard work is more important than talent. Chapter 29 Hitaki Kakashi. Effort is more important than talent. These 8 characters are like thunder blasting in Uchiha Sasuke's ears, like morning bells and evening drums, awakening him from the extreme sense of family pride and honor. At this moment, he woke up with a horror, and since he awakened Sharingan, he has relied too much on these eyes. What do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke squinted at Glossi behind him, and asked loudly. However, His jaw was already broken and he was speechless, only making a series of hissing sounds. Uchiha Sasuke, I know you are very unconvinced. Glossi said lightly. I will let you feel it with your body today, how scared a hardworking powerhouse is. Stop it. Just as Glossi reached out and grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's arms and was about to use Shadow Dance Leaf, a low but lazy voice rang from behind Glossi. Who? Glossi was shocked. He didn't even notice that someone was approaching behind him, which was an extremely dangerous signal to him. Glossi reacted extremely fast, reaching out and pushing hard on Uchiha Sasuke, while he himself leapt more than 3 meters away in the other direction. He displayed a standard defensive posture before raising his eyes and looking in the direction where the sound had just come from. That's Jonin's costume. Glossi's pupils shrank for a while. A man with white hair, a slender body and a full length of 1.8 meters was standing there. His forehead protector was worn diagonally, covering one eye on the left. His expression was slow, but the exposed eyes were piercing, and he kept looking up and down Glossi, as if he was very interested in Glossi. Hatake Kakashi. A name flashed through Glossi's mind. He is so powerful, he can sneak into behind me quietly, avoiding my divine mind detection. Glossi felt awe-inspiring. He knew that he was a little overwhelmed today. Hatake Kakashi, once a member of Konoha's most mysterious, Anbu, served as the captain of the team. He was extremely capable of observing words and expressions. If Kakashi saw some clues, he would be in great trouble. Okay, let's end the discussion. Kakashi said. After looking at Glossi for a long time, a smile appeared on Kakashi's face. Are you guys student? My name is Rock Lee. Glossi nodded. Advertisement. Well, you are very good. Kakashi said approvingly. From you, I vaguely saw the shadow of Guy back then. I believe that within a few years, we will have another master of physical skills in Konoha village. You are too rewarding. Glossi felt uncomfortable. I didn't deliberately praise you, but tell the truth. Kakashi said. Your physical fitness is simply a miracle at this age. Not to mention Chunin, even ordinary Jonin can't match you. Hiss. As soon as Kakashi said this, everyone present took a breath. They all looked at Glossi with incredible eyes, pale in shock. Who is Kakashi? The disciple of the legendary 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, one of the most powerful Jonin in the entire Konoha village. How can he say anything in his capacity? Everyone was shocked. Glossi's current physical fitness has surpassed Chunin and even stronger than ordinary Jonin, so how strong is his current strength? However, although your physical skills are strong, it has extremely obvious weaknesses. Kakashi's words turned and continued. If you meet a ninja who is a grandmaster far-reaching ninja, or a ninja who is good at illusion, you will become vulnerable. Thank you for your guidance. Glossi bowed slightly at Kakashi and said. Of course he knew that Kakashi was not pointing him, but pointing out his weaknesses and finding a glimmer of hope and faith for Uchiha Sasuke, who was defeated today. Otherwise, Uchiha Sasuke will most likely fail after this battle. The Uchiha clan, known as the strongest in the ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke, as the only survivor of this clan, would the people in the village tolerate this happening? Are his weaknesses ninjutsu and illusion? Uchiha Sasuke, who was gloomy in his heart at this time, seemed to have suddenly encountered a bright lamp, and 2 amazing rays of light appeared in his eyes. Sharingan is an extremely powerful pupil technique, specializing in illusion technique. If he develops his eyes to the 3-go jade, he can use some powerful illusions, wouldn't it just be able to restrain Glossi? Thinking of these things, Uchiha Sasuke's blocked heart suddenly opened up. In a daze, he seemed to see the scene where he defeated Glossi with the Sharingan of the 3-go jade, and returned all the humiliation he suffered today. Sasuke, can you still move? Kakashi squinted at Hyuga Neji and Tenten next to him, but did not speak. He said to Uchiha Sasuke. Advertisement. I can go by myself. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. His character is born like this, and it is like this to anyone. He was very grateful to Kakashi in his heart, but he didn't show it. That's good, Kakashi said. Remember, you defeated Chunin yourself during the exam. You Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is good at illusion, and it is the nemesis of the strong body skills. I will repay the humiliation I suffered today. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Lots of people. When they walked into the assembled classroom 301, when the 3 of Glossi saw the hundreds of people crowding the whole room, they were immediately taken aback. Especially Hyuga Neji's expression changed even more. In his impression, there has never been a situation where so many people took part in the Chunin exam in the past. These hundreds of people are all elite genin from various countries and villages, wearing forehead protectors from their respective villages. Some of them are kind, some are fierce, some are silent and cold, some are laughing loudly. Countless auras rushed towards each other, among which there were no less than 10 more powerful ones. In these breaths, there was a trace of blood mixed in. Obviously, some of these people have undergone terrible trials, and their hands have already been stained with blood. What? Among the 3, Tenten was the weakest, and was shocked by these auras and took 2 steps backwards. A ray of red tide appeared on his white and tender face. Are you okay? Glossi reached out and grabbed Tenten's hand and asked. It's okay. Tenten only felt an electric shock from his hand. She was taken aback, her face was hot, and she threw away Glossi's hand and said. That's good. Glossi smiled and didn't mind. His eyes searched among the crowd, and soon found the pitiful female ninja. Chapter 39 Newcomers. I don't know if it was a coincidence or what, when Glossi looked at the pitiful female ninja, the female ninja happened to be looking at Glossi. As a result, the eyes of the two people collided. Glossi only felt his heart shaken, and the blood in his body suddenly boiled, as if he had taken a stimulant, extremely excited. However, his mind was mature and sophisticated after all, and he did not make any rash moves to rush directly. He smiled at Chuchu's poor female ninja, and said hello. The female ninja's face turned red after, brushing. She blushed, and quickly lowered her head, never daring to see Glossi again. Hoshinoyuki, what's the matter with you? A tall, thin, indifferent man standing next to the female ninja found an abnormality and couldn't help but ask. No. It's okay. The female ninja said shyly. It's him. The indifferent man swept his gaze across the crowd, and soon found Glossi who was looking at this place. There was a trace of murderous intent on his cold face, grinning at Glossi sternly, and then reached out and put his hand on his neck to cut his head. The threat was extremely obvious. Glossi smiled faintly, not paying attention to it. He has been in the martial arts for so many years, and he has been used to life and death. How can he take the threat of such a child in his heart? Sasuke, you're so slow. Suddenly, a nice girl called out from the door. Huh, Sasuke, what's wrong with your face? Glossi raised his eyes and saw a beautiful girl with a slender figure and long blonde hair lying on Uchiha Sasuke's body, looking at him with worried eyes. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke's chin was wrapped in a thick bandage, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Obviously, he was seriously injured in the fight against Glossi. That girl, Yamanaka Ino. A name jumped into Glossi's mind. The Yamanaka clan, one of the famous gates of the Konoha shinobi village, possesses secret ninjutsu, which controls the mind, and is extremely powerful in spirit. Yamanaka Ino is the only descendant of the Yamanaka clan, and he is extremely talented. Ino pig, please stay away from Sasuke. Haruno Sakura on the side couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Yamanaka Ino. Hey, isn't this little Sakura? Your forehead is still that big. Ugly. Yamanaka Ino said in a breathless tone as if he had just seen Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura was so angry that he couldn't speak. Advertisement. She is not ugly, or should be said to be very beautiful, the only drawback is that her forehead is very big. But this was caught by the rival Yamanaka Ino, who was taken out to hit her every time. What's the matter? Are arguing again? It's really troublesome. At this time, a lazy voice said with Kakashi. This kind of exam is troublesome enough, and you are still arguing here, really. This is a boy with a thin body, a braided hair and a look of lack of energy talking. Yes, it's really troublesome, said a fat little boy beside him. It's better to eat than to fight there. Holding a packet of puffed food in his hand, he kept throwing it into his mouth. This makes people extremely suspicious, that's how his bloated figure came out of it. Nara Shikamaru, the direct descendant of the Nara family of Konoha, has the secret shadow series of ninjutsu. Although the offensive power is not strong, it is extremely effective as a support. Akamichi Choji is also a descendant of the Akamaiki clan from Konoha, whose secret ninjutsu doubling technique shakes the world. The families of these three are Yamanaka, Nara, and Akamaiki. They are closely related. They often team up in battle and cooperate closely. They are known as the Ino Shika Cho trio, and they are very famous. Although there has never been a Kage-level powerhouse in the three major families, Jonin has been born from generation to generation. Coupled with the close relationship between the three major families, they have great influence in the entire Konoha village. Sasuke is mine. Yamanaka Ino stuck out his tongue at Haruno Sakura, which was so cute. I found you. Is everyone here? Suddenly, three people came from a distance, 2 men and 1 woman, and they knew they were the contestants taking this Chunin exam. Big. Hello everyone. A shy voice sounded. The girl had a very thin face, and she flushed with shame and was very cute just talking to everyone. Hyuga Hinata, the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. A message flooded into Glossi's mind. The Hyuga clan is one of the oldest and most powerful clan in Konoha Shinobi village, and has inherited the powerful blood inheritance boundary Byakugan. In order to protect this powerful blood inheritance boundary, they divided themselves into a clan and a branch house. Although Hyuga Neji is known as the most outstanding genius of the Hyuga clan, it is from the branch house. And this Hyuga Hinata is the heir of this generation of clan family, whose status is far above Hyuga Neji. The man with a dog on his head and 2 bright red marks on his face came from the Inuzuka clan, and all the ninjutsu in the family was related to canine animals. The tall man wearing sunglasses and a high-collar trench coat with a cold face is Aburame Shino, also from the Konoha-dor Aburame clan, who is good at manipulating insects. Advertisement. What's the matter? Are you guys coming too? Nara Shikamaru said impatiently. Obviously, they, who are also famous for Konoha, have a very close private relationship. We will come if we want, what does it matter to you? Inuzuka said dissatisfiedly. Are these the 9 newcomers who participated in this Chunin exam? Glossi's eyes slowly swept across the 9 people including Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and said silently in his heart. Almost all of these 9 people are behind the famous sect, and worshipped under the sect of the famous teacher. The teacher of Uzumaki Naruto is Kakashi, and the teacher of Hyuga Hinata is Yuri Hong, who is the biological daughter of the Red Sunset in the famous Konoha 8 Colors. The teacher of the three Nara Shikamaru is Sarutobi Asuma, the son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. All of them were born in famous families, and they were taught by the powerful Jonin. However, their strength. Glossi secretly shook his head. How can it not be seen with his eyesight? Except for Uchiha Sasuke and Aburame Shino, the others are weak and pitiful. If you encounter cruel people from other villages in the exam, it might even be a question of whether you can survive. Tooth, that thing on your head looks delicious. Suddenly, the fat Akamichi Choji, who was eating puffed food almost non-stop, said. He suddenly stepped forward and walked towards Inazukaya. I don't know if he is joking or serious. Inazuka's brows frowned, and he was about to have an attack, only to find that Aburame Shino was standing in front of them. What are you doing? Akamichi Choji asked unhappy. Don't step on it, Aburame Shino said in a cold voice. Instead of looking at Akamichi Choji, he cast his eyes on the ground. Following Aburame Shino's gaze, Akamichi Choji saw a bug crawling across the ground. I told you not to step on it. Do you want to eat it? Aburame Shino turned his head and looked at Akamichi Choji, shooting two fierce lights through the eyes of the sunglasses. Hey, you guys had better be quiet for me. Just when the people were arguing, a gentleman with round glasses and long white hair came over and stopped. Chapter 31 Yukushi Kabuto. Hearing the sound, Uzumaki Naruto and the others all turned their heads and looked at the man who came by suddenly. Their brows can't help but frown, because they don't know this person. As this guy is also here to take the Chunin exam. When Glossi saw the man for the first time, his pupils contracted uncontrollably. From this person, he actually sensed the danger no less than Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi. There are so many monsters in the Chunin exam this time. Glossi thought of Gaara, Hyuga Neji and others, and said silently in his heart. You are the 9 newcomers, right? The man walked up to the 9, with a familiar appearance, and said with a smile. 9 newcomers who have just left the ninja school not long ago. They look very happy, noisy. Really, aren't you here for an outing? He said, shaking his head and sighing. Who are you? Such a shit. Yamanaka Ino stared at the man and said dissatisfiedly. I'm Yukushi Kabuto. The man said with a smile on his face. Also, please take a look at the surroundings, okay? Uzumaki Naruto and the others couldn't help but look around, but were suddenly surprised. Because they suddenly discovered that the people from various shinobu villages were staring at them with unkind eyes, just like staring at a prey. The few behind you are from Rain Shinobi village. They have no patience. The exam is about to come and everyone is very nervous. It's better not to provoke them. Yukushi Kabuto kindly reminded. Oh, Haruno Sakura and others couldn't help but swallow. Obviously, the ferocious Rain Shinobi village ninjas behind made her feel a strong pressure. However, it is no wonder that you are all newcomers after all, which reminds me of my previous self. Yukushi Kabuto said. You are Kabuto Sr., Haruno Sakura said suddenly. It seems that you have taken the Chunin exam for the 2nd time. No, Yukushi Kabuto interrupted Haruno Sakura and said. It's the 7th time. The 7th time, Haruno Sakura and the others couldn't help being taken aback. Because of this kind of examination, it is only held twice a year. This is already the 4th year. Yukushi Kabuto explained. So, you know the exams well? Haruno Sakura asked with a bright eye. Advertisement. Yes. Yukushi Kabuto nodded. Kabuto-senpai is very good. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. But it still failed. Nara Shikamaru curled his lips and said. As the standard of Chunin's exam really so high? It's really getting more and more troublesome. Well, forget it, let me give you lovely juniors some information, use these ninja cards. Yukushi Kabuto didn't get angry at Nara Shikamaru's words at all, but took out a stack of paper from his pocket and said. Ninja card. Haruno Sakura asked puzzledly. Simply put, it is to use chakra to tokenize the information and record it on the card. Yukushi Kabuto said, kneeling on the ground and placing the stack of cards on the ground. This is the information I spent 4 years gathering for this exam. There are 200 cards in total, although at first glance they are blank. If you want to interpret the information in the cards, you need to inject my chakra. He put the fingers of his left hand on the card, and he said in a low voice. Boom. With a soft sound, the blank card unexpectedly had many small characters that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Is this a flexible use of chakra? In the distance, Glossi saw all this in his eyes and said to himself. It's amazing. Haruno Sakura said in amazement. What kind of information is this? This is the number of people who took the Chunin exam in the country. Also, the number of candidates in each ninja village is also marked separately. Yukushi Kabuto said. By the way, do you know why all countries jointly hold the Chunin exam? Suddenly, Yukushi Kabuto looked up at several people and asked. Uzumaki Naruto and others looked at each other, confused, and didn't know how to answer. First of all, it is to deepen the friendship between countries. Second, it is said that it is to improve each other's quality of ninja. Yukushi Kabuto said lightly. It is said. Uchiha Sasuke asked puzzledly. Yes, it is said. Yukushi Kabuto said. In fact, the real purpose is to confirm the level of ninja among countries and try to ensure that the power of each country can be balanced. Advertisement. The balance of power. Uzumaki Naruto murmured and repeated. Why is it so complicated? Nara Shikamaru said impatiently. If you don't do this, the weak country is likely to be captured by the strong country in an instant and in a situation of being dominated. This is probably also to contain each other. Yakushi Kabuto explained. Do you have any detailed personal information in these cards? Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, then suddenly said. Yes. Do you already have a goal? Yakushi Kabuto said lightly. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly with a flash in his eyes. Although the information I collected is not complete, but you basically have it, Yakushi Kabuto said. Tell me about the characteristics of your target person. No matter what, I will help you find it. Rock Lee of Konoha Village, and Gaara of Sand Shinobi Village. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Do you even know the name? It's much faster like this. Yakushi Kabuto said, fumbling through the stack of cards with his hands. Soon, he took two from the middle. Let me see, Uchiha Sasuke said. Look at Rock Lee first. Yakushi Kabuto said with a smile. He is 1 year older than you. He has 20 missions experience of D level and 11 times of C. The instructor is Might Guy. Although he has improved his physical skills this year, he is totally unsuccessful in other aspects. Last year I didn't know why I didn't take the Chunin exam. He was the same as you, this is the first time. His companions are Tenten and Hyuga Neji. Next, Gaara of Sand Shinobi Village. Yakushi Kabuto said. Quest experience, 8 times at C level, 1 time at B level. Very powerful, Genin performed a B level mission. He is very strong, Uchiha Sasuke said, because he is a ninja from another country and a newcomer, there is no more detailed information. Yakushi Kabuto said, however, I once heard a rumor that he returned unscathed every time he went on a mission. Chapter 32 Sound Shinobi. What? Genin performs a B level mission, and is still unharmed. Nara Shikamaru took a breath and said in disbelief. What kind of monster is this guy? Even Uzumaki Naruto, who was not afraid of the sky, couldn't help being surprised. Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, but from the solemn expression on his face, he was extremely moved in his heart. And the others are the same, secretly startled. Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, Kushinori, Takanen, Otonin. Yakushi Kabuto continued. This year there are many excellent genins from various ninja villages here to take the exam. Oh, yes, Otonin village is a small country ninja village that has just been established in recent years, so there is not much information. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 sharp and unusual gazes projected from the crowd. These are 2 men and 1 woman, and the forehead protectors worn on their foreheads are the symbol of Otonin village. This is the basic pattern of the ninja world today. Although Glossi stood far away, every word Yakushi Kabuto said was in his ears. While benefiting greatly, he has a strong interest in the origin and purpose of Yakushi Kabuto. The strength of this Yakushi Kabuto is extremely strong, I am afraid that it is not as good as Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, and it will not be too far apart. Such a terrible person, but mixed in the Chunin exam, deliberately approaching Konoha's 9 newcomers, this made Glossi have to doubt his motives. What is his purpose? Glossi was contemplative, his eyes flicking across the faces of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and others. Uzumaki Naruto, hosting, in his body is a super terrifying existence. And Uchiha Sasuke is the last blood of the Uchiha clan, possessing the legendary and precious Sharingan. They all have the possibility of becoming targets. However, considering Uzumaki Naruto's special identity, the village must value it extremely, and there must be a master to protect it secretly. Even a person of the level better than Might Guy cannot take people away in Konoha village. After all, Konoha Shinobi village is known as the most powerful force in the ninja world. It is by no means a nameless name, but it was created after 3 wars in the ninja world. So, from this Glossi inferred, Yakushi Kabuto's goal should be Uchiha Sasuke. Okay. Terrible. I seem to have lost faith in myself. Hyuga Hinata muttered with a worried expression on his face after hearing these words of Yakushi Kabuto. What's the use of you saying these now? Yamanaka Ino said uncomfortably. In other words, the people who come here to take the exam are all elites selected from genin from various countries. Haruno Sakura said word by word. Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru and others were silent, but Uzumaki Naruto's body was shaking constantly. Haruno Sakura saw Uzumaki Naruto look like this, and couldn't help feeling a move, thinking that Uzumaki Naruto, who had always been fearless, also became nervous. Naruto, don't be so nervous, actually. Haruno Sakura walked behind Uzumaki Naruto and put his hand behind Uzumaki Naruto and said encouragingly. However, she stopped just halfway through her words, because she was surprised to find that Uzumaki Naruto's face was not only not nervous and fearful, but full of excitement and excitement. Advertisement. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto's body trembling is not because of tension and fear, but because of excitement and excitement. Ah, Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his right finger to all the contestants who took the exam and shouted loudly in the stunned look of everyone. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I won't lose to you. Have you heard that? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone turned their gazes in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone's eyes are sharp, like a fierce beast, exuding a creepy aura. Among them, Gaara, Konkuro and other people's eyes were disdain and sarcasm, with sneers on their faces, as if they were watching a monkey juggling. This idiot. If 4th Hokage knows what his son looks like, will he be so angry that he will die again? Glossi was speechless for a while, slandering in his heart. What is this guy doing? Yamanaka Ino was so angry that he rushed to Haruno Sakura and asked loudly. Her temperament is a bit hot, but she is not a fool. Now everyone who was yelled at by Uzumaki Naruto's voice regards them as enemies. How can she not be angry? This idiot, Haruno Sakura said helplessly. The two girls complained to each other there, but Uchiha Sasuke and others were silent and didn't care. Taking the Chunin exam, everyone except yourself is an enemy. Isn't this the guy the first met before? Konkuro said with a sneer. A dog that can bark can't bite. The beautiful girl Tamari spoke harshly. Is he an idiot? Tenten shook his head. I think he is very powerful, Hyuga Neji said with a smile on his face. Lee, what do you think? He looked at Glossi. Full of youthful enthusiasm. Glossi said with a smile. It looks like you haven't suffered enough for them. Hyuga Neji said. It's not that they don't suffer enough, but that they have a heart that is not afraid of the strong and keeps getting stronger. Gulaxi said lightly. At this time, in a corner of the crowd. Advertisement. Have you heard? He actually said that Otonin is the ninja village of a small country. A sturdy man said coldly. It's really regrettable. Next to him, his companion said sternly. His back is curved, and his upper body is leaning forward, looking like a big tortoise at first glance. There were circles of bandages wrapped around his face, and only his left eye showed through. He gives people an extremely gloomy and terrifying feeling. It's better to play with them, said the only female ninja among the three. That's right, we are actually talking about us like a second-rate ninja, let's help him improve the information of the file. Turtle also said the man sternly. The ninjas of Otonin village are cruel. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the three people turned into three black shadows, pushing in the direction of Yakushi Kabuto in three directions. Finally anyone can't help but want to do it. Glossi murmured with a flash of light in his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto, let me take a look at your true strength. Boom. A person from Otonin village put his foot on the table, and the whole person rose into the air. Two sharp kunai appeared in his hands for unknown time, and they hurled at Yakushi Kabuto forcefully. Yakushi Kabuto is very responsive, with a violent force from his feet, he retreats towards the back, and escapes easily. However, at this moment, the tortoise-like man deceived him and hit Yakushi Kabuto's face with his left hand Yuyin and his right hand clenched into a fist. You are the ninjas of Otonin village. Yakushi Kabuto was so good at physique. Although he was caught off guard, he still easily escaped the man's three punches in a row. Your cooperation is not bad, but it's a pity that the speed is too slow. Yakushi Kabuto said in a tone of predecessor pointing to the younger generation. Is this really the case? The three of Otonin village stood together and said coldly. Crack, crack. At this moment, the glasses that Yakushi Kabuto was wearing broke silently. Chapter 33 The Chunin exam begins. This is too sudden. Yakushi Kabuto had easily escaped the tortoise man's continuous fast attack, his face turned sullen, but his eyes suddenly split at this time, making him unable to help his expression change, as if thinking of something. What the hell is going on? It's right to avoid all of them. Why is this? Uchiha Sasuke said in surprise. You probably wiped the tip of your nose, right? Nara Shikamaru said uncertainly. Others also looked at the three people in Otonin village with solemn eyes, and they all realized that these three were good at strength and were not easy to provoke. This is similar to the ability of sonic power. In the distance, Glossi frowned and said silently in his heart. This ninja world is really amazing, with all kinds of abilities, all kinds of strange. So, it's such an attack. Yakushi Kabuto quickly recovered his calm after experiencing the initial surprise. He reached out and took his glasses off the bridge of his nose and said to himself. Otonin village, is worthy of this name. Thanks for the praise. The tortoise man said abruptly. The other two people also looked at Yakushi Kabuto with the same eyes of dead people. It's a pity that the attack power is too weak. Wow, Yakushi Kabuto said. His body trembled violently, and he knelt down on the ground with his knees weakened, and began to vomit. Why? Threw up. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. Kabuto senpai. Haruno Sakura shouted. Uchiha Sasuke and others changed their expressions greatly. The eyes of the three people looking at Otonin village were full of awe. Such a strange and unpredictable attack method is really daunting. Brother Kabuto, are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura both ran over to support Yakushi Kabuto and asked worriedly. Advertisement. I'm fine, Yakushi Kabuto said weakly with a pale face and cold sweat. Glossi looked indifferent and looked at Yakushi Kabuto unblinkingly, feeling even more jealous of him. Obviously possessing incomparable strength, but being humiliated by a group of genin pretending to be inadequate here, needless to say, it must have some ulterior motive. Are you sure? The turtle man said with a sneer. What's the matter? You are so weak, it's not a big deal, but you are still a veteran taking exams for 4 consecutive years. Write on your card that the Otonin trio will definitely become Chunin. Yakushi Kabuto, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura looked at the Otonin trio with unwilling eyes, but did not dare to say a word. The abilities of these three people are too weird, they can't see through. Lee, how are their moves? I don't know when. Hyuga Neji walked up to Glossi and asked softly. Their moves are very ordinary, and it is easy to avoid them. However, their abilities are a little weird. Glossi said lightly. Sonic Kung Fu is also one of the most famous Kung Fu in the martial arts world, and is known as the treasure of heavenly Kung Fu. In his previous life, Glossi provoked a martial arts sage who had practiced Sonic skills. He fought more than 10 times, and suffered more than 100 small battles. He suffered countless big losses, and finally killed the enemy after his martial arts became complete. That opponent was almost the most terrifying enemy he had encountered in the previous life for Glossi. Thanks to this person's blessing, Glossi also figured out a whole set of methods to deal with Sonic power. The 3 people in Odonin village all have their abilities related to their voices, but after all, their strength is too weak to be compared with the enemies of the previous life. How could it be placed in Glossi's heart? Quite all for me, you rubbish. Raised. At this moment, a loud shout resounded throughout the classroom. The person who came was too arrogant, spoke unscrupulously, and did not put anyone present in his eyes. However, no one dared to stand up and express dissatisfaction, because accompanied by the voice was a powerful and breathtaking and terrifying aura. Among those auras, the weakest is the elite Chunin. The examiner is here. Let you wait a long time. I am the chief examiner of the Chunin selection examination, Morino Ibiki. A 1.9 meter tall man wearing a black trench coat with 2 slash marks across his face. The young man said coldly. His eyes were like vultures, extremely sharp, and no one dared to look at him wherever they looked. This is a powerful Jonin. Glossi said silently in his heart. Advertisement. Genin of Odonin village, you'd better be honest before the exam, do you want to be disqualified immediately? Morino Ibiki glanced at the classroom and immediately spotted Yakushi Kabuto and others who were facing each other. He pointed his finger at the 3 tortoise men and shouted sharply. I'm sorry, because it's the first time I took the exam, I was so excited, I just didn't know it. The tortoise man turned his head and defended. Humph, Morino Ibiki said with a cold snort. Well, just take this opportunity to make it clear that you can't fight without the examiner's permission. Even if you get the permission, you can't put your opponent to death. Which trash dared to attack the uncle, immediately disqualified for the exam, have you heard of it? Morinoy said happily. Yes, the 3 tortoise men didn't dare to defy, and immediately walked to the side obediently. And Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura also helped Yakushi Kabuto up, and both looked at Morino Ibiki with unblinking eyes. Okay, now we will start the first session of the Chunin selection examination. After submitting the application form, collect your number plates and sit in the designated positions according to the number plates. Morino Ibiki said. Next, the papers for the written test will be issued and the written test will be conducted. Glossi clearly saw that when he heard the words, written test, Uzumaki Naruto's entire face turned bitter. Of course, there are many people like Uzumaki Naruto with expressions and reactions. Under the supervision of more than a dozen invigilators, Glossi and the others quickly completed the adjustment of their seats. It's a strange question, I don't know one. Glossi glanced at the test paper casually, and smiled helplessly. However, he was not panicked. Taking the Chunin exam was no different from playing for him anyway. He knows his strength best, where does he need others' recognition and evaluation? In the first exam, there are several very important rules. I won't accept any questions after I've finished speaking. You have all heard me clearly. Morino Ibiki said loudly. First of all, the first item. Everyone present has a score at the beginning. There are a total of 10 test questions, and each question is worth 1 point. In addition, the test adopts a deduction method, and every wrong question is deducted 1 point. Second, test scores are judged by the total score of 3 people in each group. Chapter 34 The true meaning of the first exam. As soon as Morino Ibiki finished speaking, many of the examinees became extremely ugly. Obviously, there must be a crane tail in their team. Among all the people, Haruno Sakura responded most violently. She slammed her head on the table, and then said loudly unconvincedly, please wait a moment, why should the total score of each group be judged? Less long-winded. Morino Ibiki's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted sharply. It makes sense for us to do this. Just shut up and listen. Next, is the most important rule. If you are found to be cheating or suspected of cheating by the invigilator in the exam, you will be deducted 2 points from the full 10 points each time it is found. Morino Ibiki said in a deep voice. Said. As soon as this statement came out, the eyes of Glossi, Hyuga Neji, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke and others all flashed, as if they were thinking of something. But Uzumaki Naruto and others are completely at a loss, their eyes widened, staring at the chief examiner, mourning for their poor basic knowledge. In other words, there is no need to wait for the test results to come out, someone may have been kicked out of the test room. Morino Ibiki continued. Anyone who commits bad cheating is ruining himself. I will observe you at any time. An invigilator with a bandage on his face seemed to be cooperating with Morino Ibiki, speaking in a gloomy tone. Since you want to be promoted to Chunin, as a ninja, you have to be like a good ninja. Morino Ibiki said. Oh, yes, if one person in the other group gets a 0 score, all members of that group will be considered unqualified together. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the whole classroom. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who has always been silent and calm, couldn't help his face change drastically. Although he is full of confidence in himself, he knows the level of Uzumaki Naruto better. If nothing happens, Uzumaki Naruto scores 0 on the test, that's all right. There is a murderous aura. Glossi was thinking about it, and suddenly he noticed a cold aura coming from behind him. He glanced at the corner of his eyes and found that it was Hyuga Neji who was looking at him with murderous eyes. Although Rock Lee used to be diligent and hardworking, he was too dumb to know anything about cultural classes. Even if Hyuga Neji is the strongest of the Genin generation of Konoha village, if he is disqualified because of Rock Lee, there is no way he can do it. Glossi turned his head and smiled at Hyuga Neji, as if he was not paying for his life. Hyuga Neji almost breathed fire in his eyes, but he quickly recovered his calm. Because, not far away, Tenten was gesturing to him in secret words to signal Rock Lee's affairs to be on her, don't worry. Advertisement. In addition, the last test question will be given 45 minutes after the start of the test. Morino Ibiki said. The test time is 1 hour. Now, the exam begins. Morinoi Bixi shouted loudly when the time was pointing to 3:30 in the afternoon. As a result, the entire examination room immediately became quiet. All the examinees focused on the test papers, carefully reading the questions and answering the questions, while the invigilators stared at the examinees like an eagle, just like staring at a group of little chickens, ready to do it at any time. The atmosphere of the examination room is quiet and depressing. Of course Glossi is no exception. Although he doesn't like this kind of examination very much, he still needs to do the most basic things. In the martial arts world, when the famous martial arts academy selected students, there were also written examinations. He once participated in the assessment of the prestigious War God Academy. It's just that I've never been admitted. Glossi picked up the test paper and looked at it carefully from the first question. A secret sign. He frowned. He didn't know anything about it, so he chose to skip it and turn to the second question. The parabola B in the picture is the maximum range of the enemy ninja standing on a 7-meter high tree to throw a dart. Please write down the characteristics of the enemy ninja that will appear within the range of this dart, as well as the plain battle. The maximum range of, and write down the basis. When Glossi finished reading the question, he smiled directly, threw the test paper on the table, and stopped reading it. He doesn't need to read on and know that the following questions must also be super difficult questions of this type. Although Rock Lee's brain is not easy to use, he once graduated from a ninja school and often came into contact with test papers and other things. In his surviving memory, he has never seen these difficult questions. In other words, these questions on the test paper are simply not something Genin can answer. The difficulty of these questions is not something Genin can answer, but the chief examiner gave such a paper. What is it for? Advertisement. Glossi was contemplative. The purpose of the Chunin exam is to select outstanding Genin to be promoted to Chunin, and to train them into talents who can be alone. If this is the case, then the chief examiner must not deliberately embarrass the candidates, deliberately ask such difficult questions. Could it be that? A flash of lightning flashed across Glossi's mind, and he couldn't help but recall the words Morino Ibis said not long ago. Anyone who commits botched cheating is ruined. As a ninja, you have to be like a good ninja. That's how it is, that's how it is. Glossi turned his gaze to the invigilators who were staring at the candidates like a thief, and his heart suddenly became clear, and he understood the true meaning of this exam. This is not a pure knowledge test at all, it is actually an exam that allows the candidates to use the disguise and concealment technique to collect intelligence. When seeing the true face of this exam, Glossi couldn't help but admire the talent training opportunities in this ninja world. Although the force of the ninja world is far less than the martial arts, their talent training method is much better than the martial arts. A ninja must see the truth of the facts clearly, so the chief examiner named Morino Ibiki characterizes this test as, if you want to cheat, don't cheat by clumsy means, and be undetected like a good ninja. And because of this, this test has adopted the strange system of deducting points. What a great talent training mechanism. Glossi said with admiration in his heart. This exam is actually forcing the candidates to cheat, and they must be cheated without being discovered by the invigilator and plagiarism. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the exam room and lose their qualifications. Chapter 35. Each shows his magical powers. After trying to understand these things, Glossi's attention shifted from the test papers to the classroom. He carefully and conscientiously observed every corner, every person, and probed with his powerful spiritual knowledge. This is. Soon, a strange color flashed in Glossi's eyes. He found a few weird people out of a total of 153 candidates in 51 groups in the entire examination room. Those few people are not strong, but they are extremely composed. When others are frowning, they quietly lie on the table to answer the paper. Inferring from the speed of their answering papers, it is obvious that they are very familiar with these exam questions, and they don't even hesitate to think. This is not normal. As far as the content of this exam is concerned, it is extremely difficult, even if the elite Chunin comes to answer the paper, I am afraid it will take a while to think about it. However, those few people answered too smoothly. Could it be that, these few of them are not examinees, but the model that the chief examiner puts in the classroom, waiting for the examinees to cheat and plagiarize? It should be. After Glossi carefully observed the seats of several people, he was determined in his heart. He looked at the candidates and found that Hyuga Neji, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke and others had already seen through the true meaning of the exam, and they all sat there, quietly waiting for the opportunity. Glossi turned his gaze to Uzumaki Naruto again, only to find that Uzumaki Naruto was already sweating profusely, scratching his head and head. Obviously, With his big nerves, he couldn't see the true meaning of the exam at all, and he kept focusing his attention on the test paper itself instead of jumping out of it. The person sitting next to Uzumaki Naruto is not someone else, but Hyuga Hinata. The shy girl looked at Uzumaki Naruto from time to time, and wanted to share her answer with Uzumaki Naruto, but she never dared to speak. His face is red, so cute. This guy, hey. Glossi shook his head helplessly. Recalling 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, how vigorous and heroic it was back then, with a superb body flicker technique that shook the world of ninja, it was frightening to hear. But his only son is now behaving like this. If Kwanja knew, would he sigh? Uchiha Sasuke, has Sharingan turned on already? Glossi's expression stunned. He just swept the scarlet light with the outside of his eyes, which was where Uchiha Sasuke was. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke is like Glossi, and it has been determined that someone in this classroom must know the real answer. At this time, the powerful Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can finally come in handy. Call. Suddenly, a breeze blew in the quiet examination room. This wind was very weak and almost imperceptible, but it did not escape the powerful spirit of Glossi and was caught all at once. Advertisement. That's sand. Glossi stared at Gaara intently. At this moment, he understood the fact that Gaara's ability is to manipulate sand. When they first met, Gaara discovered his hiding place, relying on the sand's induction. That's how it is, Glossi secretly said in his heart. Wow, wow. At this moment, a soft dog barking suddenly came from the classroom. It turned out that the puppy Akamaru on top of Inazukatoa's head was barking, while Inazukatoa showed a slight smile on his face, and began to write on the test paper with a pen. Obviously, as an Inazuka clan, he can understand the language of dogs. At the same time, the three of Odonan village began to move. They all closed their eyes, quietly listened to the voices in the classroom, distinguished the correct answers from the complex sounds, and then used their abilities to restore them to words. This is the powerful ability of the three people in Odonan village. A fly buzzed and flew, circling and flying above a ninja's head. He waited until the ninja was impatient and stretched out his hand to drive him away. However, the fly flew in front of Aburame Shino and kept making strange movements. So that's it. Aburame Shino looked at it for a long time, nodded, and said. This is the ability of the Aburame clan to communicate with insects. Byakugan. Hyuga Neji moved, opening the most precious heritage of the Hyuga clan. Byakugan possesses a powerful insight that is almost heaven-defying, and can travel directly through the human body and look directly at the answers on the test paper. Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke finally identified the person who had the correct answer, and displayed Sharingan's copy function, directly copying his answer. Ninfa. Heart-turning technique. Yamanaka Ino observed Haruno Sakura for a long time. After confirming that Haruno Sakura had finished answering the test paper, he used the family secret technique to temporarily occupy Haruno Sakura's body. Over time, those with unique abilities and secret skills inherited from the family have started to take action. Their secret skills and abilities are so powerful that they can hardly be resisted, so they easily get the answer and get the qualifications for the next exam. While these people from well-known families developed their abilities, those from the poor also started their own actions. However, their cheating methods were so clumsy that they were soon discovered by the invigilator and expelled. Advertisement. Woo. A sharp kunai pierced through, unbiasedly shot at an examinee's table, and cut his test paper in half. The candidate was trembling with fright, and sweating. What does this mean? The examinee stood up and roared sternly. It's the 5th time. You are disqualified for the exam. The invigilator with a bandage on his face said coldly, with a disdainful smile on his face. Also, the other 2 people in the same group with him also left. Get off now, he said sternly. All 3 of them were ashamed. They are like puppets that have lost their souls, walking towards the outside in a blink of an eye. Number 23 loses his qualifications for the exam. Number 43 and number 27 are disqualified for the exam. One after another icy voices sounded, and groups after groups were expelled from the entrance examination. In the blink of an eye, the huge examination room was much empty. Do you have any evidence that I have cheated 5 times? A ninja from the outer village roared grumpily. You are just a few invigilators, you can really notice all the candidates in the examination room. Before he could finish his words, he was hit by an elbow on his neck by an invigilator, and then he said it on the wall, extremely domineering. Listen to me, we are the elites selected by Chunin for this exam. Your every move can't escape our eyes. The invigilator said coldly. To put it bluntly, this power is evidence. Chapter 36 Morino Ibuxi. Get out. The invigilator looked at the examinee who was lying on the ground like a dead dog with disdain, and said coldly. It feels like this is not a student taking an exam, but an incompatible enemy on the battlefield. Such a scene fell in the eyes of all the examinees, and everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Especially those who were going to plagiarize by bad means were so scared that they would never dare to act rashly anymore. Among them, Uzumaki Naruto is included. Uzumaki Naruto is a complete crane tail, not only can't keep up with practice, but even cultural classes are in a mess. Fortunately, the person sitting next to him is Hyuga Hinata. This little girl has a good impression of Uzumaki Naruto. After finishing the test papers, she has to show Uzumaki Naruto the answer. And just when Uzumaki Naruto wanted to plagiarize, the person behind him cheated was discovered by the Invigilator and interrupted directly with a sharp kunai. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto was not caught, but he was so scared that he never dared to have other thoughts. He would rather hand in a blank paper at the end than be caught by the Invigilator and then thrown out like a dead dog. This guy hasn't figured out the true meaning of this exam at all. Glossi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was sweating and almost desperate, and shook his head helplessly. After that, he turned his gaze to Gaara, the guy with a strong smell of blood. As far as Glossi's eyes were, Gaara was sitting there quietly, with a cold expression. He stretched out his left hand, palm up, and his right hand was imprinted. He was extremely calm. It seemed that the things that happened in the examination room from beginning to end had nothing to do with him. Unaffected by any influence from the outside world, this guy has either received almost cruel training since he was a child, or his strength far surpasses everyone else, and he has never put this exam in his eyes. Glossi said silently in his heart. Following a faint to almost imperceptible wave of chakra, a faint yellow light flew in the air, and then condensed in Gaara's outstretched left hand. That's an eye. Glossi was awe-inspiring. He didn't expect Gaara to have such a weird ability. If this trick is placed on the battlefield, it is equivalent to having a third eye, and you can control the battlefield to the greatest extent. Suddenly, a dazzling light fell from the sky and fell straight on the table in front of Glossi. He quickly withdrew his attention from Gaara and took a closer look, only to see a mirror reflecting off a shadow of the test paper filled with dense answers. This is Tenten. Glossi moved his head and turned to look at Tenten, only to see Tenten smiling at him, beckoning him to finish the test paper as soon as possible. Glossi smiled gratefully at Tenten, and quickly copied the answer without any hesitation. I remember that the exam this time was a group score. Helping him by Tenten is equivalent to helping himself. When Glossi finished answering the last question, more than 40 minutes had passed. He sat quietly for a while, and found that the examiner Morino EBC suddenly had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and immediately knew that the highlight of the exam had arrived. Advertisement. The waste is probably eliminated, it's about time. Morino Ibis said in a deep voice. It has been 45 minutes. Okay, now we will announce the 10th question. All the remaining candidates focused their attention on Morino Ibiki, and they all knew that it was the moment when they could decide their destiny. There is one more thing before the announcement. I have to add a few rules for the last topic. Morino's gloomy voice resounded throughout the examination room, and a particularly depressed atmosphere enveloped the place. Explain beforehand, this is a desperate rule. First of all, I want you to choose to take the 10th question or make up the 10th question. Morino Ibixi said gloomily. Do you want to choose? Beautiful girl Tamari from San Shinobi Village exclaimed. What if I choose to make up the 10th question? If he chooses not to take the 10th question, his score will become 0. Morino Hiki said lightly. In other words, he will be disqualified for the exam. Of course, other people in the same group will also be out. What do you mean? Someone asked puzzledly. Since we have reached this point, of course we will choose to take the test. Another person said. For a time, opinions were divergent. However, Glossi, Hyuga Neji and others were silent, staring at Morino Ibiki unblinkingly, because they knew there must be something to follow. If you choose to take the 10th question but fail to give the correct answer, the candidate will forever lose the qualification to take the Chunin exam. Morino Ibiki's voice raised dozens of degrees and shouted loudly. Why? How can this be done? How can there be such a broken rule? Advertisement. Immediately, the examination room seemed to explode, and one candidate after another stood up and criticized Morino Ibiki. Everyone looked angry. If it weren't for Morino Ibiki's identity and strength as the chief examiner, someone would have gone up to beat him. Where are there such broken rules? Are there many people who have taken the Chunin exam many times? One person stood up and asked loudly. Haha. After hearing the examinee's words, Morino Ibiki suddenly sneered. I can only say, your luck is too bad. The rules of this year's exam are the final say. While speaking, an almost irresistible aura permeated Morino Ibiki's body, which was a terrifying aura belonging to Jonin. The emotional candidates in the examination room immediately became honest after sensing this terrible breath. Because they have a strong hunch, if they dare to talk nonsense, what awaits them will be the most terrible thing. However, it's not that I don't give you a chance. Morino Ibiki's momentum receded and said coldly. Those who have no confidence can choose not to take the test, and wait for the next year or the next year to take the test. Perhaps next year, the chief examiner will not be my uncle, he. Morino Ibiki sneered again, which made people feel terrified. How can there be such a rule? Glossi lowered his head in thought. This time the test is made up of 3 people, which means that as long as one of the 3 chooses not to take the test, all 3 will be out. If you choose to take the 10th question, but the answer is wrong, you will never be promoted to Chunin and be Genin forever. For a ninja, this is the biggest threat besides death. Whether you choose to take the exam or choose not to take the exam, you will endure unparalleled strong psychological pressure. Glossi squinted his eyes and stared at Morino Ibiki unblinkingly, amazed in his heart. Regardless of what the 10th question is for the time being, just choosing the 10th question causes the stress on the examinees, which is incomparable. Morino Ibiki, this is definitely an expert who is good at studying human psychology. Glossi is now extremely suspicious whether this Morino Ibiki is the leader of Konoha Shinobi Village who specializes in interrogating enemies and spying on intelligence. Chapter 37 passed smoothly. For a while, the examination room was abnormally quiet, and there were no other sounds except for some rapid and heavy gasps. At this moment, if a slender needle falls on the ground, it must be clearly audible. Marina Ibisi's 10th question caused great psychological pressure on everyone present except Glossi. Even those who were better than Hyuga Neji, Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke and others are no exception. Although these people are strong and have absolute self-confidence in themselves, this exam is a team model. If the other two are dragged down, they will also fail and will be disqualified from the exam. Then, let's start now. Morino Ibiksi glanced at the audience with a pair of stern eyes, and said in a low voice. Question 10. Those who choose not to take the test should raise their hands. After confirming the number, get out for me immediately. The examination room became quieter. Everyone fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. Some people were trembling. They were too nervous and scared. If they choose to take the 10th question but fail to give the correct answer, then they will be genin for a lifetime, which is unbearable. However, if they give up, they will not be reconciled. Tangled, extremely tangled. Why does the 10th question look like this? Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, sweating profusely, shivering all over. If you get a wrong answer, you will be a genin for the rest of my life. I definitely don't want it. But if I choose not to take the exam, I am fine, but didn't it hurt Sasuke and Sakura out together? I don't know how to raise my hand. Haruno Sakura looked tangled, but his heart was extremely firm. Even if the 10th question is difficult, I am confident to give the correct answer. But she is 100% confident in her cultural class, but now she is extremely worried about Uzumaki Naruto, for fear that Uzumaki Naruto can't stand such a huge psychological pressure and raise her hand. In that case, she would also be disqualified as a teammate. My heart is harder than a rock. I will never quit. Uchiha Sasuke has cold eyes and firm eyes. He has a proud and strong heart. Morino Ibiksi's words can't scare him. Tamari, Kankuro, if you two dare to raise your hands, I will kill you when I go back. Gaara stared fiercely at Tamari and Kankuro, and said in his heart. In an instant, both Tamari and Kankuro felt as if they had fallen into hell, and the terrible breath of death spread all over the world. They shivered involuntarily, obediently putting away the previously uncertain thoughts. Even being genin for a lifetime is much better than dying in Gaara's hands. Advertisement. Bang. Suddenly, a pencil rolled to the ground. I chose to give up. A man in Konoha village who had taken the Chunin exam twice tremblingly raised his hand and said with difficulty. His face was full of pain. He didn't want to quit, but he didn't have any confidence in himself and didn't want to be genin for a lifetime. Number 50 was disqualified for the exam. An invigilator announced immediately. Number 130 and number 111 are disqualified together. Yes, I'm sorry, Genui, Inagaki. The man who raised his hand tremblingly said. Damn it, one of his companions said viciously at him. Me too, and I. The first man who raised his hand seemed to have brought up a domino. Many people raised their hands and stood up. After all, they are all ordinary people, not too talented, and are unwilling to bet on their life's future. For a time, more than half of the huge examination room was vacated. In other words, in the face of Morino Ibis's cruel rules, the vast majority of people chose to succumb, unwilling to bet their life's destiny. Looking at the candidates who have left one after another, everyone feels afflicted. In a sense, their fate is the same. No, perhaps, the fate of those waiting to stay is even more tragic. Once you answer the 10th question incorrectly, you will be genin for a lifetime, and you will never be able to stand up. Uzumaki Naruto, don't let me down. Glossi fixed his gaze on Uzumaki Naruto, who was trembling, and said silently in his heart. You have 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's blood flowing in your body. You should also have his pride. Don't give up. Uzumaki Naruto did not choose to raise his hand, but Glossi knew clearly that Uzumaki Naruto was not determined now, but was sitting in a fierce psychological struggle. As for in the end, Uzumaki Naruto will be overwhelmed by Morino Ibiki's aura, or whether the pride passed down in his bones will prevail, it is unclear. Advertisement. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto, who was trembling all over, finally slowly raised his left hand. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed fiercely, and he wanted to rush to kill Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru and others also cast their eyes over it, because this was the first person to raise his hand among the 9 newcomers. This guy. Glossi showed a strange smile on his face. Sure enough, I didn't disappoint, and I was still proud of myself. Snapped. When everyone thought Uzumaki Naruto was about to give up his qualifications for the exam, he suddenly slapped his hand on the table. Don't underestimate me, he shouted. I will never escape. I want to take the 10th question. If I want to be a genin for a lifetime, I have to work hard to be a Hokage for you to see. Who is afraid of whom? He seemed to vent all the depression in his heart. The sound is so loud that even people from hundreds of meters away can hear it. After speaking, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his seat. I'll ask you again. This is a lifelong choice. If you want to give up, just take advantage of it now. Morino Ibi was pleased to look at Uzumaki Naruto's eyes full of appreciation, and asked again. I always do what I say, this is my Shindo. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Uzumaki Naruto's words were full of positive energy, and all of a sudden, he swept away the terrible depressive aura Morino Ibiki had created before. Although Morino Ibiki repeated what he said before, it didn't work for the rest of the group anymore. He calmed down people's hearts. 78 people. Morino Ibi was pleased to see that no one raised his hand again, a smile on his face. A lot more than I expected. Your decision is good, then. Morino paused and announced loudly. All those who chose to stay, pass the first exam. Chapter 38 Mitarashi Anko appears. Passed. Even if you passed the first exam successfully. Hearing Morino Ibixi's words, everyone was stunned, their mouths opened wide, their eyes widened, and Morino Ibixi was staring at Morino Ibixi, with an incredible face. This feeling is like riding a roller coaster. A moment ago, Morino Ibis used the 10th question to psychologically oppress all the candidates, telling them that if the 10th question was answered incorrectly, the candidate would lose the chance to be promoted to Chunin forever and be Genin for a lifetime. But now, Morino Ibiki said such words, it was an instant from hell to heaven, so that everyone could not believe their ears. Isn't it necessary to take the 10th question? Wait, what's going on? Why did you pass the test suddenly? What about the 10th test? Haruno Sakura's temperament was so hot, the first one couldn't help standing up and saying. Ha ha ha. Facing Haruno Sakura's questioning, Morino Ibuki's gloomy face showed an unprecedented smile. That kind of thing was not there at the beginning. I really want to say that the choice just now is the 10th question. As that's so, Glossi nodded secretly in his heart. In fact, since Morino EBC stated the rules of question 10, Glossi had already had such a guess, but it had not been confirmed. After all, the Chunin exam is an exam jointly organized by the 5 major countries to select outstanding talents. Its purpose will not change anyway. No matter how strong Morino Ibixi is, it is impossible to violate it. Wait, Tamari, a beautiful girl from San Shinobi Village, said unconvinced. So what are the 9 exam questions before? Are they all for nothing? How could it be a free test? Morino Ibiki said, the 9 questions in the previous exam have achieved our first goal. That is to test each of you's intelligence gathering ability. Intelligence gathering ability. Tamari was stunned. Advertisement. First of all, the focus of this exam is what was mentioned in the initial rules. It is a 3-person team to determine whether to pass, so that you will feel a great pressure because you are afraid of hurting your peers. Results. However, this test is too difficult for you Genins. In this way, there is only one way for you to go, and that is to rely on cheating to score. In other words, this test is conducted on the premise of cheating. Quote. Therefore, I selected a few Chunin who knew the answer, and mixed them in at the beginning to be the targets of cheating. Morino Ibiki said. Following Morino Ibiki's words, the people who had been identified by Glossi as having problems at the time all waved to signal their existence. Everyone suddenly. However, people who cheat by clumsy means will of course lose their qualifications for the exam. Morino Ibiki said, because, sometimes intelligence is more important than life. Whether it is to perform a mission or on the battlefield, it is often obtained by desperate efforts. While speaking, Morino Ibiki took off the forehead protector he was wearing on his forehead, revealing his almost hideous and horrible head. On the bald head, it was densely covered with burns, screw holes, knife wounds, sword wounds, and traces of torture. It was so tragic that everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The information obtained after being discovered by the enemy or a third party may not be reliable. I hope you must remember one thing. If you are misled to obtain the wrong information, it may bring devastating effects to your partner or the village. Disaster. That's why we will use cheating to test your intelligence gathering ability, and weed out people who are obviously inferior. That's what it is. Morino Ibiki brought his forehead protector back, and said in a deep voice. But, I still don't understand the meaning of the last question. Tamari whispered. In fact, this 10th question is the real question of this exam. Morino Ibiki said, the 10th question is whether to choose to take the test or not to take the test. Needless to say, this is a painful and tangled dilemma. Those who choose not to take the test will be out immediately with themselves and their teammates. But those who choose to take the test but fail to give the correct answer will lose their eligibility for the test forever. This is actually a very unreasonable test question. If you really encounter this situation, how would you choose? Morino Ibiki said, if you have been promoted to Chunin, the content of the mission is to seize secret documents. The number, abilities, and arms of the enemy ninja are unclear, and the enemy may set up traps. Advertisement. Such a difficult task, would you choose to accept or reject it? Morino said sharply, because you cherish your life, and because you don't want your companions to be in danger, can you choose not to accept dangerous tasks? The answer is no, Morino Ibixi said happily. Sometimes there are tasks that you can't refuse no matter how dangerous it is. At this time, being able to show courage to your companions and the ability to break through difficult situations is what you need to be the captain of the Chunin army. At a critical juncture, people who dare not bet on their lives, pin their hopes on the next year or an uncertain future, shake their confidence, and finally choose to give up opportunities. I feel that this kind of unsteady will be useless, fundamentally. You are not eligible to be promoted to Chunin. It is you who chose to take the test. It can be said that you have answered the 10th most difficult question correctly, and I must be able to face the difficulties that you will encounter in the future. Morino Ibiki said with encouragement. You have broken through the entrance. The first session of the Chunin selection exam is over. I wish you success. Yeah. As soon as Morino Ibiki's words fell, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help cheering loudly. There was a blank on his test paper, and he finally passed the examination, which he couldn't believe it. Huh. Suddenly, Morino Ibix looked terrified and turned his head outside the window, seeming to notice something. Another strong person is here. Glossi's pupils shrank slightly. When, with a crisp sound, the glass was torn apart, and a dark shadow rushed in quickly. 4 sharp kunai shot at the 4 corners of the classroom, and a curtain fell down, directly blocking Morino Ibiki. Immediately afterwards, a woman with a concave and convex body, exquisite and translucent, exuding a kind of mature feminine charm, stood in front of everyone. Little guys, this is not the time to be happy. I am the second examiner, Mitarashi Anko, and the next exam is about to begin. The woman said loudly to everyone. Chapter 39 Palpitations. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Everyone looked at the beautiful woman who entered through the broken window with strange eyes. Is this crazy-looking woman the chief examiner of their second exam? For a while, the entire examination room was silent, and everyone looked at the woman blankly, even Glossi was no exception. Please clarify the situation. Morino Ibiki poked her head from behind the curtain and said softly. Cut. Mitarashi Anko's face blushed slightly, and he cut, feeling slightly embarrassed. There are 78 people, and there are 26 groups left. Isn't the first exam too simple this time? There was a trace of disdain on her face. No. Morino Ibixi shook his head and said. The candidates this time were all excellent and exceeded my expectations. It doesn't matter. Mitarashi Anko curled his lips and said. In the second exam, I will remove more than half of the number of people. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help feeling awe-inspiring. Needless to think about it, the second exam must be extremely cruel. He, I can't wait. Mitarashi Anko showed a terrible expression on his face. Tomorrow, when you arrive at the examination room, I will explain in detail. As for the gathering place, time, etc., go back and ask your instructor. This is a terrible person, and it is very likely to pervert psychologically. Glossi commented on Mitarashi Anko. That's it. Disband. At 8 o'clock in the morning the next day, the exam meeting place. This is the test room for the second exam, practice 44. Another name, Death Forest. Mitarashi Anko said in a deep voice, standing in front of a huge forest surrounded by barbed wire. Advertisement. I always think this place is gloomy, said a weak female voice. Glossi trembled in his heart, followed the voice and looked over, and immediately saw that the weak female ninja named Hoshinoyuki was talking. Hoshinoyuki met Glossi's gaze, like a frightened deer, and immediately retracted from the crowd, never daring to come out again. Mitarashi Anko sneered. You will be able to experience firsthand why this place is called the Death Forest. You will be able to experience firsthand why this place is called the Dead Forest. Uzumaki Naruto passed the level with a blank roll yesterday, and he is still very emotional until now. While shaking his hips, he imitated the examiner's voice and said. It's less scary. I don't feel scary at all. He pointed to Mitarashi Anko and said. Really? You are so motivated. Mitarashi Anko showed a sweet smile on his face. However, a kunai appeared in her right hand and flew towards Uzumaki Naruto in a thunderous manner. Kunai's speed was so fast that Uzumaki Naruto couldn't even react, so he wiped Uzumaki Naruto's left cheek and flew over. And threw the hair of a long fluttering female ninja behind, nailed to a big tree. Woo. Immediately afterwards, Mitarashi Anko turned into a black streamer, and instantly came behind Uzumaki Naruto. Children like you usually die earlier. She said sternly. So fast. Glossi looked awe-inspiring. He now finally knows the gap between himself and Jonin. If he confronts Jonin, he might even have a problem with running away. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was already shocked. Standing there motionless, like a stone statue. A long and narrow wound was drawn on his left cheek by Kuwu, and bright red blood flowed out and dripped on his body. This is my favorite red blood. Mitarashi Anko embraced Uzumaki Naruto's neck with one hand and wiped the blood from the wound on Uzumaki Naruto's face with the other. This scene only made everyone's scalp numb. There are indications that this extremely beautiful Mitarashi Anko is definitely a more dangerous figure than Morino Ibixi, so he can't provoke it. That person. At this moment, Glossi's expression changed slightly, because he suddenly discovered that the female ninja who had been cut off by a strand of hair was actually sticking out her long tongue and pinning the bitterness to the tree trunk. Woopa came out, and then walked towards Mitarashi Anko. This person has such a weird aura. Why do I have a creepy feeling? I don't know why. Looking at that person, Glossi became strongly wary. That feeling is countless times stronger than when Glossi faced Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yakushi Kabuto. Advertisement. Glossi had lived for more than 1,000 years in his previous life and had experienced countless catastrophes. Although he still doesn't know the origin of that person, he has decided to stay away from this person. This Chunin exam has gathered so many monsters. Glossi was secretly shocked. Swish. Mitarashi Anko was very sensitive, and once again grabbed a kunai with his left hand and stabbed it back. Kunai will be returned to you, said the female ninja with fluttering hair. Facing Mitarashi Anko's suffering, she didn't even have a trace of fear on her face. Thank you, please help me pick it back, Mitarashi Anko said with a smile. However, you better not stand behind me with murderous aura, if you don't want to die so early. I'm sorry, the female ninja with fluttering hair returned Mitarashi Anko, and then put her long tongue back. I feel so excited when I see the blood, so I'm embarrassed. After speaking, she turned and walked back to the crowd. What a terrible guy, even the chief examiner has been concealed by her, where is she sacred? Glossi murmured in his heart. It seems that there are a lot of healthy guys this time. It's really exciting, Mitarashi Anko said excitedly, looking at the female ninja with fluttering hair. Before the second exam starts, I will send this to everyone. Mitarashi Anko took out a thick stack of paper from his chest and said loudly. What is that? Someone asked. Consent. Mitarashi Anko said. Those who take this exam must sign this paper first. Why? Someone asked. Because in the next exam, some people may die. Mitarashi Anko said. So, you have to ask for your consent first. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. Chapter 40. The second exam. Will anyone die? For a while, everyone was silent. The second exam was more cruel than the first. In the first test, the atmosphere created by Morino Ibiki was extremely depressing, but it was ultimately just a way to test the psychological resistance to stress. Failed, it's just disqualification for the exam. However, in the second exam, some people were in danger of death. This made everyone's heart like a big stone, which was extremely dull. After Glossi took the consent form in his hand and read it carefully, he became more sure of his thoughts. In the Death Forest, powerful people can kill weak people at will, and no one will be held accountable. Okay, everyone should have finished reading it. Mitarashi Anko clapped his hands and said loudly. Next, I will explain to you the rules of the exam. First of all, I will start with the topography of the exercise site. The 44th exercise site is a circle surrounded by 44 locked entrances, with rivers and forests in it, and a tall tower in the center. The distance from that tall tower to the entrance is about 10 kilometers, in this limited area. Inside, there will be a knockout process. And its content is, unscrupulous scroll competition. Mitarashi Anko said, took out 2 scrolls from his waist and shook them at the crowd. Scroll. Uzumaki Naruto said puzzledly. Yes. Mitarashi Anko nodded and said. I have the scroll of the Book of Heaven and the scroll of the Earth in my hand, and I want you to compete with each other for these 2 scrolls. A total of 26 groups passed the first exam, 13 of which carried the scroll of the Book of Heaven, and the other half carried the scroll of the Book of Earth. Each group will get a scroll, which is simply a battle for each other. What are the qualifications? Uchiha Sasuke asked. The 3 people brought the twin scrolls of Heaven and Earth to the central tower together. Mitarashi Anko said. In other words, half of the teams will lose the reels and be eliminated. In addition, time is limited. The second exam lasts 120 hours, which is almost exactly 5 days. Mitarashi Anko said. Why, 5 days? So long. One person exclaimed. What if I get hungry? Think of it yourself. Mitarashi Anko said. The forest is a paradise for wild animals. There are food materials in it. Of course, there are also many beasts and poisonous insects that can eat people. Be careful, don't be eaten by the beasts inside. There was a pervert smile on her face. This second exam is simply encouraging the candidates to kill each other. Glossi said silently in his heart. Advertisement. In theory, there will be 13 combinations in 26 groups, but in practice, this is almost impossible. In order to ensure that they can get Shunan's quota, some people even make shots against other teams when they have already obtained the qualifications. It is inevitable that there will be casualties in the real battle, and it is not surprising that someone died in such a cruel environment. Mitarashi Anko said. Excuse me, can you abstain in the middle? Suddenly, Nara Shikamaru raised his hand and asked loudly. According to the regulations, we are not allowed to withdraw halfway. Mitarashi Anko said simply and neatly. You must spend these 5 days in the Death Forest. Sure enough, it's really troublesome. Nara Shikamaru said impatiently. Okay, now let me tell you the conditions of elimination by the way. First of all, the first point is that it is impossible for 3 people to bring the earth coiling shaft to the tower's team within the specified time. Second point, someone died or was unable to continue fighting. Team. In addition, there is one more thing. You should never peek at the contents of the scrolls until you reach the tower, Mitarashi Anko said. What would happen if I peeked halfway? Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. This, you might as well try it. Mitarashi Anko said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. Once you become Shunin, you have the opportunity to deal with very confidential documents. This is to see if you are trustworthy. Mitarashi Anko explained. Explanation so far. The 3 of them will take their own consent to go to the hut over to exchange your scrolls, and then choose the entrances. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice, don't die. Mitarashi Anko exclaimed with a serious look. Everyone was awe-inspiring, knowing that the cruelty of the second exam would be far beyond their imagination. The most important thing before them now is not to pass the exam successfully, but to walk out alive in the forest of death. It's been a long time since the death trial is the same pattern. Glossi muttered to himself, staring at the death forest with unblinking eyes. In the martial arts world, in exchange for training resources, Glossi, who was a civilian, had to go to the Warcraft forest to hunt and kill Warcraft to obtain magic cores as his only source of income. In the Warcraft forest, powerful beasts are everywhere, terrifying, and if you are not careful, your life will be in danger. At that time, Glossi suffered multiple death crises in the Warcraft forest, but they all survived fortunately. Later, after he became the god of war, he was very nostalgic for that period. What he didn't expect was that in the ninja world, he actually encountered an environment with almost the same pattern. It is extremely dangerous not only to always guard against the attacks of terrible beasts, but also to guard against other people's sneak attacks. However, instead of feeling nervous and scared, Glossi became excited. It has been a long time, and he has not been in such a high mood as he is now. Advertisement. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The group that got the scroll will follow the person in charge of the entrance to their respective entrances. Mitarashi Anko said loudly. From now on, we will act together in 30 minutes. ... Entrance no. 41. Lee, are you ready? Hyuga Neji looked at Glossi with provocative eyes and said. Once we enter the death forest, we will immediately encounter countless powerful enemies. Countless powerful enemies. Glossi said lightly. Actually, compared with them, I'm more willing to fight with you. There are so many opportunities for us to fight each other, Hyuga Neji said. Why don't we join hands for the time being and pass this exam first? I have no problem. Glossi nodded. Entrance number 20th. The opportunity is finally here, and we can complete the task with fairness. The 3 people in Otonan village stood there, and the man who resembled a tortoise said. Entrance no. 6. The enemy team is terrible. However, I think it's more terrifying to stay with this guy for 5 days. Konkuro looked at Gaara with fear in his eyes and said in his heart. Entrance no. 15. Let's put the goal on the newcomer. One person said. Next, it seems that I can kill people by hand. It's a lot easier. The woman with long fluttering hair and a long tongue said sensibly. Chapter 41, Auto-generated chapter title. The 41st chapter shot as an insult. In the afternoon, 2:30. Chunin selection exam, the second exam, officially begins. Mitarashi Anko looked at the time and announced loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, almost all the candidates at the entry point moved into action, rushing toward the death forest like a predator. Lee, your speed is too fast. Tenten said loudly. The exam has just begun, there is no need to be so anxious. I have something to deal with. Glossi said. I want to act alone. Just follow Neji. Remember, don't be alone. Lee, what do you mean? Hyuga Neji said displeased ly. What do you think of me? Nanny. Tenten will be handed over to you. Glossi smiled at Hyuga Neji, raised force under his feet, and his body quickly disappeared into the eyes of the 2 of them, like a bow and arrow from the string. You two damn it guys. Tenten was irritated by the conversation between Glossi and Hyuga Neji. Her strength is not very weak. What does it mean to treat her as the tail of a crane? Tenten, you must not stay away from my body for 50 meters. Although Hyuga Neji was unwilling, he still said to Tenten. If you exceed this distance, I will not be responsible for your safety. I can take care of myself, don't worry about you. Tenten said angrily. Glossi left the team and walked quickly through the dense forest alone. He didn't pay much attention to the Chunin exam this time, and he was even less interested in the scroll of the book of seizing heaven and earth. The only thing he cared about was taking this opportunity to see the ninjutsu in each village. His path is to cultivate martial arts, to break the sky with martial arts, which is completely different from the practice of ninjutsu and illusion in the ninja world. If he does not learn about the world's abilities first, he will suffer a big loss if he encounters a real strong in the future. Therefore, this Chunin exam is a perfect opportunity for him. Advertisement. The dead forest occupies a huge area, with vast forests, and more than 90% of the area is covered by virgin forests. Towering ancient trees, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, ferocious birds and beasts haunt them from time to time, roaring and whistling, a scene of a barbaric era. From time to time, a terrible roar from the depths of the forest can be heard. In addition, the heaven and the earth are silent. At this time, although it was 2:30 in the afternoon and the scorching sun was high, the forest was mixed with a cold and awe-inspiring atmosphere. Even with a physique as strong as Glossi, he felt a bit of chill. Wow! Suddenly, a fierce giant tiger roared, showing its fangs, and rushed towards Glossi. Glossi looked indifferent, spinning around, swinging his legs, swiping his right leg violently, and immediately swept the behemoth to the ground. But at this moment, there was another terrible roar not far away, and a black ape more than 3 meters tall rushed over and swung his huge claw towards Glossi. It was covered with dark hair all over its body, and its blood basin was big and hideous, which looked particularly frightening. Bang! Glossi raised his right fist to greet him. With a loud noise, Glossi felt only a sharp pain in his arm, and a strong force spread along his fist. He was taken aback, knowing that this black ape was born with supernatural power, and with his current cultivation base, he couldn't confront it directly. He hurriedly withdrew and violently retreated, stepped on the 8 steps of the snake character, under his feet, and withdrew from this area like lightning. The black ape yelled and chased from behind, but how did he catch up to Glossi's speed? Soon, Glossi dumped the black ape and disappeared. This death forest is also well deserved. If you are not strong enough, let alone pass this exam, it will be a problem to survive. Glossi said secretly in his heart. There are people there. Suddenly, Glossi's eyes lit up and he ran towards a clearing not far from him. He stepped on the Yulu Fu Feng step, although the speed was extremely fast, but there was no sound. Choji, what are you doing? Said a nice girl's voice. This voice sounds familiar, and should be one of the 9 newcomers in Konoha village. Take a break, I feel so tired and hungry. A fat boy sat on the ground, tearing open the snacks in his hand, and said. The exam is less than 5 minutes. You look like this. It's really troublesome. Said a lazy voice. It turns out to be the offspring of the famous Konoha no Shika Cho trio. Guluo Tibet frowned as he stared at a big tree. Ino Shika Cho is the famous family of Konoha village, even in the entire ninja world. However, their descendants are like this, and Glossi has to be side. Advertisement. Someone is here again. It seems that there are quite a few guys who have targeted the 9 newcomers in Konoha village for this exam. Glossi rolled his eyes and looked in the other direction. Someone is coming. Hurry up and hide. Nara Shikamaru was very alert and was the first to spot the anomaly. He dragged Akamichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino into the dense bushes nearby. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 silhouettes came quickly. From the forehead protector they wear, it can be seen that they should be genin from One village. They looked around for a while, and found no trace of Nara Shikamaru and others, and soon went in the other direction. It's really a bunch of waste. I didn't even find the snacks that fell on the ground. Glossi couldn't help shaking his head. He can already pronounce the death penalty of the 3 One village genin in advance. Call. After the 3 genins from One village left, Nara Shikamaru and others let out a long sigh, with a kind of surviving joy. Hey, you 3 guys, if you want to survive, you'd better be alert. Suddenly, a low voice came from behind the 3. Who? Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji were all trembling with fright, suddenly jumped up from the ground, turned and looked behind. When they saw what Glossi looked like, their hearts calmed slightly. The other party is also genin from Konoha village, so I shouldn't do anything to them. It's you, Rock Lee, Nara Shikamaru said in surprise. How will you be here? I've been following you for a long time. Glossi said coldly. I originally wanted to take the scroll in your hands, but now I have changed my mind. Why? Yamanaka Ino couldn't help asking. You are too weak, it's an insult to shoot you. Glossi said rudely. Especially you know all day to eat, what is the difference with a pig? If you don't want to kill your companion, you'd better take care of your mouth. Chapter 42 Stimulation Ino Shika Cho. You dare to call me a pig. Akamichi Choji's face flushed immediately, and an unnamed karmic flame burst into his hands. He doesn't care about anything, except that he is extremely taboo about the word, pig. Now, Glossi actually called him a pig in front of his teammates. How could he swallow this breath? Why, are you still not convinced? Fat pig, Glossi said harshly. Want to do it with me? I advise you to forget it, lest you ask for trouble, fatty pig. He said again. Damn it. Akamichi Choji threw the snacks in his hand to the ground, and then rushed towards Glossi quickly. Choji, don't. Nara Shikamaru stopped loudly. He could quietly appear behind them through Glossi, and he judged that Glossi's strength was far above them. If he provokes him, he is absolutely asking for trouble. However, Akamichi Choji was touched by Niji, and became so angry that he did not listen to Nara Shikamaru's dissuasion at all, and rushed to Glossi. Ask yourself. Glossi said coldly. He raised his right fist and greeted him with 30% strength. Partial doubling technique. At this moment, Akamichi Choji shouted loudly. At this moment, something strange happened. Akamichi Choji's arm suddenly swelled up suddenly, more than 5 times thicker than an ordinary person's arm. And along with the swelling of the arm, the strength of Akamichi Choji's fist has increased more than 10 times. As expected of Konoha's famous sect, there are indeed some ways. Glossi said in admiration. He increased the force in his hand from 30% to 50%, and slammed into it hard. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Glossi stood still on the spot, but Akamichi Choji screamed loudly, turning the whole person into a gourd rolling on the ground and rolling back. Glossi, victory, advertisement. Choji, how are you? Yamanaka Ino was shocked and ran over to help Akamichi Choji up. She and Akamichi Choji are companions, and they have practiced together for a long time. Naturally, she knows Akamichi Choji's abilities very well. Akamichi Choji's own strength is not strong, but once the family's doubling technique is displayed, the strength can be increased several times or even 10 times in an instant, and the combat effectiveness can be described as the first in the same group. She never expected that Akamichi Choji would suffer such a big loss in a head-to-head confrontation with others. Choji, does it matter? Nara Shikamaru asked loudly. He didn't dare to turn his head, the pressure that Glossi put on him was too great. One punch defeated Akamichi Choji, who had performed the doubling technique. Even if he was not the strongest person in Genin this time, he was definitely at the forefront. Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, who is stronger between the two? Nara Shikamaru thought. Although their Nara family is famous for Konoha, they are not known for their combat power. They are more inclined to think tanks. Nara Shikamaru had analyzed the strongmen who participated in the Chunin exam before the game, and Hyuga Neji, as the strongest star of the previous year, naturally attracted his great attention. As for Rock Lee, he is only remembered as a member of the same group as Hyuga Neji. What he never thought was that Rock Lee's strength was so strong that he was not inferior to Hyuga Neji. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Uchiha Sasuke, the strongest rookie of this year, paid so much attention to Rock Lee. That's why. I'm fine. Akamichi Choji got up from the ground and said in a weak voice. At this moment, he once again looked at Glossi's eyes, already with a trace of awe and fear. Don't worry, I didn't make a heavy move. Glossi said lightly. What I said, I'm not even interested in your shots. I just taught him a little lesson. Remember, if it wasn't me this time, but a ninja from another village, you would have been dead for a long time. Glossi turned and walked towards the depths of the forest. Don't discredit your title a competition. In the blink of an eye, Glossi disappeared without a trace. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji seemed to be petrified, staring at the direction of Glossi's disappearance without blinking for a long time. What Glossi said just now, like a slap in the face, made them suddenly alert. Perhaps, he was right. Nara Shikamaru sighed and said, our strength is too weak, he is not even interested in our shots. I will definitely not discredit the Yamanaka family. Yamanaka Ino gritted his teeth and said loudly. Advertisement. Me too. Akamichi Choji was the hardest hit, his face was dead gray, as if he was reflecting on his previous actions. I, Akamichi Choji, will never let the Akamaiki clan fall. Let us do our best to live bravely and pass this exam. Nara Shikamaru said loudly. The Ino Shika Cho trio will once again shine in the Death Forest. Glossi hiding in the dark Vice Admiral saw clearly the scene, and his heart was relieved. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji are all from Konoha, possessing a powerful family secret technique, and once they grow up, they will surely become independent powerhouses. However, now the environment of Konoha village is too calm, and without the trouble of war, the senior officials of Konoha village have begun to slack off. Affected by this situation, the ninja training in Konoha village has become more and more gentle. Konoha village's approach is not wrong, but if a ninja cultivated in that way encounters an opponent who is struggling on the sidelines of death every day, that kind of tragic end is almost inevitable. Among the 9 genins in Konoha village, except for Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, and Aburame Shino who have some strength, the others are all weak and can't be weaker. Whether it's the 3 Gara from Sand Shinobi village or the 3 turtle men from Odonan village, as long as they meet, there is only one dead end. Since Glossi accepted Rock Lee's memory, he still had a sense of identity with Konoha village in his heart. He is willing to help the newcomers in Konoha village within his abilities. Perhaps, someday in the future, his actions will bring him huge benefits. Brush. Glossi fluttered and walked through the dense forest of death. His purpose is not to seize the scroll of the Book of Heaven and Earth, but to find everyone who takes the exam. He wants to fight against everyone and understand their ninjutsu. That's Genin from Rain Shinobi village. Soon, Glossi found a new prey and followed quietly. Chapter 43 U3, it's interesting. Rain Shinobi village is a small village located in the cracks between the 3 powers of the country of earth, the country of wind and the country of fire. It rains all the year round, hence the name. Because it is at the junction of the 3 major powers, it is often reduced to a battlefield where major powers engage in war, keeping war chaos and ravages. However, Rain Shinobi village also because of this, their ninjas have been baptized on the battlefield for a long time and are very powerful. They grandmaster various water-style techniques, and the assassination technique is developed, often accept the commission of other countries to carry out assassination missions, famous all over the world. Moreover, not long ago, a superpower appeared in Rain Shinobi village Hanzo of the Salamander, who was revered as a demigod, and was as famous as Konoha village 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, shaking the world. Later, although the half-god, Hanzo of the Salamander fell due to some unknown reason, he also left a reputation in the ninja world. Until now, Rain Shinobi village is still the most powerful force outside of the 5 major countries, and no one dares to provoke it. The 3 genin from Rain Shinobi village who Glossi secretly followed, seem not to be very old, but they are 2 or 3 years older than Uzumaki Naruto, and their strength is far surpassed. Are they also aiming at several newcomers in Konoha village? Glossi had already launched his own strong god-tier plan to explore the surroundings, and soon found that the 3 were standing in the direction of advancement. 3 of his faces are still childish guys. These 3 are none other than Aburame Shino, Inazukaga and Hyuga Hinata among the 9 newcomers in Konoha village. These 3 genins from Rain Shinobi village are simply seeking their own deaths. Glossi curled his lips and said in his heart. Among the 9 newcomers in Konoha village, Glossi only recognized 3 people, namely Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke and Aburame Shino. Even if these 3 people are placed in the entire ninja world, they are definitely at the forefront of genin. Glossi even had a hunch that Aburame Shino is likely to be stronger than Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Sasuke. Glossi has never played against Aburame Shino, it's just his feelings. Aburame Shino, in addition, inherited Hyuga Hinata, the most precious Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the eldest lady from the clan family, even if the strength is not as good as Hyuga Neji. How can such 2 people walk together to fear the enemy's provocation? What's more, in addition to the two, there is Inuzuka Tooth with a puppy lying on his head. He is definitely a good hand in charge of investigating and spying on intelligence. The three of Rain Shinobi Village may not have the chance to attack, but it is possible. Will be counter-designed by three people. Glossi watched quietly, and did not make a move. At this time, he chose to watch the tiger fight from a mountain and observe the abilities and ninjutsu of both sides at close range, which is more beneficial to him. All in all, everyone is aiming for the tower. We'd better try to set up some traps near the tower. Inuzuka said, twitching his nose constantly. Obviously, he already knew through the smell that someone had sneaked over. He speaks this way purely to paralyze the nerves of the secret enemy and make the enemy mistakenly think that they have not been found. Advertisement. Well, Ya is right. Hyuga Hinata whispered. She has an extremely shy temperament, and her small voice is like a mosquito barking. If you don't listen carefully, you won't be able to hear clearly. Is this the descendant of the Hyuga clan? Glossi shook his head secretly. This girl doesn't talk about her strength for the time being, her personality alone determines that she will never be a real powerhouse. Hyuga Neji's temperament is tough, tenacious, and arrogant, just like a white swan-born noble, so everyone has to look at him with admiration. Take another look at this Hyuga Hinata, the gap between the two is not so big. The Hyuga family is in trouble. Glossi secretly said. A group of little ghosts, standing in such a conspicuous place, is this intended for us to discover? A genin from Rain Shinobi Village said with sarcasm and disdain. They seem to feel our breath. Another said. However, we probably haven't figured out where we are. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so ugly? The third person suddenly turned his head to the first person and asked in surprise. The first person's face was blue, and he looked at him with a trace of hideousness. His voice trembled and seemed extremely frightened. What's that? One person pointed to his back and said in surprise. There was a squirming behind the man, and a slimy thing bigger than a fist slowly crawled out. The thing was lying on the man's back, sucking the blood forcefully. Punch, punch, punch. At this moment, countless squishy things suddenly fell from the sky, like a shower of rain, and immediately annihilated the three of them. Glossi felt awe-inspiring, and immediately exerted force under his feet, stepped on the 8 steps of the snake character, and left the area like lightning. The thing that fell from the sky was exactly the same as the thing sucking blood lying on the back of that person. Konoha's blood-sucking leeches, as long as they feel sweat and body temperature, they will collectively jump on their prey, and they will continue to suck blood for 5 minutes, and they will definitely die. Aburame Shino's cold voice sounded. Advertisement. Damn it. The terrifying screams and screams resounded through the death forest, immediately making the already eerie and terrifying jungle even more terrifying and chilling. We have solved one group. Aburame Shino sneered coldly. It's really strong. Glossi was secretly surprised. He can now be certain that Aburame Shino's ability is to control insects, and the blood-sucking leeches he just set up may also be an ambush. Poor genin from the 3 Rain Shinobi Village. They came here with ambitions. They wanted to rely on their veteran qualifications to take the Chunin exam several times and seize the scrolls in one fell swoop, but they never wanted to meet Aburame Shino. The character was killed without even fighting head-on. I hope they have the scroll of the Book of Heaven. Hyuga Hinata whispered. She said as she stepped in and walked in the direction of the 3 of them. Hinata, wait a minute. At this moment, Inuzuka's low voice shouted, stopping Hyuga Hinata. What's the matter, Ya? Hyuga Hinata asked puzzledly. Those who are hiding in the dark, get out. Inuzuka did not answer, but instead looked at where Glossi was and shouted. There are enemies. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but flush. If it weren't for Inuzuka's reminder, the enemy launched a sneak attack while she was picking up the scroll, then she would have been more fortunate. Hehe, you really deserve to be from the Inuzuka clan, I can smell it even so far away. Glossi walked up to a big tree and said condescendingly. This is what Akamaru told me. Inuzuka Tooth stroked the puppy lying on his head and said proudly. If I remember correctly, you should also be a ninja in our Konoha village, named Rock Lee. What are you doing behind us? Do you want to grab our scroll? Aburame Shino asked sternly. Yes. Glossi nodded. However, compared to snatching the scrolls, I would rather fight against the 3 of you. The 3 of you are kind of interesting.
2GT Chapter 44. Don't you feel ashamed? In that case, is that the enemy? The aura exuding from Aburame Shino's body became even colder. A terrible murderous aura that almost surpassed all genins invaded and permeated, and this murderous aura was second only to Gaara in the genin the Glossi had encountered. Sure enough, this is an extremely terrifying strongman who is good at forbearing and low-key. It's really strong. Glossi nodded and said in admiration. The enemy is not counted, but I really want to fight the 3 of you. You are all extraordinary. Huh. Your vision is not bad, knowing that we are unusual. Inuzuka smiled triumphantly and said. I advise you to better not challenge us. Otherwise, I will let you know what regret is. Wow. At this moment, Akamaru, who was lying on top of his head, also called out, cheering. Hehe. Glossi said with a smile. I hope you have this ability. Brush. As he spoke, his feet suddenly exerted force, and his whole person instantly changed from extreme silence to extreme movement like a cheetah dormant for a long time, and rushed towards Inuzuka's teeth fiercely. An iron fist pointed directly at the front door of Inazukaya, extremely swift, like a gust of wind and lightning, and the speed is incredible. All this happened in an instant. It was so fast. Even Inazukaya had been guarding against Glossi's possible attacks at any time and was fully prepared, but he never thought of Guluo. She was so fast that he was close to him almost instantly, and there was no time to defend himself.
That's it. Inuzuka's expression changed drastically.
He knew that he underestimated the enemy, and he couldn't dodge the opponent's attack this time. However, despite this, he would not sit back and let the opponent kill him. He tried his best to turn his body to the right, ready to take Glossi's blow with his left shoulder and then counterattack. Yeah, be careful, his fist strength is unimaginable. Aburame Shino, who had been cold all the time, couldn't help exclaiming, warning loudly. His face was full of shock, staring at Glossi, unable to believe that the opponent's strength was so powerful. Leaving aside other things, just relying on this physical skill alone is enough to rank among the most powerful genin. Call. The palm of the wind screamed, how fast Glossi was, and in an instant he caught Inuzuka's face. A fierce palm wind flew, and when it was a few tens of centimeters away from Inazukaya, it shook Inazukaya's hair and fluttered backwards. Advertisement. This shows how amazing the power of Glossi's punch is. Crap. His fist is so powerful, once it hits me, my bones and muscles will be broken and my combat effectiveness will be completely lost. Inazukaya was shocked. Can physical skills be so powerful? He was thinking. The person in front of him subverted his inherent ideas that he had formed over the past 10 years. Perhaps, without relying on ninjutsu and illusion, some people can reach the best of ninjas. Yeah, you step back. Just then, Hyuga Hinata's soft voice came from behind. Immediately afterwards, a snow-white guanghua palm stretched out and met Glossi's incomparably domineering punch. Boom! With a loud noise, Glossi's fist met Hyuga Hinata's palm. This was the first frontal collision between the most masculine and strong steel fist and the most feminine and soft gentle fist. With this punch, Glossi used 60% of his strength. Originally, he wanted to make Inazukaya lose his fighting power in one fell swoop, and then confront the extremely powerful Aburame Shino. As for Hyuga Hinata standing next to him, he didn't care at all. However, what Glossi did not expect was that the girl who looked shy and timid was doing good work. She inherited the blood of the Hyuga clan and actually blocked his fist abruptly and smashed Inuzuka. Tooth was rescued. Is the gentle fist of the Hyuga family? It's really good and well deserved. Glossi looked up and down Hyuga Hinata and said approvingly. The punch he had just now was extremely powerful, not to mention genin, even the average shunin couldn't bear it. However, his fist hit Hyuga Hinata's palm as if hitting a pile of cotton, with no force at all, which made him very interested in Hyuga's gentle fist. Hyuga's house, with its names Byakugan and gentle fist, is not a vain name. Hyuga Hinata didn't speak, because although she received Glossi's punch just now, she also felt a mountain-like weight pressed through the palm of her hand, causing her to roll over with blood, and her face flushed. One slice. But her feet were even more uncertain, and she stepped back 5 steps in a row. The body was swaying, almost falling. Hinata, how are you? Inuzuka Hyuga Hinata helped to escape and was extremely grateful to Hyuga Hinata, but now seeing Hyuga Hinata look like this, he immediately rushed to support her. Advertisement, I'm fine. Hyuga Hinata tried to suppress the blood tumbling in his body. His flushing face gradually returned to normal, and he whispered. Ma, Shino, you must be careful, very strong, even more terrifying than my brother. Why? Both Aburame Shino and Inazukaya were shocked and looked at Glossi with unbelievable eyes. Hyuga Neji, from the Hyuga branch house, although it does not inherit the most authentic blood of the Hyuga family, it is exceptionally talented and terrifying with high qualifications. At a young age, he made the Hyuga family's Byakugan and gentle fist master perfect, strong, and last year's at that time, he won the first place with absolute advantage. He is favored by many high-level figures and believes that he will become a great weapon in the future. There are even rumors that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once visited Hyuga Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan for Hyuga Neji, and begged him to return to the Hyuga clan. Although Hyuga Hiyashi finally declined Sarutobi Hiruzen's request, it was enough to prove Konoha's attitude towards Hyuga Neji. As for Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji's teammate in the same group, his qualifications and reputation are far less than Hyuga Neji. It is said that this person is extremely talented, unable to practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. Therefore, everyone focused on Hyuga Neji and ignored Rock Lee in the same group. But now, Hyuga Hinata, the most orthodox descendant of the Hyuga clan, says that Rock Lee is stronger than her brother Hyuga Neji. How can we keep them from being shocked? A person with such a powerful strength, but has been unable to bear it, waited until the Chunin exam to burst out. What on earth did he want to do? Is Yiming amazing? Have you finished the chat? At this moment, Glossi said lightly. You two are also men, but you hide behind a woman and accept a woman's asylum. Don't you feel ashamed? Huh. I will meet you. Aburame Shino said sternly. He stepped forward and walked towards Glossi, a powerful aura spreading out, surprisingly murderous. Shino, let me come. Inuzuka's temperament was relatively hot, and one jumped over Aburame Shino and rushed towards Glossi. If you are asked to act first, I'm afraid you will become a pile of bones, and I won't even have a chance for revenge. Chapter 45 Inuzuka Toa. I have to say that Inuzuka's physique is very good, coming first, passing Aburame Shino in an instant, and the whole person is like a fierce beast, rushing towards Glossi. Yes, the Inuzuka Tooth statue at this moment is a beast. To be precise, it looks like a vicious dog that is countless times more ferocious than ordinary dogs, and it exudes an extremely uncomfortable breath all over. It looks like a man like this. A gleam of light flashed in Glossi's eyes. From the series of actions just now, he can judge that Inuzuka's strength is better than Hyuga Hinata. This time, he did not run in vain. Boom! Inazukaya came to Glossi in a blink of an eye, raised his hand and blasted over. His power is great, at least several times stronger than the power of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and others. Good come. Glossi was delighted. He didn't evade, but also greeted him with a punch. This time, he only played 50% of his power. Boom! With a loud noise, the fists of Glossi and Inazukaya slammed together. Both were shocked, and each took 2 steps back. No, why did his power become so weak all of a sudden? Aburame Shino's pair of cold eyes looked through the sunglasses carefully and analyzed carefully. When he saw the ending of the 2 punches, a pair of eyebrows immediately wrinkled up. When Glossi made his first shot before, he was immediately frightened and terrified. Because, Glossi's power is really too great, far beyond the level that Genin can reach. Perhaps, after searching all Genin, only Hyuga Neji of Grandmaster Gentle Fist can exercise restraint in a soft and strong way. In addition, I am afraid that only ninjutsu or family secret skills can be used to resist. That kind of formidable physique and overbearing power is not like a Genin at all, but an elite Chunin who specializes in physical skills. No, it should be Jonin. Monster. This is Aburame Shino's first evaluation of Glossi. For such a physique madman, Aburame Shino believes that it cannot be matched except for the use of ninjutsu. And Inuzuka Toga's strength is also physical skills. If he goes to war, he will undoubtedly lose. This is why he is the first to stand up and fight Glossi. Advertisement, however, what he didn't expect was that Inuzuka Toga moved too fast, and he handed over Glossi before he could react. However, what Aburame Shino was worried about did not happen, and the results of the 2 fistfights were evenly divided, which was really beyond his expectation. What the hell is it? Aburame Shino has a calm temper and seeks the roots of everything, not to mention that he is naturally extremely cautious when facing a powerful enemy like Glossi. He did not speak to remind Inuzuka, but secretly observed, and at the same time used his family transmission ability to deploy, ready to take action at any time. They came to take the Chunin exam, and naturally they had only one purpose, and that was to pass the exam smoothly. Although Aburame Shino really wanted to have a fair duel with Glossi, under the pressure of exams, he could only do so. He even decided that if the situation is unfavorable, he will join forces with Inuzuka and Hyuga Hinata. You are not as strong as I thought. Inazukaya himself was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he could even fight Glossi. He laughed loudly and said, Hinata, you see how I beat him to the ground, use his best physical skills. As he spoke, he jumped forward again and rushed towards Glossi. His movements are agile, his offensive is fierce, and his physical skills are not weak. However, how powerful Inuzuka's physical skills are, how can it be compared with Glossi, who specializes in physical skills? Facing the onslaught of Inazukaya, Glossi looked indifferent, resisted easily, and was extremely relaxed. This guy. Is he trying to force Inuzuka Toga's strongest knack? Aburame Shino looked at it for a while, and his heart trembled violently, pale in amazement. Is Rock Lee so confident in his own strength? Once Inuzuka's strongest skill was forced out, even he was extremely jealous. Could it be that Rock Lee wanted to rely on pure physical skills to force the Inuzuka family's secret skills to fail? Damn it. How dare you look down on me? At this time, Inuzuka, who had been unable to attack for a long time, finally noticed something was wrong and shouted angrily. Tooth. No, Aburame Shino reminded loudly. However, Inuzuka had already been stunned by anger at this time. How could he hear Aburame Shino's words? Secret technique. 4-legged technique, he roared loudly. A powerful chakra gushed out of Inuzuka's teeth and spread to his limbs. At this time, a strange thing happened. His hands and feet actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then gave birth to a beast-like mane. Puff. Puff. Advertisement Inuzuka's feet smashed through his shoes, revealing 2 hunting dog-like paws. His feet are twice as thick as ordinary dog paws, and the nails on the front of the paws are extremely sharp, like sharp knives, shining with a cold light. And his 2 hands are the same, turning into the appearance of dog paws. Is this the ability of the Inuzuka clan? Glossi exclaimed with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Come on, let me see the power of the secret arts of the Inuzuka clan. At this moment, he involuntarily recalled the experience of fighting in the Warcraft forest in his previous life. At that time, although he was very weak and was often dangerous in the face of Warcraft, he now misses it. Roar. Inuzuka's mouth roared like a beast. At this moment, although he still has a human body and appearance, his temperament is almost the same as that of a wild beast, and he can be called a humanoid beast. His eyes were cold and cruel, and the breath he gave out was no different from that of a wild beast. Obviously, although the abilities of the Inuzuka clan can increase combat effectiveness to a great extent, it also has a certain impact on the mind of the caster himself. Woo! Suddenly, Inuzuka's teeth exerted force, and the whole person immediately flew toward Glossi like a bow and arrow from the string. So fast. Glossi's heart was stunned. After Inuzuka's esoteric surgery, the speed of the whole person was more than twice as fast as before. Die. Inazukaya shouted. He suddenly turned around in the air, and his thick right leg was like a very sharp long knife, radiating a cold light, and it slashed towards Glossi's abdomen. Glossi's eyes flashed continuously, and he reached out his hand to pick up an arm-thick branch from the side, and slammed it toward the right leg kicked by Inazukatoa. Chapter 46 Humanoid Beast. Boom! With a loud noise, that arm-thin branch broke off. However, Inazukaya's right leg was not harmed in any way, and an afterimage was drawn, and it continued to sweep towards Glossi's chest and abdomen. At this time, Inazuka's teeth was almost like a beast. The power of the flesh was extremely powerful, sweeping all obstacles. That branch as thick as an arm was as fragile as glass in front of him, and it broke instantly. Not bad. Not only was Glossi not afraid, his eyes were filled with excitement. He roared, raised his feet, and left an afterimage on the spot, exploding with a wave of mountains and seas, and greeted him with Inazukaya. He is a warrior, and even a warrior in his previous life, and the most important thing for a warrior is his aura, arrogant and swallowing mountains and rivers. Fighting hard against hard, strong against strong, is the style of warrior. Without any bells and whistles, it is directly a duel of power and momentum. Boom! With a loud noise, Glossi's fist and Inazukaya's foot slammed into each other. What? Inazukatoa let out a scream. He only felt a sharp pain in the palm of his foot, and an irresistible and terrible force surged in madly, even wanting to abolish his leg in one fell swoop. He didn't dare to neglect. He immediately used his feet, and with the terrifying force of Glossi's blast, his whole body flew out obliquely behind. In this way, he shed more than half of his strength and avoided the tragic ending of the abolition of his right leg. However, despite this, his fate is also very sad. His whole body flew out backwards, losing direction control, and directly hitting a tree that was more than half a meter thick. Because of too much power, he actually broke the tree in the middle. Terrible power, terrible physique, terrible Glossi. It's terrible. Aburame Shino's body couldn't help shaking. Before that, he knew that Glossi was very strong, but he still had the confidence to fight the opponent, but the scene just now made him completely chill. Inazuka, who has performed the family's secret technique, is definitely not much weaker than himself. However, in this state, Inazukaya was defeated by Glossi in a single blow. What a terrible strength is this? Could it be that this person was the strongest person to take the Chunin exam this time? Aburame Shino was shocked. "Ya, are you okay?" Hyuga Hinata hurriedly ran to help Inazukaya up, and asked concerned. "Advertisement, go away, I haven't lost yet." Inazuka's consciousness was a little fuzzy at this time, and he slammed Hyuga Hinata roughly and rushed towards Glossi again. "The secret technique of the Inazuka family is nothing more than that," Glossi said lightly. There was a wild ray of light in his eyes, and his dark hair was windless, and he strode forward. With every step taken, there was a terrible aura that made people palpitate. "Roar!" Inazukaya yelled. Although his consciousness was almost blurred, his fighting instinct was still there. He attacked with 2 rows of sharp nails on his invincible feet, trying to fight against the incomparably powerful Glossi. But how rich is Glossi's combat experience? When he blinked his eyes, he could see the movements of Inazukaya clearly. His fists kept colliding with Inazuka's legs, but he never touched those 2 rows of sharp nails. Soon, Inazuka Ma was yelled with anger. He has no indestructible weapon, but he has never been able to use it. How can he not be angry? "You lost." After another 5 moves, Glossi's recruiting agent grabbed a leg kicked by Inazukatoa and said sternly. "You." Inazuka's face changed drastically. Glossi didn't give Inazukaya a chance to speak at all. He clasped Inazukaya's leg tightly, and moved him vigorously like a scarecrow. Crack. With a crisp sound, Inazukatoa's body was used as a weapon, and Glossi used his life to break a small tree as thick as an arm. Crack. With another crisp sound, the second small tree as thick as the mouth of a bull was broken again. Kacha. 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 Glossi seemed to be mad, so he was dancing wildly in the woods with Inazuka's teeth, smashing to and fro. In the continuous click sound, there are constantly broken trees. This is an extremely wild picture. Advertisement. Both Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, they felt that Glossi was more like a beast than Inazukaya, a human-shaped beast. It is too violent and violent. What? Inazukaya struggled and screamed constantly. Although his body has been strengthened by family secret techniques, it is a flesh and blood body after all. How can he stand up against so many big trees? After smashing 5 or 6 trees in a row, a lot of blood leaked out of his forehead, which was hideous and terrifying. "Let go of him." Aburame Shino reacted at this moment and shouted at Glossi. Byakugan. Hyuga Hinata opened Byakugan for the first time and rushed towards Glossi. In order to rescue her companions, she has taken out her last hole cards and used Hyuga's most precious Byakugan and Gentle Fist to cooperate. Sure enough, the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga family can only exert its maximum power if it cooperates with Byakugan. Glossi felt a sharp palm wind hit his vest, and immediately knew that Hyuga Hinata had attacked. Glossi swept the Inazuka tooth in his hand toward the back to fight Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata's beautiful big eyes flashed, and his hands changed their moves, and they lightly patted Inazuka's shoulder. Boom! Immediately, Glossi felt a strong force passing through Inazuka's teeth, and it went straight to a keyhole on his chest. This is spreading fire across the pay. Glossi was startled. He didn't expect the gentle fist of Hyuga family to cooperate with Byakugan to be so powerful, even such a high-level martial arts can be displayed. Glossi knew that he couldn't hold Inuzuka's teeth anymore, otherwise, Hyuga Hinata's move would be absolutely uncomfortable. However, before letting go of Inuzuka's teeth, he smashed it to the ground fiercely, allowing it to have the closest contact with the hard ground. Rainy. At this moment, Glossi heard a creepy sound coming from behind him. He didn't dare to neglect, his feet slammed into force, and the whole person flew out like a big bird. He flew to a big tree, stabilized his figure and looked down, and immediately felt that his scalp was numb, and his hair was erect. I saw that there were countless dense insects on the ground at some point. The number of them was too much, like a river, piled up in every corner of the ground. Chapter 47. Purpose achieved, bugs, endless, densely packed bugs. At this time, the ground has already become a sea of bugs. The number of these worms is too much gathered together. The creeping room is like layers of black waves, it is creepy. What's more surprising is that the insects seem to have wisdom. Although they are densely packed and almost covering every corner, they only leave the place where Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata and Inazukaya stand. This guy. Really oozing. Glossi was condescending, frowning, and looking at Aburame Shino below with shocked eyes. He was shocked to find that those bugs had crawled out of Aburame Shino's body. In such a scenario, even Gullos, who had more than 1,000 years of experience in his previous life, couldn't help but fought a cold war. Obviously, in order to gain the approval of the insects, this person did not hesitate to keep the insects in his body, using his body as a nest. This is an extremely dangerous person. Yeah. Are you okay? Hyuga Hinata grabbed Inuzuka's arm, shook it vigorously, and asked loudly. I'm fine. Inazukatoa's weak voice came. However, if you continue to shake like this, it won't necessarily be the case. Yes. I'm sorry. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but blush when he heard the words, and quickly let go of the hand holding Inuzuka's teeth, and whispered. Thank you for saving me just now. Inazukatoa groaned and slowly sat up from the ground, saying with difficulty. Just now, his body was grabbed by Glossi and used as an iron rod to smash it around, causing him serious injuries, and now he has completely lost his combat effectiveness. Yeah, where's Akamaru? Why didn't he fight with you? Hyuga Hinata looked at the scarred Inazukatoa, suddenly thought of something, and asked. Shish. A weird smile suddenly appeared on Inazuka's scarred face. I am Akamaru. Huh? Hyuga Hinata was taken aback. However, she was not too stupid at all, and immediately covered her mouth. And you? Hidden, Inazukaya whispered. That person is too strong. I'm afraid that even Shino is not an opponent. My body hides in the dark. If he reveals a flaw in the fight with Shino, I will shoot immediately. Advertisement. Hyuga Hinata blinked without speaking. Although she is soft-tempered, innocent and kind, she was born in the Hyuga Giants and has undergone a lot of ninja training, knowing that if the enemy is not defeated, they will be eliminated and lose the qualification for the exam. You are very strong. Aburame Shino's voice was cold, as if it was coming from an ice cellar. He stared at Glossi unblinkingly through his sunglasses, and said, in order to show respect for you, I will fight with all my strength, regardless of life or death. It doesn't matter whether you live or die. Haha. Gorozi laughed and said, we are all ninjas in Konoha village. We don't have any deep hatred between each other. Why do we fight to death and life? You. Aburame Shino was taken aback. Obviously, he didn't expect Glossi to say such words in this situation. I said from the beginning that my purpose is not to take the scrolls in your hands, but to fight against you, Glossi said. Now that my goal has been achieved, why bother with you? You humiliated my companion. Do you want to leave without paying any price? Aburame Shino shouted at Glossi with anger rising from his chest and abdomen. Buzzing. At the same time, a large swarm of flying insects flew out of Aburame Shino's body, like a gray mist, and rushed towards Glossi. I will fight you, but not now. Glossi's figure flashed quickly, and he appeared dozens of meters away in an instant. Hyuga Hinata, you have great potential, but compared to your brother Hyuga Neji, it is too weak and vulnerable. As the descendant of the Hyuga clan, your future will be very difficult. I hope you can do it yourself. Effort. And you, Inazuka, don't think that the main body hides and lets a dog fight me. You can hide it from me. See you next time. If your main body still dare not fight, I won't be merciful. Glossi's voice came from far away, but his figure quickly flickered, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. It turns out he had noticed it a long time ago. Inazukaya jumped out from behind a big tree and said with a wry smile. He originally thought that what he had made was perfect, but he never thought that the other party had already noticed that he was just too lazy to expose it. He may be really better than my brother Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata said, biting his lip. The words Glossi said just now, like a stone thrown away on a calm lake, stirred endless ripples. Advertisement. She is the descendant of the Hyuga clan, and Hyuga Neji is the descendant of the branch house. For a long time, the descendants of the Zong family were much stronger than those of the branch house, but Hyuga Neji's strength was far above her, which caused a heavy pressure on her. Although she herself doesn't care about these things very much, she represents the Hyuga clan after all. How can she fall into the clan's reputation? He is strong, but from the current point of view, he is helpless with my abilities. Aburame Shino was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. He couldn't deal with my bugs, so he didn't fight with me and immediately left the fight. This person is extremely keen on the judgment and analysis of the battlefield situation, and he is a very powerful guy who acts decisively. Shino, Aren't you sure to beat him? Inuzuka asked in surprise. He knew clearly about Aburame Shino's strength. It was absolutely comparable to ordinary Chunin. Don't say it's me. I'm afraid no one among the people who took the exam this time would dare to praise Heiko and say they're sure to beat him. Aburame Shino said. Well, everyone is gone, we should also transfer. The battle just now has probably attracted some people's attention. We must leave here immediately. Akabal. Inuzuka took out a red pill from the back of his buttocks and threw it over. Akamaru changed back to the look of a dog, bruised all over. It opened its mouth and swallowed the pill, then jumped on top of Inuzuka's head, squinted and fell asleep. Swish, swish, swish. Aburame Shino, Inuzuka, and Hyuga Hinata walked through the forest quickly and left here. Not long after they left, 3 people with amazing murderous auras arrived. Damn it. It's a step late, said a bearded man bitterly. Chasing, they must not have gone far. Taking advantage of the fact that they have just fought a battle and their physical strength is not at the peak, kill them and take the scroll. Yes. Chapter 48, auto-generated chapter title. The 48th chapter is ruthless. Hey, I actually caught up to you, I'm so courageous. Glossi frowned suddenly, muttering to himself. No, it's not the 3 of Aburame Shino. There was a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and he quietly hid in the dense branches of a big tree, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures rushed quickly. Their physiques are not bad, and they leap on tiptoes on tree trunks, just like agile apes. They traveled extremely fast, and in an instant they came near the big tree in Guluo Tibet. Stop. Suddenly, the leading man waved and shouted. What's the matter? The only female ninja among the 3 asked suspiciously. The traces he left have disappeared here. The man said in a deep voice. Be careful, I suspect he's lying in ambush here. Thunder Python, are you too careful? The other man said in a disdainful voice. He is only one person, and he has just gone through a big battle, both physically and energy are consumed greatly. I don't believe he dared to stay alone and attack us. Believe it or not, the headed man said coldly. In short, the traces he left are here. If I guess right, he is hiding in a nearby tree. What a keen insight, you really deserve to be an old man who has taken many Chunin exams. Glossi secretly nodded when he heard it. In a general sense, people who have had 1 or more Chunin exams have more strength and experience than newcomers, and it is difficult to deal with them. This is the main reason why most people are targeting the 9 newcomers in Konoha village. In my opinion, he must have noticed someone tracking him and deliberately erased the traces he left. Another man said disdainfully. If you don't believe it, I will prove it to you right away. As he said, he exerted force under his feet and jumped towards the place where Glossi was. Be careful. The female ninja reminded loudly. However, the man insisted on going his own way and couldn't listen at all. He has always been dissatisfied with his teammate Thundermana, always pressing him everywhere, which makes him extremely unhappy. This time, he must use facts to prove that his judgment is correct. Advertisement, brush. Suddenly, just when his right foot was about to touch the trunk, a dark shadow was drawn across the dense foliage, and a wooden stick that was about half a meter long and as thin as a baby's arm was drew toward his head fiercely. What? He yelled in horror, his eyes full of regret and unwillingness. However, it was too late at this time. The wooden stick came too fast, like a gust of wind and lightning. There was no way to avoid it, and I could only watch it getting closer and closer. Boom. Bleeding. The stick drew on his head fiercely, blood spattered. He screamed loudly and his whole person lost his balance and fell to the ground. Puff. Puff. Glossi was unforgiving. He knew that the man's life would not be killed by the stick just now. He took out 2 sharp kunai from the backpack around his waist, and quickly threw them out. One was in the middle of the man's chest, and the other was stuck in the vital part of his throat. So far, that person has completely lost his life. Ah! The female ninja screamed loudly, her face is earthy. That person is her closest companion. He has lived together on missions for more than 3 years, but now he has been killed by life in front of her. How can she not be stunned? Damn it! The headed man's expression changed drastically, and he cursed fiercely. Although he and that person are at odds, they are partners in the same group after all, and they still have feelings. What's more, there is no possibility of passing the test if one person is missing in this exam. In other words, the moment that person died, their group had already lost the qualifications for the exam and failed the exam. If you want to kill me and seize the scroll, you must be prepared to be killed. Glossi threw the bloody wooden stick in his hand to the ground and said coldly. I'm going to kill you. The headed man yelled frantically. At this time, he had a hideous face, like a ghost crawling out of hell, afraid of people. Only you? Glossi said sternly. I originally planned to use this trick as a killer in the single-player match of the 3rd exam. However, now that I have been eliminated, let you try it, the man yelled. He was able to put his hand out of his backpack behind his A** and grabbed a handful of golden sand. He lifted forcefully towards the sky, and then quickly formed seals with both hands. Advertisement, Ninfa, mystery, Jinsha shots, he yelled. In an instant, this area was dim and dark, with strong winds, and the golden sands in the sky bloomed with dazzling brilliance. The sands gradually condensed in the sky and turned into balls the size of a football. Under the control of that person Chakra, these spheres quickly cut through the void and smashed towards Glossi. Looking from a distance, it looks like a series of small meteorites with astonishing momentum. Is this ninjutsu? Sure enough, There are some doorways, Glossi said to himself with gleaming light in his eyes. He raised his feet to take a step, changeable, from left to right, from front to back, and all of them evaded the past in a period of time. Divine action is ever-changing, one of the most wonderful footwork circulated in the martial arts back then. The mystery is endless. Why? This? How is this possible? The man widened his eyes and stared at Lin Feng, his face full of shock and inconceivability. There are more than a dozen spherical bodies formed by the condensation of sands, all of which are precisely controlled by him with chakra, and there can be no dead ends. However, his opponents escaped without exception, which is beyond his scope of cognition. Is he a ghost? The female ninja was already shocked, standing there blankly, as if she was petrified. They wanted to take advantage of the opponent's strength to drop to the lowest point after the war, killing people to seize the scroll, but never expected to meet a terrible freak, who was about to face the end of complete destruction. They asked for all this, so who can blame it? Brush. Like a ghost, Glossi passed the man one by one and slapped his chest with a palm. The man screamed loudly and flew out on his chest. Thunder Python. The female ninja woke up like a dream, and quickly rushed to catch Thunder Python. Cough. Cough cough. However, to the horror of the female ninja, Thunder Python kept coughing, and the cough blood was actually mixed with a broken heart. With the palm just now, Glossi had already shattered all his internal organs. For the people of Konoha village, Glossi always showed mercy, but when faced with the ninjas in the outer village, Glossi was cold and ruthless, making his shots cruel and not keeping alive. Chapter 49 Encounter. Lay Anaconda, how about you? Doesn't it matter? The female ninja was already frightened. Her eyes widened, she stared at her blood-covered companion, and her face was full of horror. She didn't expect that the person there Ishin wanted to pick up and enter the emptiness was such a terrifying monster. Her first companion was not strong, and was sneak attacked by the other party. It was excusable and acceptable to be killed within 2 moves. But Thunder Python is different. His strength can be said to be extremely strong. He possesses the secret technique, Golden Sand Link, in the field of Genin. However, after Thunder Python displayed his most powerful secret, he was easily evaded by the opponent, and then rushed over at an incredible speed and shattered Thunder Python's internal organs. How horrible is this? Terrible combat power. This person is really just a Genin, not a Chunin or even Jonin. On a whim, want to get involved in the Chunin exam to have fun. The female ninja was trembling all over, and she felt her hair standing upright and icy to her bones. It seems that she is not facing a person, but Shinigami who controls the fate of everyone in the world. Powerful, cold, and cruel. Pump. After Lay Anaconda coughed out the 5th mouthful of blood, she finally couldn't stand it anymore. Her body slipped from the female ninja's hand, and she fell heavily to the ground, dying of anger. You demon. The female ninja shivered all over, she pointed Glossi with her finger, and said in a trembling voice. There was infinite horror in her heart, but the death of 2 companions aroused her anger. The fire of anger overwhelmed the fear, and she rushed towards Glossi. I have completely lost my calm. People like you don't deserve to be a ninja. Glossi shook his head regretfully, and said lightly. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 sharp kuwu flew towards Glossi from 4 different directions, and their strength was not weak. It's too slow, Glossi said coldly. He stood motionless and waited until Fengrui's kuwu was about to arrive before he raised his hand and grabbed all the 4 kuwu in his hands with lightning speed. Crack, 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 crack. Advertisement. In the incredible gaze of the female ninja, Glossi's hand slightly smashed all the 4 kunai. It seemed that it was not kunai, but a weed on the side of the road. You. The female ninja was so scared that she couldn't even speak the complete words. Kunai is one of the most important combat weapons at Genin's level, and a weapon for killing enemies. However, Glossi can easily break it off. What a terrible force is this? Is he really just a Genin? The female ninja asked again in her heart. The Genin of Konoha village is far more powerful than you think. Glossi said lightly. Focus on us, if you want to kill us to take the scroll, then you must be prepared to be counter-killed. Ah, the female ninja seemed to be irritated, and she let out a scalp-numbing scream. She took out all the kunai from the back of her A*, and then threw it towards Glossi without any tactics. It's useless, Glossi said pityingly. He raised his feet to take a step forward, and his divine action and variety, body style made him look like a ghost, and he was better than a stroll in the courtyard in the dozens of flying sharp knights. His body rushed past the female ninja like a light and shadow. With a light stroke of his right hand on his neck, a head full of horrified expression flew out obliquely. A blood arrow rose into the sky, and the headless corpse fell to the ground with a dull sound. Shot sharply, ruthlessly. Glossi was a warrior in his previous life, experienced countless blood and blood, his hands were covered with blood from countless people, his will was firm, and his heart was as strong as iron. There is no slightest sense of guilt for killing. No matter which world you are in, there is always only one law that governs everything, and that is the law of the jungle of, the weak eat the strong, the fittest survive. Whether it's the martial arts world or the ninja world, it's nothing more than the same. By inheriting and absorbing the memory of Rock Lee, Glossi knew that this continent has been in chaos since ancient times and has never achieved the so-called peace. Leaving aside other things, just say that in the last 100 years, there have been as many as 3 large-scale wars. In every war,
Konoha village is involved. The famous Sanin and Kinoha 8 colors ninjas all rose up in such wars. The current ninja world is in a temporary peace. The reason is only the formation of equilibrium among countries. Once this equilibrium state is broken, war will break out immediately. Advertisement. In other words, the danger of war has never been really contacted, and it may break out at any time. Under such circumstances, Glossi believes that it is necessary to take advantage of Chunan's exam to kill some strong and potential ninjas from the outer village. At the very least, if war really breaks out in the future, Konoha village will face fewer threats. Therefore, Glossi will be ruthless in the battle just now, killing them all. Although, there is no enmity between them and Glossi. Different positions, this is the only reason Glossi killed them. This is the smell of blood. It's been a long time. Glossi raised his right hand and murmured. His hands were stained with the blood of the female ninja. His current strength is still very weak, his martial art is far from being cultivated, and he can't kill people without blood. However, when his martial arts mentality enters the fourth heaven, when he touches the domain of the king of martial arts, he can reach the realm of being as hard as iron with a sword. At that time, not only can he not fear the swords of the world, but also the ninjutsu that can hardly shake the world with his flesh, and he has truly risen. Time, all I need is time. Glossi said secretly. You only need to cultivate the martial arts mentality to the fourth heaven, and you can display some of the martial arts combat skills of my previous life. I will not be afraid of the strong Jonin. Tisk tusk, it's a little monster. Suddenly, when Glossi was in a trance, a cold, hoarse voice came from behind him. Listen to the sound, it is less than 1 meter away from him. Who? Glossi only felt that his entire body was chilly and his hair was horrified. His mind hasn't responded yet, but his body has already moved. With fierce force under his feet, the whole person leapt high, and his right leg was like a big axe, slashing towards the back fiercely. Leg axe. At the critical moment, Gullos didn't dare to have any fluke mentality, and directly used the stunts he created in his previous life. His legs slashed through the air, swift and fierce, like a huge axe, slashing at the person behind him fiercely. At the same time, Glossi also saw clearly what the person behind him looked like. She was the female ninja with fluttering hair and a numbing tongue. Glossi's heart was shaken, and his face was extremely ugly. This is the person he least wants to see, because he judged by his experience of more than 1,000 years in the previous life, this person is definitely more terrifying than Yakushi Kabuto, Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi. Chapter 50 Escape from the Dead. This person has never made a move before, and even his breath hasn't really come out, but Glossi is almost paranoid that this person is absolutely terrifying. Glossi's sixth sense told him that this person is even more terrifying than Yakushi Kabuto, Might Guy, and Hitaki Kakashi. Once he is targeted by this person, it may even be a problem to escape. Intuition. This is purely an almost instinctive instinct for danger formed by Glossi's previous life for more than 1,000 years and after countless blood and blood. Must stay away from this person. Ah, Glossi yelled, focusing all his strength on the leg axe, doing his best, not daring to leave even a trace of his hand. Huh, a lot of strength. The female ninja with fluttering hair let out a surprise, and said in admiration. Faced with Glossi's almost violent full blow, she didn't mean to dodge in the slightest. She raised her right hand and grabbed Glossi's ankle in a while. That's awful. Glossi was shocked. Although he had expected this person to be extremely strong, he did not expect to be so strong. The leg axe that he kicked with all his strength just now was so powerful that even Jonin Might Guy, who was proficient in physical skills, had to avoid the edge for a while. However, this person grabbed his ankle as soon as he probed his hand. What amazing strength is this? To be able to do this, master of physical skills, eyesight, and timing of shots are indispensable. Could it be that this person's physical skills are even better than Might Guy? Or, this person is far better than Might Guy. He is not Jonin, but the legendary cage-level powerhouse. Woo! Glossi was in danger. His right leg and ankle were grabbed by the opponent, and his left foot immediately squeezed his strength. With lightning speed, he slammed his heel against the opponent's chin. Fierce, fierce. This is the most primitive fighting instinct accumulated by Glossi over 1,000 years in his previous life. There are no moves at all, but it is extremely effective. It was born specifically for murder. What a funny kid, I'm more and more interested in you. The female ninja with fluttering hair avoided Glossi's onslaught and said in a leisurely manner. You. Glossi's face changed color. He attacked 2 moves in a row, both of which went all out, but his first move was easily cracked by the opponent, but his ankle was caught, and the second move was easily avoided by the opponent, which made his heart cold. It's like sinking into ice water. Advertisement. This person's strength is absolutely comparable to the Dacheng martial king in the martial arts world. This is the suppression of absolute strength, and not Glossi's physical skills are not strong enough. In fact, in terms of physical skills, the average elite Chunin and even Jonin are not as good as Glossi. However, what Glossi is now encountering is a super terrifying monster, unable to do anything. Boy, are you Genin from Konoha village? What's your name? The female ninja with fluttering hair did not immediately act on Glossi, but looked at Glossi with interest and asked. Who is your master? My name is Rock Lee. Seeing that the other party didn't do anything, Glossi immediately became active in his heart, guessing the identity and origin of the other party. My teacher is Might Guy. Oh, it turns out that you are a student of Little Might Guy. No wonder the physique is pretty good. The female ninja nodded and said softly. She spoke with a big tone, and actually called Might Guy a Little Might Guy, and commented that Glossi's physique was not bad, which shows her status, and her strength is so powerful. This person is definitely a cage-level powerhouse. Glossi secretly said in his heart. Senior, you, Glossi said cautiously after thinking about it. Don't get close to me, it won't work. The female ninja sneered and said. I'm not from Konoha, and I don't have much friendship with you Konoha village. Put away your little thoughts. Yes, senior. Glossi had no choice but to shut up obediently. Obviously, the other party is an old and well-informed monster, and he doesn't follow his style at all. Instead of risking being disgusted by the other party, it is better to close your mouth and wait for the other party to speak. According to Glossi's inference, this person should have been attracted by the vision of heaven and earth when he was fighting with Thunder Anaconda. After watching the duel between him and Thunder Python, the opponent became interested in his physical skills, nothing more. Otherwise, the other party would have killed him a long time ago, so how could they talk to him properly? Your name is Rock Lee. The female ninja asked. Yes, senior, Glossi replied. From today, you just follow me. The female ninja groaned for a while, and said domineeringly. Huh, Glossi was stunned. Advertisement. I just founded a village of my own not long ago, called Otonin Village. The female ninja said. Your qualifications are very good. Follow me to Otonin Village. I promise that your future achievements will far surpass that Might Guy. You founded Otonin Village. Glossi said in shock. All of a sudden, the three tortoise men appeared in his mind. No wonder the three men were so murderous, they were all influenced by this person. Not bad. The female ninja nodded and said. Why, not willing. Glossi didn't know how to answer. Follow me, or die, the female ninja said with a terrible smile on her face. You choose it yourself. Senior. Glossi trembled. Little devil, your strength is very good, you can almost be said to be invincible at the genin level, said the female ninja. But in front of me, you'd better be honest. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing talents. Senior, since you have said so, do I still have a choice? Glossi smiled bitterly and said helplessly. I would, he said word by word. Huh, you. The female ninja nodded in satisfaction and said. She let go of her hand grasping Glossi's ankle. I want you uncle. The moment the female ninja let go of Glossi's ankle, Glossi yelled violently, and slammed his palms into the female ninja's ears with a move, like thunder. Spicy and extremely fruitful. This person is too dangerous. At first glance, he knows that he is a killer who never blinks. How can Glossi follow such a person? It was never his choice to give his life to others to control. The warrior is extremely arrogant, he would rather die than steal his life. Boy, I knew you would be like this a long time ago. A cruel smile appeared on the female ninja's face. She lowered her head slightly, and immediately avoided Glossi's ultimate move, and then swiped out with a fluttering palm, hitting Glossi's left shoulder. Gotcha. With a crisp sound, Glossi's left shoulder broke. Glossi was sweating in pain, his eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. However, his mental will was extremely strong, and he took a deep breath. With the power of the female ninja's palm, the whole person retreated back like an arrow from the string. In an instant, he retreated into the dense jungle and disappeared. Chapter 51 Kill. Hee, I didn't expect that I would meet such a funny kid this time. The female ninja with fluttering hair looked at Glossi who fled like flying into the dense forest, smiled gently, and said to herself Although he is young, his strength should not be underestimated. The average Chunin is not his opponent. It is a pity that his physical aptitude is too poor and he can only practice physical skills, otherwise The female ninja spit out a long bright red tongue and licked her lips. Such an appearance made people tremble in her heart. The aura exuding from her body is too weird, it doesn't look like a human at all, but a snake dressed in a human coat. Forget it, I'll go find my Sasuke-kun. The female ninja withdrew her gaze, her eyes flickering, as if a male lion met a delicious antelope. Her hands were sealed, and the whole person slowly sank into the ground, disappearing. She didn't chase. Glossi didn't dare to stay for a moment, and ran forward with all his strength. While fleeing, he probed the rear with his own spirit, and when he was 100% sure that the other party had not caught up, he stopped on a dense tree. He leaned against the tree trunk, panting heavily, sweating on his body. Of course, compared to fatigue, what made him more painful was the bone broken by the female ninja in his shoulder. That kind of piercing pain makes his body tremble every time, painful. I have to say that the strength of the female ninja was too strong, and a light palm hit him on the shoulder, breaking a few of his bones. If it hadn't been for the incomparably rich combat experience of Glossi in his previous life, and with the help of the opponent's palm, he flew back and took the opportunity to leave the battlefield, I am afraid that his life would be accounted for there. I didn't chase, she took the Chunin exam for another purpose. Gullos endured the pain in his heart, while resetting the broken bones and joints with his right hand, while thinking in his mind. He couldn't help trembling in pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't even hum. In his previous life, the way of the Valkyrie, he has gone through many dangers, encountered life and death crises several times, and suffered much more serious injuries than this time. He has never complained, and the only thing he has to do is to grit his teeth and bear it silently. Cage-level powerhouse, this is the terrible cage-level powerhouse. Glossi muttered to himself. In a sense, this was the first real powerhouse he saw after he came to the ninja world. The female ninja with fluttering hair is far superior to Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi, and has an overwhelmingly terrifying advantage over Glossi. In fact, Glossi was very satisfied that he could escape his life from the opponent. Advertisement. After all, that is a powerful person equivalent to the great martial king of the martial world. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp hidden weapon tearing the air quickly came, and dozens of shurikens shrouded in cold light towards Glossi. Humph. Glossi snorted coldly, shaking his feet, and immediately hid behind the tree trunk. Ding, ding, ding. With a series of soft sounds, the shurikens were nailed to the trunk in a large number, in vain. The one who was hiding in the tree, roll me down immediately. A low, gloomy voice shouted. We have found you. What do you want to do? Glossi calmly asked, turning out from behind the tree trunk, condescendingly. Although he was seriously injured and his left shoulder was broken, he was not a cat or dog that could be bullied. Hey, he did it alone. A man wearing a hat said in surprise. Anyone who dares to act alone is either extremely confident in his own strength or has a problem with his head. You were injured. Suddenly, two cold rays of light flashed from his eyes, and he stared at Glossi's left shoulder unblinkingly, and said loudly. Are you injured? Said a companion standing next to him with a sneer. That's the best. Do you obediently hand over the scroll by yourself, or let us kill you and search for it from you? I don't have a scroll, Glossi said. What's the matter with him? The only female ninja in the team said impatiently. It doesn't matter if he has a scroll or not, just kill it. As long as he dies, his team will lose the exam qualification and be eliminated. Haha, that's what I said. The man wearing a hat said with a burst of laughter. Go on, use the word pine, formation and besieged him with the fastest speed. Advertisement. Good. Swish, swish, swish. The three of them moved immediately, and they pushed towards Glossi from three different directions. Their eyes were cold, and their expressions were firm, and they knew that they had taken many Chunin exams and had no scruples about killing. It can even be inferred from their excited eyes that they are looking forward to killing. Go to hell. The man wearing the hat was the strongest and the fastest, and he was the first to rush to Glossi. He leaned into his suitcase, drew out a dark iron rope, shook his hand and drew it towards Glossi. This iron cord is not as thick as a finger, but it is covered with dense barbs. Once wrapped around the human body, it will definitely make the opponent painful and bloody. Under the control of chakra, the man in the hat, the iron rope was like a lion majesty, wound around Glossi's neck. You're looking for death. Glossi shouted sharply with cold eyes. He reached out with his right hand, broke an arm-thin branch from his side, and then traversed an unpredictable trajectory, picking it towards the right hand of the man in the hat. Glossi was a god of war in his previous life, not only shaking the world with his fists, but also invincible. He uses tree branches as a sword, and displays a fierce and incomparable sword power, majestic and unstoppable. Ah! The man in the hat yelled loudly. His right hand holding the iron cable was hit by Glossi with a branch, which was immediately bloody, and his entire palm was abolished. Dang! The iron cable fell to the ground. The shaman was shocked, and backed away in a panic, trying to stay away from the terrifying monster in front of him. However, Glossi's murderous intent has been revealed at this time. How can he allow him to escape? Glossi took a wonderful step, one step at a time, and he was disillusioned, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the front of the man in the hat. Hey! The branch cut across a phantom, and the top pierced the hat man's throat fiercely. In an instant, the blood burst into light, and the smell of blood rose to the sky. Chapter 52 The Talent of Uchiha Sasuke. Fierce, fierce, and ruthless. Glossi was now severely injured and his left shoulder bone was broken. Facing the trio of tacit cooperation with the opponent, even he was not sure to win the opponent and retreated. Therefore, he must slam his ruthless hand and kill one or two of them in order to completely master the initiative. Although his strength is far from recovering, and many of his previous martial arts cannot be used, some of the most basic tricks can still be used. There are countless powerful and fierce swordsmanships of his Grandmaster martial arts. At this time, he only displayed one of them, and he instantly killed the man in the hat, and he was successful in one fell swoop. Hi. Such a scene immediately shocked the other two people. They all took a breath, stopped in a panic, and stared at Glossi with incredible eyes, their faces full of astonishment and inconceivability. Hat Man is the strongest person in their team. However, the man in the hat was killed by the opponent in an instant just now. What a terrifying strength is this? Swipe, swipe. Without any hesitation, the two turned around at the fastest speed and fleeing towards the distance desperately. At this moment, what kind of companionship, what Chunin exams, are all shit, go to hell. There is only one thing they have in their hearts now, and that is to stay away from that terrible devil and live. Yes, in their minds, Glossi has already equated with the devil. Humph. Glossi snorted coldly, and threw the branch in his hand to the ground. He didn't chase the past, because his current physical condition is very bad, and he can't support him to fight for a long time. He sat down cross-legged on the trunk, with his hands crossed, in a strange posture. This is his own martial arts mental method, which can ease the injuries and pains of the body to the greatest extent, and is of great benefit to the healing of the injuries. Before I knew it, more than 2 hours passed. Swipe. Glossi opened his eyes for a moment, and the two lights flashed away. His spirit and energy reached the peak again. Although the injury on his shoulder is far from healed, the pain has been relieved a lot, and he can hardly feel it. Although the left hand is temporarily abolished, only one right hand can be used. As long as I don't touch the monster and Yakushi Kabuto, I should be able to handle it. Glossi stood up from the tree trunk and said to himself. He is a restless man. He desperately wants to understand the various abilities of this world so that he can be psychologically prepared when encountering a strong enemy in the future. At the very least, like the previous encounter with female ninjas, he vowed that it would never happen again. Advertisement. Woo. Glossi shook his figure, jumping on the trunk of the dense forest tree, agile like an ape. While moving fast, he used his own mind to explore the surroundings, looking for genin who took the Chunin exam. This kind of feeling, is it? Glossi stopped, frowning and muttering to himself. He felt 3 familiar breaths. He hesitated for a moment, and then skipped forward to the left. Sure enough, it was the 3 of them. Guluo Tibet said to himself in the dense foliage of a big tree. As far as he could see, it was no one else standing there, but it was Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura. At this moment, they were walking around like a headless fly. At this moment, there was a stern scream from a distance. All 3 of Uchiha Sasuke were all agitated, and suddenly turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, and the expressions on everyone's faces were very solemn. Is that the scream of human, just now? Haruno Sakura still had the last trace of luck in his heart, and said uncertainly. I suddenly felt so nervous. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were cold and did not speak. Although Uzumaki Naruto's face was ugly, he still smiled and said, nothing, little Sakura, ha ha ha. He laughed for a while, and saw Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura both looking at him like idiots, feeling embarrassed in his heart, and gradually stopped. I'll go take a pee. With that said, he walked quickly to a big tree and was about to take out his stuff. You idiot. Haruno Sakura next to him couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed to Uzumaki Naruto's head and said angrily. Don't take that out in front of the girl. You have to pee in the grass next to it. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto said pitifully, covering his head with both hands. He was reluctant to walk into the grass behind the big tree to make it easier. Hey, that's. Glossi's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen something. Uchiha Sasuke, you are the only surviving member of the famous Uchiha clan, and you are the #1 newcomer this year. Let me see if you are a renown. It's so comfortable. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto walked out from behind the tree with his pants, and said loudly. While talking, he walked up to Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, and he didn't care about Haruno Sakura's feelings as a girl. Advertisement. Naruto, I have already told you not to be in front of girls. Haruno Sakura shouted dissatisfiedly while waving his fists. Boom. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke waved his right fist and hit Uzumaki Naruto's face fiercely, hitting it directly for more than 3 meters. Sasuke, what are you doing? Haruno Sakura was shocked and said to Uchiha Sasuke. Even if Naruto does too much, you don't have to beat people, right? What are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto got up from the ground and said angrily while stroking the scar on his face with his hand. Where is the real Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke took a fighting pose and shouted at Uzumaki Naruto. It's pretty good, it's worthy of this year's #1, it's really amazing. Glossi looked at it and nodded secretly, approving of Uchiha Sasuke's careful observation. I don't understand what you are talking about. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback and said. Where is the scar on your face that was cut by the examiner? Uchiha Sasuke said disdainfully. Moreover, your shuriken bag is tied to your left leg, but Naruto is right-handed. Your transformation technique is worse than Naruto, a fake. Hey, it's unlucky, I was actually noticed by you. Uzumaki Naruto showed a smirk on his face. A cloud of white smoke rose up, and Uzumaki Naruto instantly turned into a tall man with something similar to a gas mask on his mouth. On his forehead, he wears Rain Shinobi Village's forehead protector. Is this the transformation technique? There are too many flaws. Glossi said silently in his heart. In the martial world, there is a supreme secret technique called Change Heaven and Earth, which can move your bones and flesh and blood as you like, and become whatever you want to look like, which can reach the level of being fake. However, it is a pity that Glossi cannot practice this supreme secret technique for the time being. Only when he enters the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality can he practice. Chapter 53 The Strength of the Newcomer #1. At this time, Haruno Sakura was already scared and stupefied, and he stood there blankly, as if he was petrified. She didn't even doubt the fake Uzumaki Naruto, and even planned to hit the opponent's head with her fist. If it weren't for Uchiha Sasuke to observe the details and see the opponent's flaws, he would act first to resolve the crisis. Otherwise, once the enemy takes action, the two will either die or be injured. Whose hand is the scroll? Genin of Rain Shinobi Village said sternly. Well, forget it, I'll kill you first and then look for it slowly. He was impatient, and before he could finish his words, his whole person was like a wild horse running off the rein, rushing towards the two Uchiha Sasuke quickly. The kunai in his hand exudes a cold light, revealing murderous intent. Obviously, this is a dangerous guy who has been on the battlefield for a long time and has been stained with blood from others. Little Sakura, stand back and let me come. Uchiha Sasuke shouted loudly. His eyes were firm, his face didn't show any cowardice, and his hands quickly formed strange handprints. As that, ninjutsu, Glossi, who was hiding in the tree, enlarged his pupils, staring at every movement of Uchiha Sasuke unblinkingly, muttering to himself. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Almost in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sasuke's knot printing was completed. He clasped his hands together and shouted loudly. At this time, something strange happened, and Uchiha Sasuke spewed blazing fireballs from his mouth. These fireballs are small, but slightly larger than human fists, but when 7 or 8 fireballs fly out together, they can still cause a lot of harm to people. This is fire-style ninjutsu. Glossi observed silently, his heart quite touched. To this day, Glossi can finally determine that the path of practice taken by the people in the ninja world is almost the same as the path taken by the practitioners of the martial arts world. Although, the ninja world is far behind the martial arts, no matter the strength or realm of the cultivator. Ninjutsu, at the most fundamental level, uses the method of Jia Yin to urge the chakra in one's body to respond to the external forces of nature, and then launch powerful spells to attack the enemy. And at this point, these people in the ninja world are essentially the same as those in the martial arts world who have long since broken away from the true meaning of Wu, in the eyes of Glossi, and are overly pursuing magical powers and secrets. Swipe, swipe, swipe. It has to be said that the genin of Rain Shinobi Village has rich experience in combat. Facing the fire-style ninjutsu displayed by Uchiha Sasuke, he has no fear. The whole person turned into black shadows, and they all avoided the past, unscathed. Success. The newcomer of Konoha Village. Genin of Rain Shinobi Village waved kunai in his hand, struck Uchiha Sasuke's throat, and made a vicious shot. Advertisement. Uchiha Sasuke didn't say a word, but also met him with nothing. There was a crisp sound of ding, and the two kuwu collided together, and there was actually an electric spark flashing. It can be seen that both of them have exerted their full strength and wanted to knock down each other in the shortest possible time. Ding, ding, ding. Both of them shot quickly, and they collided one after another in just a few seconds, and the battle was fierce. Uchiha Sasuke deserves to be the #1 rookie this year, and he did not lose sight of Rain Shinobi Village Genin, who had taken the Chunin exam several times. On the side, Haruno Sakura was dazzled and stood there blankly, as if stupid. Boy, the strength is good. Genin of Rain Shinobi Village was surprised, and after a fierce attack, he retreated back. He originally wanted to take the opponent down with a violent attack, but he never thought that he would be blocked by the opponent and could not even gain the upper hand. He was wary, and there was a Haruno Sakura next to him who hadn't shot, so he had to retreat temporarily, and then he thought. Want to escape? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were cold, and he leaned forward to catch up. Sasuke, hey. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's desperately struggling voice came from the depths of the dense grass. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head to look, but saw that Uzumaki Naruto was being tied backhand to the ground, and it was difficult to break free. This super idiot. Uchiha Sasuke was furious, and hated the tail of the crane to the ultimate goal. However, he was not the kind of hard-hearted person. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he threw the kunai in his hand at Uzumaki Naruto after all. Alright, Uzumaki Naruto was overjoyed. With this kunai, he can cut the rope and regain his freedom. However, Uchiha Sasuke's act of rescuing Uzumaki Naruto just now brought himself to the brink of crisis. There is a flaw, Genin of Rain Shinobi Village exclaimed in surprise. He took out 3 kunai from his waist and shot Uchiha Sasuke forcefully. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke had no kunai in his hands, unable to resist, so he could only dodge. He leapt back to behind a big tree, dang, dang, and dang. 3 crisp sounds, all kuwu pierced into the trunk. Hey, however, what Uchiha Sasuke didn't expect was that among the 3 karma, there was a white paper full of charms tied to its tail. The white paper burned violently, emitting amazing energy fluctuations. That's it. It's the detonation talisman. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked, hitting the trunk with both hands fiercely, and the whole person retreated quickly with the rebound force. Advertisement. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, the fire blazed into the sky, and Uchiha Sasuke flew out. His reaction speed was extremely sensitive, but after all, he was injured by the detonation charm. He tried his best to adjust his figure in the air and finally landed safely as he wished. However, the Genin of Rain Shinobi Village seized the opportunity, and one jumped over to Uchiha Sasuke's back and aimed Kumaru at the heart of his vest. Don't move, or I'll kill you, he said abruptly. Hand over the scroll. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted disdainfully. You. Genin of Rain Shinobi Village's face changed. He just wanted to say something, only to find a sharp kunai flying towards him behind him. In desperation, he could only jump away one by one. After all, your own life is the most important thing. Don't want to run away. Uzumaki Naruto suffocated his anger and shouted at Genin of Rain Shinobi Village. Naruto, you are always so slow every time. Uchiha Sasuke said uncomfortably. Raising force under his feet, a powerful chakra flowed, and unexpectedly absorbed the kunai that shot on the ground. This is Chakra's method of use, Glossi said in his heart, seeing all this clearly. Woo. After Uchiha Sasuke finished his momentum, with his left foot as a support point, his right leg was raised high, and then he violently kicked towards Genin of Rain Shinobi Village who was escaping. The kunai stuck under his feet immediately shot away like a bow and arrow from the string. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke followed him like a shadow, and followed kunai to catch up. Has Sharingan turned on? Glossi said to himself. What? With a scream, Genin of Rain Shinobi Village escaped kunai's attack, but was unable to avoid Uchiha Sasuke's second offensive. His chest was pierced by Uchiha Sasuke, blood-drenched. Chapter 54. Encounter again. Damn it. Genin of Rain Shinobi Village widened his eyes and stared at Uchiha Sasuke, his face full of shock and incredible. He would never have imagined that as an old man who had taken the Chunin exam 3 times, he would be defeated by a newcomer who took it for the first time. Compared with the severe pain in his chest, his heart that yearns for the strong is even more painful. There was a rain of blood in the sky, and a drop of blood fell on Haruno Sakura's forehead. Because the distance was too far to be true, the heart of a girl in Haruno Sakura immediately trembled violently. Sasuke. She screamed at Uchiha Sasuke in the sky. Little Sakura, don't be in a daze. Our enemy is not necessarily the only one. Don't let your guard down. If you are not careful, we will be killed. Uchiha Sasuke thrust the kunai in his hand into the opponent's body, while at the same time. Haruno Sakura yelled. Even in the fierce battle, Uchiha Sasuke's thinking remained clear. He knew that this Chunin exam was a group of 3, lest the other 2 lie in ambush in secret and launch a thunderous blow on them. What? Suddenly, Genin of Rain Shinobi Village slammed his hands on Uchiha Sasuke's shoulders, but with the help of reaction force, he moved away and broke free of Uchiha Sasuke's death threat. It's really unlucky. It seems that it was a mistake for me to come alone to hide my trace. His mouth was bitter. He endured the severe pain in his chest and abdomen, unable to even stop the bleeding, so he fled toward the depths of the forest desperately. Uchiha Sasuke opened a pair of scarlet eyes, and there were 2 black go-jades slowly turning inside. He stared at the direction that Rain Shinobi Village Genin was escaping from without blinking, desperately wanting to catch up and kill the opponent. In that case, the opponent's team would be disqualified for the exam. However, when he saw Haruno Sakura with a trance face and Uzumaki Naruto with an angry face, he had to dispel this idea. Once he is gone, if Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura meet the enemy again, there will probably only be a dead end. Although he didn't care at all about the death of the 2 of them, he didn't want to lose the qualification for the exam because of the 2. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Naruto, little Sakura, we must leave here immediately and find another safe place. There was a fierce battle here just now, and a large pool of bloodline was left, which will definitely attract some people's attention. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they must leave here immediately. Advertisement. Uchiha Sasuke, really worthy of being a descendant of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja, a natural ninja. Glossi nodded secretly as he watched. Even if he and Uchiha Sasuke are in a different place, I am afraid they will not do better than Uchiha Sasuke. Glossi pondered for a moment, and his feet moved, far behind the 3 Uchiha Sasuke. The members of this team are not trivial. Uzumaki Naruto is the only son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and there is a super powerful presence comparable to the half-step martial emperor in his body. Uchiha Sasuke is the only living member of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world, and owns the legendary Sharingan. As for Haruno Sakura, the origin of her identity is temporarily unclear. However, from the point of view that she can be classified into this group, her background is not simple. Follow the 3 of them and observe Sharingan's various abilities up close. If you help them in a certain crisis, you will definitely get the goodwill of the 3, which is very helpful for Glossi's future. Looking for a relatively safe corner, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura sat cross-legged. If the 3 of us accidentally disperse, we won't be able to believe it even if we see our companions. The enemy is likely to transform and approach as before and launch a sudden attack on us. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura and said in a deep voice. What shall we do then? Haruno Sakura asked. We only need to discuss the secret code. Uchiha Sasuke said. What's the secret code? Uzumaki Naruto asked suspiciously. Listen well, as long as you can't answer the code, no matter what the opponent looks like, you will be regarded as an enemy. Uchiha Sasuke said in a deep voice. I'll only say the secret signal once, you have to listen carefully. I asked Ninji, you answer that when the enemy is in a big commotion, it is a good opportunity to sneak in. There is no hiding place in a quiet place. For the ninja, master's timing is very important, that is, to seize the fatigue and relaxation of the enemy. Opportunity. That's it. No matter how much it is, some people probably won't remember it. Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. No problem. Haruno Sakura's brain was very smart, and he took it all down immediately. But it was bitter. Uzumaki Naruto, his face turned bitter melon color, and said pitifully, can you say it again? Advertisement. I said I only said it once. Didn't you forget? Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. You were really stupid, I remembered it all at once. Haruno Sakura said impatiently, shaking his fist at Uzumaki Naruto. I remember all of them. Uzumaki Naruto said helplessly, with a grimace. I just want to be safe, so I want to listen to it again. Sasuke, this guy is amazing. Glossi hid in the dense foliage, secretly admiring. If you give him enough time to grow up, he will definitely be a super scary character. The words Uchiha Sasuke said just now are definitely for those who are hiding in secret. He is not only calculating others, but also Uzumaki Naruto, who is his teammate. Okay, just put the scroll on my body. Uchiha Sasuke stood up from the ground and said. Wait a minute, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, a violent gust of wind rushed from the depths of the forest. The power of this gust of wind is really too great. The countless trees that are blowing, sizzle, and the three Uchiha Sasuke are blown to an uncertain footing, like leaves trembling in a storm. They are always affected. Danger of blowing. What a powerful breath. Glossi raised a pair of eyes, staring at the direction of the strong wind, shocked. I don't know why, at this moment he actually felt a feeling of palpitations. That feeling is exactly the same as when he encountered the female ninja with fluttering hair. Wouldn't it be such a coincidence? Met again. Chapter 55 The Awakened Sasuke 1. God damn it, wouldn't you play me like this? Glossi shouted in his heart. Not long ago, he had just escaped from the terrifying and boundless female ninja's hands, and nearly survived. But as a price, the position of his left shoulder was interrupted by one of his palms. He has not yet recovered and his combat power has been greatly reduced. If he meets with him again, I am afraid that he will even become a kind of extravagant hope of running away. Wouldn't it be such a coincidence? Glossi's eyes widened, staring into the depths of the forest blown by the violent wind. His heart was extremely nervous. He used to be a Valkyrie in his previous life and encountered countless powerful enemies, many of whom were terrifying enemies at the level of Emperor Wu, Martial Saint, and even the Valkyrie, but he was never timid. And now, because his strength is too weak, even a small Wawang-level person has caused terrible life and death pressure on him. He has more than 1,000 years of experience in his previous life, and he is familiar with countless powerful and terrifying magical abilities in the martial arts world. In this life, he has cultivated his own original line of physical training from the beginning, and his future is boundless. As long as he is given time, he has absolute confidence that he can surpass the cultivation base of the previous life and reach the legendary realm of heaven. Before he grew up, it was too worthless to die in the hands of a small Wawang-level person. Attention! New enemies are likely to appear. Uchiha Sasuke still kept calm and shouted. However, due to the strong wind, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura could not hear him at all. Moreover, the strong wind brought up heavy smoke and dust, which made it difficult for the eyes to see. A creepy sneer came in the smoke and dust. It's really her. Damn it. Glossi couldn't help his hair standing straight when he heard this voice. He knew that the thing he was most worried about had happened. It was not someone else who was secretly attacking, it was the super terrifying female ninja. Is her goal in Uzumaki Naruto's body, or Uchiha Sasuke? Glossi put his body on the tree trunk as much as possible while thinking in his heart. At this time, he had already displayed a secret technique called Turtle Breath Dafa, from the martial arts world to bring his physical function to the limit. In this way, even if the strength is far better than him, it is difficult to find his trace. The wind swept through, and three ninjas wearing hats appeared out of thin air. They rushed here using the wind style technique. And the one standing in the middle was not someone else, it was the terrifying female ninja who was fighting Glossi, who could not fight back. Advertisement. You two will play next to you first, here I am enough. The female ninja with fluttering hair commanded in a condescending tone. Yes, the other two said in an almost humble manner. They didn't dare to stay the slightest, it seemed that as long as they stayed for one more second, they would be killed immediately. Glossi hid in the dark and saw the two ninjas avoiding female ninjas like mice and cats, and couldn't help showing a bitter smile of sympathy on their faces. He turned his gaze to the other side, only to find that Uchiha Sasuke was hiding in the tall grass with Kuma in his hand, observing intently, and waiting. Not far away, Haruno Sakura seemed to be frightened stupid, standing there blankly, motionless. The huge gap between the two can be seen at a glance. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he has nowhere to go. I think it should have been blown away by the gust of wind just now, but now he has nowhere to go. Little Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke observed for a long time, but the enemy was nowhere to be seen. He slowly got up from the ground and soon found Haruno Sakura standing there in a daze, shouting loudly. Sasuke. When Haruno Sakura heard Uchiha Sasuke's voice, as if he had come back to his senses all of a sudden, he was surprised and happy, and ran towards Uchiha Sasuke. Signal. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, wiping away the suffering in his hands. Ninja. When the enemy is in a big commotion, it is a good opportunity to sneak in. There is no hiding place in a quiet place. Haruno Sakura was taken aback first, and then loudly said the secret signal between the three. Very good. Only then did Uchiha Sasuke let out a sigh of relief and let his guard down. It hurts. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto's cry of pain came from not far away. Hey, are you all okay? He hurried towards the two of them. Naruto, wait a minute and say the code first. Haruno Sakura stopped Naruto loudly. Oh, I see. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and said. When the enemy is in a big commotion, it is a good opportunity to sneak in. There is no hiding place in a quiet place. For the ninja. Advertisement. He fluently said the secret signal of the three people. Great, he is real too. Haruno Sakura exhaled and said. However, Uchiha Sasuke showed a mocking smile on his face, and he threw the kunai in his hand at Uzumaki Naruto. What are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto evaded embarrassedly, shouting dissatisfiedly. Little Sakura, this time the enemy can dodge my attack. You must be very careful. Uchiha Sasuke reminded loudly with a solemn expression. What are you talking about, Sasuke? Haruno Sakura has been completely trapped, she asked loudly, puzzled. Didn't he just tell the secret signal between us? Because he was right, he was fake. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Little Sakura, don't you really think that guy can remember such a long code? If I ask him what the code is, how do you think Naruto would answer me? He asked. Sorry, I forgot all of them. Haruno Sakura murmured. Her eyes lit up, and she understood why. And the way he avoided my attack just now is obviously completely different from Naruto. That's not the number of our Konoha village. Uchiha Sasuke said. You should show your true face, too. A fake. He shouted at the fake Uzumaki Naruto. Humph. Uzumaki Naruto let out a sneer. His eyes suddenly became cold and terrifying, and a long bright red tongue came out of his mouth, licking his lips and chin. Such an appearance makes people feel scared. It deserves to be the only member of the Uchiha clan who is still alive. It is really extraordinary. Uzumaki Naruto disappeared, and the female ninja with fluttering hair appeared in front of them and said approvingly. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke asked loudly, seemingly stimulated by the female ninja's words. Chapter 56 The Awakened Sasuke 2. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that since you know he will forget, why don't you find a shorter code? The long-haired ninja was holding the front of the hat on her head with great interest. Said. That's because I knew you were hiding under me to listen to our conversation. Uchiha Sasuke said lightly. That's why I deliberately used such a long code. So that's it. The female ninja nodded, took off the hat from her head, and said in admiration. It seems that you will never be tired or slack at any time. Ha ha, you are more interesting than I thought. When she was speaking, her long bright red tongue stretched out again and licked the hat in her hand. The whole person looked very gloomy and uncomfortable. What you need is the Book of the Earth, right? Suddenly, the female ninja spied a hand and took out a scroll from her backpack, held it to her chest, and said. Then she made a creepy action. She stretched out her long bright red tongue, rolled up the scroll of the Book of Earth in her hand, then raised her head, and swallowed it abruptly. With such a scene, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were immediately uncomfortable, and their hairs stood upright. This guy is definitely a super big pervert. Glossi cursed secretly in his heart. In his previous life, he has been in the martial arts world for countless years and has met many terrible enemies. However, he has never seen such a disgusting guy. Okay, let's start the battle for the scroll. After the female ninja swallowed the scroll, she suddenly opened a pair of fierce eyes, staring at Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, and said. Oh, yes, I will do my best. At this moment, a terrible murderous aura swept through every corner of this place like autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. This murderous aura is really terrifying, as if it has materialized. That kind of icy cold makes people feel desperate, and makes people feel lonely and self-destructive. Advertisement. Obviously, this is definitely a peerless murderer who has slaughtered thousands of people in his hands. With such an astonishing murderous intent, even Glossi couldn't help frowning, secretly frightened. What's more, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura are the two little guys who have taken the Chunin exam for the first time, and they have never even experienced personal murder before. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura seemed to see the scenes where they were tortured and killed by incomparably cruel methods. They all opened eyes wide, and their faces were full of horror, as if what they saw was not an illusion, but a real thing. Thump. Haruno Sakura knelt heavily on the ground, her eyes sluggish. Her will has been completely destroyed by the murderous intent emanating from the female ninja, and she turned into a walking dead. Uchiha Sasuke's condition is slightly better than Haruno Sakura, but he also suffered a great mental trauma. He was panting heavily while trying his best to calm himself. Is it an illusion or? Wow. Finally, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't hold it, and suddenly fell to his knees, opening his mouth and vomiting. Hey. Glossi sighed in his heart. It's not that Uchiha Sasuke is too talented, but that the gap between the two is too big. It is conservatively estimated that the female ninja is also a legendary cage-level powerhouse, while Uchiha Sasuke is just a genin. A cage-level powerhouse urges a genin to kill with all his strength. How can genin be able to resist it? Is his goal really Uchiha Sasuke? He thought to himself. No matter from which aspect, a person as powerful as a female ninja shouldn't make a special trip here to find a genin trouble. The only explanation is that this person has taken a fancy to Uchiha Sasuke. Or in other words, he took a fancy to Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, the most precious pair of eyes of the only descendant of the Uchiha clan. The female ninja did not take the next step, but looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a pair of indifferent eyes. Her eyes were expectant, expecting Uchiha Sasuke to stand up, not to be intimidated by her murderous aura. Advertisement. No, this is not an illusion. Uchiha Sasuke struggled to resist the terrifying murderous aura while analyzing it in his mind. That's just pure murderous intent. But why is her murderous so terrible? Just looking at his eyes, she felt the threat of death. This kind of murderous aura has far surpassed Kakashi and no more. Who is she? He was shocked. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Haruno Sakura, only to find that Haruno Sakura was already trembling with fright, tears flowing, and he was on the verge of collapse. No, the enemy is too powerful and terrifying, we must escape. Otherwise, we have only a dead end. Uchiha Sasuke's head moved quickly. Hehe, you can't move at this level. The female ninja said with a sorrowful smile. Be motivated, Uchiha's kid. As she spoke, she stepped forward and walked forward. Move quickly. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the female ninja approaching, his heart became more and more frightened, he really felt the threat of death. He yelled desperately in his heart, but his body was convulsed continuously due to excessive fear, making it difficult to move. Move, or I and Sakura will die here. Move. Uchiha Sasuke used a strong will to fight against the murderous intrusion into his body, and his right hand tremblingly stretched out to the bag behind him. A sharp kunai was found. Can you still stand up? Ha ha. The female ninja smiled and said with a trace of relief on her face. Even if you stand up, what can you do? She took out two kunai from behind with her left hand, and walked quickly towards Uchiha Sasuke. Don't worry, it will be over in an instant. You can't even feel the pain. Woo. With two beeps, two kunai cut through the air, and quickly shot at Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Go. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke pierced the kunai in his right hand into his thigh, and a piercing pain immediately spread throughout his body. Uchiha Sasuke used the sharp pain to divert his attention and successfully moved. He quickly knocked down the two flying kunai, then hugged Haruno Sakura and fled towards the depths of the forest. Chapter 57 The Awakened Sasuke 3. Injury yourself in an instant, and then use pain to eliminate your fear. It really is not an ordinary prey. The female ninja walked slowly to the pool of blood on the ground and said to herself. There was a strange smile on her face, and then the whole person fell into the ground in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Glossi saw all this in his eyes, struggling in his heart. He wanted to be as far away as possible from the female ninja, but he also wanted to know what the female ninja's real purpose was in pursuing Uchiha Sasuke. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally made up his mind, stepping on the Yulu Fufeng step under his feet, and rushed to the depths of the forest silently. Behind a big tree, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, and violently pulled out the kunai from his leg. The sudden pain at that moment made him tremble violently. However, he never grunted from beginning to end. Sasuke, are you okay? At this time, Haruno Sakura, who had recovered some sanity, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was covered in blood, and asked worriedly. Who ever thought? Uchiha Sasuke jerked out his left hand and covered her mouth. Don't speak, we must escape here quickly. Otherwise, we will be found soon and then killed. His voice was trembling, like his body, like leaves in a storm. In the face of the crisis of death, he was terribly frightened, he was already a little nervous, and everything was gone. I didn't expect Sasuke to be so nervous. I have never seen him look like this. Haruno Sakura said silently in his heart, feeling Uchiha Sasuke's trembling body. Suddenly, a look of horror flashed in her eyes. I don't know when, a giant snake tens of meters long came behind them. The giant snake stared at the two with a pair of golden pupils, showing fierce light. Haruno Sakura was shocked, and immediately took off Uchiha Sasuke's hand covering her mouth, and shouted, Sasuke, there is a snake. Hiss. At this moment, the giant snake moved into action. It opened its mouth and swiftly bit Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura at lightning speed. Advertisement. However, Uchiha Sasuke's reaction speed was not too slow, and he immediately jumped out with Haruno Sakura in his arms, and evaded. Damn it, I was so careless that I didn't even find the snake. He said very annoyed. Swish, swish, swish. The giant snake is extremely large, more than 20 meters long and more than 1 meter thick, but its movements are extremely sensitive. It wraps its body around a big tree and continuously circulates and rises at an incredible speed. Soon, the giant snake adjusted its attack position again, and attacked Uchiha Sasuke fiercely. This kind of feeling, Glossi, who was hiding in the distance, felt his entire body horrified. He subconsciously thought that it was not just a snake. Because the feeling that the snake gave him was something in common with the female ninja. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke also sensed an energy similar to Glossi. While yelling in horror, he fiercely threw out all the kunai and shuriken in his hand. Do not come. The power that people burst out of despair is huge, let alone the dragon and phoenix among people like Uchiha Sasuke. The kunai and shuriken that he threw desperately hit the vitals of the giant snake and shot it to death. The giant snake hung horizontally on the tree, a large amount of blood flowed out, and it immediately dyed the earth red. Uchiha Sasuke panted heavily while staring at the dead snake unblinkingly with Sharingan. He had a terrible hunch that the snake was definitely not simple. Sure enough, his idea was quickly verified. The head of the dead snake gradually split, and a human-shaped object came out of it. You can't relax in the slightest. This is the voice of the female ninja. This disgusting monster. Glossi could not help frowning as he saw it emerge from the snake's body, covered with mucus all over his body. Under normal circumstances, the prey should be nervous and scurrying around in front of the predator. The female ninja was covered with wet snake body fluid, and it made her stomach uncomfortable just looking at it. She stretched out her long tongue to lick the body fluid from her face, which was creepy. Such a scene immediately frightened the two of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Wow. Advertisement. Suddenly, the female ninja moved. Her body turned out to be like a snake, the upper part was a human body, and the lower part was like a snake. Her movements were incredibly fast, like gusts of wind, like lightning, snaking and hovering towards where Uchiha Sasuke was. The long tongue sticking out and the cold light in his eyes made Uchiha Sasuke terrified and even lost the courage to fight with it. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the female ninja was about to pounce on Uchiha Sasuke, a large amount of shuriken rain was raised in the distance, cutting off the female ninja's path. In desperation, the female ninja had to temporarily stop her advancement. Sorry, Sasuke, I'm late. Uzumaki Naruto's loud voice resounded through the jungle. He appeared completely in the image of a savior, and was extremely beautiful. However, his body is also messy, and there are even a few obvious scars. Obviously, he also encountered some troubles. Naruto. Haruno Sakura was surprised and delighted. She never thought that one day, she would be so looking forward to the appearance of Uzumaki Naruto. I forgot the secret code. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Haruno Sakura and said loudly. Sure enough, this is Uzumaki Naruto's style and behavior. Okay, Naruto, you're so handsome. Haruno Sakura yelled excitedly. Naruto, now is not the time for you to be strong. Uchiha Sasuke said loudly to Uzumaki Naruto. Leave me alone and run away. We are so far away from him, there is no possibility of victory at all. He feels so real about the female ninja's strength, definitely a terrifying existence far above them, even Kakashi and No Slash are not rivals. Let alone a Uzumaki Naruto, even if everyone who took the Chunin exam swarmed up this time, I am afraid that the final outcome will still be dead. Chapter 58 The Awakened Sasuke 4. Uzumaki Naruto saw Uchiha Sasuke's face with horror and bruises all over his body. While feeling happy, he felt a little sad. Once upon a time, Uchiha Sasuke, as the #1 rookie of this year, was so beautiful. Teachers value, girls admire, boys are jealous. It is no exaggeration to say that his presence has made all other male compatriots lose their luster and eclipse. And Uzumaki Naruto is an orphan. He grew up alone. Without the special care of third Hokage, he would have starved to death on the street. But despite this, he grew up so old without a true friend. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes and did not allow their children to play with him. After entering the ninja school, he fell in love with a girl named Haruno Sakura. He desperately wanted to show his strengths in front of her, hoping to attract the others' attention and make him feel good. It's a pity that Haruno Sakura always has only one Sasuke in his eyes, and he doesn't care about him. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto has always been hostile to Uchiha Sasuke. Or, to be precise, it is envy, jealousy and hatred. No matter when and under any circumstances, he and Uchiha Sasuke are against each other, hoping to overwhelm the other party and prove that he is better than Uchiha Sasuke. However, Sasuke, who has inherited the blood of Uchiha's family, is so good. He is a natural ninja, and all the teachers are full of praise for him. He graduated from ninja school in absolute first place, but Uzumaki Naruto was very sad, relying on the forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone techniques, learned from the Book of Seals, to barely graduate. From the beginning to the present, Uchiha Sasuke that Uzumaki Naruto has seen has always been so arrogant, noble, indifferent to emotions and anger, and far more mature than his peers. It wasn't until I met Rock Lee not long ago, that super powerful pervert, that Uchiha Sasuke began to lose. Yes, in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, Rock Lee is a super big pervert, incredibly strong. Rock Lee beat Uchiha Sasuke completely knocking down his superior mentality, and let him begin to realize that he is not invincible, even among his peers, there are still people who are stronger than him. Since then, he has become less indifferent than before, and has gradually integrated into the group. With the change of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto feels that he no longer hates Uchiha Sasuke as much as before. Even, he has subconsciously regarded him as a companion, as a good brother who can live and die together. Now, he can see Uchiha Sasuke being beaten by the enemy with bruises, covered in blood, but still let him escape first regardless of the enemy, which immediately aroused the raging anger in his heart. Hey, the snake-like guy next to you seem to be bullying the weak. Uzumaki Naruto lay motionless on the trunk with his fingers, and shouted at the female ninja who was looking at him with playful eyes. Since my uncle Uzumaki Naruto is out, wait for a good lesson. Advertisement. Quote. In secret, Glossi was speechless for a while. This guy actually yelled at a legendary cage-level powerhouse, he didn't know whether to live or die. However, while he was worried about Uzumaki Naruto, he also secretly admired Uzumaki Naruto's courage. Putting aside other things for the time being, just this kind of courage and temperament is not something ordinary people can have. That's bad. Uchiha Sasuke heard Uzumaki Naruto's provocation to the female ninja so much, he was shocked and sweated. He has truly felt its unfathomable strength and terrifying murderous aura, it is definitely a big monster who kills without blinking. His mind was like a big yellow river tumbling, and countless thoughts flashed in an instant. However, it wasn't until the end that he let out a helpless sigh. Until now, there was no other way other than to voluntarily surrender and hand over the scroll of the Book of Heaven. Wait a minute. Uchiha Sasuke put away his Sharingan and said loudly. He took out the scroll of the Book of Heaven from the backpack behind him, and said to the female ninja. We don't need the scroll, please leave with the scroll. As soon as he said this, Haruno Sakura's eyes widened, and he could hardly believe his ears. The most perfect man in her mind, facing a powerful enemy, he took the initiative to retreat and surrendered. Sasuke, what are you doing? How can you hand over the scroll to the enemy? Uzumaki Naruto was extremely angry, pointing his finger at Uchiha Sasuke and shouting loudly. You shut up, Uchiha Sasuke snapped. This was the last way he could think of to save his life. Hehe, that's the case, you have a good aptitude, Uchiha Sasuke. The female ninja laughed and said. Use the scroll as a bargaining chip, let you make a living. Go on. Uchiha Sasuke looked ugly, shaking his hands and threw the scroll at the female ninja. Sasuke, you be asterisk 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 D. Uzumaki Naruto jumped over from a distance, grabbed it by the Vice Admiral scroll in midair, and came to Uchiha Sasuke's side. Advertisement. Damn it. Don't be nosy. Uchiha Sasuke snapped. Don't you know the current situation? Bang. Before Uchiha Sasuke's words were finished, Uzumaki Naruto was punched hard in the face. Uzumaki Naruto's punch was so powerful that it deformed Uchiha Sasuke's face, and blood spurted in his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto was full of anger, staring at Uchiha Sasuke fiercely, like a beast. A-hole, what do you want to do? Uchiha Sasuke said sharply, shy and angry. Uzumaki Naruto trembled unceasingly, obviously the anger in his heart was suppressed to the extreme, and it might explode at any time. I said I forgot the secret code, why don't you confirm my identity? I think you are a fake Sasuke, right? Naruto, what are you talking about? Haruno Sakura said loudly. You super idiot, I am real. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said. Who are you lie? A stupid and timid B asterisk 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 D like you is definitely not the Sasuke I know. Uzumaki Naruto shouted. I don't care how good that guy is, but if you hand over the scroll, can you guarantee that he will let us go? I think you are the one who can't figure out the situation because of fear. Uzumaki Naruto's words immediately made Uchiha Sasuke cold and his hair straight. Yes, even if he handed over the scrolls, would the other party let them go? Hum. Suddenly, at this moment, the female ninja got up from the trunk and gave Uzumaki Naruto a grin. Naruto, you got it right. Her long tongue stuck out, as if Lion Majesty was about to launch an attack, making people fearful. Chapter 59 The Awakened Sasuke 5. Is her target really Uchiha Sasuke? Glossi said silently, hiding in the dark. At the same time, he also began to guess the identity and origin of the female ninja. He saw a hint from the opponent's incomparable strength and demonstrated ability, like a big figure who defected from Konoha village many years ago. However, what puzzled Glossi was that the person Konoha defected back then was a man, and the person in front of him was a woman, which made him a little dare not ascertain the identity of the other party. In other words, when a person is strong to a certain level, can he change his gender as he pleases? When you want to be a man, you are a man, and when you want to be a woman, you are a woman. Glossi quickly drove the mess out of his mind, and began to observe the form in the battlefield. He wanted to see what this super big pervert wanted to do to Uchiha Sasuke. The harsh words of the female ninja shocked the hearts of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, and they involuntarily recalled the terrible scene not long ago. That person just relied on the murderous aura to be frightened and unable to move. If you really do it, wouldn't it be dead without life? The scroll thing, I can get it after I kill you, why don't you send it? The female ninja said as she pushed up the sleeve of her left hand with her right hand. A strange pattern was carved on his left arm. Puff. She put the thumb of her right hand into her mouth and bit, and some bloodstains appeared on the thumb immediately. She lightly swiped the pattern of blood on her thumb on her left arm, and a powerful and weird wave suddenly appeared. This feeling, is it ninjutsu? Glossi's eyes widened, staring at the female ninja unblinkingly. The opportunity to observe these powerful players so close is a great opportunity for him, and the benefits are too great. What's a joke? Uzumaki Naruto obviously felt the strange atmosphere too. The left hand guilty of a sharp kunai, quickly rushed towards the female ninja, not afraid of death. Naruto. No, run away, Uchiha Sasuke screamed when he saw this. Summoning technique. At this moment, the female ninja said coldly. Her hands quickly sealed, and a huge wind raised earth coiling, and the terrifying force directly blew Uzumaki Naruto away. Advertisement. Boom. A terrible gust of wind swept all over the place, and the sturdy trees kept sizzling. In the gale, countless small branches and leaves were blown to pieces, and some of the trees as thick as arms were broken in the middle. Suck. Glossi, who was hiding in a big tree, was shocked. Because his location was also hit by a gale, he hurriedly unfolded the Yulu Fu Feng step to dodge, using the dense forest to cover up his figure. Fortunately for him, the strong wind swept up a lot of smoke and dust, and his vision was very low. Moreover, the female ninja focused on Uchiha Sasuke again, and did not notice his presence. Is that summoning? Legend has it that only Jonin and those above the Jonin level can practice advanced ninjutsu. Glossi concealed his figure again and turned his eyes to the battlefield again. When he saw a giant snake that was more than 30 meters long and about 2 meters thick, he suddenly trembled in his heart. The ninjutsu in this world is very weird. Take this, summoning, for example, it is very similar to the very rare super space summoning in the martial arts world. It is very convenient to summon your pets on the spot to assist in the fight at any time. What is this? Uzumaki Naruto was already shocked by the sight in front of him, his eyes widened, and he stared at the terrible giant snake. This has completely exceeded his scope of knowledge. HMPH. The female ninja sneered. She stood on top of the giant snake and urged the giant snake to attack Uzumaki Naruto. This giant snake is really too big, like a horned dragon dancing, fast and fast, slamming its head at Uzumaki Naruto fiercely. What? With a scream, Uzumaki Naruto was hit hard by the giant snake, vomiting blood in his mouth. Boom. The giant snake flicked its tail again, drew Uzumaki Naruto into the air, and then slammed into a big tree. His body was soaked with blood. Naruto. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura yelled worriedly. Advertisement. However, Glossi's eyes were filled with strange light, and he stared at Uzumaki Naruto unblinkingly, shaking his heart. Because, he felt that when Uzumaki Naruto was threatened with death, an ancient but extremely powerful breath came out of his body, blocking the flick of the giant snake. The terrifying thing sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body is as powerful as a half-step martial emperor. Although it is usually asleep, once Uzumaki Naruto encounters life and death danger, it will immediately recover to protect the safety of the host. That terrible aura has leaked out. I just don't know how much power it can exert through Uzumaki Naruto's body in a sealed state. Glossi secretly said in his heart. Cute little snake, you can eat him. The female ninja didn't seem to notice the kind of aura emanating from Uzumaki Naruto's body, and she said indifferently. Hiss. The giant snake swallowed its core, with ferocious eyes, and quickly leaned toward Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura looked at the Canthus, almost crazy, but facing the giant snake that was more than 30 meters long, they couldn't brave the courage to rush to the rescue, and they were able to watch the giant snake. It's getting closer and closer to Uzumaki Naruto. Go eat shit. The moment the giant snake opened its mouth to swallow Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes suddenly, and a pair of fiery red monster eyes emerged, which are definitely not human eyes. He hit the giant snake's head with a fist. Boom. At this time, something unbelievable happened. Uzumaki Naruto also dropped his small fist, and the huge snake that had hit it trembled violently. The giant snake let out a mournful cry, quickly backed away, and stared at Uzumaki Naruto as if it were an enemy. The female ninja standing on the head of the giant snake was also taken aback, staring at Uzumaki Naruto intently, her eyes flickering. This kid, is it? The expression on her face also became serious, as if thinking of something. Chapter 60 The Awakened Sasuke, 6. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto has a hideous face, bruises on his face, a fierce look in his eyes, and a fearful look. There were 3 beards on the left and right sides of his face, which are now more clear. Coupled with a pair of fiery red pupils, this makes him look like a violent civet-like animal, not a human. The terrible existence sealed in his body finally awakened, releasing its power through Uzumaki Naruto's fragile body. Although the power that came out was minimal, it was still strong enough to shake a giant snake more than 30 meters long, which was shocking. As this, really Naruto? In the distance, both Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura looked dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, and their faces full of weirdness. Naruto at this time is really terrifying, it can actually shake the huge giant snake with the power of the flesh, how powerful is it to do it? The female ninja looked solemn and urged the giant snake under her feet to attack Uzumaki Naruto. The giant snake has a huge body, but its movements are extremely agile, as fast as lightning, attacking Uzumaki Naruto from various tricky parts. However, what is surprising is that no matter how agile the giant snake moves and how tricky the attack is, Uzumaki Naruto can always block it with a pair of fists. The power contained in his pair of fists is really too great, every punch that hits the giant snake will make a loud bang, like a thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Uzumaki Naruto punched faster and faster, and his strength became stronger and stronger, gradually suppressing the giant snake. Obviously, with the passage of time, the terrifying existence in Uzumaki Naruto's body has basically adapted to his fragile body, and can reveal more and more powerful forces. That's not pure physical strength. His fists are covered by powerful chakra. Glossi saw all this in his eyes, thinking in his heart. He discovered more and more that chakra in the ninja world is extremely wonderful, with many different ways of using it, which is very rare. Boom. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto slammed a fist on the head of the giant snake, and the terrible power shook out, and it hit the giant snake and rolled out to the back. Its 30-meter-long body was tossing in the forest, the trees fell in rows, and the earth was shaking violently, with an astonishing momentum. Boom, boom, boom. Uzumaki Naruto was unforgiving, and immediately caught up with it and threw 3 punches out, all hitting the giant snake. The giant snake couldn't keep its balance, its huge body couldn't help rolling on the ground, countless trees were crushed by it, and the place it passed was a mess, nothing can stop it. Advertisement. Is he really Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke murmured while looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who was mad. Such strength can definitely explode his 18 streets, how could it be the tail of a crane? Naruto has, completely out of control. Haruno Sakura also stood there stupidly, whispering. But, how could Naruto become so powerful? Glossi watched the battle intently. He knew that although Uzumaki Naruto occupied the mountain breeze, it was even more dangerous. Because the female ninja didn't make any moves from beginning to end, and was always observing Uzumaki Naruto. Obviously, she also discovered the weirdness of Uzumaki Naruto's body. Once the female ninja sees some clues, she will immediately take a shot and take Uzumaki Naruto. Ah! With a roar, Uzumaki Naruto rushed towards the giant snake again. At this moment, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of the female ninja's mouth. Crap, Uzumaki Naruto is in danger. Glossi's heart beat. Sure enough, when Uzumaki Naruto was more than 3 meters away from the female ninja, she raised her right hand to aim at Uzumaki Naruto, and then opened her mouth to spit out a blazing fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Uzumaki Naruto was caught off guard, was immediately enveloped by the raging flames, and fell from the air with a loud scream. Although he was protected by the power of the existence sealed in his body, so as not to lose his life, he also suffered heavy injuries and completely lost his combat effectiveness. Is this the strength of a cage-level powerhouse? Glossi looked awe-inspiring, staring at the female ninja unblinkingly, shocked in his heart. Just now, the female ninja didn't even have the seal, and instantly sent out a fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Such a combat power was simply terrifying. To this day, Glossi basically understood the strength of this world powerhouse thoroughly. The cage-level powerhouse is absolutely comparable to the master of martial arts. Unless he is the fifth heaven of martial arts mentality, otherwise, it is extremely difficult to contend with it. That look can't be wrong. The female ninja murmured while looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who fell to the ground motionless. My intention was to find Sasuke, but I never wanted to meet the yellow flash child, and he was also sealed inside that thing. It's getting more and more interesting. Naruto, are you okay? Since the place where Uzumaki Naruto landed was very close to the female ninja, Uchiha Sasuke was afraid to step forward and could only shout loudly from a distance. Don't worry, it's your turn now. The female ninja urged the giant snake under her feet and walked towards Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, how would you respond? Advertisement. Woo. The giant snake was very fast, rushing towards Uchiha Sasuke fiercely. But Uchiha Sasuke seemed to be frightened and stupefied, standing there blankly, even forgetting to avoid it. Brush. At this critical moment, a yellow light and shadow fell in front of Uchiha Sasuke, blocking the giant snake with his body. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke shouted loudly, "You get out of my way, who told you to be nosy?" Although his mouth was unceremonious, his eyes flowed with tears, and he was deeply moved. Are you hurt, coward? Uzumaki Naruto was already bruised, but he still struggled to raise his head, looked at Sasuke with disdain, and said coldly. Boom. The words, coward, rang like thunder in Uchiha Sasuke's ears, making his head buzz. He just felt that his face was hot, as if he had been severely smoked. Coward. These 3 words were once said to Uzumaki Naruto in a condescending manner, representing his contempt and disdain for Uzumaki Naruto. But now, Uzumaki Naruto returned these 3 words to him intact. This is a great shame. This is an insult to him, and even more to the 3 words Uchiha. Chapter 61 The Awakened Sasuke, 7. Insult. This is a great insult. Who is Uchiha Sasuke? It is the descendant of Uchiha, a clan of the strongest in the ninja, that has stunned countless times in the ninja world, and is the only living bloodline, with Uchiha's best blood flowing in his body, inheriting the famous Sharingan. He is proud, even more proud. He is proud that he is a descendant of the Uchiha clan. In fact, his performance did not disappoint everyone's expectations, fully demonstrating his amazing talent. No matter what it is, he can keep it in his mind as long as he has read it once. After a little practice, he can be a thorough master, and he can even draw inferences from the old and bring forth the new. He graduated from ninja school with the first place in the school and was assigned to the famous copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. He was very satisfied with this arrangement, but what he didn't expect was that he was with him. There is a nympho girl Haruno Sakura, and the infamous crane tail Uzumaki Naruto. Seriously, he looked down on Uzumaki Naruto in his heart, and even felt ashamed of being a team. However, this matter is a decision made by the village, and even if his identity is somewhat special, there is no way to change it. Therefore, he silently endured it, but he often mocked Uzumaki Naruto on weekdays. In the Nami country mission not long ago, Uzumaki Naruto was so scared by the attacking ninja that he was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to escape, let alone fight the enemy. That time, he walked up to Uzumaki Naruto unceremoniously, and said proudly, "Hey, coward, are you not hurt?" At that time, Uzumaki Naruto was greatly stimulated and stabbed in his hand with kunai on the spot. Blood flowed. He swore with his own blood that such a thing would never happen again. That scene seemed to have happened yesterday. Today, very strange, something similar happened again. It's just that this time the timid person was replaced by him, and the person who said loudly, "Coward, you are not hurt," became Uzumaki Naruto. How could this be? Uchiha Sasuke roared in his heart. Advertisement. In a daze, he seemed to see his dead father swearing with his finger on his scalp, "You coward and coward are not worthy of being my son, not worthy of being a member of the Uchiha family." He didn't want to be a coward, let alone be treated as a coward. However, the enemy is too strong to be resisted at all. What can he do? Naruto. He stared blankly at Uzumaki Naruto, who was covered in blood and bruised, but his eyes were unusually firm, and his heart was greatly moved. Those things before, scenes and scenes appeared in his mind like movies. A stupid and timid B************* D like you, definitely, not the Sasuke I know. Uzumaki Naruto vomited blood while muttering. Although this guy is an idiot, it is not without any merit. At the very least, his uncompromising and unbending character fits martial arts. Glossi hissed in his heart. At this moment, Glossi even had the idea that if Uzumaki Naruto did not die, he would find a chance to spread his martial arts mentality. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Before he has fully grown up and has enough self-protection ability, it is better not to make extravagances. Hiss. Suddenly, a long bright red tongue curled up from a distance and brought Uzumaki Naruto into the air. Upon closer inspection, that tongue turned out to belong to the female ninja. Her tongue is 3 or 4 meters long. This monster. Damn it. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Naruto struggled desperately, but how could he escape? Unexpectedly, the Nine-Tails imp is still alive in the world. The female ninja lifted Uzumaki Naruto to the front, her cold eyes without any emotion, and said softly. Her hands are joined together to form a strange posture. What does she want to do? Glossi was startled. Part of the power of Nine-Tails will be leaked out because of excessive excitement. Tisk tisk tisk, think it is a masterpiece of yellow flash. The female ninja said to herself. Advertisement. What are you talking about, you snake monster? Uzumaki Naruto struggled desperately. The female ninja opened Uzumaki Naruto's jacket with her tongue, and immediately saw a seal pattern similar to 8 trigrams. Little devil, you're unlucky to meet me. The seal of the 5 elements. She raised her right hand and slammed it on the seal on Uzumaki Naruto's belly. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto screamed loudly, terribly. What did she do to Uzumaki Naruto? Glossi scratched his heart anxiously. Because of the position angle, he can't see what's on Uzumaki Naruto's belly at all, let alone what the female ninja did to Uzumaki Naruto. This time, he could have known the origin of the sealed things in Uzumaki Naruto's body, but because of this, he missed it. It is a pity. Sasuke, hurry up and save Naruto. Haruno Sakura grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's arm and shook it vigorously. However, Uchiha Sasuke just stood there shaking, unable to move. Naruto, he is indeed different from you. Haruno Sakura said in a low voice with infinite disappointment in his eyes. He is a big idiot, and he often gets in the way and annoying. But at least he is not a coward. Am I just a coward? Even Uzumaki Naruto is much better than me. Uchiha Sasuke muttered to himself with a confused look. Suddenly, a handsome man with scarlet eyes appeared in front of him. My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, you have to resent me forever, and ugly linger. Keep running away, and run away desperately in order to survive. It was like a curse. The sound roared in his ears, and he couldn't wait to scream up to the sky. No, I'm not a coward, Uchiha Sasuke yelled angrily. His scarlet eyes opened again. This time, his eyes were extremely determined. Hee, it's really a member of the Uchiha clan, is it finally starting to boil? The female ninja looked at Uchiha Sasuke with appreciative eyes, and said silently in her heart. Uchiha Sasuke, you are the person I value most now. For you, I don't hesitate to abandon Kimimaro, the heir of Dead Bone Pulse who has the strongest melee bloodline. Don't let me down. Come on, let me see how great your potential is. Chapter 62 The Awakened Sasuke 8. Bang. The female ninja flicked her long tongue, and immediately threw Uzumaki Naruto out. Now that the main event has finally begun, she doesn't want to waste time on unimportant people. Naruto. Haruno Sakura was shocked. If it falls on the ground like Uzumaki Naruto was thrown out, it will either die or become disabled. She glared at Uchiha Sasuke fiercely, and then ran toward Uzumaki Naruto desperately. Fortunately, she finally arrived before Uzumaki Naruto landed. She used her hands as support to slow down Uzumaki Naruto's landing speed. Although her arms were almost broken by the shock, she eventually saved Uzumaki Naruto's life. Stupid brother, if you want to kill me, you have to resent me forever and stay ugly. That curse-like voice kept echoing in Uchiha Sasuke's mind, and the voice grew louder and louder. Uchiha Sasuke has an urge to go mad. No, things shouldn't be like this. Uchiha Sasuke raised his eyes to the sky and roared like a wounded beast. Keep running away, run away desperately in order to survive. The face of the incredibly handsome man kept appearing in front of him, but the words he said were horrifying, making Uchiha Sasuke painful and dying. No, Uchiha Sasuke is not a coward. Uchiha Sasuke yelled frantically. His scarlet eyes reflected the face of the female ninja, and he was extremely determined. He finally made up his mind, even if he died here, he would never run away again. As expected from the Uchiha clan, is the blood boiling at last? The female ninja's eyes glowed with joy. She leaned down slowly, spread her arms and bent her legs slightly, like a lion majesty ready to attack. Come on, let me slowly test your strength. The female ninja said in a deep voice. Oh, no, it should be for me to slowly push out all your potential. Uchiha Sasuke looked resolute, and took a handful of kunai from the bag behind him with his right hand, then bit it in his mouth, ready for a fierce battle. I lived to kill my brother. I always think so. But now, it's me who is really weak and can't see the situation. Naruto, Sakura, can't bet on his life at this time, how could he beat him? What about winning brother? His eyes flicked over the faces of Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura one by one, and he said silently in his heart. He took a deep breath and rushed towards the female ninja with fierce force under his feet. He actually overcame the fear in his heart and took the initiative to attack that pervert. Such a scene made Glossi, who was hiding in the dark, extremely shocked. The female ninja is so powerful, its absolute strength even far surpasses Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. With Uchiha Sasuke Genin's strength, he took the initiative to attack him, wouldn't it be his own death? However, just in this almost mortal situation, Glossi saw a kind of tragic, almost tragic, putting himself to death and then reborn. It was a terrifying spiritual force that would never admit defeat, even if it died in battle. Advertisement. Whether it is Uzumaki Naruto before, or Uchiha Sasuke now, this is true. Could it be that this is the main reason why Konoha Shinobi Village has always been the #1 power in the shinobi world and has always stood firm? Glossi was silent in his heart. For some reason, he had a strange idea at this time. If Uchiha Sasuke is truly in danger, he will definitely help. The moment this thought came into being, Glossi himself was shocked. He wished to be as far away as possible from the female ninja, but now he wanted to prosecute him actively. Isn't this the old birthday star hanging himself? No matter what happens, I'm absolutely impossible to take action. Glossi seemed to be talking to himself, but also as if to convince himself. While Glossi was doing a psychological struggle, Uchiha Sasuke was already rushing to the female ninja. When it was more than 5 meters away from the female ninja, Uchiha Sasuke leapt high, and he continuously threw the kunai in his hand towards the female ninja. Swish, swish, swish. Kuwu attacked from 3 different directions, blocking the female ninja's upper, middle and lower 3 paths. However, how powerful is the female ninja, especially the few things that can't be solved? She shook her feet slightly, and even took advantage of the short time difference between the first and last hits to escape. And she didn't even move 1 step from beginning to end. This is an overwhelming power gap. The female ninja is like a strong man playing with a 3-year-old child, so relaxed. What? Uchiha Sasuke yelled. He had predicted that kunai's attack would not be effective against the female ninja, so he was not discouraged at all. He opened a pair of scarlet Sharingan, bullied him close to the female ninja and raised his fist. He was a head shorter than the female ninja, and his arms and legs were even thinner than the female ninja, but his aura was not let down by the wind at all, and he fought close to the female ninja. Hehe, are you just so capable? The female ninja said casually while parrying her hand. You are too weak. Are you going to tickle me? She slammed a punch and hit Uchiha Sasuke's fist. Uchiha Sasuke yelled and turned back. He felt hot and painful throughout his arm, but he felt fortunate that his arm was not broken and he could continue fighting. Advertisement. This pervert is completely playing. Or she wants to force out all the potential of Uchiha Sasuke a little bit. Glossi frowned, seeing the female ninja's mind. Swipe, swipe, swipe. At this time, the female ninja took the initiative to attack. Her speed is very fast, and her footwork is extremely strange, disillusioning 1 step at a time. However, Uchiha Sasuke can easily capture the figure of a female ninja with Sharingan with her Goyu turned on. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of the 2 people kept colliding. I saw it, I saw it, Uchiha Sasuke yelled in his heart. Sharingan, it really is amazing. The female ninja smiled sorrowfully. Next, what should you do? Suddenly, her figure disappeared. Her speed doubled all of a sudden. Glossi's expression changed. How much strength does she hide? Swish, swish, swish. The female ninja is like a violent wind, constantly spinning around Uchiha Sasuke. Because her speed is so fast, a cloud of smoke rises under her feet. So fast. Faster than my fastest speed now. Glossi murmured, feeling that his palm was full of sweat. Is this the strength of the cage-level powerhouse? Although he is good at ninjutsu and illusion, his weakest physical skills are also stronger than Glossi. I saw it. Uchiha Sasuke concentrated all his attention, watching with Sharingan's intent, and raised him to let out a roar, and then jumped to the side with fierce force from his feet. With a sound of boom, the female ninja figured out and kicked where Uchiha Sasuke was originally. She was so strong that even the ground was cracked and the dust was flying. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke grabbed the fighter, quickly printed with both hands, and opened his mouth to eject a fireball about half a meter in diameter, obliterating the place where he was standing. Chapter 63 The Awakened Sasuke 9. Fire style technique is the most famous technique of the Uchiha clan except Sharingan. It has shocked the ninja world for hundreds of years. According to legend, the peak powerhouse of Yu Yu Zebo used the fire style technique to instantly burn hundreds of enemies, shocking the world, and frightening. Although Uchiha Sasuke is still young and far from growing up, he can already perform some of the most basic fire style techniques. Fire style. Great fireball technique is AC level fire style technique. The level is very low, and the requirements for the operator are not high. However, it has become the best choice for Uchiha Sasuke's single attack due to its concentrated firepower and greater lethality. Uchiha Sasuke clearly captured the whereabouts of the female ninja with his two god jade blood wheel eyes and made an accurate judgment. He seized this rare fighter opportunity and displayed the strongest attack method he currently possessed, and the raging flames immediately obliterated the female ninja. What a great guy, he grew up too fast. Glossi said silently in his heart, seeing this scene in his eyes. He had a hunch that the next time he played against Uchiha Sasuke, the speed he was proud of would probably be useless for him. Amidst the raging flames, the female ninja's terrifying laughter came. You really deserve to be from Uchiha's family. You make me look forward to it too much. Boom. A terrible aura burst from the female ninja, and it directly blasted the flames next to her like a wave of air. The feet of the female ninja's lower body turned into the appearance of a snake again, and she rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke like lightning. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke yelled, and he overturned in the air, avoiding the fierce blow of the female ninja. He opened a pair of Sharingan and stared at the female ninja, although there was still a trace of fear in his eyes, but it was more of a burning war. The warlike blood of the Uchiha family flowing in his body was completely ignited and boiled. It did a good job. You can already predict my actions and launch a counterattack against me based on your own judgment. The female ninja smiled at Uchiha Sasuke and said appreciatively. Sharingan is really powerful, but Ergoyu is already so powerful. Everything you can't do without Uchiha and Sharingan. It seems that you must have suffered a big loss in the hands of a certain Uchiha before, haven't you? Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. The female ninja's eyes suddenly cold, and there is a terrible killing intent. Why? I got it right. Uchiha Sasuke was thoughtful, and immediately saw some clues in the opponent's eyes, and said with a big smile. You're looking for death. The female ninja shouted angrily. She clasped her hands suddenly, and a gust of wind hit earth coiling. And in that gust of wind, there was also a sharp breaking through the air, which was an invincible wind blade. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke has already completely entered a state of combat, with a pair of scarlet eyes flickering. Sharingan claims to be able to see through any ninjutsu in an instant, not a vain name. He instantly saw through the female ninja's wind-style technique, and the whole person was like an agile ape, sprinting around the tree quickly. Advertisement. Hey! The sharp wind blade rubbed Uchiha Sasuke's body and slashed hard on a big tree behind him. The big tree was more than 3 meters thick, but when the wind blade touched it, it was immediately cut in half. Take it! Uchiha Sasuke's speed was getting faster and faster, and he jumped from the blind spot above the female ninja's head, and rushed toward the female ninja in a fit. The female ninja didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't hide, and was caught by Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke hugged the female ninja tightly with both hands and slammed her head against the ground. He wanted to use this trick to end the battle. Idiot! You were recruited. Glossi, who was hiding in the dark, sank suddenly. How powerful is the female ninja? How can you be defeated by Uchiha Sasuke's simple physical skills? It is a pity that Uchiha Sasuke fell into a state of excitement and didn't notice it at all. Boom! With a loud noise, the female ninja's head hit the ground fiercely. Because the force was so great, countless cracks were cracked on the ground. 1. Did you win? Uchiha Sasuke leapt back, then stared at the female ninja whose head was thrust into the ground, and said with a trembling voice. This enemy is so powerful that he has a shudder from the soul. He didn't feel anything in the battle of giving up his life just now, but now that the battle is over, he just feels sore and weak. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened, shocked. Because, he found that the female ninja not only didn't have a trace of bloodline on her body, but she even gave him a mocking smile on her face. In the next moment, the female ninja's body turned into a pair of mud. A mud substitute in earth style. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, dozens of sharp shurikens flew in the distance, covering the place where Uchiha Sasuke was standing. Although Uchiha Sasuke was in a state of confusion, his body reacted extremely fast, and he escaped dangerously. However, the female ninja's offensive continued, and the sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and a dozen more kuulasses came. Uchiha Sasuke quickly regained his composure. After evading the second wave of kunai's attack, he immediately moved his mind, and his detective hand drew out a few small steel threads from his suitcase. He leapt up and hung one end of the steel wire from the tree trunk, while his whole body fell into another woodland like a swing. He knows that the enemy is hiding in the dark, and he is in the light, which is extremely dangerous. Advertisement. Where is she? Uchiha Sasuke landed, and a pair of Sharingan looked around nervously, looking for the female ninja. Here. Suddenly, a figure appeared like lightning, and punched Uchiha Sasuke's face with a hard punch. Uchiha Sasuke was caught off guard, punched hard in the face immediately, and immediately felt that his eyes were staring at Venus, his head became heavy, and he almost fainted. Bang, bang, bang. The female ninja was so powerful that she threw out 5 or 6 punches in a row, and each punch hit Uchiha Sasuke's face firmly. Plop. Uchiha Sasuke was hit and flew into the air, then fell heavily to the ground. His body curled up, trembling constantly, but he couldn't get up. Mauto, you have lost all the faces of the Uchiha clan. The female ninja walked up to Uchiha Sasuke and said coldly. When I have enough teasing on you, killing you is as easy as squeezing a bug. Really? Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke slowly raised his head, looked at the female ninja with scarlet eyes, and said coldly. You. The female ninja was taken aback. For some reason, she had an inexplicable throbbing at this moment. And this feeling is extremely absurd to her. You know, she is the top figure in the entire ninja world today, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the #1 expert in Konoha village, can't help her. That's. Glossi's eyes were sharp, and he saw 2 bells on the back of the female ninja's pants. Good guy, it's Uchiha Sasuke, as expected. Glossi guessed that it was the first moment Uchiha Sasuke held the female ninja's body. Obviously, Uchiha Sasuke also knows that it is impossible to catch a female ninja so easily with his own strength, but he is scheming and deploying such a series of tactics. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the 2 bell-like things on the female ninja's pants exploded violently. The female ninja was caught off guard, the whole person was blown forward and rushed forward, losing her balance. Damn monster. Now it's my turn. Uchiha Sasuke rose from the ground and yelled at the female ninja. Chapter 64 Orochimaru. Good job. Gullos, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't wait to clap his hands vigorously to encourage Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is just a little genin, far from growing up, but he can rely on his ingenuity to set up ambush step by step, and finally get the opportunity to fight back. What an amazing talent is this. Uchiha Sasuke, the future is limitless. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Sasuke finally caught the opportunity, how could he stop there? He moved his body away from the female ninja first, then shook his hands and beat out 6 shurikens. The 6 shurikens are all tied with steel threads at the ends. As this, missed. No. Seeing that the 6 shurikens did not fly towards her, but shot at the big tree behind her, the female ninja couldn't help whispering. However, when she saw several steel threads pinched in Uchiha Sasuke's hands, her face suddenly changed. Countless densely packed steel threads were nailed to a distant tree by 6 shurikens at one end, while the other end was pinched in Uchiha Sasuke's hands. The female ninja is in the middle of these steel threads, where it is easy to be attacked. This is Sharingan with the 3 swords of the windmill. The female ninja was taken aback. You actually recognize this trick. It seems that you have suffered a lot under the hands of one of my Uchiha strongmen before. Uchiha Sasuke yelled. You want to find a place on me, it's not that easy. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless steel threads are controlled by Uchiha Sasuke's chakra, and they are shrouded in a net of heaven and earth toward the female ninja. The female ninja couldn't hide, and was unavoidable, she was immediately tied to a big tree by those steel silk threads, and she couldn't move. Although the ending is already doomed, but, Uchiha Sasuke, you are really amazing. Glossi said silently in his heart. That female ninja is a super monster, most likely a cage-level powerhouse. No matter how talented Uchiha Sasuke is, it is impossible to counterattack successfully. It's over. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke nodded his hands and spouted a blazing fireball with a diameter of half a meter, swallowing the female ninja in an instant. Ah! The female ninja yelled sternly. Her body was hit by the blazing fireball head-on, and the terrible power penetrated the big tree behind her. However, what is puzzling is that her body remained intact. Could it be that her flesh and blood body is actually harder than a 3 or 4 meter thick tree? Advertisement. After Uchiha Sasuke finished the final blow, the whole person relaxed. He felt sore and weak, and he wanted to lie down on the ground and get a good night's sleep. However, his current mental will is extremely excited. He personally killed monsters that were countless times stronger than him, which made him full of infinite confidence in himself. Sasuke, you made it. You made it. Great. Really great. Haruno Sakura cried with joy and ran over from a distance and shouted loudly. Are you okay? Hold on. She looked at Uchiha Sasuke's exhausted face and asked with concern. Ding, ding, ding. However, Uchiha Sasuke hadn't spoken yet, and there was a series of creepy sounds of steel threads being broken from a big tree not far away. Why? How is this possible? Uchiha Sasuke's face changed drastically, looking dead gray. He was horrified to find that the female ninja he thought had been dead had come back to life again. At this time, the female ninja's face was tattered, as if a piece of human skin had been burned to the ground, which made people not feel ashamed. Her left eye area showed a large area of skin color that was completely different from that of her body, which should be his body. It turned out that she was not using the transformation technique, but took the person's body directly. Glossi's hair was horrified. At this time he was sure again that what this person wanted was nothing else, but Uchiha Sasuke's body. Hum hum. This man slowly stepped forward, his mouth issued a series of sneer, straight smile. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura both goosebumps. You have used Sharingan to such an extent at a young age, you deserve to be a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke asked loudly. You really deserve to be brothers. There is a stronger power in your eyes than Itachi. You have the potential to surpass him. The man said in a deep voice. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke became excited when he heard the name, Itachi, and roared hysterically. My name is Orochimaru. The man said lightly. If you still want to see me again, just pass this exam desperately. Defeating my 3 subordinates, it will be the 3 Otoninas. Orochimaru. This person is really the legendary Orochimaru. Glossi was shocked. Although he had already guessed something from this man's spells and abilities, he still felt very shocked when all this was confirmed. Because this name is so famous. Advertisement. Throughout the Konoha Shinobi village, in addition to the legendary first Hokage and second Hokage who founded the village, and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who was in charge of the village, the most powerful characters are Konoha Sannin, and Konoha 8 Colors, NS. And Konoha Sannin has far surpassed Konoha 8 Colors in terms of strength and time to fame. Orochimaru is one of the Konoha Sannin who shook the world at that time, and a well-known cage-level powerhouse. According to legend, Orochimaru couldn't stand the shock because he witnessed the death of too many companions, so he was able to use living people to do experiments on immortality. Later, after the incident occurred in the East Window, he was personally blocked by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he still escaped smoothly and became an S-class defecting ninja. Today, he is back, and he is eyeing the last living blood of the Uchiha clan. Have you seen Itachi? Where is he now? Tell me, Uchiha Sasuke yelled frantically. Pop. Orochimaru didn't speak, his hands clapped suddenly. Suddenly, a powerful and strange force spread, and Uchiha Sasuke was horrified to find that he could not move. This is the legendary hold technique. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Root technique, invisibility technique, body flicker technique, these 3 techniques are called advanced 3-body technique, and they are abilities that only Jonin and cage-level experts can practice. Could it be that the object he has been fighting is actually a Jonin, or even the legendary cage-level powerhouse? Uchiha Sasuke, you are mine. Orochimaru stared at Uchiha Sasuke's body as if staring at a plate of delicious food, with a terrible light in his eyes. He raised his hands together, and then his neck burst into the sky like a giant snake, rushing fiercely towards Uchiha Sasuke. This monster. Glossi could only see his scalp tingling for a while. All the spells that Orochimaru casts are related to snakes, and this move at this time is beyond the limit that humans recognize. His neck can reach more than 10 meters away, which is shocking. He opened his mouth, revealing the white teeth inside, and bit towards Uchiha Sasuke's neck fiercely. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke was restrained by Orochimaru with the holding technique, unable to resist it at all, and could only wait for the disaster to come. Haruno Sakura was scared a long time ago, standing there at a loss, she could only cry silently. Swish swish. At this critical moment, countless cold light burst, and dozens of sharp shurikens flew like flowers in rain, cutting off Orochimaru's path. Chapter 65 The Peacock opens. Who is it? Get out of here. Orochimaru was extremely angry, with a hideous expression on his face, infinitely murderous. In order to obtain the body of Uchiha Sasuke, he traveled all the way from Otonin village to Konoha village, and he surrendered himself to the crowd of Chunin exams. Now he has finally reached the harvest time, but he is blocked at this critical moment. How can he not be angry? At this time, Orochimaru had a hideous face, a fierce look in his eyes, and the burnt human skin on his face, like a demon crawling out of hell. It was terrifying. Haruno Sakura, run away without Sasuke. Glossi shouted at Haruno Sakura who was still standing there in a daze. It turned out to be you kid. Orochimaru saw Glossi appear from the dark, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Last time I thought you were a talent. I spared your life and didn't kill them all. Not only did you not know how to cherish your life, but you came to hinder me again. I think you do not live or die. Glossi was very nervous at this time, but there was a disdainful smile on his face. Everyone in this team comes from a different origin. Uzumaki Naruto, he is the only son of Lord 4th Hokage, and the treasure in the village is sealed in his body. Uchiha Sasuke, he is the only surviving descendant of the Uchiha clan, with the extremely precious Sharingan. Don't you think that the village will not have any protection measures for them? If you dare to attack Uchiha Sasuke, you are against the entire Konoha village. Glossi shouted. Orochimaru, don't think that you are strong and you can do whatever you want. No matter how strong you are, how can you be an enemy of Konoha village, the #1 power in the dignified ninja world? Little devil. Orochimaru was stunned by Glossi's words, unable to make accurate judgments for a while. He knows his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen too well. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has a weaker temperament, he is definitely a generational hero. There is Jinchuriki of Nine-Tails Demon Fox in this team, and the last member of the Yu-Yu-Zeba clan. Does he really have no other players? Haruno Sakura. Glossi stunned Orochimaru with a few words, but Haruno Sakura still stood there in a daze and wept. He didn't take this opportunity to take Uchiha Sasuke away, which made him want to rush up and slap her severely. Several slaps. This waste. Woo. Glossi slightly bent his right hand and bounced a stone towards Haruno Sakura. Oh. Haruno Sakura was in pain, and immediately woke up from the confusion. What are you doing? She glared at Glossi. Why are you here? Soon, she understood the current situation and asked loudly. Run away with Sasuke. Idiot. Glossi said at Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura trembled with anger, but when she saw Orochimaru, who was frozen and unable to move and whose neck was more than 10 meters long, she obediently closed her mouth. She stepped forward and carried Uchiha Sasuke on her shoulders, and quickly ran in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. Advertisement. Put Sasuke down, otherwise, die. Orochimaru said sternly. Run away. I'll stop him. Glossi shouted. Then I will kill you all. Orochimaru said sharply. Which, his long neck changed direction, like a big snake that snaked and rushed towards Haruno Sakura quickly. Run desperately, don't look back. Glossi shouted. He shook his hands and struck out a large light curtain, once again blocking Orochimaru's path. You're looking for death, kid. Orochimaru was so blocked, Haruno Sakura immediately ran away. Orochimaru's anger surged, and instead of chasing Haruno Sakura, he looked at Glossi with a pair of cold eyes. If you want me to die, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Glossi was stared at the hair, but still pretended to be calm, and said with a smile. Boy, you are very strong. Even if you are facing Jonin, you have a chance to escape. But, unfortunately, you met me. Orochimaru sneered. I originally liked you very much and wanted to take you to Otonin village, but if you are looking for death by yourself, you can't blame me. It is an honor for me to die in the hands of Orochimaru, the famous, head of Sannin. Glossi said. You kid actually knows my name, it's rare. Orochimaru said sternly. But, die. His long neck moved again, like a long giant snake spinning fast, incredibly fast. Glossi's pupils shrank for a while. He knew that Orochimaru really had a murderous heart, and wanted to kill him in the shortest time and then pursue Uchiha Sasuke. Look at it. Glossi took a deep breath, took out all the shurikens in his bag, and then slapped Orochimaru fiercely. These are all the shurikens left in Glossi's bag. Boy, don't you think that shuriken alone can block me? Orochimaru's sneer came. Moreover, your shuriken skills are terrible. You left me with such a big gap. Do you want me to rush through this gap to kill you in an instant? Advertisement. As Orochimaru spoke, he turned into a black shadow, trying to squeeze through the shuriken rain that Glossi had played. The peacock is on the screen. At this moment, Glossi said coldly. Dang, dang, dang. As Glossi sipped his drink, the shurikens in the sky suddenly changed their directions and slammed into each other. Then, these shurikens all changed directions. They filled every corner of the sky in an instant, densely packed, and sealed all the dead spots. The opening of the peacock is a very clever hidden weapon circulated in the martial arts world. When this move was just issued, it left a large gap for the opponent, tempting the enemy to take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. When the enemy counterattacks, the inner strength remaining on the hidden weapon is activated, causing the hidden weapon to collide with each other, instantly changing the direction, and killing the enemy completely. This trick is very easy in theory, but it is extremely difficult to operate in practice. It requires extremely high requirements for the operator, and it is absolutely impossible to control without a thorough internal force. This kind of shuriken is almost on par with Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru was shocked. He never expected that a hairy boy like Glossi possesses such subtle shuriken skills and was immediately caught off guard. Puff, puff, puff. Orochimaru's long neck was hit by 3 shurikens, and blood flowed suddenly. Successful. Glossi was surprised. Although he had expected that the trick would have a miraculous effect, he didn't expect it would really hurt Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru's genuine cage-level powerhouse is comparable to the master of martial arts. And unless he is stepping into the 5th heaven of martial arts mentality, otherwise, it is extremely difficult to contend with him. Swipe. Although Glossi was surprised in his heart, he didn't dare to fall in love, and immediately turned around and fled towards the forest. He knew that Orochimaru was injured because he was too careless. Once the opponent gets serious, he might not even be able to escape for his life. Chapter 66 Escape. You want to run away, kid, dream. Orochimaru roared angrily from behind. Who is he? One of the famous Konoha Sannin, the legendary cage-level powerhouse, the fearsome S-rank rebel in the ninja world. Even his teacher 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is helpless with him. However, today he was injured by a teenage boy. This is a shame. Woo. Orochimaru became angry, and his speed increased several times. Like a glimpse of light, Orochimaru chased Glossi, who was running away like lightning. His neck grew longer and longer, and in the end it stretched more than 50 meters away, which made Glossi a panic. Is this guy a human or a snake in a human cloak? The problem is that even snakes cannot stretch their necks so long, right? Glossi couldn't explain it, and could only classify it as a kind of ninjutsu. This is a secret technique related to snakes created by Orochimaru, which surpasses the limits of human beings and is extremely powerful. Keep your life, Junior. Orochimaru soon chased behind Glossi, opened his mouth and bit towards Glossi's vest. Not only does all his abilities have to do with snakes, even the means and methods of attack are almost the same as snakes. This pervert. Glossi tried his best to avoid. Earlier, Orochimaru was going to bite a wound on Uchiha Sasuke's neck with his teeth, and he thought there must be some terrible reason for this. As a cage-level powerhouse, Orochimaru's attack methods must be varied, and each of them is amazingly powerful, definitely not a genin can withstand. However, Orochimaru has to use his teeth to attack the neck position. This must be a big problem. He didn't dare to try the risk and let Orochimaru get close. Boom. Orochimaru's long neck flew past Glossi's cheek, and slammed heavily on a 5-meter thick tree. The tree broke suddenly, but Orochimaru was unharmed. This guy's physical strength is so powerful, it's no wonder that he was unscathed when he was hit by Uchiha Sasuke's fire-style technique not long ago. Glossi was secretly frightened. Advertisement. He stepped up at his feet, faster and faster. Boy, you can't escape. Orochimaru swooped over again. Swish, swish. This time, he opened his mouth and spit out two sharp wind blades, blocking the way Glossi dodged on both sides. And his body bit towards Glossi's neck again. Go away, you pervert. Glossi was shocked. He eased off a branch from a large tree next to it, and stabbed Orochimaru in the face severely. What? Orochimaru yelled, and he opened his mouth abruptly, and a cold gleaming long sword suddenly emerged from it. This long sword was so sharp that it cut off the branch that Glossi had stabbed at once, and then pierced Glossi's abdomen fiercely, nailing him to the trunk. Glossi was shocked. Even though he had extremely rich combat experience in his previous life, he had never seen Orochimaru's weird way of fighting. The opponent can hide a sword in his stomach and take it out at will during the battle, which is beyond the scope of human cognition. He only felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen, hot, and the vitality in his body was quickly losing. Is this the end of my life? Glossi felt bitter in his heart. He didn't complain about God's injustice, he just hated that he didn't have enough time to practice, and he had encountered such a monster before he fully grew up. Rock Lee, you saved Uchiha Sasuke, then I'll be your substitute. Orochimaru's head slowly moved over, opened his mouth, revealing the two rows of white teeth, facing Glossi's neck. The place leaned forward. Orochimaru, stop it. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. It's her, Mitarashi Anko. Glossi opened his eyes suddenly, knowing that Konoha finally noticed something wrong, and started to act. Is it Anko? Hehe, it's a pity, she is late and can't save you. Orochimaru said sternly. Why do I need someone to save it? Glossi said coldly. Boy, don't you think that the woman was saved when she arrived? Ah, Orochimaru said, screaming suddenly. His long neck trembled violently, as if he had seen the scariest thing in the world. Junior, the old man fell into the sun today and was deceived by you. In the future, the old man will definitely find your place. Glossi seemed to be a different person at this time, and the whole person was eerie and terrifying. Air machine. Advertisement. Who are you? Orochimaru's eyes widened, and he stared at Glossi, his face full of shock and incredible. He was shocked to discover that Glossi's eyes were cold and merciless, and there seemed to be thousands of souls crying in them, and countless powerful creatures were screaming and screaming. He even saw the starry sky bursting in the universe. That is an unimaginable majestic force. In a daze, Orochimaru seemed to see Glossi smashing the endless mountains and rivers with his hand up, killing endless creatures with a wave of his hand, and raising his hand to split the world. Humph. Glossi snorted, taking advantage of Orochimaru's trance, pulling his body out of the long sword. Then, ignoring the gurgling blood flowing out of his body, he quickly fled towards the distance. Just now, he used the terrifying minds of his previous life martial god to attack Orochimaru mentally, and successfully plunged him into a trance. And then, Mitarashi Anko should be able to temporarily stop Orochimaru and let him escape calmly. Examiner sir, this person is handed over to you. Glossi yelled at Mitarashi Anko. How are you? Doesn't it matter? Mitarashi Anko looked at Glossi in shock, unable to believe his eyes. It was a miracle that Genin could escape from Orochimaru's hands. I can't die for the time being. Glossi went away without looking back. What happened to me just now? Orochimaru slowly recovered after Glossi's figure disappeared completely. His face was full of horror. Is it an illusion? Or, he wasn't sure. Just now, the breath radiating from Glossi's eyes was too terrifying, even the strongest in his mind, the leader of the mysterious and endless organization, Zero, was far behind. Could it be that he, just like himself, was also an old monster who had been reborn from his home? Recruited, a thought passed through his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Orochimaru shook his head, denying his thoughts. He is almost paranoid that he is the only person in this world who has successfully studied the technique of immortality. It's been a long time, Anko. After a long time, Orochimaru finally saw Mitarashi Anko staring at him with complicated eyes not far away, and said in a deep voice. Chapter 67 Chief Examiner, are you okay? You are already a wanted S-rank super dangerous person. Even if you bet your life, I will defeat you here. Mitarashi Anko took a step forward and said sharply. You taught me all this. As your former subordinate's mission, Orochimaru. 5 sharp needle-shaped hidden weapons appeared in her right hand, and the expression in her eyes was extremely complicated. You can't do it. Although Orochimaru only has the neck and head here, and the body is tens of meters away, Haki is still boundless and proudly said. How can you know if you don't try it? Mitarashi Anko said loudly. Wow. Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out, and a long tongue shot out like lightning, which was more fierce than a swift bow and a hard crossbow. Mitarashi Anko clearly understood Orochimaru's tactics, and one jumped up tall and escaped Orochimaru's attack. She lifted her body in the air, and raised her right hand with a needle-shaped hidden weapon about to hit her. However, Orochimaru's tongue was so weird that it wound up at an unbelievable speed, and with a squeeze, it shook the needle-shaped hidden weapon in Mitarashi Anko's hand to the ground. Immediately afterwards, an unstoppable force came from his tongue, pulling Mitarashi Anko's whole body forward. Damn it! Mitarashi Anko roared. She is a powerful Jonin after all, and it is impossible to be defeated by Orochimaru so easily. She rolled forward following Orochimaru's strength, then knelt on one knee and pointed her left hand at Orochimaru. Ninfa, shulking snake hand, she shouted. At this time, something strange happened. 4 big black snakes appeared in the sleeve of her left hand. The 4 snakes rushed towards Orochimaru at an astonishing speed. Hee, you have made a lot of progress. Orochimaru sneered. His head deflected slightly, and immediately escaped the attack of the 4 big snakes. However, although he avoided the vital point of his head, the positions of his hands and feet were bitten by 4 snakes. Mitarashi Anko pulled with all his strength and pulled Orochimaru's head over. I caught you, Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko pierced Orochimaru's neck fiercely, fixed it to a big tree, and said in a complex tone. By the way, borrow your left hand for a use. She said with a smile. Did you get my body? Orochimaru was taken aback. I saw that a shadow clone of Mitarashi Anko had already carried his body over and placed it in front of him. Mitarashi Anko placed his right hand against Orochimaru's left palm, and then formed a mudra on his left hand. This handprint. Orochimaru's eyes shot out 2 cold glows, and said in shock. Yes, you and I will both die here today. Mitarashi Anko murmured. Ninfa. 2 snakes kill each other. Anko, do you want to commit suicide? Suddenly, at this moment, Orochimaru's voice came from behind Mitarashi Anko. Why? Mitarashi Anko just felt his hair straight up. She turned her head tremblingly, and saw Orochimaru burrowing out of the ground using the earth-style technique. Advertisement. That's a substitute, Orochimaru said with a wicked smile while reaching out to wipe the tattered human skin off his face. This is a face that is strange but full of infinite charm, handsome, making people jealous. This is the true face of Orochimaru, the prestigious head of Sannin. How is this possible? Mitarashi Anko showed pain on his face. Although she had already planned for the worst, she never expected that she would not even be able to die with the other party. Anko, even if you are a special Jonin in the village, you can't always use the forbidden technique I taught you. Orochimaru said as he walked towards Mitarashi Anko. Wow. Mitarashi Anko threw a kunai at Orochimaru. Orochimaru gently stretched out his right hand and clamped it with his index and middle fingers. The strength was incredible. Even 20 years later, you can't kill me. Orochimaru said lightly. Positioning technique. He-Jain with his left hand shouted in a low voice. You. Mitarashi Anko was shocked. She did not expect that with her special strength of Jonin, facing Orochimaru's holding technique, she still could not avoid the doom of being held down. Why are you here? Mitarashi Anko was silent for a long time before asking. We haven't seen each other for a long time, you are still so cold to me, Orochimaru said. Are you here to assassinate Hokage-sama? Mitarashi Anko said tentatively. How is this possible? After all, Konoha village is the #1 power in the ninja world, and I only have those subordinates. Where are my opponents? Orochimaru shook his head and said. I just want to find some plasticity in the village. Did you find it? Mitarashi Anko said. I found it, and there are 2. Orochimaru said with a smile. Of those 2 children, one has the best blood of Yu Chiba, and the other is a physique wizard. I want to get both of them. You still do as you like before. Mitarashi Anko said loudly. Is it your fancy? Aren't those 2 kids dead? It doesn't necessarily mean you will die. Orochimaru shook his head and said. At the very least, one of them can survive. 2 of them, one is Uchiha Sasuke, who is the other? Hyuga Neji. Mitarashi Anko asked. It's not Hyuga Neji. Although Hyuga's blood is pretty good, I don't care about it yet. Orochimaru said. Another child, you have seen it just now. Are you talking about the kid who escaped from under your hands? Mitarashi Anko said in surprise. Yes, it's him. Orochimaru nodded. That kid is too special to know how to perform ninjutsu and illusion. He can go to this day only by relying on physical skills, and it is definitely not easy to escape from my hands. They are all very suitable heirs. He added. Advertisement. I'm afraid that's not your real purpose. Mitarashi Anko stared at Orochimaru tightly. By the way, I hope you don't interrupt this exam. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Orochimaru said lightly. There are also 3 people in my village taking the exam. They will start with those 2 little guys. Let's not intervene, stand in the distance and watch. If you dare to hinder my interest, Konoha's end will come. Pipe quote. After speaking the last sentence, Orochimaru went into the ground and disappeared. Damn it. Mitarashi Anko slammed his fist to the ground. She rushed over without any entourage, just to die with Orochimaru. Whoever thought that Orochimaru's strength was even more terrifying after years of absence, just being a mud substitute would tease and applaud her. I don't know when this fixation technique will fail. I must rush back as soon as possible to inform Hokage of this matter. Mitarashi Anko said in his heart. Roar. Suddenly, a terrible roar came from deep in the forest. Damn it. Mitarashi Anko's face changed drastically. As the chief examiner of the second exam, she naturally knew everything in the depths of the death forest. She knew it was the roar of the flower Madara tiger. Boom, boom, boom. Madara tiger, a huge flower, ran in the direction of Mitarashi Anko quickly, and he heard more than one voice. At this time, damn it. Mitarashi Anko turned pale. She is a special Jonin. She hasn't managed to deal with a few tigers, but now she uses the holding technique to hold Orochimaru and it is difficult to move. Could it be that she, a magnificent Jonin, would be reduced to a ration for a few beasts? Roar, roar. Soon, 2 Madara tigers appeared in front of Mitarashi Anko. They ran after smelling a stranger's breath, but now they saw Mitarashi Anko standing there still, which aroused the animal nature, and rushed fiercely. I knew that, so I might as well fight Orochimaru to death and death. Mitarashi Anko yelled in the aggrieved heart. Boom. Suddenly, just when Mitarashi Anko was desperate, a vigorous figure flew out from behind her. The man's physical skills were extremely powerful, kicking the tiger with his 2 feet at random, kicking the tiger out of the hundreds of caddies. Examiner, are you okay? Glossi turned his head and said lightly. Chapter 68 Sister Anko. It's you. Mitarashi Anko opened his eyes wide, and stared at Glossi, who was covered in blood in front of him without blinking, and said in surprise. When she first arrived, she happened to see the scene where Glossi escaped from Orochimaru's hands, so she was very impressed with Glossi. However, she remembered that Glossi had already been far away from here, so how could he appear here to save her? It's me, the examiner. Glossi smiled at Mitarashi Anko and said. Mitarashi Anko is the niece of Purple Knight, a member of the famous Konoha 8 Colors. He has a high status in Konoha village. He took this opportunity to build a good relationship with the other party, which is extremely helpful to his future path. Didn't you run away? Why are you back again? Mitarashi Anko asked Glossi intently. The boy in front of her with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a slender figure, although not outstanding, but a pair of eyes flashed with amazing brightness, full of energy, and she immediately developed a good impression. This little guy can escape from under Orochimaru's hands. I'm afraid that he can't find a second one after searching the entire ninja world. What's more, the other party has just saved her life, so the impression is naturally very good. I ran away, but I turned back in the middle of the way, Glossi said. Why? Mitarashi Anko asked suspiciously. Because. Glossi said hesitantly with an awkward expression on his face. Because. I'm afraid that the examiner is not the opponent of that pervert, so, only. You brat. Mitarashi Anko said with a smile. However, there was a burst of warmth in her heart. This little guy knew that Orochimaru was terrifying, and he was very likely to die when he returned, but he still came back, which moved her very much. Ha. Glossi smirked while scratching the back of his head. Boy, what's your name? Mitarashi Anko asked. My name is Rock Lee, the examiner, Glossi replied. Rock Lee, are you guy's student? Mitarashi Anko thought for a moment, and said. I think no one other than that guy can teach a student as good as your physical skills. Examiner, you passed the award. Glossi said modestly. However, my teacher is my guy. Sure enough. Mitarashi Anko nodded. Boy, don't call me the chief examiner anymore. It sounds awkward. Then, what should I call you? Glossi was overjoyed in his heart, but said in his mouth. He knew that Mitarashi Anko was ready to include him in the ranks of friends. Advertisement. You can call it whatever you want. Mitarashi Anko said carelessly. Oh, I see, Aunt Anko. Ah. The smile on Glossi's face stopped abruptly, because Mitarashi Anko rushed over when he heard the word, auntie, and hit his head fiercely. There was a beating on it. What are you doing? Glossi said aggrievedly. You call me auntie. Am I that old? Mitarashi Anko exclaimed angrily. Not old at all. Glossi quietly looked at Mitarashi Anko from the outside of his eyes, and said cautiously. Looking at it up close, Glossi didn't feel surprised, because he found that Mitarashi Anko was not only not old, but was full of the charm of a mature woman. She has fair skin, smooth and delicate skin, and a pair of soft and proudly standing upright on her chest, shaking constantly with the shaking of her body. The waves are turbulent, undulating, and there is an unspeakable charm. She is tall, exquisite and cut, with white and slender legs, without even the slightest amount of fat, and she is extremely fit. I have to say that, regardless of age, Mitarashi Anko is definitely a rare beauty. Obviously, Mitarashi Anko is very confident about her figure and appearance, otherwise she wouldn't react so much to Glossi's auntie, so she directly broke through the shackles of Orochimaru's holding technique. He passed Glossi a punch. Then what do you think you should call me? Mitarashi Anko asked loudly. Sister Anko. Sister. Glossi said helplessly. Although his body is small, his soul is extremely old. Mitarashi Anko is only about 30 years old, but he is forced to call him sister, which makes him very speechless. That's right. Haha. From now on, you will call my sister. Mitarashi Anko laughed, and put Glossi in his arms as soon as he stretched out his hand. Little guy, thank you for saving me. She narrowed her laughter, her voice suddenly became gentle, and said softly. Anko, sister, you don't have to be so polite. Glossi said awkwardly. His head was held by Mitarashi Anko and pressed tightly to the opponent's chest. He could clearly feel the amazing elasticity of the pair of huge softness on his chest, as well as the incomparably wonderful touch. Advertisement. Guru. Unpromisingly, Glossi couldn't help but swallowed a sigh of relief. You little pervert. Mitarashi Anko noticed Glossi's little movements and couldn't help laughing. Lee, want to touch it with your hand? She said, deliberately raising her proud chest and leaning towards Glossi. Ah, no, really no need. Glossi was taken aback by Mitarashi Anko's actions, and quickly came out of the opponent's arms and rushed out more than 2 meters. Hey, hello, what is your look? Mitarashi Anko said dissatisfied. I'm not a tigress, so am I afraid that I will eat you? You are much scarier than the tigress. Glossi said silently in his heart. Back in the martial arts world, Although Glossi was not close to female S*X in his life, he had heard many rumors about this aspect. For a woman, 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. Mitarashi Anko is now at the age of a wolf like a tiger, how can Glossi fail to prevent it? Although Mitarashi Anko looks beautiful and has a great body, he is still too old. If he is really eaten by the other side, Glossi still feels that he has lost. In his previous life, he maintained his whole life as a boy and never looked like a girl. In this life, how could he allow such a tragedy to happen again? He will definitely find a girl who he likes, who is as big as himself, and break his own boyhood. Involuntarily, a girl's frail face appeared in his mind. I don't know how she is now. Has her team been eliminated? You must not die, Glossi said silently in his heart. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. The smile on Mitarashi Anko's face narrowed, replaced by coldness and solemnity. I must go back to the village and report this to Master Hokage. You must be careful by yourself and never provoke that person again. Yeah, Glossi nodded. If you have any trouble in the future, you can go to me directly. Mitarashi Anko said to Glossi. Normally, Mitarashi Anko can't solve it yet. After speaking, she ran towards the depths of the forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 69 Stepping into the Third Heaven. Apart from my guy, I finally found someone who can help me at a critical moment. Glossi said to himself, looking at the figure of Mitarashi Anko in the distance. The pure body cultivation line created by Glossi in his previous life did not advance quickly at the beginning, and its combat power was not stronger than other cultivation systems. Even when meeting some people with special abilities and bloodlines, they are still at a disadvantage. However, when his martial arts mentality entered the 4th level, the power of his body cultivation and heaven-defying were thoroughly manifested. It can be said unceremoniously that in a battle at the same level, pure physical training can easily torture other people. At that time, his physique will undergo substantial changes, and it will be harder than the ordinary weapon of the gods. He can tear the swordsman with his bare hands, and the physical body will fight against the secret arts of the gods. He is invincible, and no one of the same level can stop it. Glossi is now at the second peak of martial arts mentality. After Chunan's second test, he had a continuous confrontation with the outer village ninja, especially after 2 consecutive life and death battles with the cage-level expert Orochimaru. He felt that he was at any time. All can enter the third heaven of martial arts mentality. He must plan ahead and pave the way for his future. He didn't want to be captured by the dark forces of Konoha village without real blooming of his own brilliance in the near future, and sent to the interrogation object of the guy Ibushi when Mori. Every village, no matter how bright and kind on the surface, there is a creepy dark side lurking in its back. Even Konoha Shinobi village is no exception. Glossi is unwilling to use the most vicious mind to guess Konoha village and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but still adopts the most secure form and method, doing his best to weave and build his own network of interpersonal relationships. Whether it's talking about Uzumaki Naruto, or stimulating Ino Shika Cho, fighting Hyuga Hinata and Inuzuka Tooth, or saving Uchiha Sasuke despite the danger of his life, he fled and turned back to rescue Mitarashi Anko. All of them were Glossi, a plan that has already been booked in my heart. If all of this develops in accordance with Glossi's mind, it is definitely a super powerful force. Even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha village did not dare to act rashly. Might Guy, Mitarashi Anko, they are the pinnacle jonin in the village. Uzumaki Naruto is the only son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Sasuke is the only surviving member of the Uchiha clan known as the strongest in the ninja world. Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzukaga, and Aburame Shino represent the 6 famous gates of Konoha village. With such a huge force as the backing, if Glossi shows strong enough talent, he believes that even the Konoha village executives, no matter how interested in his secrets, will definitely not dare to take action against him. Of course, this is only Glossi's worst plan. If Konoha village not only does not target him, but does his best to train him, he does not mind sharing some of his martial arts in his previous life. Who can tell the future? Glossi said to himself. All the variables in the future depend on how the top management of Konoha village treats me. If you are greedy for my secrets, I won't mind being like Orochimaru, being a traitor. His soul comes from the martial arts world and does not have a strong sense of belonging to Konoha village. The reason why he has some good feelings for Konoha village is purely because he inherited the memory of Rock Lee. Brush. Advertisement. Glossi stood quietly for a long time, then turned and galloped toward the depths of the forest. I wonder what happened to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. In fact, he had found the hiding place for the 3 of them long ago, in a cave formed by a huge tree not far away. After confirming that the 3 of them were not in danger for the time being, he turned back to rescue Mitarashi Anko. Fortunately, there is no danger for the time being. Glossi settled down on the top of a big tree and looked down intently. I saw that in the cave, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were lying side by side, while Haruno Sakura looked around with unsuspecting hands and watched. Haruno Sakura's body was trembling constantly, thinking that the horrible experience of encountering Orochimaru not long ago has not been completely erased from his mind. But thinking about it, I can't blame her, even Glossi has been shocked by that monster. Although Haruno Sakura is guarding, once an enemy appears, their ending should be only one, that is, death. Glossi sighed. Who? Haruno Sakura heard the sigh, and immediately stood up from the ground in horror, widened his eyes, and looked around. Don't be afraid, it's me. Glossi said lightly. It's you, Rock Lee, Haruno Sakura said in surprise. She widened her eyes and stared at Glossi standing on the top of the tree without blinking. She was standing up against the wind, her clothes and short and medium-length hair wafting in the wind, and her ordinary face could not be said. Charm. This person is very strong. Not long ago, he risked his death and rescued the three of them from Orochimaru Vice Admiral, and then successfully escaped. If you are with such a powerful person, you should feel very safe, right? Haruno Sakura thought to himself. How could I have such thoughts? Suddenly, Haruno Sakura only felt hot and shy on his face, and quickly lowered his head, for fear that his thoughts would be seen through by Glossi. Haruno Sakura, if you have any trouble, you can call me out loud. Glossi looked at Haruno Sakura, whose face suddenly blushed and lowered his head not to look at him, feeling very strange in his heart. However, he didn't think much, and said to Haruno Sakura in a low voice. Haruno Sakura just wanted to say something, but unexpectedly, Glossi ignored her at all and left directly. The person he cares about should be Naruto and Sasuke, not me. Haruno Sakura murmured. Trash. Not long ago, Glossi shouted at him, she still remembered clearly in her mind. I am not a waste. I am not a waste. Haruno Sakura scratched his head desperately. Sasuke, Naruto, I will guard you too. Her confused eyes became firm in an instant, and her hand holding Kumu became more stable. Advertisement. Although her strength has not grown, her mood has completed a transformation, and the whole person has completed a growth. Late at night, hey, a bright light rushed out of Glossi, and a powerful force hit him violently, and he was on the verge of breaking through. Crackling. Suddenly, a shocking sound of bone fracture came from Glossi's right hand. Humph. This sudden pain made the spirit as firm as Glossi couldn't help but snorted. Crackling. Soon, the sound of bone fragmentation spread from his right hand to his arm, and quickly reached the shoulder area. Then, it spread from the shoulder area to the whole body. Endless pain enveloped Glossi, and he felt that his bones all over his body were about to shatter. However, he gritted his teeth and continued to urge the powerful forces in his body to operate. This is a reincarnation, the only way to go from the second heaven to the third heaven, and he must persevere. The purest practice is the most difficult and painful practice. Otherwise, after completing the cultivation, it is impossible to have the capital that stands out to the strong of the same level. Ding. In the endless pain, Glossi seemed to hear a crisp sound in his body, and he finally broke through the shackles in his body and completed an extremely important transformation. Glossi whispered. A tyrannical force flowed around in his body, like the Yangtze River, and he felt that every inch of his body's skin contained a powerful force. What is even more bizarre is that the broken bones of Glossi joined together in an instant, and they were repaired intact. He stood up, feeling an extremely powerful force surging in his body. At this moment, he was full of confidence and felt that he could abuse any Chunin and even challenge Jonin. Chapter 70. This is no one. Yes, after a few months of accumulation, Glossi's cultivation base has entered the realm so quickly, he has already entered the third heaven of martial art. At this moment, Glossi could clearly feel the powerful and unmatched power surging in his body, as if the Yangtze River was rolling like a turbulent river, he wanted to gush out. Every inch of his body's skin contains terrible power, just like a divine iron that has been tempered for thousands of years, and even a faint brilliance can be seen faintly. So powerful. Glossi made a fist softly and said to himself. The pure physical cultivation technique is stronger than I expected. His heart was shocked, because he used to be a god of war in his previous life, and has walked through every realm that a warrior needs to go through. He knew in his heart that if he was in the same realm against him in his previous life, he would undoubtedly lose. While he was shocked, he was very proud in his heart. After all, this cultivation technique was created by him in a seclusion for 800 years, and now that his cultivation has been successful, his martial arts heart has become firmer. Orochimaru, wait for me to enter the fifth heaven of martial arts mentality. No, you don't even need to enter the fifth heaven, the fourth heaven is enough. I will definitely ask you for the opportunity. Gu Luoshi said secretly in his heart. Woo. With a slight movement at Glossi's feet, the whole person immediately drew a black shadow and quickly walked through the dense forest. After entering the third heaven, his entire person's strength has increased several times, and his speed is even more astonishing. Like a gust of wind, like lightning. Glossi has absolute self-confidence, his current speed is no longer slower than Orochimaru. His steps are gentle, and although he is fast, he makes no sound. He quietly came to a big tree and looked down at the cave where the three Haruno Sakura were. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are still in a coma, while Haruno Sakura is sitting at the entrance of the cave holding kunai and guarding them. It's just that Haruno Sakura's energy obviously can't keep up, and his eyelids can't help fighting up and down, and it is possible to fall asleep at any time. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, it's really unfortunate that you two have such a team. Glossi shook his head helplessly. If an enemy comes in secretly, I am afraid that a single shuriken can eliminate Haruno Sakura, and then cut off the heads of the two easily, even with no difficulty. Advertisement. Hey, has anyone finally found this place? Glossi raised his brow, and a pair of cold star-like eyes looked into the distance. It's them, the three genins from Otonin village. Not far from the cave where the three of Haruno Sakura are located, the three of Otonin village are paying full attention to the situation of the three of Haruno Sakura. Among them, the man who arched his waist like a tortoise had the sharpest eyes, and his eyes shone with Senin's murderous intent. The enemy is close at hand, but this girl is drowsy with kunai in her hands, hey. Glossi sighed in his heart. I really don't know what Haruno Sakura's identity came from, and he can actually get into this team. Don't the high levels of Konoha village know that there is a pig-like team that is more terrifying than a tiger-like enemy? Woo. Glossi's right hand was slightly bent, his middle finger and thumb were buckled together, and a broken branch vigorously flicked towards the place where the three of Otonin village hid. Boom. The sound of the branches falling on the ground was very clear in the dark night. The three people in Otonin village were taken aback. They thought they had been discovered, and they all lay down on the ground in an instant without moving. Haruno Sakura was even more shocked, and the intense sleepiness disappeared without a trace. She hugged Kumaru with both hands and stood up suddenly from the ground, and shouted at the place where the three people in Otonin village were hiding, who was there? However, although her voice is loud, her momentum is obviously insufficient. And her body, which was constantly trembling due to fear, exposed her inner weakness and anxiety. Woo. At this moment, a squirrel sprang out of the grass. Wow, what? It turned out to be a squirrel. It was terrifying. Haruno Sakura immediately let out a sigh of relief when he saw a squirrel running out of the grass. She returned to the entrance of the cave and sat down. This, trash. It's impossible to save, Glossi said silently in his heart. He reminded him in such an obvious way, but Haruno Sakura still didn't find the enemy hiding in the dark. What else could he do? Advertisement. Have we been found? Toss. The long-haired man said to the tortoise man. No. The tortoise man called Tooth shook his head and said. It was just a coincidence. Sack. Do you need to do it now? Asked the only female ninja among the three. No. Toss shook his head and said. According to Lord Orochimaru's order, we must wait until dawn before we can do it. Damn it. I don't like that girl from the first sight. The female ninja looked at Haruno Sakura in disgust and said. Especially her long pink hair makes me very upset. I really want to. Jin, shut up, Toss said with a cold glance at the female ninja. Orochimaru-sama's order, no one can violate. Otherwise, kill. Yes, I know. The female ninja Jin seemed to be frightened by Tosa's cold words, and quickly lowered her head and said in a low voice. Why are you so fierce? Sack smiled, stood up to make a round and said. Jin, you don't have to be too impatient, so what if you let them live one more night? After the three people in Otonin village made the marks, they quietly retreated. They need to find a place to rest and deal with the Haruno Sakura three in the fullest state tomorrow morning. Orochimaru ordered them to do it the next morning. Haha, it's really interesting. Glossi listened to the conversation of the three people in Otonin village just now, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Sasuke's energy was greatly reduced after World War I, basically reaching its limit. In one night, Uchiha Sasuke could almost recover.
And Orochimaru deliberately set aside for such a period of time. Didn't this allow his three subordinates to continue to stimulate Uchiha Sasuke's potential? Or, to be precise, he caused his three subordinates to die. Glossi had to admire Orochimaru's methods and fierce thoughts. In order to achieve the purpose of stimulating the potential of Uchiha Sasuke, he did not hesitate to send three subordinates who were loyal to him and have good potential on the road of no return. This is no one. These three poor little guys only have one night's life left. Enjoy it. Glossi glanced pitifully at the direction of the three people in Yinan village.
Chapter 71 is really unbearable. Hey, the silly stinky girl sitting there, it's time to wake up. Early the next morning, Glossi was awakened by a sharp woman's voice. He frowned, stretched his waist, and leaned in the direction of the sound silently. He knew that the three genins of Otonin village must have killed them. Glossi's strength now far surpassed everyone, and he stepped on the Yulu Fufeng step under his feet, and there was no sound even when he moved. He has been sitting down on the trunk of the nearest big tree, and no one has found his whereabouts. He has no plans to shoot for the time being. This time, whether it is for Haruno Sakura or Uchiha Sasuke, it is a challenge that is enough to promote their transformation and sublimation. They must find a way to survive. What do you want to do? Haruno Sakura trembled. She hadn't rested all night, and both her energy and physical strength had reached the limit, and it was very difficult to get her before she fell down. She looked at the three people in Otonin village, her face was very ugly, and her eyes flashed with despair and helplessness. When the Chunin exam had not yet started, the three of them attacked Yakushi Kabuto, who had taken the Chunin exam several times. Their attack method is very strange, even the veteran Yakushi Kabuto was hit by their move, and temporarily lost combat effectiveness. Now, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are all in a coma. How can she fight them alone? Did you sit here and guard them all night? But it is no longer necessary. Female ninja Jin looked at Haruno Sakura with horror with delightful eyes, and said with a smile. Help us wake up Sasuke, we are here to challenge him. What is your purpose? Haruno Sakura bit the bullet and asked. I know you are from Orochimaru, you must have been instructed by Orochimaru this time, right? Orochimaru severely wounded Sasuke, and now you have to challenge him, what does he want? Well, We don't know what Orochimaru-sama's plans are. The man named Sak smiled and said. However, Orochimaru-sama is our leader. Since the leader has given us such an order, we can only be ordered to come, nothing more. Okay. Stop talking nonsense, hand over Sasuke. You dream. Haruno Sakura said loudly. I want to kill her. The female ninja Jin Senran said. While she was talking, she stepped in the direction of Haruno Sakura. It's okay to kill her, but, wait a minute. Toss waved to stop the female ninja Jin, and walked forward with short legs like two tortoises. After 2 steps, he knelt down and stroked the ground with his hands, and said. It's so obvious, this trap is completely useless. Advertisement. Haruno Sakura's face changed again. She never expected that the trap she spent most of the night would be seen through by the other party. It's obvious that the color of this soil has just been turned over. It's impossible for this kind of grass to grow here, right? Toss stretched out his hand and pulled up a grass, and smiled at Haruno Sakura. The so-called trap is meaningless to let people see the flaws. You are too tender, you are really boring. He said mockingly. Well, you two avoid the trap and kill her right away. Toss shrugged and ordered at Zack and the female ninja Jin. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 of Odonan village immediately divided into 3 groups and rushed towards Haruno Sakura from 3 different directions. Murderous intent was revealed on each of them, and their eyes were cold. Haruno Sakura took out a kunai from his suitcase, and gently cut a thread on his right hand that was barely visible to the naked eye. Boom. With a loud bang, a stump more than 3 meters thick fell from the sky and hit the 3 people who rushed over. It turns out that Haruno Sakura has set more than one trap. Are there any traps above? Toss said with an indifferent expression. How about this? Is it useful? He stuck out his left hand and slapped it on the tree stump. He made a seal with his right hand and shouted, break it for me. A weird sound suddenly appeared, followed by a loud boom, and the tree stump that was more than 3 meters thick was shattered in an instant. Hey, this guy actually has a preliminary understanding of the true meaning of killing people with voice. It's rare. Glossi glanced at the tortoise in surprise. The so-called people can't look like, although this Toss looks weird, and his appearance is not much different from that of a tortoise, but his strength is the strongest of the Odonan trio. Little Sakura, what should you do? Glossi buckled 3 stones in his right hand, ready to make a rescue at any time. In any case, he would not just watch Haruno Sakura being killed. What should I do? Haruno Sakura was desperate when he saw the trap being broken. She knelt on the ground all of a sudden, tears in her eyes. At this moment, how much she hopes Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto can stand up and protect her. What a waste. The 3 of Toss came to Haruno Sakura and saw Haruno Sakura kneeling on the ground, crying and giving up resistance. All of them showed disdain. Advertisement. Leave her to me. Female ninja Kim walked over and grabbed Haruno Sakura's long pink hair severely, and said sternly. Whatever you want. Toss nodded. Without stopping, he and Zack went straight into the cave where Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were. Smelly girl, your hair is more shiny than mine. Female ninja Jin tore Haruno Sakura's hair forcefully, and said grimly. If you have time to maintain your hair, you might as well take more time to practice. If you make yourself so beautiful, do you think that the enemy will show mercy to your men? She kept mocking. Haruno Sakura's hair was torn violently, and bursts of heart-piercing pain continued to come, and tears fell in her eyes. She hates herself very much now. Why is she so weak? From the first time I saw you, I was very upset with your long pink hair. Female ninja Jin said with jealousy. Someone's hair is prettier than mine. This is unbearable. As she spoke, she took out a sharp kunai from her bag. She shook Kumo in front of Haruno Sakura and said cruelly, I will cut off this unpleasant hair first, then cut off your head, and send you on the road. Brush. The female ninja Jin waved her hand sharply, cutting Haruno Sakura's hair fiercely. Cut. It's really hard to watch. Suddenly, a lazy voice rang. A woman's jealousy is really terrible. Who? The female ninja Jin was taken aback, and quickly took back Kumo and assumed a defensive posture. Woo. A black shadow flew quickly, unbiased, and hit the female ninja Jin's right hand where she was holding the tiger's mouth. What? The female ninja Jin screamed loudly. She was horrified to find that the mouth of her right hand was shattered by a small stone, and blood gurgled. Chapter 72 Let's help. Toss, Sack, there are new enemies. The female ninja Jin yelled in horror. The other party actually shattered her tiger's mouth with a small stone, causing her to shed blood. What an astonishing and terrifying strength is this? Knowing that she was far from that person's opponent, she made a decisive decision and called out the names of Toss and Zack and asked them to come out to rescue. However, to the surprise of the female ninja Jin, Tuz and Sack who entered the cave were silent and ignored her shouts. What happened in the cave? The female ninja Jin had a chill in her heart and shouted inside again. Toss, Sack, a new enemy has appeared. Very powerful, I am no opponent at all. Come out and help me soon. Smelly girl, don't waste your tongue anymore. Glossi leapt forward and fell lightly from the tree, speaking at the female ninja Jin with disdain. Even if you break your throat, they won't be able to come out and help you. You are the ninja of Konoha village. The female ninja Jin saw the Konoha forehead protector worn on Glossi's forehead at a glance, and her face became very ugly. Oh, it's smart, you can even see this. Glossi said with an exaggerated smile on his face. You. The female ninja's golden face turned red all of a sudden, she was very angry. The other party was obviously teasing her, but she didn't dare to attack, for fear that it would provoke the other party and cause death. What are you? A dog-like thing? Glossi said with a cold expression. Just because you are jealous that someone's hair is prettier than yours, you have to kill that person. What do you think you are? You. The female ninja Jin couldn't help it anymore, and she opened her mouth to curse. However, what she didn't expect was that her eyes were dark, and the other party had already come to her. She was horrified, and dodged desperately. But how can her speed compare with Glossi? Snapped. Glossi slapped the female ninja Jin's face with a slap, and immediately slapped her out. What? The female ninja Jin screamed loudly, and half of her face immediately swelled. Her mouth was full of blood, and Glossi's power was so great that she knocked out nearly half of her teeth. Advertisement. Hee hee. The female ninja Jin got up from the ground, her mouth full of blood, she could no longer speak normally, and could only make a sound similar to a pig cry. She has a bit of bitterness on her face, and her eyes are staring at Glossi, killing infinitely. Well, it doesn't feel good to be bullied, right? Glossi said lightly. Hee hee. The female ninja Jin let out a shout, and rushed towards Glossi. The extreme anger and humiliation made her completely lose her composure, and she has forgotten even the most basic attack methods of a ninja. With her bare hands, she was like a sloppy shrew, trying to pinch Glossi's neck with both hands. Hey! Glossi waved his left hand, and a sharp kuwu flew out, accurately nailing the female ninja Jin's throat. Plop! With a sound, the female ninja Jin fell to the ground. Her body convulsed constantly, and a lot of blood gushed out of her throat, which soon stained the ground red. After a while, the female ninja Jin stopped moving. Are you okay? Glossi didn't even look at the female ninja Jin's body, walked straight to Haruno Sakura, who was kneeling on the ground and staring at him blankly, and stretched out his right hand toward him, and asked. At this time, Haruno Sakura was already stunned by the scene before him. At that moment, she was ready to die. However, what she never expected was that at that critical moment, Glossi unexpectedly appeared, as if a god soldier descended from the sky, simply and neatly killed the female ninja Jin and saved her. Dreamlike, she had imagined in her mind more than once that Uchiha Sasuke awakened at a critical moment of life and death, killed all enemies, and avenged her. However, to her disappointment, Uchiha Sasuke did not appear in front of her from beginning to end. And the one who saved her in the end was Glossi. I'm okay. Haruno Sakura looked at Glossi without blinking, with glittering tears flickering inside. Thanks, thank you for saving me. Advertisement. You don't have to thank me. Glossi said blankly. If you really want to thank you, the person who thanked you should be yourself, not me. Why do you say that? Haruno Sakura asked in confusion. Remember what I said last night? Glossi asked. Remember. Haruno Sakura nodded. You said that if I have any trouble, I can call you out for help. Yes, I remember very clearly, Glossi said. But I didn't. Haruno Sakura said as he spoke, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, as if he understood something. It is precisely because you didn't call me aloud for help, and chose to face it alone. I would rather die than succumb to help you. Glossi said in a deep voice. The only person you can rely on in this world is always yourself, do you understand? Haruno Sakura looked confused. Obviously, with her current age and superficial experience, it is impossible to truly understand Glossi's words. You can write down this sentence for now. Glossi sighed and said, in the future, you must practice hard, strengthen your skills, and no longer have to do a crane tail, drag Sasuke and Naruto to hind legs, you know. Well, I see. Haruno Sakura nodded. Lee, please save Sasuke and Naruto. 2 people from Otonin village entered just now, and they haven't come out until now. I'm afraid they will be killed. The look on her face was extremely anxious. It can be seen that she really cares about the safety of Sasuke and Naruto, and her relationship is deep. Don't worry, neither of them is okay. Glossi smiled and said, did you know that the female ninja just yelled for her companion to come out for help, but no one answered, let alone rushed out? Why? Haruno Sakura asked. Because they can't get away at all now, Glossi said. Uchiha Sasuke, from the moment they stepped into the cave, they have woken up. Chapter 73 Reborn. What? You said Sasuke woke up a long time ago. Haruno Sakura was taken aback for a moment, then his face was overjoyed. Regardless of her bruised body, she suddenly got up from the ground to rush into the cave. Stop. Glossi slammed in front of Haruno Sakura, shouting in a low voice. Why are you stopping me? I want to go in. Haruno Sakura said loudly. If you don't want to kill Sasuke, you'd better stand here and wait obediently. Glossi said in a deep voice. What do you mean by this? Haruno Sakura asked puzzledly. Her eyes kept looking into the cave, and it was obvious that she was really worried about Uchiha Sasuke's safety. The 3 people in the cave are facing each other. Glossi said lightly. Uzumaki Naruto is still in a coma. Uchiha Sasuke is one enemy too, surrounded by 2 opponents. They are in a very delicate balance. If you rush in at this time, Uchiha Sasuke will be distracted when he sees you. As long as he is distracted, he will immediately fall into absolute passivity and be besieged to death by the 2 people in Otonin village. But, Haruno Sakura bit her lip firmly and muttered. Sasuke is one enemy too, isn't it very dangerous? I think I can help him disperse. You really can count on yourself. Glossi sneered disdainfully. He pointed his finger at the corpse of the female ninja Jin and asked. Can you beat her? Haruno Sakura immediately closed his mouth and said nothing. She is the weakest of the 3 people in Otonin village. Glossi said. You can't even beat her, and you dare to say that you helped Sasuke in the past. Are you ashamed or ashamed? Haruno Sakura flushed and shivered, but she didn't say a word. Because what Glossi said are all facts. If you go in, apart from the distraction of Uchiha Sasuke, which immediately plunges him into a very dangerous situation, there will be no second effect. Glossi said coldly. Oh no, maybe you might be caught by the enemy and used to threaten your Sasuke. Haruno Sakura opened her mouth, but could not speak. She hates herself so much at this time, why is she so weak? The person she cares about the most is besieged by 2 enemies in the cave, but she can only watch, and can't even help, it's really useless. Advertisement. The 3 people in Otonin village are very powerful, especially the tortoise who looks like a tortoise, and his attack methods are strange and unpredictable. Even Yakushi Kabuto, an old fried dough stick who has taken the Chunin exam several times, was taken carelessly. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke was attacked by 2 people. Isn't it extremely dangerous? Pump. Haruno Sakura knelt on the ground suddenly, begging. Please save Sasuke, I beg you. You get up for me. Glossi stepped aside and shouted coldly. Please. Haruno Sakura begged to himself. I'll say it for the last time, get up. Glossi said swiftly. Haruno Sakura was frightened by Glossessen's cold eyes, and dared not to violate Glossi's words anymore, and quickly got up from the ground. With tears in her big eyes, she looked at Glossi pleadingly, extremely desolate. The only person in this world who can rely on is himself. Glossi said indifferently. You are so, and so is Uchiha Sasuke. Ninjas are very cold in their hearts. If you meet an enemy on the battlefield, do you think you will be let go by kneeling and begging for mercy? No. Haruno Sakura muttered bitterly. She finally understood one thing now, and that was that she was so naive, it was ridiculous. It's good to know, Glossi said. However, you can rest assured that the current Uchiha Sasuke doesn't need me to save him. I don't need you to save it. Haruno Sakura suddenly asked like a drowning man grabbing a straw rope, widening his eyes. Yeah, Glossi nodded. Uchiha Sasuke has the upper hand, Master has the initiative in the battle, do you think he needs me to help? Sasuke Master has the initiative. Haruno Sakura looked incredible. She knows very clearly about Uchiha Sasuke's strength. Although she is very strong, she is the absolute number 1 among the rookies, but she is also in the middle of the 2 people from Otonin village. In a one-on-one battle, Uchiha Sasuke may be able to rely on Sharingan's power to win. But with 1 enemy and 2, you must lose. Advertisement. However, Glossi said just now that Uchiha Sasuke had the upper hand in the confrontation with the 2. How could this be possible? It's incredible, isn't it? Glossi saw through Haruno Sakura's mind, smiled lightly, and said. Actually, not only you, but I also found it a little weird. In just 1 night, he seemed to be reborn, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and his speed was terrifying. I was reborn overnight, and my strength improved. How could this be possible? Haruno Sakura murmured. If I'm not wrong, he should have been greatly stimulated during the battle with Orochimaru. The blood of the Uchiha clan lurking in his body was completely awakened, and Sharingan was more skillful in using it. Glossi said. The Uchiha clan is hailed as the strongest in the ninja world, and there is indeed his reason. The blood of this clan is very terrifying. At this moment, inside the cave, Uchiha Sasuke stood there motionless, a pair of scarlet eyes staring at Toss and Sack unblinking, a crazy killing intent surging in his eyes. He has long black hair without any wind, making him look so mighty and mighty. There is an unspeakable aura that shocked Toss and Sack did not dare to act rashly. Yes, as Glossi said, after the life and death battle with Orochimaru, the blood of Uchiha flowing in Uchiha Sasuke's body was completely awakened, the whole person was reborn, and his strength improved. Toss and Sack alone had the upper hand. It's terrible. Toss tensed his whole body, staring at Uchiha Sasuke with small eyes, and his heart was terribly shocked. He never expected that a newcomer who had just graduated from the ninja school for a year would have such a powerful strength. The Uchiha clan, Sharingan. It's really the person whom Orochimaru-sama likes to see, it's amazing. However, Uchiha Sasuke is so powerful, but Orochimaru-sama has been given such orders by us, what exactly does he want to do? Toss is a man with a brain, unlike Sack who is full of brains and muscles and Jin who has no brains, and he obeys Orochimaru's words and never thinks too much. All kinds of thoughts kept flashing in his mind, and in the end, an inference that made his creeps prevailed. Could it be that the 3 of us have been abandoned by Lord Orochimaru and sent here to serve as whetstones for Uchiha Sasuke's growth? Toss roared in his heart. Chapter 74 Hehe, I think it's better to forget it. Sharpening stone. Toss was extremely angry. He, Sack, and Jin are loyal to Orochimaru and have made great contributions to Otonin village, even if there is no credit, there are hardships. However, Orochimaru has no regrets abandoning the 3 of them and sending them here to be Uchiha Sasuke's sharpening stones, it is simply too much. Toss was mad with hatred. Think of us as Uchiha Sasuke's whetstone, don't you be afraid that these whetstones will grind Uchiha Sasuke's knife off. he said viciously. You are distracted. Suddenly, just as Toss was thinking about it, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly turned his head to him and said coldly. The look on Tosa's face changed, and he was about to start a counterattack, only to find that Uchiha Sasuke had raised a step and took a step in his direction. Immediately, he felt a powerful momentum rushing toward his face, which forced him to take 2 steps back abruptly. Have a chance. When Toss was frightened, Zack exclaimed in surprise. He and Toss teamed up to attack Uchiha Sasuke, but they couldn't catch the opportunity and felt depressed. And now he realized that Uchiha Sasuke turned his back to him, and he was overjoyed immediately, swinging his shuriken and attacking. Woo! The bitter cold light flashed, and the sharp kunai pierced Uchiha Sasuke's throat fiercely. Sack, don't. Toss suddenly saw a sneer at the corner of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth, and immediately knew that something was wrong, shouting to remind him. However, since Zack has already taken action, why would he stop because of this sentence? He deceived himself and went straight, and immediately came behind Uchiha Sasuke. The cold light that cut through the air was hard to underestimate. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Uchiha Sasuke said with a sneer. His pair of scarlet Sharingan turned, and he could see through Zack's attack in an instant. He first leaned back slightly to avoid the attack of Zack's shuriken, then slammed his hand out and slammed it on Zack's wrist. Humph! Zack let out a painful hum, the kuwu in his hand fell to the ground, and the whole person retreated in embarrassment. His right wrist was hit hard by Uchiha Sasuke, painful, and there was a tendency to lose consciousness. After a short fight, Uchiha Sasuke easily diffuses Sasuke's attack, knocking out the kunai in his hand, and severely injuring one of his wrists, and his strength has the absolute upper hand. Sure enough, it's completely reborn. Glossi looked at this scene in his eyes, nodded, and said to himself. If it was the old Sasuke, it would never have been possible to deal with Sasuke so easily. It's amazing. Haruno Sakura, who was standing next to Glossi, was even more dazzled. She was completely relieved now, no longer worried about Uchiha Sasuke's safety, and watched the battle attentively. So strong. Toss was secretly surprised. However, he is not someone who flees when he meets a strong enemy. He saw that Uchiha Sasuke had beaten Sok 5 times as soon as he got it. He didn't dare to neglect, so he immediately swung his right fist and hit Uchiha Sasuke hard. Advertisement. His strength was far below Sack, and he fisted and the wind screamed. And as his arm waved, a large piece of metal appeared on his arm. That kind of metal wrapped his arm inside, and it was covered with small holes, densely packed, very strange. Brush. Uchiha Sasuke pushed hard under his feet and immediately flashed aside for more than a meter. His pair of scarlet Sharingan looked straight at Toss, paying full attention. You dare not take this punch from me, Toss said with a sneer. Your moves are weird, so you can't make it hard, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. He also witnessed the situation when Toss and Yakushi Kabuto fought against each other. Yakushi Kabuto obviously avoided the attack, but was still struck and lost his fighting power for a short time. Uchiha Sasuke speculates that this is most likely a voice-related ability of Toss. Therefore, he was extremely cautious when fighting Toss, and did not give the opponent a chance to get close at all. Coward, don't dare to fight me upright and just say it. Toss stimulated Uchiha Sasuke with words. He shook his fist again and hit Uchiha Sasuke. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. This time, Uchiha Sasuke no longer dodges, but quickly seals his hands. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen fist-sized blazing flames spit out from Uchiha Sasuke's mouth, enveloping Toss in a dense formation. Damn it! Toss roared and dodged with all his strength. Embarrassed. Those, get out of the way and let me come. At this moment, Zack yelled at those. He raised his palms, facing Uchiha Sasuke. There is something similar to a water pipe in the palms of his hands. That's. Uchiha Sasuke's scarlet Sharingan turned, his expression stern. He knew that the opponent was about to use the secret of ninjutsu, and the power must be no small thing. Sack, kill him, Toss yelled as he retreated quickly. Wind style. Zon Kongjibo. After Toss moved away, Zack yelled suddenly. Boom. In an instant, a hurricane spurted out from the palms of Sack's hands, and the area was suddenly violent. The stone walks away from the sand and the dust is full of smoke. In a loud noise, the cave where the 3 Uchiha Sasuke were located was directly destroyed. The surrounding areas of the cave were also affected. The thick trees were rustled by the wind, and countless dead branches and fallen leaves flew up into the sky. The momentum was amazing. What a powerful wind-style technique, this shouldn't be his own power. Glossi was astonished. He didn't expect that a genin from Zack could perform such a powerful ninjutsu. He stretched out his hand and hugged Haruno Sakura up to his waist, then hit his toe, and the whole person quickly ejected out. When he came to a safe area, he released Haruno Sakura from his arms. Advertisement. Thank you. Haruno Sakura flushed and shy. However, she quickly turned her gaze to the location of the cave where Uchiha Sasuke was. Sasuke. Sasuke. She shouted loudly. Don't worry, he is still alive. Glossi said lightly. Uzumaki Naruto is fine. Haruno Sakura let out a long sigh when he heard what Glossi said. For some reason, she didn't have any doubts about Glossi's words. Glossi said that Sasuke Naruto is okay, so it must be okay. As the body shattered by me. Sack gasped and laughed wildly. No matter how good you are not by me. Hey, what are you talking to yourself? Suddenly, a cold and infinite voice sounded beside Zack's ear. You. Zack was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. He was horrified to see that Uchiha Sasuke was unharmed, looking at him with indifferent eyes. And not far away, Uzumaki Naruto was lying quietly on the ground, even unharmed. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke waved his hand violently and hit Sasuke's face with a punch, and immediately shot him out, blood flowing. Woo. Uchiha Sasuke did not stop for a moment, his figure was like lightning, and he came first and came to the place where Sasuke fell. He grabbed Zack's arms with his backhand, pressed his right foot on Zack's back, and then slammed hard. Crack, crack. With two crisp noises and the eerie screams of Zack, both of Zack's arms were broken by Uchiha Sasuke. Not only is the body reborn, but even the state of mind is also transformed. Glossi looked at Uchiha Sasuke intently and said meaningfully. Haruno Sakura was already stunned, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Is this person really the Sasuke she knew? Rock Lee, I want to fight with you again. Uchiha Sasuke shook his hand and threw Zack on the ground, like a dead dog, without caring. He opened a pair of scarlet Sharingan, staring at where Glossi was, and said coldly. Ha ha. Glossi laughed and walked out of the dark with Haruno Sakura. I think it's better to forget it. I'm afraid that your self-confidence that you have built up with great difficulty will be torn apart by me again. Chapter 75 Childishness. Glossi's voice was very flat and unremarkable, but the words revealed an unparalleled confidence, overbearing, and trembling. You are too arrogant, Rock Lee. Uchiha Sasuke completely abandoned Tuz, who was already scared and stupid next to him, and walked towards Glossi step by step. He looked indifferent, with a pair of scarlet eyes burning with warfare. Obviously, he thinks that he has made great progress and already has the capital to challenge Glossi. He wants to fight the shame here and rectify the name for himself and the Uchiha clan. Do you think I am arrogant? I never think. Glossi said with a faint smile. It can be said unceremoniously that killing you is like killing a chicken but a dog. Although he admires Uchiha Sasuke very much, since the other party exudes such a dangerous aura to him, he will not get used to it. Not convinced. It doesn't matter, then I will completely convince you. Last night, he had just broken through the third level of martial arts mentality, and his combat power was more than 3 times higher than before. Although Uchiha Sasuke was reborn and improved in strength, Glossi didn't take it seriously. It's a big tone, Uchiha Sasuke said abruptly. I admit that the previous me was not your opponent at all. However, now I am completely different from before. Now I can challenge you directly. Uchiha Sasuke, your self-confidence has swelled too much. Glossi said slowly. Don't you think that a local dog will completely fade away and become a male lion after a fight against the king of beasts? You call me a dog. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes grew colder. Do you think I was wrong by a dog when I scold you? Glossi curled his lips in disdain and said. Dog is a very loyal animal. If you treat it well, it will be loyal to you. But what about you? I saved your life from Orochimaru yesterday, and I saved your companion Sakura a while ago. Life. Not only are you not grateful to me, on the contrary, those who named me have to challenge me. Do you think you are worthy of the title of dog? Glossi demanded sharply. You. Uchiha Sasuke was at a loss for words. His face flushed red, his mouth opened but he couldn't speak. Those words that Glossi said were like slaps on his face one by one, making his face hot and ashamed. Because what Glossi said is true. The ungrateful thing, I knew you were such a person a long time ago, so I wouldn't save you and let you die in the hands of Orochimaru pervert. Glossi said angrily. Hug. Sorry. Uchiha Sasuke flushed with embarrassment, he lowered his head and said in a low voice. I don't mean anything else, let alone ungrateful. I challenge you, just innocent. You don't need to explain anything. Glossi interrupted Uchiha Sasuke's words with a wave, and said lightly. I don't want to hear what you say, I just see how you do it. Advertisement. As for if you really want to challenge me, there will be more opportunities in the future. The next test will be a battle between the two ninjas. Are you confident that you will go all the way and meet me in the finals? Glossi's eyes the inside flickered, staring at Uchiha Sasuke. Of course there is. After Uchiha Sasuke got a definite answer from Glossi, the whole person immediately cheered up and said loudly. That's great. I'll be waiting for you in the final of the next exam. Glossi said. Okay, it's a deal. Uchiha Sasuke shook his fist. Who? Stop for me, did I let you go? Suddenly, he turned his head in the other direction, stared at Toss who was trying to escape, and shouted sharply. Toss. Body trembled violently. He stopped suddenly, with a smile on his face that was worse than crying. Sasuke, you are very strong, we are not your opponent at all. This should be our compensation, please let us have a way out. He knelt on the ground, took out his own scroll of the Book of Earth from his bag, and pleaded. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the scrolls on the ground, then looked at the dead female ninja Kim, Sak with 2 broken arms, and Toss who was kneeling on the ground in horror, he couldn't help but sighed. Okay, get out of here. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, if I meet you next time, I will never show mercy again. Yes. Toss was overjoyed. He didn't dare to neglect, and quickly walked to Zack's side and carried him on his shoulders. As for the dead female ninja Jin, he didn't even bother to take a look. Naive. At this moment, Glossi's indifferent voice rang. What do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke asked, turning his head to look at Glossi. And Toss also stopped and stared at Glossi with a bitter look. I said you were naive. Glossi said with a sneer. They are not your opponents now. They were beaten to the ground by you, so they knelt on the ground and begged you for mercy. But have you ever wondered what the outcome would be if you were defeated? Uchiha Sasuke's body trembled violently. If you lose, do you think they will let you go if you kneel on the ground and beg them for mercy? Glossi asked sharply. Uchiha Sasuke, I know that you are arrogant and would rather die than kneel down to beg for mercy. But do you know how little Sakura kneels and pleads in front of the three of them in order to save you in Naruto? Picture. Little Sakura. The expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face was shocking. He stared at Haruno Sakura, never expected Haruno Sakura to do that for them. It's a pity that little Sakura's bitter pleading not only did not exchange their mercy and generosity, but instead incurred the humiliation of the female ninja. Glossi pointed at the female ninja Jin's body and continued. Advertisement. This rubbish is jealous that little Sakura's hair is prettier than her, so you have to cut off little Sakura's hair first, and then cut off her head. At that time, I rescued little Sakura. And where were you? What were you doing? Glossi snapped. Now that you have defeated them, they knelt down and begged for mercy to deliver the scroll, and you immediately let them go. You are really a saint. When speaking of the word, sage, Glossi emphasized his tone. Uchiha Sasuke's face became paler and paler, and the eyes staring at Toss became fiercer and fierce. Think about it. During the battle with Orochimaru, you also planned to send out Ning Ren. But Orochimaru will let you go. Glossi's words became sharper and sharper. You two, save your lives. Finally, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore and shouted coldly at Toss. You die for me. To what Uchiha Sasuke expected was that Toss dropped sack suddenly, and then quickly rushed towards Glossi. He hates Glossi now, even if he cannot escape in the end, he will definitely make Glossi pay some price. Along with Thoth's fist, there was a terrifying tremor. That is Otonin village's stunt, using the vibration of the sound to attack the enemy, it is difficult to resist. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Rock Lee is not willing to play against him now, so it is good to test Rock Lee's strength through toss. Small bugs, Glossi said coldly. He didn't dodge, but directly shook his fist to greet him fiercely. You have been recruited. Toss saw that Glossi didn't evade, and he had a hard shake with him, and he was overjoyed. He made a seal with his left hand, raising the vibration power of the sound to ultimate, and he was going to hit this person severely in one fell swoop. However, what Thoth did not expect was that the sound ability he tried his best to mobilize was like a stone sinking when it touched Glossi's body, even the slightest effect was not. Crack. There was a chilling sound, and Thoth's right arm was destroyed by Glossi's punch. Chapter 76. Awe-inspiring murderous. 1. So strong. 2 strong. Haruno Sakura was stunned and stunned. Toss is very strong. He is the strongest person in the Otonin village trio, even compared to Uchiha Sasuke. However, he was abolished by Glossi in one move. What a powerful combat power is this? What was that just now? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Glossi without blinking a pair of Sharingan, shocked. Unlike Haruno Sakura purely watching the excitement, Sharingan of Uchiha Sasuke has a strong insight. At that moment, he seemed to see a faint brilliance emerge from the surface of Glossi's body. It was that brilliance that blocked the vibration of Tosa's voice and made his killer's power in vain. Is that his ability, or something else? Uchiha Sasuke said silently in his heart. Furthermore, he is really strong, so strong that even the current me still has no confidence to defeat him. Involuntarily, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists. Facing Glossi, he felt like a mountain that could never be climbed. Ah! Toss screamed, his entire right arm dropped, and a lot of blood gurgled from his hand, soaking his clothes, dripping on the ground, shocking. How is this possible? How could my ability be ineffective against you? Toss widened his eyes, staring at Glossi, his face full of disbelief. Otonin Village, as you can tell from its name, this village has developed the ultimate sound-related abilities. And Toss is the leader of the Genin generation of Otonin Village, inheriting the most mysterious and unpredictable voice ability. Using his voice ability, in the first Chunin exam, Toss could know what the answer was written by someone just by listening to the voice of someone else's writing. Moreover, because the sound ability does not have the particularity of the physical body, it is also unpredictable and difficult to defend when used as a means of attack. For example, Yakushi Kabuto, the old fried dough stick who has taken the Chunin exam several times, was also taken carelessly. Toss has strong confidence in his vocal ability, and believes that no matter how powerful an enemy is, as long as he displays this ability, he will definitely be able to defeat the opponent. However, what he didn't expect was that Glossi's ability to endure his voice frontally was unharmed, which really defeated his self-confidence. Why is it impossible? Glossi said lightly. No one kind of ability is invincible. Although your voice ability is special, it is not something extremely powerful, so I can't help it. How did you do it? Toss hissed. Tell me, or I won't look down. Advertisement. Do you really want to know? Glossi said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yes. Toss nodded vigorously. If that's the case, let you see the real sound-killing genius. Glossi said lightly. Recruited. A whistling sound like piercing gold and cracking stones came from Glossi's mouth, like a thunder, deafening. The roar of the lion, the supreme sound killer in the legend of the martial arts world, is shown for the first time in this ninja world. At this moment, Toss, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura all changed their faces because they felt a strange force penetrated into them at almost the same moment. This force ran around, stirring their internal organs, making their faces pale as paper and shuddering. The blood in their bodies rolled over, and the blood flow speed was more than 5 times faster than usual. They all have a terrible premonition. If this goes on, without Glossi's hands, their blood will rush out of their bodies, and their deaths will be terrible. However, Glossi obviously did not want to kill Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Therefore, the long howl in his mouth soon weakened. Ha! Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Toss looked at each other in amazement, and they all looked at Glossi with incredible eyes. This ability is too terrifying, it can kill people invisible, and it can't be defended at all. Now you know why your voice ability is invalid for me, right? Glossi said lightly. Compared with you, my voice ability is a joke. Toss said with a bitter face and sighed. Thank you for letting me see the power of real sound. Puff. After saying this, Toss didn't hesitate for a while, and directly took out Kumu from his suitcase and cut off Zack's throat. Then, he himself killed himself. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura looked at the 3 corpses lying on the ground in a daze, and fell silent for a while. After all, they are newcomers taking the Chunin exam for the first time. They have so little experience, and they are still very resistant to things like killing. Uchiha Sasuke, being merciful to the enemy on the battlefield is cruel to yourself. Glossi said in a deep voice. Next time I meet you, I hope you can become decisive. I will. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist hard and said. The handsome and charming man's face appeared in his mind again, which made his heart stronger and firmer. Advertisement. Don't let me down. Glossi dropped this sentence, turned around and jumped up to a big tree next to him, and then quickly left. Sasuke. You, Haruno Sakura said cautiously. You put away the scroll first, and Naruto on my back rushes to the tower in the center. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Haruno Sakura and said. We must leave here at once. Yeah, Haruno Sakura nodded. I don't know what happened to Hyuga Neji and Tenten, did they succeed in capturing the scroll? Glossi said silently in his heart as he sprinted through the forest. However, he is not very worried. Hyuga Neji's strength is very strong. Looking at the people who took the Chunin exam this time, almost no one can stop them except Yakushi Kabuto and Gaara. There has always been no difficulty in seizing a scroll. Why don't I take a pair of scrolls of the Book of Heaven and Earth myself, just in case? Glossi thought in his heart. Help, help, help. Suddenly, a girl's extremely suppressed cry for help came intermittently. This voice is really weak, like a mosquito screaming. If it weren't for Glossi's just breaking through the 3rd level of the martial arts mentality, I'm afraid it wouldn't be audible at all. Where? Glossi frowned. Huo stopped suddenly, calmly, and began to observe the movement in all directions. Help, help. The girl's voice was very weak, almost inaudible. Moreover, she lost her voice completely after calling for help a few times, as if her mouth was gagged. Found it. Glossi no longer had any concerns about revealing his whereabouts at this time, and changed. Yulu Fufeng step. To divine change, the whole person turned into a streamer, rushing through, like a ghost like a charm. Soon, Glossi rushed to the place where the sound was made. Condescendingly, he looked down, suddenly jealous and furious. I saw that in a large clearing below, beside 2 bloody corpses, 3 genin from Grass Ninja Village, who were in their 20s, were surrounding a 12 or 13-year-old weak female ninja, tearing frantically. Clothing. Chapter 77. Awe-inspiring murderous. 2. Below, is a picture that reveals Glossi's murderous intentions. The 3-year-old genin of Kushinen Village, who was 20 years old, surrounded a 12 or 13-year-old weak female ninja, and frantically tore her clothes desperately. The weak female ninja tried her best to resist, but her strength was too weak, and she couldn't stop the 3 wolves and tigers of genin from Grass Ninja Village. The clothes on her body had been torn to pieces, and large areas of white skin were exposed outside, blooming in a bewildering color. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. A guy with a long knife mark on his forehead exclaimed excitedly. Little girl, obediently follow the 3 of us, as long as you are comfortable with us, we may still let you survive. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless and devastating. Another bald ninja said. Little girl, do you know the most terrifying thing that a female ninja has encountered on the battlefield? The last person said with a grin. When a female ninja is captured by an enemy, the biggest torture is to be gang RD to death after torture. If you don't want to cooperate with us, the 3 of us don't mind letting you experience that feeling. You are simply the scum of the ninjas. Scum. The weak female ninja paled in fright, evading the tracking of the 3, while panting. Ninjas, both men and women, receive harsh training from a very young age, and are not particularly concerned about personal life and death. However, the female ninja values her chastity extremely. For some people, chastity is even more important than life. What's more, she is just a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. Ninja scum. Scum. He. The man with a scar on his forehead said with a sneer. The world of ninjas has always respected the strong and the weak dying. The three of us gang RD you and then killed you, burying you in the wilderness. Who knows what happened today? Even if I die, you guys will never want to succeed. The weak female ninja screamed harshly. She put Kuwu on her neck with a backhand, her eyes were firm, and she refused to obey. Tisk tusk, what a chaste woman. The bald man said approvingly. We have no doubt about your determination to commit suicide. But what I want to tell you is that even if you commit suicide, we will the corpse. You. The weak female ninja suddenly turned gray, trembling all over, her eyes full of despair. She knew that she would be hard to escape today, and she would definitely end badly. When? Advertisement. With a crisp sound, the kunai in the female ninja's hands fell to the ground, and she chose to give up resistance. Yo, why didn't you commit suicide? The bald ninja stared at the female ninja unblinkingly with excited eyes, and said unscrupulously. Seriously, I want you to commit suicide. I actually like playing with female corpses better than living people. Then it's too easy. The man with a scar on his forehead said with a grinning grin. You step aside for the time being. The two of us are responsible for our death, turn her into a corpse and then give it to you. What do you think? FK off. The bald man replied uncomfortably. As they spoke, the three of them approached the female ninja step by step. They looked fiercely like three hungry wolves staring at a cute little lamb. The female ninja collapsed on the ground, watching the three approaching with blank eyes. Tears rained down her face, knowing that the most tragic thing was about to happen to him. Hey, things that are inferior to you three beasts, let go of that girl. At this moment, a voice like a natural sound came from a distance. Who? The three genins from Kushinen village were taken aback. What they are doing now is too much, and they are totally shameful. If it spreads to the outside world, even their leader will not be able to protect them. Who is this person? Be sure to kill this person and keep the secret. This is the only thought in the hearts of the three people in Kushinen village at this time. It's him. The weak female ninja looked up at the sky, and at a glance saw the majestic Hokage Glossi figure standing in the sky. Don't worry, it's okay. Glossi jumped down from the tree, nodded at the female ninja, and said. This weak female ninja is no one else, but the Hoshinoyuki that Glossi liked. Be careful, the three of them are very strong. Hoshinoyuki nodded gratefully at Glossi and reminded loudly. Very strong. Glossi said with a sneer. People in their 20s are still here to take the Chunin exam with us. How strong can they be? Boy, you look down on us. The scar man shouted angrily. For them, age is the biggest pain. Now, Glossi said unceremoniously in front of him, how to make them not angry. You think I should be afraid of you, don't you, uncle? Glossi asked ironically. Advertisement. Little devil, you are looking for death. The bald man was furious. He flipped his hand and took out a cold shining kunai from his waist, and rushed towards Glossi quickly. When there was half a meter near Glossi, he vigorously waved his right hand, and the cold light suddenly appeared, and he was astonishing. This person impressively already possesses Chunin's strength. Be careful, Hoshinoyuki yelled worriedly. Humph. Gullo stood motionless, staring at the bald ninja with cold eyes. He waited until the bald-headed man came to Kuwu sting before moving. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a rabbit. Glossi suddenly raised his right hand, and patted his palm from an incredible angle, avoiding the bald man's kunai, and slammed it on his face. Snapped. With a crisp sound, in the eyes of Hoshinoyuki and the three people who couldn't believe it, the bald ninja was slapped away by Glossi. A long string of blood spilled from his mouth and stained the ground. Cough cough cough. The bald ninja struggled to get up from the ground, his face covered with blood. He coughed constantly, vomiting out one after another teeth that were stained with blood. In the slap just now, Glossi actually knocked out all the teeth in his mouth. Hiss. Such a sight immediately caused the two scarred men to take a breath, and their bodies grew cold. It was like being poured with a basin of ice water in the winter, and I couldn't help shaking. This is a terrible guy. What was completely different from the reaction of the three people in Kushinen village was that Hoshinoyuki trembled with excitement, wishing to scream loudly. Her big beautiful eyes looked at Glossi unblinkingly, full of admiration. Chapter 78 Kill. Too strong. It is too powerful. The mighty combat power displayed by Glossi shocked everyone present. They all opened their eyes and opened their mouths, staring at Glossi, their faces full of incredible expressions. Hoshinoyuki was full of joy and looked at Glossi's eyes with infinite worship. She knew that she was saved and could avoid the tragic fate of being gang RD to death. This person is so strong. Hoshinoyuki muttered in her heart as she looked at Glossi with her big beautiful eyes. He saved me, how should I repay him? Quite different from Hoshinoyuki's thoughts, the three ninjas in Kushinen village were terrified, looking at Glossi with the same look of monsters, panicking. This person is too strong, and he acted decisively, fiercely, and not at all procrastinating. He is a murderous figure. You, who are you? The man with a knife mark on his forehead looked at Glossi, and asked in a trembling voice. The scene of the bald-headed ninja confronting Glossi just now really frightened him. You know, although the bald ninja's strength is not as good as him, it is similar, and it is also on the level of Chunin. However, the bald ninja was slapped away by the opponent. What does this show? This shows that the strength of the opponent is far above them. Could it be said that this teenage boy in front of him has the strength of an elite Chunin and even Jonin? If not, how could the other party easily fan the bald man? The result of such an inference made the man with scar all over his body, and his hair was standing straight. A 12 or 13-year-old kid with such a powerful strength is simply appalling. If it were spread to the outside world, it would surely cause an uproar, enough to shake the entire ninja world. Such a terrifying wizard, even in the entire history of ninja, there are not many. The ninja world has existed for so many years, and it is not uncommon for people to become Jonin in their teens. In history, 4 people have completed such a feat, and each of them will become a legendary existence in the future. The 4 of them are Sage of Six Paths, the legendary ancestor of the Konoha village Hyuga clan, and Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who have been in the world of Megatron Ninja for hundreds of years. The ancestors of the Sage of Six Paths and Hyuga clan, these 2 people are naturally myths and legends. One founded the ninja sect and was known as the originator of the ninja, and the other left Konoha's first wealthy family, the Hyuga clan. Advertisement. And Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, both of them, shocked the entire ninja world. They are the strongest in the history of Senju and Uchiha. One of them opened the Sage body and beat the Invincibles all over the world with a superb wood-style technique. An eternal Mangekyo blood wheel eye opened, with complete body Susanoo, is the only super strong person who can resist Senju Hashirama. Except for these 4 people, there has never been such a terrible character in the ninja world. But today, he actually met one. How can he not be terrified? What about fear? Who am I? Do you have the right to know? Glossi said in a cold voice. 3 dying people, lazy talk nonsense with you. You can't do that, the Scar man said loudly. We are the ninjas of Kushinen village. Our leader also came to Konoha village this time and wants to form an alliance with your village. If you kill us, it will definitely affect the relationship between the 2 villages. Hee. Glossi said with a smile. You think I am here to kill you, and then abandon the corpse in the wilderness? Who will know about this? You. The 3 people in Sao Ren village couldn't help Chi-Chi's face change color, and his mouth was like a dead mouse, which was extremely uncomfortable. This sentence was what they said to Hoshinoyuki just now, but now it was returned to them by Glossi intact. It was really retribution. If that's the case, let's fight to the death. Suddenly, the bald man whose face was bloody and half of his face swollen like a pig's head was slapped by Glossi and rushed towards Glossi. He held a sharp kunai in his left hand and both hands, like crazy. It's not a fight to the death, but to send you on the road. Glossi sneered. He suddenly stepped out and greeted the bald man. You die for me. The bald man swiped his hands continuously, 2 kunai intertwined into a net. Although he was desperate, he did not lose his reason. He knew that Glossi's physical skills were extremely powerful, so he adopted an offensive and defensive strategy. However, his moves fell into Glossi's eyes, but there were flaws everywhere. Glossi came to the bald man in 2 steps and slapped it again with a big slap. Broken tablet palm. He whispered in his heart. Snapped. The bald ninja took another severe hit on the face. Moreover, this time he felt as if his face had been hit by a boulder, and he seemed to have heard the crisp sound of broken bones. Puff. Half of the bald man's head sank, red blood and white brains shot out, tragically dead on the spot. Advertisement. The broken tablet palm, just like its literal meaning, is shot with 1 palm, with infinite strength, and it can smash a hard stone tablet with 1 blow, hence the name. This is a powerful outer kung fu circulated in the martial world. It does not need to be urged by internal force, and only needs to be strong enough to display it. In this life, Glossi has practiced pure physical training, which just happens to be able to exert the greatest power of this skill. At such a scene, the 2 men with scars were shocked immediately, and they didn't dare to stay here anymore, turning around and fleeing towards the depths of the forest. At this moment, there is only one thought in their hearts, and that is to escape. The farther away the better, the farther away from the demon Glossi, the better. Yes, in the hearts of 2 people, Glossi is no different from the devil. Can you escape? Glossi's eyes were cold. He raised the footwork of divine action and variety under his feet, and the whole person was like a bow and arrow from the string, chasing the man with scared swiftly. Don't come here. The scarred man saw Glossi's incredible speed, and immediately chased behind him, and immediately yelled in horror. He turned around and threw all the shurikens and kunai in his suitcase, hoping to block Glossi for a while. However, this idea of the scar man is obviously unrealistic. How exquisite is Glossi's variety of divine action, footwork. Taking 2 light steps, not only avoided all the attacks, but also grabbed a handful of kunai. Brush. Glossi flashed past the scarred man's side like lightning, sharp kunai stroked his neck lightly, and immediately cut off his throat. Plop. The scarred man fell heavily to the ground, his body twitching constantly. But soon there was no movement at all. Swipe. Glossi turned around and chased the other person. With a scream, the man lay straight on his back on the ground. A handful of kunai stuck in his heart, and blood flowed out of kunai, shockingly shocking. Chapter 79. Do you want to join us, Konoha? Within a few breaths, all the 3 ninjas in the village were killed, and Glossi killed them by thunder. Simply neat, without any muddle-headedness. At such a scene, Hoshinoyuki was stunned and shocked. The ninjas of the 3 Kushinen villages are very powerful. Everyone has the strength close to Chunin. Otherwise, it is impossible to abuse Hoshinoyuki's team. However, the three powerful people like this are as vulnerable to a blow in the hands of Glossi. What an amazing and terrifying strength this is. He should be the strongest person for the Chunin exam this time. Hoshinoyuki said in his heart, staring at Glossi unblinkingly with admiring eyes. Glossi just slapped the bald ninja's head with a trick to, broken the palm of the tablet. The palm of his hand was stained with bright red blood and pale brain, which looked terrifying. But this look fell in Hoshinoyuki's eyes, but it was full of strong manhood. How are you? Doesn't it matter? Glossi walked slowly to Hoshinoyuki's side, bent down, handed over his hand, and asked. I'm okay. Hoshinoyuki was so condescendingly watched by Glossi, she immediately felt a hot glow on her face and was embarrassed. There were 2 red clouds on her white cheeks, which made her look particularly moving. In addition, the clothes on her body were torn, and large areas of white skin were exposed, which gave Glossi a strong visual impact. At this moment, Glossi actually noticed that his body had a primitive instinctive reaction. Since Glossi was standing there, Hoshinoyuki sat slumped on the ground, and his eyes touched the part of Glossi's lower body. Hoshinoyuki actually swelled up at the place where Glossi had seen him, and immediately blushed with shame, even the snow-white jade neck was dyed red. I'm sorry. Glossi also knew that he had lost his temper, he quickly turned around and said embarrassingly. No. It doesn't matter. Hoshinoyuki said shyly. Her voice is very weak, and people can't help but have a strong desire to protect her. Wait a moment. Gullo settled, and cast his gaze on the 3 corpses in Kanan village lying on the ground. He jumped over, took off the shirt of the bald man, and then returned to Hoshinoyuki. You put this on first, Glossi said, passing the clothes over. Thank you. Hoshinoyuki blushed and took the clothes and said gratefully. Thank you for saving me. What is your name? Advertisement. My name is Rock Lee. Glossi said in thought for a moment. How about you? He already knew the other party's name, but at this time he deliberately pretended to be stupid. My name is Hoshinoyuki. Hoshinoyuki said shyly. Hoshinoyuki. Good name. Glossi smiled and said. Thank you. A hint of joy flashed in Hoshinoyuki's eyes. Rock Lee, are you a ninja in Konoha village? She asked, looking at the forehead protector on Glossi's forehead. Well, this is Genin from Konoha village. How about you? Glossi nodded and asked. I'm Genin from Hoshinin village. Hoshinoyuki said. Star Ninja Village? Glossi asked curiously. It's a small village. Hoshinoyuki explained. You haven't heard of it. It's normal. Oh, Glossi nodded. In fact, as Hoshinoyuki said, except for the Fire Country Konoha Village, the Wind Country Sand Shinobi Village, the Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village, the Water Country Kurigakure, the Soil Country Rock Shinobi Village, as well as Rain Shinobi Village, Takanen Village except for a few more powerful forces such as Saoren Village, Glossi really didn't know anything about other villages. In fact, the ninja continent is extremely vast and endless. In addition to the 5 major countries and a few more powerful forces, there are many small forces and villages. Even the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village cannot fully know it. What's more, outside the ninja continent, there is a vast ocean that no one has ever visited before. Outside the sea, whether there are other lands, or large islands, whether there are other humans, or even a cultivation system that is completely different from the ninja, no one knows. Your 2 companions, Glossi said. They all died in battle. Hoshinoyuki's eyes flushed suddenly, and 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes, like pear blossoms with rain. They had a chance to escape, but they fought desperately to save me, and they all died in the end. Don't be sad, everything will pass. Glossi looked at the crying Hoshinoyuki, and an indescribable emotion immediately surged in his heart. He knelt down and stretched out his hand to hug Hoshinoyuki into his arms. Hoshinoyuki was like a child who had been away from home suddenly reunited with his relatives. She threw herself into Glossi's arms and burst into tears. Glossi was at a loss for a while. He had been single for more than 1,000 years in his previous life, and he had never been close to a female. Naturally, he didn't know how to comfort Hoshinoyuki. In desperation, he could only hold Hoshinoyuki in his arms and pat her shoulder gently with his hand. Advertisement. I don't know how long it took, Hoshinoyuki's cries gradually subsided. Her shoulders twitched constantly, and her face was full of tears, which made me feel pity. Okay, it's okay. Glossi said blankly, looking at Hoshinoyuki's rainy face. The clothes on his chest were wet with tears, but he didn't care. I'm sorry, Hoshinoyuki said softly with a flushed face. What do you do next? Glossi felt that the atmosphere between the 2 was a little awkward, but he didn't know how to deal with it, so he changed the subject. I don't know. Hoshinoyuki shook his head and said. Both of them died, leaving me alone. Even if I go back to the village, my fate will definitely be very miserable. How do you say this? Glossi frowned. My 2 companions, one is the grandson of Lord Star Shadow, and the other is the grandson of the Great Elder. Hoshinoyuki said. Both of them are dead, and I am the only one who is still alive. They will definitely suspect that I am a spy and use various methods to get rid of me. Yeah, Glossi nodded. Hoshino's worry is not without reason. In the 3-person team, 2 strong men died, but the weakest man returned alive. Anyone would be suspicious. Do you want to join us in Konoha village? Glossi asked suddenly with a move in his heart. Of course I do. But, Hoshinoyuki said loudly with surprise and joy. However, the light in her eyes soon dimmed. Konoha village, the largest force in the shinobi world today, is it so easy to join? You don't need to worry, Glossi said. As long as you are willing to join us Konoha, I will let you get what you want. Not only that, I can also find you a jonin as a teacher. At this moment, he thought of Mitarashi Anko. It seems that Mitarashi Anko has not yet accepted disciples. If Hoshinoyuki could follow her, it would be perfect. Chapter 80 starting from today, you are my woman. Really? Is it really okay? Hoshinoyuki looked at Glossi without blinking, with big beautiful eyes open, overjoyed. For her, happiness came too suddenly. Konoha village, that is the #1 power in the ninja world today, extremely powerful and powerful. She is just a little genin who came out of Sharingan village. If she could join Konoha, she would be ascended to the sky in one step. What's more, Glossi promised to find her a jonin as a teacher. Of course you can. Glossi looked at Hoshinoyuki's pretty cheeks that were full of joy and blossomed like pear blossoms, and his heart was full of pride. Thank you. Hoshinoyuki naturally felt the scorching look in Glossi's eyes, and couldn't help feeling hot on her face. At this moment, she seemed to understand why the other party would be so good to herself. You're welcome. Glossi retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice. As soon as the exam in the Death Forest is over, I will take you to see the chief examiner and ask her to accept you as a disciple. Examiner sir, Hoshinoyuki said in surprise. Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner of the second exam, had a weird personality and a grumpy temper, but Hoshinoyuki had witnessed his great strength. If she can really worship her as she wishes, it will be her great luck. Yes, the relationship between me and her is very good. Glossi nodded and said, don't worry too much. Under normal circumstances, she won't refuse me. Yeah, Hoshinoyuki nodded obediently. She put on the dress, and then slowly got up from the ground. She has a very good figure. Although she is not too old, she has already begun to develop. Compared with her peers, she has some different charms. Moreover, there is always a pitiful and weak expression on her face, which makes people feel good about it. Are you going to the central tower alone, or am I sending you too? Glossi asked. It's fine for me to go alone. Hoshinoyuki whispered. I have lost my qualifications for the game, and the scrolls on my body have also been taken away. I believe that no one will be interested in me anymore. Yeah, you must be careful alone. Glossi said. Hoshinoyuki's current situation is indeed similar to what she said herself, and there is almost no place to attract others' attention. Moreover, the best scum like the previous 3 genin from Grass Ninja Village is rare. Advertisement. After all, the vast majority of candidates are rushing to win the qualifications to be promoted to Chunin. You must also be careful, Hoshinoyuki said, and suddenly stepped up to Glossi, and printed his soft and moist lips on Glossi's. Thank you for saving me. From today onwards, I Hoshinoyuki will be your woman, and I will not regret it until I die. Hoshinoyuki said with a red glow on her face and a voice that was not louder than a mosquito. You, what are you talking about? Glossi stood there stupidly, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. For the first time in his life, he kissed a girl, so close. From today, I Hoshinoyuki is your Rock Lee woman. Hoshinoyuki suddenly said loudly as if she had made a difficult decision. If you want me, you can come to me anytime. You don't have to be like this, Glossi said. I didn't save you to covet your gratitude. Rock Lee, I didn't make such a decision to repay me. Hoshinoyuki looked at Glossi bravely and said, I like you, so, I will be your woman. You. Glossi's head was blank. Rock Lee, I know that a strong man like you will be surrounded by countless stunning beauties in the future. Hoshinoyuki said, my Hoshinoyuki came from a humble background, and even the place to settle down in the future is provided for me by you. I don't ask for any status, as long as you don't dislike me and let me stay by your side forever, I will be content. NS. I'm leaving. You must also pay attention to safety. Hoshinoyuki said with a sweet smile at Glossi. Then, she turned gently, and walked towards the central tower with light steps. Hoshinoyuki, you wait. Looking at Hoshinoyuki's bleak back who turned away alone, Glossi felt a pain in his heart. He suddenly spoke and shouted at Hoshinoyuki. What's the matter? Hoshinoyuki's body trembled abruptly. She stopped, turned her head, and asked. Brush. Glossi turned into a stream of light and came to Hoshinoyuki in a flash, and took it into his arms as soon as he stretched out his hand. He hugged Hoshinoyuki tightly, put his mouth into the back of Hoshinoyuki's neck, and greedily smelled the faint fragrance from his long hair. You, what's wrong with you? Hoshinoyuki said in a happy, shy, and soft voice. Advertisement. You are waiting for me in the central tower, I will make peace with you as quickly as possible, Glossi whispered. Also, from today, you are my Rock Lee woman. He said in a domineering tone. I know. Hoshinoyuki's eyes burst into tears of excitement, and she kept nodding vigorously. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the whole world. Go, I'll be there later. Glossi took a deep breath, pushed Hoshinoyuki reluctantly from his arms, and said. I'll wait for you, Hoshinoyuki said softly. Is this what a woman feels like? It's really wonderful. Glossi said to himself, looking at Hoshinoyuki's distant figure. I have lived for more than 1,000 years in my previous life. As the god of war standing at the top of the martial arts world, as long as I nod my head, there will be countless women waiting in line. But I have always been addicted to martial arts. Yes, the woman dismissed it. Hey. He stood quietly for a while, revolving the martial arts mentality in his body, and soon calmed the waves in his heart. His heart became calm again. On the battlefield, the most taboo thing is distraction. Although Glossi was conceded that he was invincible in the Death Forest except Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, he did not dare to be overly careless. In history, there are many examples of neglecting Jingzhou and overturning ships in the gutter. He doesn't want to trouble himself. Woo! Glossi's figure stretched, flying across the air like a big bird spreading its wings, and stepped on the trunk of the tree under his feet and quickly moved in the other direction. He had agreed with Hyuga Neji to meet there. Huh, who's fighting in front of you? What a strong murderous aura. Glossi walked forward for about 2 miles, suddenly stopped and frowned. Chapter 81 The Terrible Gaara. Where did I feel this strong murderous aura? Glossi murmured. It's him. Gaara. Glossi shot 2 brilliant lights in his eyes. Gaara, among the candidates for this exam, is definitely a super alternative. Because the murderous aura on him is too heavy, even the average elite Chunin is far from being able to compare with him. Glossi was very interested in Gaara, and wanted to know how Gaara spent his childhood, and what kind of cruel and cold-blooded teacher was able to turn him into what he is now. You know, Gaara is only a teenager this year, similar to the age of Uzumaki Naruto and others. However, the murderous aura emanating from him was too terrifying. Compared with him, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the flowers in the greenhouse and cannot stand any wind and rain. The murderous aura exuded by Gaara is extremely heavy, but the opponent's strength seems to be very strong. Soon, Glossi felt another powerful aura and was facing Gaara tit for tat. Glossi's eyes flashed, and he stepped on the Yulu Fu Feng step, under his feet, quietly approaching the front. Last time, he was sensed by Gaara with sand, and this time he will naturally not make the same mistake again. Soon, Glossi saw Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari in a large open space in front of the 3 Rain Shinobi Village genin with hats on their heads. The 3 people in Rain Shinobi Village are not young anymore, at least 15 or 6 years old. And their leader is almost 20 years old. His figure is very tall, more than 1.8 meters, and a scar on his right eye is more than 10 centimeters long from the eye to the chin, which makes him look full of fierce temperament. They are all carrying wooden umbrellas behind them, not knowing whether it is their weapon or because their village often rains and they do it habitually. He, the kid in Sand Shinobi Village dared to take the initiative to provoke us. Are you tired of living? Genin from Rain Shinobi Village sneered and asked disdainfully. They are very confident of their own strength and don't pay attention to the 3 little ghosts of Sand Shinobi Village opposite. Gaara opened a pair of big black eyes, looked at the 3 people in Rain Shinobi Village faintly, without saying a word. Kankuro and Temari didn't care at all. Who knows Gaara's terrifying power better than them? They even suspected that if Gaara went crazy, he could kill all the people who took the Chunin exam this time. Hey, the kids of Sand Shinobi Village, you must be careful when choosing your opponents. Otherwise, you will die. The tallest man among the 3 of Rain Shinobi Village said coldly, seeming to be caught by Gaara. The indifferent attitude of the 3 angered. Advertisement. Stop talking nonsense, do it now, uncles of Rain Shinobi Village. Finally, Gaara spoke. His voice is very flat, but it contains strong self-confidence, and he doesn't pay attention to the other party at all. It seemed that the opponent was not the strong old fried dough stick who took the Chunin exam several times, but a group of poor ghosts who had just graduated from ninja school and could knead at will. Little devil in Sand Shinobi Village, are you looking for death? The tall man's face immediately turned ugly, and he said sternly. Their strength is indeed very strong, they already possess the strength of Chunin, but they are not qualified for various reasons. For them, age is the biggest taboo. Which person is the scroll? Kankuro said suddenly. Gaara, you should figure out the situation before you do it. If they have exactly the same scrolls as ours, there is no need to fight. It doesn't matter if it's a scroll or something, Gaara said slowly. I just want to kill all the people I saw, nothing more. Quote. When Kankuro heard Gaara's words, he knew immediately that the killing intent in his heart could no longer be controlled. He closed his mouth obediently, unwilling to touch the mold. Cut. The tall ninja in Rain Shinobi Village said with disdain. Since you 3 brats want to die so much, then I'm not welcome. While speaking, he grabbed the 5 wooden umbrellas on his back with both hands, then suddenly opened them all at once and threw them into the sky forcefully. Ha. The 5 wooden umbrellas seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and flew to a height of more than 10 meters in the sky. Then, 5 wooden umbrellas faced Gaara away, and the bitter murderous aura instantly spread. This is. Such a scene immediately surprised both Kankuro and Temari. They all know that they have missed their eyes. The 3 Rain Shinobi Village genins on the opposite side are very strong, not without the power of a battle. This should be the ninjutsu unique to Rain Shinobi Village. Glossi said to himself, looking up at the 5 wooden umbrellas in the sky. Uncle Rain Shinobi Village, I hope you are better and help me force Gaara's true strength. Go to hell, little devil. The tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village made a seal with both hands and shouted sharply. Forbearance. Like the rain. Advertisement. Wow. With the eruption of the tall ninja chakra in Rain Shinobi Village, the 5 wooden umbrellas in the sky suddenly revolved. Numerous finger-length steel needles were thrown away from the wooden umbrella, and they were densely packed, covering every corner of the sky in an instant. It's really strong. Gaara, how would you deal with it? Glossi stared at the dense steel needles in the sky without blinking, and said silently in his heart. He knew that these steels were all controlled by the tall ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village with chakra, and there were no dead ends. Even if he meets, it is difficult to deal with. Take it. The kid of Sand Shinobi Village. The tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village shouted sharply. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In an instant, the sky was like a torrential rain, and countless steel needles were like locusts, crowding every corner of the sky, and instantly obliterating Gaara. Uncle Rain Shinobi Village, don't you only have this ability? Facing the stormy onslaught, Gaara still looked cold and arrogant. Boom. The big gourd lid on Gaara's back bounced suddenly, and a lot of sand poured out from it. The sand was like a soul, and it instantly condensed into an oval sphere, protecting Gaara inside. All those steel needles hit the oval sphere made of sand, and none of them hit the target. What a great ninjutsu. Glossi could only see his heart beat. Gaara's abilities are too powerful, and his manipulation of the sand is subtle. He didn't even move, and the sand automatically launched a defense to block the steel needle from the 360-degree lacing, which was unsolvable. Chapter 82 Sand Shinobi Shira Gaara. How is this possible? He didn't even hit one, he was unharmed. The tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village widened his eyes and couldn't believe it. He had killed many powerful enemies with this trick, but he had never thought that someone would crack them so easily. Is this really something Genin can do? That's it, uncle, Gaara said coldly. Damn it, don't you dare to underestimate me. The tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village roared, and his hands were sealed again. Hey, 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 countless rain of steel needles shot down from the sky again. However, Gaara's sand automatically defended, blocking all the steel needles. The two are not of the same level at all. Glossi shook his head and said with a sigh. At the same time, he was also very shocked by Gaara's strength. Gaara's ability to control the sand is too troublesome, it can be automatically defended, and it is difficult to break through. Is this your 1,000-needle rain? It looks nothing but that. Gaara said sternly. Since you don't have any means, then it's my time. I'll let it rain here. His voice was cold and scary, murderous, as if it came from the Juyu hell. This makes people extremely suspicious that he is not a teenage boy at all, but a battle-tested executioner who kills countless people. At this moment, all 3 people in Rain Shinobi Village changed their complexions. They looked at Gaara, who was full of murderous intent, and felt a huge crisis. The little ghosts of Sand Shinobi Village are too powerful, and their absolute strength can crush them. I used a sand wall to block my attack. The tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village hissed. Yes, this is an absolute defense made of sand. Konkuro said triumphantly. Gaara controls the sand in the gourd, and then fixes it with a huge chakra for its own defense. This is Gaara's unique ninjutsu. Moreover, this ninjutsu has nothing to do with Gaara's consciousness, it was launched by sand on its own. In other words, all attacks are ineffective against Gaara. As Konkuro spoke, the oval sphere surrounding Gaara's body began to disintegrate, turning back into loose sand. Those steel pins fell to the ground, looking bleak. Damn it, the tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village roared. It's nothing to do with your trash, Gaara. Tamari chuckled disdainfully. Don't underestimate people. The tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village roared, and the probing hand took out 2 kunai from the bag behind him, and quickly rushed towards Gaara. Gaara showed a hideous smile on his face. He slowly brought his hands together, then pointed his right hand at the tall ninja in Rain Shinobi Village, and shouted, Sandbound Scorpion. In an instant, the sand under the feet of the tall ninja in Rain Shinobi Village condensed into a big khaki hand. This big khaki hand was like a lion majesty, and it trapped him firmly in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a large amount of sand on the ground leapt into the sky, firmly attached to the tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village. These sands are like eggshells, trapping them tightly, leaving only one head outside. It's so strong. Glossi's eyes shone sharply, shocked. Advertisement. Ah, I can't move. The tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village yelled in horror. At this time, he was extremely frightened, and seemed to have met his miserable end. And those 2 Rain Shinobi Village genin who watched the game were even more terrified, and they couldn't help trembling, like the end of the world. Shoo, 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 shoo. At this time, 5 wooden umbrellas that had lost chakra's control in the sky fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Gaara walked over slowly and opened one of the wooden umbrellas, covering her body. What do you want to do? The tall ninja of Rain Shinobi Village shouted in horror. Although I can tell you to shut up before I kill you, I think it's too cruel. He said slowly. He held a wooden umbrella with his left hand, and his right hand slowly stretched out, holding it high into the air. Following the movement of his right hand, the sand that trapped the tall ninja like an egg in Rain Shinobi Village also rose into the sky, reaching the sky of 6 or 7 meters. This guy. Glossi looked at Gaara unblinkingly, her eyes very complicated. Sandfall funeral. Gaara's right hand slammed into a fist and said in a deep voice. Puff, puff, puff. At this time, something frightening happened. The sand that trapped the tall ninja in Rain Shinobi Village like an egg, suddenly became as sharp as a sword and pierced into his body fiercely. In an instant, the rain of blood flew, and the bloody sand splashed everywhere. Countless bloody sands flew down from the sky, like a rain of blood. Ah, ah, the two genins of Rain Shinobi village were scared of their souls, and their souls were gone, and their bodies were covered with bloody sand. They looked at Gaara's eyes as if they were looking at a demon who was eating people. Well, my blood rain is not bad, right? Gaara held a wooden umbrella with her left hand, blocking the blood rain falling from the sky. He smiled sternly at the two of them, and said, "He died without any pain. Because I am strong enough to save him from suffering. When the blood of the deceased is mixed into the rolling quicksand, Shiro will gain even more powerful strength." His voice was calm, it didn't seem like he had just killed someone. It was as if he was not killing a person, but just a chicken and a dog. Real. I gave it to you. Please, please let us go, let us go. A man hurriedly took out the scroll from his suitcase, knelt on the ground, and kept begging. Gaara didn't speak, but shook her hand and threw the wooden umbrella aside. He raised his hands flat and aimed at the two people in Rain Shinobi village. Advertisement. Immediately, the yellow sand on the ground turned into big khaki hands, trapping the two people there tightly. Soon, the tragedy was staged again. Good luck, it happens to be the scroll of the Book of Heaven. Kankuro walked over and picked up the scroll on the ground, and said with a smile. He had already become accustomed to Gaara's behavior just now, and he didn't feel scared. Well, let's go straight to the central tower. Tamari also breathed a sigh of relief and said. Shut up, Gaara said sternly. I'm still not enjoyable. His gaze suddenly glanced into the dense grass not far away, revealing murderous intentions. Yes, Ino Shikacho and the others. Glossi was taken aback for a moment, and then he found 3 people hiding there, shaking their bodies. I have to say that these 3 people hide extremely well, and even Glossi didn't notice their existence. However, Gaara can be sensed through the sand. Enough, Gaara, Kankuro persuaded. Are you scared, coward? Gaara's eyes were cold, and she was not at all polite. If you are scared, just get away from me. Dare to hinder me and kill you. You. Kankuro closed his mouth immediately, not daring to say more. He knew that once Gaara's killing intent surged, the 6 relatives would deny it. You 3 little mice, I'll save your lives. Gaara stretched out his hand in the direction of Ino Shikacho and said coldly. Hey, Glossi sighed. He knew that if he didn't make a move, those 3 wastes would be dead. Boom. A strong breath immediately radiated from Glossi, rushing towards Gaara quickly. Who? Gaara was taken aback. He never thought that there was such a powerful figure lurking in the dark, but he hadn't noticed it. Gaara, we meet again. Glossi jumped down from the tree and said to Gaara. It's you. Gaara's eyes flashed with excitement. Haha, you came just right, let me kill you soon. I'm sorry, I don't want to fight with you yet, Glossi said. It's up to you. Gaara waved his right hand, and the yellow sand on the ground immediately condensed into 3 big khaki hands, rushing toward Glossi eagerly. In the next exam, we will have another decision. Glossi said. Under his feet, he took the magical footwork of sweeping changes, evading the attack of 3 big khaki hands in a row. Then, he flashed away and disappeared. Chapter 83 Convergence. This person's body is so fast that he can escape the attack of Gaara's 3 sand arms. Kankuro was taken aback and said in disbelief. In his impression, he had never seen anyone avoid Gaara's attack except for a Jonin-level master. This person's physical skills are so strong. Tamari also exclaimed. Naturally, she could tell from her eyesight that Glossi's evasion was done solely by the power of the flesh, without using any abilities. This is the first time she has seen someone with such a powerful physical skill. It is because he is very strong that it is interesting to kill. He. Gaara opened a pair of dark panda eyes looking in the direction where Glossi disappeared, and let out a series of creepy sneers. Wow. With a sound, a piece of yellow sand flew out of the big gourd behind Gaara, and the yellow sand quickly gathered together and turned into a wooden pier, floating in the air. Gaara jumped up, and then drove her volley to chase in Glossi's direction. Gaara. No. Kankuro was taken aback when he saw this, and hurriedly shouted. If you chase the enemy, then the 2 of us will become very dangerous. If we die, you will also be disqualified for the exam. Shut up. The scum is not qualified to point fingers at me. Gaara paused, looking at Kankuro with cold eyes, and said. You die when you die, what to do with me? All I think about now is to kill that guy. He makes me very excited. Crazy light gleamed in his eyes, and the killing intent was constantly surging, making people horrified. With his appearance, even his 2 companions were secretly frightened and inexplicably frightened, ready to take action at any time. Gaara, give me enough. Tamari didn't dare to let Kankuro keep irritating Gaara by himself, for fear that Gaara would kill him in anger. Although she was also terrified in her heart, she had to bite the bullet and stand up. Can't you just listen to my sister once? She said crisply. I never regarded you as relatives. Gaara said sternly. If you dare to hinder me, kill. Gaara's eyes were cold, and her voice was flat, as if she was talking homely. However, the murderous intent in his voice made Tamari and Kankuro shudder. Once Gaara goes mad, the 6 relatives will not recognize him, and even his closest person will be killed. It is said that the person closest to Sand Shinobi village and Gaara was killed by Gaara himself. Gaara, have you forgotten the tasks assigned in the village? Tamari was cold as seen by Gaara, like an ice cellar, but she still said loudly. If you hinder the execution of the task, even you will definitely be punished. Advertisement. Task. When Gaara heard the word, task, the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly disappeared a lot. The mission is paramount to ninjas, even more important than their lives. Even if it is as brutal as Gaara, the mission concept is deeply imprinted in his mind. Okay, I see. Gaara flew back on the sand, jumped to the ground, and nodded. Go, let's go to the central tower to hand in tasks. Okay. Tamari and Konkoro looked at each other, and both saw relief in each other's eyes. The three little mice escaped very quickly. Fortunately for you guys, hee hee hee. Gaara glanced at the place where Inoshika Cho had been hiding not long ago, and sneered. Lee, you are too slow. When Glossi arrived at the agreed assembly location, Hyuga Neji and Tenten had been waiting there for a long time. Tenten said dissatisfiedly at Glossi. Sorry, I ran into some trouble on the road. Glossi smiled and said. Oh, what's the trouble? Hyuga Neji blinked and asked. He now understands some of Glossi's strengths and knows that the opponent is very powerful. Since the opponent said that he was in trouble, he must have encountered a strong enemy. The three guys in Sand Shinobi Village. Glossi glanced at Hyuga Neji and said. He keenly observed that Hyuga Neji's clothes were as clean as new, not even a tiny bit of dust. Gaara of Sand Falls. Hyuga Neji was taken aback and asked loudly. Do you know him? Glossi asked in surprise. How could I not know? Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. He once performed a B-level mission as a genin and returned unharmed. How could I not care about such a terrible guy? Furthermore, he is also the biological son of Lord Sand Shinobi Village 4th Kazekage, Land of Wind. Tenten added. He is 4th Kazekage's son. Glossi was surprised. According to common sense, Gaara's status is so noble, there is no reason why it would be like this. Advertisement. It's not just him, but Konkoro and Gaara in his group are also 4th Kazekage's children. Hyuga Neji said, if my estimate is good, their team should be the strongest team to take the Chunin exam. I don't deny that they are very strong. However, if you say that they are the strongest team, then I can't remain silent. Glossi smiled and said, if they are the strongest, what are we? Ha ha ha. That said, Hyuga Neji laughed. As the most watched rookie star of the previous year, he inherited the best blood of the Hyuga family. He has a high self-esteem and believes that no genin is his opponent. And now, as Glossi showed his strength step by step, the invasion had to keep pace with or even surpass him, which gave him a sense of crisis and a sense of security at the same time. He believes that as long as he and Glossi join forces, no matter what kind of enemy they encounter, they can easily win. By the way, Neji, did you get the scroll? Glossi asked with a smile. It's already done, Tenten said proudly as he took out the 2 scrolls from his suitcase. Shortly after you left us, we met the 3 genins of Kurigakure. Their strength was too weak. Neji solved them within 10 moves. Sure enough, it's amazing, Glossi said. Lee, did you fight the 3 guys from Sand Shinobi Village? Hyuga Neji asked suddenly. Fight, and seriously injured. Glossi said after a moment of thought. His left arm was injured by Orochimaru, and he was stabbed in the chest. He couldn't hide it from him. It would be better to take this opportunity and push to Gaara. Are you injured? Hyuga Neji said in surprise. Byakugan. His hands were sealed, and blue veins appeared on his delicate and white face, and his eyes became absolutely white, which made people uncomfortable. This is Byakugan that shakes the world at the Hyuga family. You hurt so badly, Hyuga Neji said in amazement.
3GT Chapter 84. Well, you kneel down and apprentice. Byakugan's insight is extremely powerful, and he can see the contents directly through the surface of the human body. Hyuga Neji clearly saw that Glossi's left shoulder position had been misplaced by a powerful blow. Although it is reconnected now, it is still unavailable for a short time. The wound on Glossi's chest was even more frightening. A blood hole as thick as a thumb penetrated from the chest to the back, shocking. The 3 guys in Sand Shinobi Village are really so powerful, Hyuga Neji muttered with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, he really felt a strong pressure. Actually, you don't have to worry too much, Glossi smiled and said. The 3 of them joined forces to besiege me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injured so badly. That's it. Hyuga Neji breathed a sigh of relief. You're hurt so badly, don't take any shots in the next time. The next test is a single-player match. I hope you can get better as soon as possible. Yeah. Glossi nodded. His established goal in the Death Forest has been achieved, he has seen various ninjutsu, and he has confidence in his heart, and he does not need to continue to test. Lee, are you seriously injured? Where is the injury? Tenten walked over and asked concerned. Since the last time she accidentally discovered that Glossi was practicing, and the 2 of them agreed to keep a secret, she felt that the relationship between herself and Gullos was much closer. My left shoulder was interrupted, Glossi said. You don't have to worry, it's no big deal. Your left shoulder is broken. Tenten was taken aback. Hurry up and take off your clothes and let me see. No need it. Glossi felt a little embarrassed. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Tenten said harshly. Bone is broken. If it is not connected correctly, it is likely to cause permanent disability, you know. Glossi was speechless. In his previous life, he was the supreme god of war, and his exploration of the mystery of the human body reached an ultimate. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a pervert training system like physical training. How can he not know such basic common sense? Hurry up and take off your clothes and let me see, Tenten urged again. Lee, take your clothes off quickly. Tenten doesn't care about a girl. What are you tweaking as a man? At this time, Hyuga Neji next to him couldn't stand it anymore and said teasingly. Neji, shut up your mouth, don't talk nonsense. Tenten's face flushed suddenly, gave Hyuga Neji a fierce look, and said loudly. Why are you still there? Take it off quickly, she yelled at Glossi again. Advertisement, oh. Gullos nodded his head and whispered. Glossi looks like a poor girl who is about to be R********d, and Tenten is a villain who is about to R*******. Haha, Hyuga Neji laughed. I'll walk around and come back later. As he walked, he looked at Glossi and Tenten with ambiguous eyes. Neji, you be ****************, Tenten shivered with anger. Blame you? Tenten had nothing to do with Hyuga Neji, so he spread his anger on Glossi. She put her soft and white hand on Glossi's waist and screwed it down fiercely. Ah, what are you doing? Glossi said in pain. He glared at Tenten. Huh. Tenten raised his lips, like a proud white swan. She ignored Glossi's angry eyes and set her gaze on Glossi's exposed left shoulder. You hurt so badly? Tenten looked carefully for a while and said in shock. You are not misaligned with your bones, you are directly interrupted. Well, it was forcibly interrupted, Glossi said. Orochimaru is a cage-level powerhouse standing at the apex of the entire ninja world. Is his punch not trivial? Until now, Glossi is still grateful that he can escape from Orochimaru's hands. Did you take it up by yourself? The technique is so neat. Tenten stroked Glossi's left shoulder with his hand, and said in surprise. Lee, I really can't see it. You still know some self-help medical skills and knowledge. Know a little bit, Glossi said with a trembling voice. At this moment, Glossi only felt a weak, boneless hand rubbing against his shoulder. The tactile sensation was so wonderful, he felt like he was flying into the sky like clouds and fog. Don't you know a little bit? Tenten suddenly brought his beautiful face to Glossi, looked at him intently, and said. You have a very professional way of connecting bones. Even if you let the medical class in the village do it, I am afraid it will not reach this level. Say, where did you learn it from? Tenten asked, looking at Glossi unblinkingly with big beautiful eyes. Glossi's head went blank. Tenten's cheeks were white and tender, with a moving appearance. At this time, he was so close to Glossi, he could clearly see his red lips and soft lips, and smell the faint aroma of his body, which made him fascinated. Is this the fragrance of the legendary virgin? He muttered in his heart. Advertisement, hey. What are you looking at? Tenten was a little hairy by Glossi's fiery eyes, and the little hand still on Glossi's shoulder twisted hard. Ah! Glossi screamed. The fascinating thoughts in his heart disappeared without a trace. What are you doing? He said angrily. I ask you, who did you learn those skills from? Tenten asked again. Huh. I won't tell you, Glossi said angrily. You have to tell me. Tenten put his mouth close to Glossi's ear and whispered. This is the secret between the two of us. Otherwise, I will. What will happen to you? Glossi asked. I will tell Mr. Guy your secret. Tenten said triumphantly. You dare to learn other people's skills behind Teacher Guy. Teacher Guy will be very angry when he knows. At that time, you can just. You. Glossi was helpless. He wasn't worried about Tenten telling Might Guy. What he was worried about was Tenten telling others about it. If it attracts the attention of some people in the village, his trouble will be great. Tell me. Tenten said triumphantly. Tenten, I can't tell you from whom I learned my skills, but. Glossi said slowly. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Really? Tenten heard the words, eyes flashing with excitement. As long as you want to learn, Glossi said. I learn, Tenten said excitedly. Well, let's kneel down and apprentice, Glossi said with a smile. Chapter 85. Approaching the tower, WH. What, you want me to kneel down to apprentice? Tenten's eyes widened, staring at Glossi without blinking, and said dissatisfiedly. You know, even in the face of Might Guy, she has never knelt down, because there is no such etiquette for apprenticeship in the ninja world. In fact, in this ninja world, they will not bow down to anyone except their parents and the highest leader in the village. And now, Glossi actually made her kneel and salute. How could Tenten not be surprised and angry? Not bad, Glossi said lightly. Why? Tenten raised his lips and said in dissatisfaction. It's up to you to learn my skills, Glossi said. Kneel or not, you decide for yourself. If I don't kneel, won't you teach me the skills? Tenten blinked and said slyly. Do you believe it or not, I will tell Mr. Guy your little secrets now? Tenten, Glossi said solemnly. Whether you kneel or not, I will teach you some skills, but what? Tenten asked. But whether I will try my best to teach you, it's not necessarily, Glossi said. You. Tenten suddenly became angry. She has only one purpose, and that is to learn skills from Glossi. What's the point if Glossi doesn't try his best to teach her? However, she was unwilling to make her kneel on the ground to perform a teacher worship ceremony. After all, from birth to now, she has only kneeled by her own parents. You kneel to me, and I will try my best to teach you what I know, Glossi continued. Whether it is physical skill, medical skill, or hidden weapon technique. Wait, what did you just say? Suddenly, Tenten grabbed Glossi's hand and interrupted him. Do you still have a hidden weapon technique? I know a lot of hidden weapon techniques. Glossi said lightly. I dare to assure you that every hidden weapon technique is something you have never seen before, and its power is dozens of times stronger than those you have learned now. Huh. Who can't brag? Tenten blinked and said, now you show me a hidden weapon, let me see if you are talking big. Advertisement, I'm afraid it won't work now. Glossi smiled and said, after this Chunin exam, you can come to me again. At that time, I will let you know what a real hidden weapon technique is. Okay, then we're settled. Tenten nodded. Retractable oath, she stretched out her small white hand. A word is settled. Glossi hooked Tenten's white fingers for the second time. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Tenten was extremely beautiful and very moving. Ahem. Suddenly, a soft cough came from the side. It turned out that Hyuga Neji was back. Tenten couldn't help but flushed, and quickly retracted her little hand. She turned her gaze aside, not daring to see Hyuga Neji, let alone Glossi. In fact, she didn't have any special feelings for Glossi. However, after Hyuga Neji's two cues, she herself felt that something was wrong. She seems to be too close to Glossi. What's the matter? Something. Glossi put on his clothes, looked at Hyuga Neji, and said. It's getting dark, let's go to the tower now, Hyuga Neji said. Okay. Glossi nodded. He looked up at the sky. The twilight had already arrived, the darkness in the death forest. His vision was greatly hindered. Why do you have to wait until dark before you act? Tenten asked in a puzzled way, having returned to normal at this time. Because only when it gets dark, we can more easily avoid a large number of enemies in front of us. Glossi smiled and said. Right, Neji? Hyuga Neji gave Glossi a deep look and nodded. Let's go, we said as we walked. At the moment, Hyuga Neji was at the front, Glossi and Tenten were behind, and the three of them ran towards the central tower in a pin formation. What is going on? Tenten asked again. Tenten, let me ask you, what is the common goal of all candidates? Glossi didn't answer directly, but asked rhetorically. It should be the tall tower in the middle of the forest. Tenten thought for a while and said. That's it, Glossi said. Have you ever thought that in the last day or two of the exam, everyone will rush towards the tower, so. Advertisement, so, the easiest place to collect the scrolls is near the tower. Tenten is not stupid, being mentioned by Glossi, he immediately understood. If I'm not wrong, every way to the tower now has many enemies ambushing. Glossi said. What we need to do now is to find the path with the least enemies, and then rush into the tower to obtain the qualifications for the exam. And it's up to Neji's eyes, he said with a smile. Leave it to me. Hyuga Neji said. In that case, aren't there many enemies we are about to face? Tenten said worriedly. She always thought that as long as she gathered the scrolls of the Book of Heaven and Earth and entered the tower, she would pass the exam smoothly, but she didn't expect that the real danger was still behind. Tenten, you don't have to worry about that. Glossi smiled and said. When the time comes, let Neji take the shot, and we can just stand by and watch the game. Humph. Hyuga Neji snorted coldly, without speaking. He was very dissatisfied with Glossi's irresponsible attitude, but he had said that he would not let Glossi take action before, so he couldn't say anything. Well, Lee, you were right. Tenten nodded vigorously, and said. I believe that with Neji's strength, no matter what kind of enemy you encounter, you will easily defeat them all. Hyuga Neji. The speed of the three of Glossi was very fast, and within half an hour, the wooden tower with a height of more than 50 meters appeared in front of them. Well, the distance from here to the wooden pagoda is no more than 1 kilometer. However, in this short 1 kilometer road, no less than 30 enemies have been ambushed. Hyuga Neji opened a pair of Byakugan, carefully and seriously in all directions. After observing a few times, he said. Ambush more than 30 enemies. Glossi was secretly speechless. Doesn't this mean that a half of the candidates who participated in the second exam are concentrated here, preparing to fight the autumn wind and want to kill others? Neji. Which side shall we go? Tenten asked. This way. Hyuga Neji thought for a while, pointed his finger to the front left, and said. Only 9 people ambush this road, the least number of enemies on all routes. Okay. Then go a different way. Glossi nodded and said. He just probed that direction with his powerful spirit, but he didn't find a particularly powerful aura. Chapter 86 The Strength of Hyuga Neji. Gulos and Hyuga Neji made a decision, and Tenten naturally had no objections. At the moment, the three set off lightly. Hyuga Neji walked to the front. He has a pair of Byakugan, can see the enemy on the road ahead in advance. After Glossi was responsible for the break, guarding against an enemy sneaking up from behind. Tenten walks in the middle and is responsible for responding at any time. Their speed was very fast, and they walked more than 500 meters away in a short time. Suddenly, Hyuga Neji, who was advancing rapidly, stopped and looked to the left of his body with a pair of Byakugan open. And Glossi also sensed a different kind of aura and cast his eyes to it. There, Tenten yelled softly, shaking his hands to make a cold glow. Puff, puff, puff. From a big tree not far away, a series of hidden weapons shot into the flesh immediately. Is this a centipede? It's so big. Glossi looked at the 3-meter-long worm that was nailed to the tree by the Tenten concealed weapon, and said in surprise. In the forest of Warcraft in the martial world, Glossi had seen countless monsters larger and more ferocious than this centipede. The reason why he was surprised was that he didn't expect that such a big guy would exist in this ninja world. Yeah. Hyuga Neji nodded and said, This is a large centipede unique to the death forest of Konoha village. It is extremely poisonous. As long as it is bitten by them or sprayed by poisonous gas, it will definitely die and it is very dangerous. What a big centipede, Tenten murmured, his face turned pale. So many feet, it's disgusting. Okay, let's move on. Hyuga Neji glanced at Tenten and said, Tenten, you won't be allowed to blindly shoot until you figure out the situation in the future, do you know? I see. Tenten grumbled unconvincedly. After this small episode, the three accelerated their speed, and the tower in front of them got closer and closer. 10 minutes later, they were less than 500 meters away from the tower. Stop. Hyuga Neji, who was advancing quickly, stopped suddenly and said loudly, this time, an enemy really appeared. Not only are there enemies, but they are also very troublesome enemies. Glossi smiled and said, Neji, I'll leave it to you next. I'm responsible for protecting Tenten. Shameless. Hyuga Neji whispered. You go away, who is looking for you to protect it, Tenten also said uncomfortably. She is very confident of her own strength. Although she is far behind Glossi and Hyuga Neji, there is always no problem with self-preservation. Advertisement, hey, the little ghosts in Konoha village are very sensitive, and they noticed our existence so quickly. A grim and cold voice came from a big tree in the distance. They are all pretty good, so let's play with them. Another equally indifferent voice sounded from another tree. I hope we can have fun this time, the third voice rang. Do you think they will have a complete scroll of the Book of Heaven and Earth? Just when everyone thought that all the enemies had appeared, the fourth voice appeared. Whether they have scrolls or not, just kill them. The fifth, sixth, seventh. It was like doing magic. One after another, people wrapped in black clothes and wearing rock shinobi village forehead protector on their foreheads got out of the big tree and looked at the three of Glossi with cold eyes. At a glance, the forest is full of black figures, densely packed with hundreds of people. What is this, illusion? Tenten was taken aback. In this Chunin exam, the rule is that there are groups of 3, and no one can be an exception. However, hundreds of enemies appeared in front of them, and there seemed to be no other explanation other than illusion. It's similar to illusion, but it's fundamentally different from illusion. Hyuga Neji opened a pair of Byakugan and looked around and said softly. Not an illusion, Tenten said in shock. What kind of technique is that? You two step back and let me come alone, Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. Can you be alone? Glossi blinked and said, do you need my help? The enemies hiding in the dark are very powerful, but it's a pity that they met me, Hyuga Neji said lightly. Their technique has long been seen through by me. Yeah. Glossi nodded, and stretched out his hand to pull Tenten back away. He was a little worried at first, but when he heard Hyuga Neji say, the enemy hiding in the dark, he immediately relieved. He knew that Hyuga Neji must have already discovered the enemy body hiding in the dark.
Advertisement. Lee, don't you really need to help? Tenten said worriedly.
Don't worry, Neji can't be helped by these 3 small trash fish. Glossi smiled and said. Rather than worry about Neji, you might as well focus on how Neji fought and understand the huge gap between you and him. You. Tenten got angry, glared at Glossi, and stopped talking. Cut. We are also underestimated, and there is only one person to fight, a person said in a stern voice. Let's kill this kid as quickly as possible, and let them go to hell to regret it. Ha ha ha. The hundreds of people immediately responded loudly. 5 of them, holding the shining cold kunai, quickly rushed towards Hyuga Neji from 5 different directions. Neji, be careful, Tenten yelled. Don't make a noise, stand here and watch. Glossi frowned, and suddenly reached out and pointed at an acupuncture point on Tenten's chest. Tenten immediately seemed to have been given a hold method, standing there motionless. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Neji did not put on his Konoha village's most watched rookie, but directly displayed his own stunts. His palm was so fast that he could barely see it with the naked eye, leaving only a trail of afterimages in the air. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 soft sounds, all the 5 people who rushed up were hit on their heads by Hyuga Neji, and their heads flew out. However, what is amazing is that the heads of the 5 people all fly out, but there is not even a drop of blood on their bodies. What a Hyuga Neji, his strength is not inferior to Gaara, Glossi said in admiration. What a great kid, someone secretly exclaimed. They didn't dare to neglect, and immediately ordered the hundreds of people to rush towards Hyuga Neji, wanting to kill Hyuga Neji with the crowd tactics. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Neji yelled, and slammed forward with both hands. 2 hurricanes immediately poured out frantically, and it was a single blow that directly killed more than 30 people in front of him. Brush. Hyuga Neji took a mysterious step, a secret technique passed down from generation to generation by the Hyuga clan. His body is as agile as an ape, sprinting among the hundreds of people, going straight to the hiding place of those in the dark. No. Run away. The man in the dark yelled in horror. That guy is from the Hyuga clan. He has Byakugan, and our technique has no effect on him. Chapter 87 The Harvest of Glossi. Since you are already here, let's all stay. Hyuga Neji's footwork was incredibly fast, and in an instant he crossed a distance of tens of meters and blocked the 3 rock shinobi village ninjas. We admit defeat. Bang, bang, bang. Hyuga Neji didn't bother to listen to the nonsense of the other party, and went straight up and slapped all of them to the ground. Then, he found a pair of scrolls of the Book of Heaven and Earth from the opponent. These bastards, Hyuga Neji kicked the three of them fiercely, and then walked in the direction of Glossi. Did you finish it? Glossi smiled at Tenten and said, now you know how far you are from the best genin? While talking, he stretched his hand to Tenten's chest and unlocked Tenten's acupuncture points. Why do you even know the acupuncture technique of the Hyuga family? Tenten ignored what Glossi had just said. In her impression, this acupuncture technique seems to be the secret of the Hyuga family, and it can only be performed by those who have Byakugan. How could Glossi be? Shish. This is the secret between us. Glossi said with a mysterious smile. If you want to learn, you can come to me after the Chunin exam. Is this true? Tenten's heart suddenly throbbed violently. She knows that Hyuga Neji is strong, largely because it inherits the excellent blood of the Hyuga clan, has Byakugan and the mysterious gentle fist. Among gentle fist methods, there is a point-pointing technique that can be used with Byakugan to exert tremendous power. If she could learn the same acupuncture technique from Glossi, wouldn't her strength be able to increase by leaps and bounds in an instant? Naturally it is true. But, Glossi said with a pause, will I try my best to teach you? It will depend on your performance then. Damn it. Tenten shook his fist at Glossi. She naturally knew what Glossi was talking about, which clearly forced her to kneel and kowtow to apprentice. This damn it guy, Neji, thank you for your hard work. Glossi no longer paid attention to Tenten, but turned his gaze to Hyuga Neji, who was coming from a distance, and said loudly, you seem to have gained again. I found a whole set of scrolls of the Book of Heaven and Earth from them. Hyuga Neji shrugged and said, but we already have it. This thing is no different from garbage to us. Since it's rubbish, just destroy it. Glossi smiled and said. Advertisement, I think so too. Hyuga Neji nodded. He took out a sharp kunai from his bag and slashed towards the scroll. Hey! With a cry, the scroll of the Book of Heaven and Earth, which was regarded as a treasure among countless candidates, was destroyed by Hyuga Neji. Neji, since they have gathered all the scrolls, why are they hiding us here? Tenten asked in a puzzled way. They are collectors. Hyuga Neji said. Gatherer, what is that? Tenten said. Collectors refer to a group of people who appear in a specific environment full of dangers everywhere. Hyuga Neji said. They are extremely insecure, even if the tower is in front of them, they are so. They are desperately collecting more scrolls in exchange for a way out, in exchange for a sudden encounter with an uncontestable enemy. Or, to provide missing scrolls to their companions from the same village. Of course, in addition to the above two situations, there is a third, that is, they will set up ambushes and traps in advance to kill the stronger teams that are likely to participate in the next exam. These people are good, damn it. Tenten frowned. On the battlefield, any situation is reasonable, Glossi said slowly. If you can't accept it, you will definitely die on the battlefield in the future. It's not your turn to teach, humph, Tenten said angrily, shaking his head. Okay, let's move on. After entering the tower and qualifying for promotion, let's talk about other things. Hyuga Neji looked at Tenten, who looked like a grudge, and shook his head helplessly. Next, Glossi and the others encountered another wave of enemies. However, their strength was too far behind Hyuga Neji, and they were killed in seconds. The three of Glossi drove straight in and entered the tower. Hey, are you three too slow? When the three of Glossi entered the tower, they immediately heard Uzumaki Naruto's iconic loud voice. Are you all here? Glossi was taken aback. He found that all the 9 newcomers from Konoha village were here, and seemed to be waiting for him. Tenten, let's go first. Hyuga Neji said to Tenten. He could tell at a glance that these people were waiting for Glossi, not them. Oh. Although Tenten was reluctant, he still followed Hyuga Neji. Rock Lee, I knew you would pass the exam. Uchiha Sasuke walked up to Glossi and said in a deep voice. Don't forget the agreement between us. See you in the finals, let's fight. I don't have any problems. Glossi smiled and said, I'm just afraid of you. If I can't even make it to the finals, where can I challenge you? Uchiha Sasuke said. You wait and see, I will definitely make the finals. Advertisement, okay, I'll wait for you. Glossi nodded. Uchiha Sasuke turned and walked away. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura stepped forward to thank Glossi for his life-saving grace and followed. Rock Lee, thank you for your help. Nara Shikamaru and the three of them stepped forward and said seriously. At that time, if it weren't for you, the three of us would have died in the hands of the people in San Shinobi village. Thank you. Akamichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino bowed and saluted together. You're welcome, we are all ninjas in Konoha village. It is natural to help each other. You don't have to take it to heart, Glossi said. We Ino Shikacho owe you a life. Nara Shikamaru said. If you encounter any trouble in the future, the three of us will definitely help each other and spare no effort. Glossi smiled. What he was waiting for was Nara Shikamaru's words. He has basically tied the three Ino Shikacho to his chariot now. After the three Ino Shikacho left, Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Tooth, and Hyuga Hinata came forward. Aburame Shino and Inuzukaga looked at Glossi in both hostile and awe-inspiring eyes. Rock Lee, you are very strong, I am looking forward to playing against you, Aburame Shino said. Me too, I am looking forward to playing against you, Glossi smiled, but I don't like bugs, they may die a lot by then, I hope you don't mind. If you can kill them, please feel free to, Aburame Shino said coldly. Rock Lee, I also want to fight you really once, Inuzukaga said. I know I'm not your opponent, but I want to know how big the gap is between me and you. Yes. Glossi nodded and said, however, if you let that dog replace you next time, don't blame me for being rude. Wow. Akamaru, who was lying on the top of Inazuka's head, grinned at Glossi and screamed, seemingly dissatisfied with Glossi's words. Inazukaya quickly calmed Akamaru to prevent it from acting rashly. He knows that Glossi is fierce, and he doesn't pay attention to affection at all. If it is annoying, the trouble will be great. Hyuga Hinata's face was red, and from time to time he peeked at Glossi from the outside of his eyes. However, she didn't say a word from beginning to end. In the end, everyone left, and only one Glossi was left standing there. Come out, they are all gone. Glossi suddenly pointed at a hidden corner and said. Chapter 88 The Origin of Chunin Exam. Lee. Rock Lee, I knew you would pass the exam. A soft voice came from the corner. Immediately afterwards, a thin girl came out, with long hair in a shawl, big eyes, very bright and charming. She was no one else, but Hoshinoyuki, who had agreed with Glossi. How long have you waited? Glossi smiled at Hoshinoyuki and said. Just a few hours. Hoshinoyuki said softly. Her personality is as quiet as water, soft and weak, she doesn't seem to be a ninja at all. Let's go to the assembly place after the exam. I think the examiner should be there to wait. Glossi stepped forward and naturally raised Hoshinoyuki's little hand. Her hands were soft, smooth and delicate, and they felt so good that Glossi couldn't help but feel rippling. Yeah. Hoshinoyuki nodded shyly, without resisting. Her hand held by Glossi was hot, as if there was a continuous flow of electricity, making her blush, but her heart was very sweet. In this way, Glossi and Hoshinoyuki held hands and strolled in the long corridor of the tower. The corridor is very long. They walked for a full 5 minutes before they saw the end of the corridor. It's so big. When he reached the end, Hoshinoyuki said in amazement as he looked at the huge playing field that suddenly appeared in front of him. Glossi nodded while watching. I have to say that Konoha village is really big, and it chose such a huge venue for the third game. It is more than 300 meters long and more than 100 meters wide. It is a standard rectangular site. In the center of the site, there stands a huge sculpture that is more than 30 meters high. This sculpture is a ninja's hand-printed pose, symbolizing the true meaning of a ninja. Below the sculpture, a row of 7 people stood neatly. Each of them exudes a strong aura, and they are all top Jonin powerhouses. And Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi are 2 of them. In front of the 7 people, there was an old man of medium build with a pipe in his mouth, with a vicissitude's face, standing with his hands. With a kind smile on his face, he was amiable, just like an ordinary grandfather. However, the clothes he wore and the hat with the word, fire, on his head symbolized his identity. He is no one else, he is the highest leader of Konoha Shinobi Village, and at the same time the strongest of Konoha Village 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is he Sarutobi Hiruzen? It's so strong, I can't feel the aura emanating from him at all. Glossi murmured in his heart while looking at 3rd Hokage with unblinking eyes. He has now fully realized why he was bullied by Orochimaru until he didn't notice the reason behind him. The strength of the cage-level peep powerhouse, such as the great martial king of the martial world, can already hide his aura. Advertisement Glossi has just stepped into the 3rd heaven of martial arts mentality, and he is still 2 great realms away from the king of martial arts, so naturally he can't perceive it in advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen enjoys a reputation in the entire ninja world. According to legend, all the existing mainstream ninjutsu in Grandmaster Konoha village has 5 chakra attribute changes, and the use of perfection and superb skills, so he is respected as a ninjutsu professor. He cultivated the Konoha Sannin, who is the world's most powerful person, and led Konoha village to create an unprecedented victory, and he is also known as the strongest Hokage in history. He is 69 years old this year, and he has already passed his peak period, but his strength is still unfathomable, and he is hard to find an opponent. Rock Lee, you are faster, don't be there with mother-in-law. Otherwise, I will cancel your exam qualification. Suddenly, Mitarashi Anko, who was standing on the left side of 3rd Hokage, shouted at Glossi. Yes, Master Examiner. Glossi responded loudly. He knows how special Mitarashi Anko's relationship with him is, and in front of Mr. Hokage on this occasion, he won't be treated favorably. You were waiting for me here. Glossi squeezed Hoshinoyuki's hand hard and said with a smile. Yeah. Hoshinoyuki nodded obediently, like an obedient little daughter-in-law. Lee, you are too slow, Tenten said dissatisfiedly. By the way, who is that girl? She swept Hoshinoyuki in the distance with the corner of her eyes, and asked slightly hostilely. She was called Hoshinoyuki, and I happened to save it in the Death Forest, Glossi said. Huh? Isn't she the girl at the time? Tenten looked at Hoshinoyuki carefully, and said in surprise. Lee, don't you really like her? Quiet. Just then, Mitarashi Anko snapped. Tenten stuck out his tongue mischievously, made a face, and stopped speaking. However, her eyes kept looking at Hoshinoyuki, her expression was complicated, she didn't know what she was thinking. Now that everyone is here, I will announce the results of the exam. Mitarashi Anko cleared his throat and said loudly. First of all, congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the 2nd exam. Next, Mr. Hokage will explain the 3rd exam for everyone. I hope you will concentrate on it well. Mitarashi Anko finished speaking and turned to respectfully salute 3rd Hokage. Then Mr. Hokage, please trouble you. 3rd Hokage nodded slightly, then walked out slowly. He looked at the people in front of him with a pair of dim eyes, and kept nodding his head. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the people who took the exam this time. Advertisement, cough. He coughed softly and said, "Next, the third exam will be held. Before explaining the exam, I want to make it clear to you about the real purpose of this exam." Everyone was silent, and they all looked at third Hokage with their eyes unblinking. "Why do the 5 major countries hold selection exams together?" Third Hokage said slowly. "Improve the friendly relationship between each other and improve the strength of the ninja. I hope you don't misunderstand its true meaning. This exam can be said to be a microcosm of the war between countries," he said in a deep voice. "What does this mean?" Tenten couldn't help asking. Looking back in the past, the 5 great powers have been wars constantly. In order to avoid using each other's unnecessary combat power, this place was chosen as the battlefield. And this is the original origin of the Chunin selection examination. Third Hokage said. "Why do you have to do this? Isn't this organized to select Chunin?" Uzumaki Naruto asked puzzled. "Yes, this is indeed an exam reported to select Chunin." Third Hokage nodded and said. "But at the same time, it is also a battlefield where ninjas shoulder the prestige of the national village and fight for their lives. In the third exam, many big names or celebrities who usually entrust us to work will be invited to visit as VIPs. Moreover, the big names and ninja leaders of various countries who own the ninja village will also see your performance. If there is a significant difference in national strength, the commissions of the strong countries will swarm in, and the commissions of the weak countries will be relatively reduced. At the same time, this is also an opportunity to show the strong strength of their villages to neighboring countries. So what? Is it necessary to fight desperately? Inuzukaga said loudly. The strength of the country is the strength of the village, and the strength of the village is the strength of the ninja. The true strength of the ninja can only be stimulated in a desperate battle. Third Hokage said. This test is a platform to show others the strength of the ninja of the country. Therefore, it only makes sense to bet on your life to fight. If this is the case, why do you emphasize friendship? Tenten asked. So I didn't say it before. I hope you don't misunderstand its meaning. It is the so-called friendship in the ninja world to achieve a balance of strength by killing, Third Hokage said in a deep voice. Chapter 89 The Origin of Yakushi Kabuto. Everyone was silent. Some people were confused, like Uzumaki Naruto and Tenten. On the other hand, Glossi nodded secretly, deeply agreeing. No matter which world you are in, the most fundamental law will always be the law of the jungle, that is, the weak will eat the strong, and the fittest will survive. If you are not strong enough, the pursuit of peace and friendship will always be just a joke. A great man once said such a sentence, what is not available on the battlefield is even less likely to be available at the negotiating table. Stop talking nonsense, or hurry up and talk about how to fight and kill. I can't wait. Gaara's voice rang. Even facing Hokage of Konoha village, who stands on the pinnacle of the ninja world, his attitude is still cold. It seems that no one in this world can make him tender. Yeah. Not only was third Hokage not angry, but looked at Gaara with admiration. Next, leave the instructions for the third exam to the chief examiner. Woo! A figure shot from the side, as fast as lightning. He knelt in front of third Hokage on one knee, and said in a deep voice, Moonlight Hayate is happy to help. I'll leave it to you. Third Hokage said, walking back slowly. Yes. Moonlight Hayate answered. He stood up, looked at the candidates with a pair of listless eyes, and said, before you take the third exam, cough cough. Please do one thing first. He speaks in a soft voice, and he coughs constantly, making him very weak. However, none of the examinees dared to underestimate him. This is a genuine Jonin. You have to play a qualifier first to determine your eligibility for the third exam, he continued. Qualifiers. What does this mean? Nara Shikamaru asked loudly, very dissatisfied. We have obviously passed the second exam, why can't we take the third exam directly? Yes, why not? Many people shouted. They desperately tried their best to pass the second exam, and now they are told that there will be a qualifier. How can they be reconciled? Because the first 2 exams were too simple, the number of people left is a bit too much. Moonlight Hayate said unhurriedly. According to the Chunin exam regulations, we must conduct a preliminary selection to reduce the number of participants for the third exam. Just like Master Hokage just said, there will be a lot of important VIPs at the venue of the third exam, so the exam cannot be delayed for too long, and there will also be time limits. Therefore, people who feel unwell, cough. Advertisement. As he spoke, he coughed violently again. Many people who looked at him were very worried, thinking that you were the most uncomfortable person, right? Sorry, Moonlight Hayate said. If you don't want to continue after hearing the explanation just now, you can apply for withdrawal right now, because the qualifiers will start soon. Starting soon? Inuzukaga said loudly. We finally passed the second exam. Would you let us start the qualifiers now? Yeah, this is too much, isn't it? Someone responded loudly. Shut up. Moonlight Jifeng said coldly. A powerful aura permeated in an instant. This was the terrible pressure that only belonged to the strong Jonin. Suddenly, the candidates who had just spoken were pale, with cold sweat on their foreheads, and closed their mouths obediently, not daring to speak anymore. Huh. Moonlight Gale let out a cold snort and continued. From now on it is a personal battle, you can choose to quit. Who will quit at this time? Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. That. I decided to quit the exam. Just after Uchiha Sasuke's words, Yakushi Kabuto raised his hand and said with a smile on his face. This guy. Glossi took a deep look at Yakushi Kabuto. He knows that Yakushi Kabuto is very strong, most likely a Jonin. If you participate in a single-player battle, you will definitely expose some flaws. After all, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest player of Konoha village, is standing here. His eyes are old, and Yakushi Kabuto must not dare to take risks. Are you Yakushi Kabuto from Konoha Shinobi village? Moonlight Hayate flipped through the roster in his hand and said, "You can leave now." Yes. Yakushi Kabuto nodded, smiled, and left without looking back, not even the slightest bit of dismay. Kabuto-senpai, why are you giving up? Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly. He had a very good impression of Yakushi Kabuto. Seeing that the other party had chosen to give up, he immediately yelled. I'm sorry, Naruto. Yakushi Kabuto said, startled slightly. However, my body is already scarred, and there is no way to continue the fight. What's more, the next fight will have my life alone, and I don't want to die for the time being. Uzumaki Naruto showed a trace of sadness on his face and stopped talking. I've seen this kid several times, and I remember he also abstained in the formal selection last time. What is he thinking? 3rd Hokage frowned and said. Advertisement, Yakushi Kabuto, judging from the data, failed 6 times in a row. Mitarashi Anko said. What about his experience? 3rd Hokage asked in a deep voice. I was not outstanding at ninja school and my grades were average. I barely graduated after taking the exam 3 times. The tasks performed after graduation included 2 C-level tasks and 14 D-level tasks. Mitarashi Anko said, on the whole, there are no particularly impressive results. It's just what? 3rd Hokage said. That was before entering the ninja school. Mitarashi Anko said. I don't know if you remember, the boy who brought back from the last battle of Kikyo Mountain. I remember, it was the local teenager who survived on the battlefield. I heard that he was later adopted by Jonin from the medical unit. 3rd Hokage nodded. Is he the boy? He looked at the figure of Yakushi Kabuto slowly walking away, and a ray of light flashed in his dim eyes, which was breathtaking. It's him. Mitarashi Anko said. Ibis. 3rd Hokage glanced at Morino Ibis next to him and said lightly. Yes, Master Hokage. Morino Ibiki said with a bow. I will send someone to watch him secretly. After the small episode of Yakushi Kabuto's withdrawal, no one stood up anymore. They are all the best genin in each village. The sole purpose of taking the Chunin exam is to gain the qualifications to be promoted to Chunin. How can they withdraw? Okay, now the qualifiers officially begin. Moonlight Hayate coughed and said. Next, it's a one-on-one single-player battle, and it's actual combat. You just have 20 people left, and you will fight in 10 rounds. The winner of each round can participate in the 3rd exam. There are no rules. The battle is over until one party dies, falls, or admits defeat. If you don't want to die, please give up immediately, he reminded kindly. Chapter 90 Idiot. However, when I think the outcome is obvious, in order to reduce the number of corpses, I will also take action to terminate the game. Moonlight Hayate said. From now on, it is the electronic bulletin board that determines your fate. He pointed his finger at the large screen behind him, and said. This electronic bulletin board will display 2 randomly selected opponents for each round. Okay, let's start now. Now announce the 2 contestants for the first round. Immediately, everyone held their breath and stared at the electronic bulletin board unblinkingly, feeling very nervous. Of course, Glossi, Gaara, and Hyuga Neji are not included in this list. For them, any opponent is the same. Soon, the names of the opponents in the first round were displayed. Rock Lee vs Red Bronze Armor. Humph. I was the first one to play, which is really unexpected. Glossi snorted disdainfully, muttering to himself. I really want it, I'm the first to play. A tall man with a black mask on his face and dark eyes didn't know what he was carrying, said coldly and arrogantly. Obviously, he is full of confidence in his own strength. Lee, you must be careful. Tenten looked at Rock Lee with concern and said, that guy looks amazing. Tenten, don't you know Lee's strength yet? Hyuga Neji smiled and said. I guess that guy can't hold 10 moves under Lee's hands. Thank you for your encouragement. Glossi smiled at Hyuga Neji. He jumped to the front of the Moonlight Blast, staring at the red bronze armor with sharp eyes, full of momentum. Since entering the second session of the Chunin exam, Glossi felt that the militant factor hidden in his body was resurrected. He is now very much looking forward to having a strong person to train him. Little guy, your luck is very bad, you actually met me. The bronze armor walked up slowly, looked at Glossi with a pair of black eyes, and said indifferently. Actually, I want to say the same to you, Glossi said. Before the two really started fighting, their words were full of gunpowder. Red bronze armor, Rock Lee, do you have no objections? Moonlight Hayate stepped forward and asked. Advertisement, no. No, Glossi and the red bronze armor responded at the same time. In an instant, the entire venue fell into absolute silence, and everyone focused on Glossi and the red bronze armor. Rock Lee, I believe you can win. In the distance, Hoshinoyuki said silently in his heart, staring at Glossi with beautiful big eyes open. The guy with the red bronze armor is dead. Uchiha Sasuke, who knows how terrifying Glossi's strength is, said in his heart, looking at the red bronze armor with pity. Rock Lee, let me see how good you are. Gaara and Hyuga Neji both cast their eyes on Glossi and said silently in their hearts, looking forward to this battle. They all knew that Glossi was very strong, but they had never seen Glossi make a full shot. They all hope that the strength of the red bronze armor will be stronger, and they can force part of Glossi's strength. Well, the first round can begin. Moonlight Hayate coughed softly and said, except for the two opponents, please go to the second floor. Let's start. Come on, the red copper armor yelled, and his hands were sealed in a strange posture. That's it. Glossi frowned slightly, after he noticed that the red bronze armor was in the seal for a moment. His right hand seemed to be covered with a faint light suddenly, and that faint brilliance actually possesses not weak power. Is that the way chakra is used? Glossi asked. Swish, swish, swish. The red bronze armor had very rich combat experience. After Jian was completed, he did not directly rush over, but took out 6 shurikens from his suitcase and threw it towards Glossi. Glossi looked indifferent, and his right hand raised a kunai from his bag, and then knocked down all the 6 shurikens with astonishing eyesight. In fact, with his current strength, he could easily dodge it, and then took the opportunity to attack the red bronze armor. However, it is still the qualifiers, and he does not want to expose his strength too early. Moreover, there were so many Jonin powerhouses watching the battle, and even third Hokage was here. Glossi didn't dare to show his magical footwork. If some clues are seen, his trouble will be great. Advertisement, little devil, the strength is not bad, the copper armor said with a grin. Suddenly he exerted force under his feet, and the whole person rushed towards Glossi like a bow and arrow from the string. His hand slid into his suitcase again, and shot out more than a dozen shurikens and kunai. The shuriken of the red bronze armor is very skillful, sealing all the evasion routes of Glossi's left, middle and right sides, and there is no other way but hardwired. This guy looks confident in his melee combat ability. Glossi's heart moved. At the moment, he followed the combat intention of the red bronze armor, not evasive, and waved kunai with both hands to block. After Glossi knocked down all the shurikens and kunai, the red bronze armor had already rushed in front of Glossi. His body is 1 head taller than Gullo's, and his arms are thicker and stronger, looking very fierce. Accept the move. The red copper armor roared, shaking his fist and hit Glossi's head fiercely. Glossi didn't evade, but directly raised his right hand and greeted him fiercely. Snapped. With a loud bang, the hands of Glossi and the bronze armor slammed into each other fiercely. Ding ding ding. In the unbelievable gazes of everyone, the tall and sturdy bronze armor was staggered back by Glossi, but Glossi stood motionless. Obviously, in the previous duel, Glossi had the absolute upper hand. This kid is very nice. Third Hokage nodded in relief and said, with his powerful strength and Lao Lao's eyes, Glossi blocked a punch of the red bronze armor containing medical ninjutsu just now with pure physical strength. At a young age, his physical skills are so powerful that he admires it. Hokage-sama, he is Guy's student, Mitarashi Anko whispered. Haha. I knew he must have taught it, third Hokage said with a smile, except for that guy, I'm afraid no one can practice gang fist to this level. How can you stop my punch? The crimson armor looked at Glossi in disbelief and muttered. Idiot, Glossi said, curling his lips. The facts are already in front of you, you still don't believe it? Chapter 91. Transformation. Hey, hello, what did I just see? That little guy actually knocked out the tall and strong guy 7 or 8 steps with one palm. It's a lie? A Kirigakure ninja said in surprise. Yeah, this is too exaggerated. A rock shinobi village ninja next to him also said. No matter how powerful his physiques are, it is impossible for his physical conditions to have that much strength, right? He must have used some unknown secret technique just now, therefore, his power will be so great, said the third person. Not necessarily. Another person said. Perhaps, he is really a physique genius, who relied on his own power to beat that big guy back. How is this possible? If physique is really so powerful, it is not ninjutsu and illusion that dominate this ninja world, but physique. On the second floor, some people were whispering. They were shocked by the situation where Glossi defeated the red bronze armor just now, but they didn't believe that Glossi could do this entirely by relying on physical skills. Of course, Gaara and Hyuga Neji are not in this list. Although none of them had ever formally played against Gullo's, they had seen Glossi before and knew that his physical skills were very powerful, and they had already surpassed the level of Genin and even Chunin. In the collision just now, Glossi must have not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, the arm of the red bronze armor must be useless. No, the trash of the red bronze armor is too weak to force Rock Lee's true strength at all. Gaara's jet black eyes looked at Glossi unblinkingly and said silently in his heart. Do you dare to call me an idiot? Chitong Kai was furious, and shouted at Glossi, feeling that he had been greatly insulted. Actually, I think using the word idiot to describe you insults the word idiot, Glossi said lightly. I've already slapped you out just now, and you were still there yelling that it's impossible. Why are you not an idiot? Oh no, there are no idiots like you, he said teasingly. Advertisement, you. The copper armor was furious, however, he quickly regained his composure. Little devil, you still know how to use psychological tactics. It's not easy, however, I am not as easy as those little devils. Using psychological tactics on you? Pooh. Glossi said disdainfully. What are you? You are worthy of my psychological tactics. You die for me. Although the red bronze armor kept saying to himself to be calm, when he heard Glossi's words, his emotions suddenly lost control. He yelled and hit Glossi again with his fist. At the same time, the light radiating from his right hand became more obvious. What kind of ability is that? Glossi secretly asked in his heart. However, he didn't care. In the collision just now, he knew the power of that thing in general. The red bronze armor wraps his right hand with chakra, which can increase his strength to a large extent and cause serious damage to the enemy. If this were not the case, the red bronze armor's wrist would have been broken in the previous collision. After all, Glossi had already exerted 50% of his strength just now. Huh! The wind screamed, and the huge fist of the red copper armor slammed again, and in the blink of an eye he hit a place less than 20 centimeters in front of Glossi. Have you not learned well? Glossi snorted coldly, clenched his right hand into a fist, and smashed it hard. This time, he used 70% of his power to solve the battle with one blow. However, just when Glossi's fist was about to hit the bronze armor, his arm sank suddenly. His arm was like a lion majesty, suddenly changing the direction of advancement, and went straight to the key point of Glossi's throat. Moreover, the index and middle fingers of the red bronze armor are joined together, like a sharp knife, unmatched. Be careful, Rock Lee. In the distance, Hoshinoyuki yelled in horror, his expression panic, full of worry. Lee. Tenten also yelled out loudly. This move of the red bronze armor was too sudden, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. The human body has bones, and the bones are extremely hard, so it is impossible for a human body to make weird movements like a snake. However, the red copper armor at this time broke this convention, turning his arms as soft as the snake's body, and changing the attack direction as he wanted. It was incredible. Advertisement. It's amazing. Gaara and Hyuga Neji both shot two bright lights in their eyes, watching the situation on the battlefield without blinking, wanting to see how Glossi would respond. Brush. Glossi's face remained unchanged, and his feet were raised with strength, and the whole person suddenly seemed to be framed, and he stepped back half a meter flatly, evading the attack of the bronze armor. Transposition, an advanced body technique in the martial world, can move in parallel with the help of the power of the feet without moving the whole body. This type of body is very powerful, but it is only limited to the realm of King Wu. Once surpassed the realm of King Wu, this kind of body technique is completely useless. Because the powerful King Wu can control every part of his body as he wants, and do whatever he wants to do. Glossi rarely used this style in his previous life, but now he uses it at a critical moment, so that he can turn the crisis into peace. Rock Lee. Hoshinoyuki cried with joy. Lee, I knew you would not be defeated by this kind of person, Tenten shouted excitedly. So strong. Gaara and Hyuga Neji were staring at Glossi, their eyes shining with shocking light. They naturally knew that the kind of action that Glossi had just done was almost unbelievably difficult. What kind of body did he use just now? Third Hokage looked at Glossi intently, with wisps of light in his eyes, and asked softly. Hokage-sama, I don't know either. Mitarashi Anko replied. Actually, even on Guy, I have never seen it. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be something Guy created just recently. Well, it should be. Third Hokage nodded and said. In the entire Konoha village, apart from him, no one can think of such a move. No, it should be said that even if someone thinks it out, they absolutely can't do it, only he can do this. Yeah. Mitarashi Anko nodded repeatedly. Might Guy is the strongest person in Konoha village. Even the Hyuga family respects him very much. Might Guy and Hyuga's family, one firm and one soft, form the Konoha village's physique genre, which is powerful. Chapter 92 Shadow Dance Leaf. Haha, I underestimated you. Glossi said with a faint smile, looking at the bronze armor. With your strength, even if you can't rank in the top 5 among the candidates who took the exam this time, the top 10 is always okay. Boy, you are also very unexpected to me. You can actually avoid my sudden attack. The red bronze armor looked up and down Glossi with suspicious eyes, with a solemn expression. His ability is to soften his body, make every part of his body soft like a snake, and he can control and change direction as he wants. In the past battles, many powerful enemies died under his ability. After all, his ability has surpassed the limit of people's usual cognition. Once displayed in the battle, there is almost no difference from a sneak attack, and the hit rate is extremely high. It is difficult to resist. He was originally unwilling to expose his strength prematurely, because once his ability was known, he would immediately be vigilant against him and take strict precautions in battle. In that case, the possibility of him using this ability to carry out a sneak attack is greatly reduced. However, Glossi's strength was too strong, and he could not fight back just by relying on physical skills. If he doesn't use this ability, he will be defeated immediately and lose his qualifications for the exam. In order to ensure that he can smoothly advance to the third game of the main match, he had to use his ability in advance. He believes that once he is displayed, he will definitely be able to knock down his opponent in an instant and win the battle. However, what he never expected was that Glossi escaped his attack with a weird body art that he had never seen before, without even a slight injury. This is a terrible little monster, the red bronze armor commented on Glossi. Your ability is very interesting, you can actually make your body soft like a snake. Glossi said lightly. If I'm not wrong, many people should have died under your ability in the past, right? Well, you're right. The copper armor nodded and said. There are already 11 people who have died under my abilities, and you will be the 12th. Haha, just rely on you. Glossi sneered. From the moment you use this ability for the first time without hurting me, your ending has been doomed. Lost, or die. He said abruptly. Stop talking nonsense. Take the move, the red copper armor roared, and he fitted himself and rushed towards Glossi. He waved his fists, one punch hit the temple above Glossi's head, and the other punch hit Glossi's heart. Huh! Glossi snorted coldly. This time he no longer fights with his fists, but his left foot is the support point of the center of gravity, his right leg is suddenly raised high, and then he slashes towards the red copper armor. Advertisement, Konoha Gale, he shouted loudly. This set of his movements is like running clouds and flowing water, extremely proficient, not only powerful, but even the movements themselves are full of an indescribable beauty. Boom! No matter how long the arms of the red bronze armor are, it is far less than the length of Glossi's legs. When his fists were tens of centimeters away from Glossi, Glossi's back heel had already hit his forehead. Damn it! The copper armor yelled, and he reluctantly gave up the attack and backed away in panic. Good job! Might Guy's roar came from far away. Lee, let you see what the power of youth is, he shouted, waving his fist. Everyone who saw it immediately was stunned. He is a Jonin, with a very high status, but yelling like this in front of everyone. Where is the majesty? Standing next to Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi looked up at the sky, muttering constantly in his mouth. I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know him. For Might Guy's actions, Glossi was also very helpless, but he didn't care about it now. He landed on the ground, supported on the ground with both hands, with the toes of his feet up, kicking hard towards the bronze armor. Leaf Hurricane. Boom. With a loud bang, the red bronze armor staggered and withdrew 5 or 6 steps. Glossi's movements were too fast, and his attacks were swift and violent. The red bronze armor couldn't avoid it at all, and he could only helplessly stretch out his hands to block. But how can the power of his hands compete with the power of Glossi's legs? He only felt a huge force coming through his arms, and his arms were painful. What a great power! The red copper armor only felt that his entire body was horrified, and there was already a trace of fear for Glossi. Good boy, actually put the Konoha fluid technique master to this level. Third Hokage's eyes flickered, admiringly said. If Master Second Generation was still alive and saw this child, he would definitely like it very much. Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, is one of the pioneers of Konoha village, extremely powerful. It is said that the various mainstream ninjutsu and physiques circulating in Konoha village today were created by him. And Konoha village's treasure of the town, the Book of Seals, is the culmination of his life's hard work. Well, Hokage-sama is right. Seeing third Hokage admiring Glossi, Mitarashi Anko immediately felt irritated, even more happy than admiring her directly. This little guy is a rare wizard. Advertisement, it's just a pity that he can only practice physique, not ninjutsu and illusion, otherwise. Hey, Hitaki Kakashi said regretfully. Although his words are not complete, the meaning is very clear, meaning that no matter how powerful Glossi is now, it will be bleak in the future, and it is doomed to tragedy. Kakashi, I don't like to listen to you, Might Guy said dissatisfied. Even if Lee can only practice physical skills, he will definitely not be worse than anyone else. Unless you put 8 inner gates. Hitaki Kakashi raised his face to one side, looked at Might Guy incredulously, and said, Guy, have you passed the 8 inner gates to him? Exactly. Might Guy nodded. I believe this child will be stronger than me in the future and go further. At this time, Glossi's 2 consecutive fierce attacks had completely suppressed the red bronze armor. However, because the body of the red bronze armor was too weird, he didn't injure it severely by pulling several legs on it, but was almost caught by it. Boy, you can't hurt me, the bronze armor shouted ferociously. Don't let me catch it, otherwise. Hey, suddenly, the words of the red copper armor stopped, because he was shocked to find that Glossi in front of him disappeared. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Glossi's cold voice came from behind the red bronze armor. You. The red copper armor just wanted to speak, but he screamed loudly. He only felt that the position of his jaw was hit hard by a hammer, and the severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. The red bronze armor was kicked into the air by Glossi, and Glossi violently exerted force under his feet, and came behind him in an instant. This is... Hitaki Kakashi said in surprise. On the other hand, Might Guy had a proud look on his face, and he was very satisfied with Glossi's performance. Shadow Dance Leaf. Glossi said sternly, ended. Chapter 93 The Attention of Third Hokage. Shadow Dance Leaf. It's actually Shadow Dance Leaf. Third Hokage's dim eyes shot out 2 cold and electric lights, staring at Glossi unblinkingly, and said in admiration. At this age I have mastered Shadow Dance Leaf, and use it as he pleases in battle. The future of this little guy is limitless. Shadow Dance Leaf is a superb physique that only circulates among the elite Chunin and Jonin in Konoha village. It requires extremely high physical fitness for the user. It moves in front of the enemy at a high speed that is almost invisible to the naked eye, kicking the enemy into the air, inflicting heavy losses on the opponent. Of course, the power of this trick doesn't stop there, it is also Konoha's forbidden technique, Biao Lianhua, starting style. Since Glossi can use Shadow Dance Leaf so easily, does that mean that he can also use the forbidden technique, Lianhua? Third Hokage's eyes shone brightly, focusing on Glossi, as if to see him through. Konoha village is the #1 power in the ninja world today, with countless powerful and precious heritages. And 8 inner gates is one of the most dazzling pearls, blooming with brilliance. More than 20 years ago, Konoha village had 8 color ninjas that shook the world. Among them, the Blue Beast Might Dewey was mediocre and could not practice ninjutsu and illusion, only physical skills. However, Might Dewey, the Wizard of Heaven, has explored the field of physical skills for more than 30 years, and has created the 8 Inner Gates, forbidden technique. In the fight against the famous, Mist Shinobi 7, Might Guy killed 5 of the 7 with 8 Inner Gates, and shocked the entire ninja world. After learning about the news, the senior management of Konoha Village immediately listed the 8 Inner Gates technique as the taboo technique of Konoha Village and wrote it into the Book of Seals. They once had an idea, that is, to train a group of special troops specializing in physical skills, and later practice 8 Inner Gates to become a major killer of Konoha Village. However, it is a pity that the 8 Inner Gates requires too much physical fitness for practitioners, almost beyond the limit that humans can bear. Except for Might Dai's son, Might Guy, no one can master 8 Inner Gates. In desperation, Konoha Village can only ban the 8 Inner Gates technique and put it on the shelf. No one mentions it anymore. And today, 3rd Hokage actually saw a little guy who was only a teenager and he was a disciple of Might Guy so easily performing Shadow Dance Leaf. How could he not be surprised? Perhaps, in 5 or 6 years, in addition to Might Guy, there will be a second master in Konoha Village, the 8 Inner Gates Physique Maniac. Hokage-sama, this kid is really amazing, Mitarashi Anko said with a smile on his face. Hokage-sama, you may not know? He used to escape under the hands of Orochimaru? Huh? Is there such a thing? 3rd Hokage was taken aback. Advertisement. He originally thought that his evaluation of Glossi was high enough, but what he didn't expect was that he actually underestimated it. Orochimaru, that's a real cage-level powerhouse, who stands at the pinnacle of the entire ninja world. Even as the professor of ninjutsu, he is not sure of dealing with it now. Glossi was just a genin, and it was a miracle that he could escape Orochimaru's life. Hokage-sama, it's true. Mitarashi Anko said seriously, when I arrived, I happened to see Rock Lee being pierced in the chest by Orochimaru with a pheasant sword. However, I don't know what Rock Lee used to make Orochimaru slightly different, and he took advantage of this gap to escape. At that time, Glossi used his strong god-tier mind to deter Orochimaru, and Mitarashi Anko naturally didn't know it. What? You mean that Rock Lee's chest was once pierced by Orochimaru with a pheasant sword? 3rd Hokage was even more shocked. In this way, doesn't it mean that Glossi is now fighting with injuries? In other words, the strength that Glossi is showing now is far from his peak level. Yes, Hokage-sama, I saw it with my own eyes, Mitarashi Anko said. Tokuma. 3rd Hokage glanced at a Jonin standing not far away and said lightly. Yes, Master Hokage. Hyuga Tokuma nodded respectfully and said. He quickly formed a few handprints on his hands and drank in a low voice. Byakugan. Hokage-sama, Anko is right about what she said, Hyuga said with a shocked expression on Tokuma's face. That little guy does have a deep scar on his chest, running from his chest to his back, and what? 3rd Hokage asked. Furthermore, his left shoulder was severely injured, Hyuga Tokuma said. If I'm not mistaken, his left shoulder should have been interrupted with a strong force. Although he did some simple treatments to reset the bones, the whole arm cannot be used. After hearing Hyuga Tokuma's words, 3rd Hokage was stunned. The boy's chest had been pierced by Orochimaru with a pheasant sword, piercing back and forth. This was definitely an extremely serious injury. If you are an ordinary person, let alone fighting, I'm afraid it is even a question of whether you can stand. Advertisement. What's more, his left shoulder has also been severely damaged and is still unusable. However, even under such circumstances, the kid was still fighting vigorously, and vigorously suppressed his opponent, even using superb physical skills such as Shadow Dance Leaf. What kind of little monster is this? Master Hokage, according to my estimation, this kid is physically stronger than the average elite chunin. Hyuga Tokuma took a deep breath and said. Anko, his experience, 3rd Hokage said after a long silence. Yes, Master Hokage, Mitarashi Anko said quickly. She knew that Glossi had attracted the attention of 3rd Hokage, which was a great opportunity. His grades in the ninja school were very poor, because he had a very weak sense of chakra, and he couldn't practice ninjutsu illusion, but could only practice physique. He graduated very reluctantly, and after graduation, he performed 11 missions of C level and D level, 20 times. Such an experience can only be quite satisfactory, Hyuga said. Guy, come here. 3rd Hokage suddenly turned to Might Guy and said. Yes, Master Hokage. Might Guy was taken aback for a moment, then walked over respectfully. Rock Lee is your student? 3rd Hokage asked. Yes, Master Hokage. Might Guy said proudly. Glossi's performance today made him very satisfied. What do you think of him? 3rd Hokage stared at Might Guy and said in a deep voice. He is the hardest person I have ever met, Might Guy said seriously. If the strong can be divided into genius and hardworking, Rock Lee is hardworking and hardworking genius. Okay. Very good. With a satisfied smile on 3rd Hokage's face, he reached out and patted Might Guy on the shoulder, and said approvingly. Guy, you taught a good student, ha ha ha. Chapter 94 The Road to the Future. You monster. The red copper armor felt completely icy, and his hair was standing upright. He knew that he had now become the meat on the chopping board, leaving only the portion left to be slaughtered. His journey to the Chunin exam, his advancement became Chunin's dream, and it ended here. Give up. Glossi said with a pitying look at the red bronze armor. You and I are the ninjas of Konoha village, I don't want to kill you. The strength of the red bronze armor is really not weak, as long as he does not meet Glossi, Gaara, Hyuga Neji, he hardly fears anyone. However, he ran into Glossi very unfortunately and could only end in tragedy. It's impossible. Even if I die, I definitely won't. Before he finished his words, he stopped abruptly. There was a scream in his mouth, because one of Glossi's huge feet had already been stamped heavily on his face. Glossinian was also a Konoha village ninja to the opponent, and all the high-level figures in Konoha village were present, unwilling to kill the opponent with heavy hands. However, if the other party refused to refuse, how could he be merciful? You know, in the previous generation, Gullos didn't say that his hands were stained with blood, and the corpses under his feet piled up into mountains, but it was not much worse. He has never been an indecisive person, his style is cruel and decisive. Boom. The red bronze armor fell rapidly from the air like a flying arrow, and hit the ground fiercely. Crack. A creepy sound of bone shattering immediately spread throughout the competition venue. Wow. The red bronze armor spewed out several mouthfuls of blood, then fell to the ground slumpingly, motionless. He was kicked by Glossi just now from 7 or 8 meters in the air. How inertia was he? After colliding with the hard ground, his internal organs had been completely shattered and he died. Glossi rolled lightly in the air and fell silently to the ground. Quiet. Absolutely quiet. For a while, there was no sound at all in the huge playing field. Everyone focused on Glossi's body. There was appreciation, awe, jealousy, fear. Okay. So strong. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help clenching his fists. A pair of scarlet Sharingan didn't know when they opened. He stared at Glossi, who was standing there expressionless, and felt a huge wave, pressure. Advertisement Glossi stood there, like a mountain that could never be climbed, horizontally in front of him, making him feel weak. Even if he inherited the blood of the Uchiha family and inherited the powerful Sharingan, he still felt that there was no hope to surpass Glossi. Rock Lee, is this your true strength? Hyuga Neji's face was full of blue veins, and a pair of Byakugan emerged, staring at Glossi without blinking, and muttered. You still have injuries on your chest, and you can't use your left arm, but it's still so strong. If I'm against you, I'm afraid I can only do my best. No, even if I try my best, I won't be able to beat him. At this time, Hyuga Neji, who had always been confident in himself, had doubts about himself. Rock Lee, I want to kill you more and more. Gaara was full of murderous intent, only astonished that the people next to him were all standing upright, all hiding far away, not daring to approach. Your blood must be delicious, it can give Shiro more powerful power, he said sternly. A pair of dark eyes flashed with excitement and terrible light, as if they were crazy. This little guy is really a natural ninja. Third Hokage looked at Glossi with a complicated expression, and said softly. Decisively and fiercely, shot hard, this is not what he should be at his age. Hokage-sama, on the battlefield, either you die or I die. Mitarashi Anko whispered, seeming to be defending Glossi. Rock Lee acted decisively and showed no mercy to the enemy. This is what a good ninja must have. Anko, you don't have to be nervous. Third Hokage gave Mitarashi Anko a deep look and said, I really think that he is a born ninja. He is a rare wizard, just like back then. Having said that, he stopped and did not go on. Hokage-sama, Rock Lee is different from him. Mitarashi Anko said. I just saw that before Rock Lee made the red copper armor surrender, but the red copper armor refused, so he. Anko. At this moment, the might guy next to him said coldly, interrupting her. Rock Lee is my student, even maintenance is not your turn. You. Mitarashi Anko's face flushed, and he wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. Master Hokage, I think Rock Lee did a good job. Might guy bowed at third Hokage and said. In the face of the enemy, you should be cruel, and leave no room for it. Yes, if it's me, I won't even give the other party a chance to admit defeat, so I just kill it. Hitaki Kakashi didn't know when he came over and said. Advertisement, I admire this kid. Hyuga Tokoma also said in admiration. For a time, almost all Jonin spoke one after another, expressing their recognition and appreciation of Glossi. Such a scene made third Hokage laugh wryly. What are you guys doing? Third Hokage said. I just said I admire him, but I didn't say what to do with him. Master Hokage, please don't let him join Anbu for now. Might guy looked at third Hokage without blinking and said. He is still too young, and there is still a lot of room for growth. So you were worried about this? Third Hokage smiled and said. How could he not worry about Guy? Hitaki Kakashi said. You praised me back then, and I entered Anbu the next day. You praised Uchiha. That person, and he joined Anbu when he was 11. I am 14 years old. Mitarashi Anko said. I'm 14 years old too, Hyuga said Tokuma. Okay, it's up to you. Third Hokage nodded sadly, and said. Actually, I think a place like Anbu is the most suitable for that little guy. In Anbu, he can get a huge improvement beyond our imagination. However, since you both disagree, then I will put this matter aside for now. Third Hokage continued. 1 year, no, I give him 2 years. After 2 years, he must join Anbu. Okay. This time, Might Guy didn't hesitate. He also knows that truly powerful ninjas can only be cultivated on the battlefield, and the flowers in the greenhouse, no matter how powerful they are, they cannot withstand any wind and rain. In this way, without Glossi's knowledge, his future path has been decided by a group of people. Chapter 95 Monster Aburame Shino, Examiner, shouldn't we announce the result of the game? Glossi said lightly. He treats everyone's gazes as unseen, even if those gazes are mixed with a dozen Jonin's sharp gazes, he is happy. This kid has such a strong psychological quality. All Jonin nodded secretly in their hearts, and Might Guy even reached out his thumb at Glossi and shouted, Lee, great. Moonlight Gale walked slowly to the copper armor, squatted down, and pressed his index finger and middle finger against the aorta on his neck. Soon, he stood up and said, it seems that there is no need to be sure. This is the end of the first round. Winner, Rock Lee. Congratulations, you passed the qualifiers. Moonlight Hayate pointed to Glossi with his finger and announced. Glossi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. For him, a competition of this level is no different from a child's play, and there is no challenge. However, he didn't care about this game at all, but it doesn't mean that others think so too. After Moonlight Hayate announced the result of the game, someone on the viewing platform on the second floor immediately yelled. Haha, that's great, Lee won, and he has successfully entered the third game, Tenten said with a laugh. Rock Lee. Great, Uzumaki Naruto yelled while waving at Glossi constantly. You wait, I will definitely enter the third game, and I will compete with you. Rock Lee, congratulations on your winning and successful promotion. Yamanaka Ino also lost the image of a lady in the past, yelling at Glossi. Her appearance at this time is almost no different from a nympho. Rock Lee, I'm looking forward to a duel with you. Aburame Shino has a cold temperament and whispered to himself. It is in sharp contrast with Tenten and Uzumaki Naruto, but Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, and Gaara. They all felt tremendous pressure from Glossi. Through this game, they saw part of Glossi's strength, and they all woke up in horror. At this moment, they have realized that even at the level of Genin, they are not invincible. Glossi smiled at everyone, then looked at Hoshinoyuki standing in the distance. At this time, Hoshinoyuki was looking at him with a pair of big affectionate eyes, with infinite tenderness and sweetness, admiring the most admiration. That look, like a girl who is in the beginning of her love, staring at her lover in her heart without blinking. Glossi smiled at Hoshinoyuki. Hoshinoyuki blushed immediately and couldn't help lowering her head, embarrassed. However, she soon raised her head again and looked at Glossi bravely. Damn it. Tenten followed Glossi's gaze and quickly spotted Hoshinoyuki. She shook her fist vigorously and said fiercely. Advertisement, Tenten. What's the matter with you? Hyuga Neji glanced at Tenten in surprise and asked. No, it's okay. Tenten's face flushed, and he quickly turned his gaze back, for fear that Hyuga Neji might see some clues, making it even more embarrassing. However, Hyuga Neji felt very sensitive and soon discovered the existence of Hoshino Tasuki. With a weird smile on his face, he said to Tenten, if you can, do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be caught up first. You. What do you mean? Tenten just felt a hot flush on his face. Although Hyuga Neji was on his mind, he still stubbornly refused to admit it. You take it well by yourself. Hyuga Neji smiled and said, as for what I mean, you must be very clear in your heart. Tenten lost his voice, and his face flushed even more. Her heart was beating wildly with, dong dong dong. Thinking secretly, could she really take the initiative to attack like Hyuga Neji said? Tenten, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so red? I don't know when. Glossi returned to the side, looked at Tenten curiously, and asked. What's up with you? Tenten said fiercely, then turned his head aside, ignoring Glossi. Glossi was speechless. Who did he provoke? I just won the game, and I still want to get some blessings from my teammates, but I don't want to get a cold face from Tenten, which is very depressed. Neji, what's wrong with her? She has a fever and a cold? Glossi turned his gaze to Hyuga Neji and asked. Hyuga Neji opened his mouth, but finally did not speak. He was helpless for such an emotional idiot as Glossi, and even Tenten couldn't notice that he was interested in him. In the second round, Aburame Shino vs Yamagata Ken. Soon, not long after the end of the first game, the names of the two players in the second round appeared on the electronic bulletin board. Advertisement, please come over for the two players who are competing, Moonlight Hayate said loudly. Aburame Shino. Glossi's eyes flashed and looked towards the playing field. Among all genin who took the Chunin exam this time, except for Hyuga Neji, Gaara, and Uchiha Sasuke, the one he cares about most is Aburame Shino. This guy is usually very low-key, not showing the mountains and not leaking, but his strength is definitely very strong, and it may not be inferior to the three. What's more, Aburame Shino's ability is to control bugs, which is very tricky for Glossi at present. He has long wanted to see the true strength of Aburame Shino, just in case he meets in the third game, he can have a mental preparation. The second round, start, Moonlight Hayate announced loudly, and then quickly retreated back. If you fight against me, there will be no bones left in the end, Aburame Shino said in a low voice with an indifferent expression. I advise you to abstain. Do you dare to underestimate me? Yamagata Ken is a genin from Cloud Shinobi Village, short and stout, like a refrigerator. He looked cold and shouted sharply. I'm doing this for your own good. Give up, Aburame Shino said again. I only said it twice. If you still refuse to give up, then I have to. Then you will have to die. Yamagata felt that he had received a huge insult. He roared, and slammed his feet, rushing towards Aburame Shino in his hand. Since you want to die, Then I will fulfill you. Aburame Shino sighed. Raised, a powerful chakra burst out of him. Immediately afterwards, countless creepy sounds resounded through the entire playing field. This sound is like the sound of countless polypedal insects crawling on the ground. Oh my god! What's that? Suddenly, Tenten paled and pointed at Aburame Shino, screaming. It's terrible. Haruno Sakura's face not far away is not much better, her face is white like a piece of paper, without a trace of blood. This is the real monster. Glossi looked at Aburame Shino with unblinking eyes and said to himself. He suddenly saw that countless black insects crawled out of Aburame Shino's body. Chapter 96 The Stubborn Tenten. Yes, Glossi clearly saw that there were countless black bugs crawling out of Aburame Shino at this time. The number of these insects is extremely large. They crawled out of Aburame Shino's body continuously, and immediately covered the ground more than 3 meters in front of him. Some of them crawled out of Aburame Shino's nostrils, some crawled out of their ears, and some crawled out of their mouths. Even more frightening is that the skin of Aburame Shino also showed holes the size of fingers, and countless bugs poured out frantically from it. In such a scene, everyone can't help but shiver, feeling cold all over the body, the chills are standing upright, and it is creepy. Yamagata Ken was already about to rush to Aburame Shino, but now seeing such a terrifying appearance, he hurriedly stopped in fright. He held Kuwu on his chest and stared at Aburame Shino with a pair of eyes, his eyes full of horror, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Wow! Not long after, the insects crawling out of Aburame Shino's body had already covered most of the playing field. A large area of black, densely packed, endless, I don't know how many tens of thousands there are. When they are moving, they make a sound that is characteristic of polypedal insects, which is chilling. These worms are called worms. They attack the prey in groups, devouring the prey's chakra and the flesh. Aburame Shino said coldly. Being attacked by so many bugs, I think you will be dead. You. Yamagata Fitness couldn't help shaking and shivering. Obviously, he was already terrified to the extreme at this time. I once advised you not to give up twice, but you refused. Therefore, your tragic end was caused by you and has nothing to do with me. Aburame Shino sighed and said. I think. Yamagata knew that something was wrong, and the other party wanted to kill him. He shouted quickly. However, it was too late at this time, and the group of insects on the ground swarmed towards him, annihilating him in an instant. Yamagata Ken screamed bitterly, but his voice soon disappeared. In less than half a minute, the bones gnawed by the insects were gone, leaving only a pile of clothes, which symbolized that he had come to this world. Wow! Countless insects crawled towards Aburame Shino, re-entered his body, and disappeared soon. Such a weird battle made everyone who watched immediately panicked. Such an enemy is really terrifying. Once defeated, not only will he lose his qualifications for the game, but he will not even be able to keep a complete body. Advertisement at this time, countless people thought in their hearts that if they met someone who could not be confronted, they would surrender immediately. They believe that as long as the chief examiner stops, they will definitely survive. What's the situation with this guy? Glossi asked with a solemn expression, turning his gaze to the side of Hyuga Neji, who also had an ugly face. I'll take a look. Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and then whispered, Byakugan. In an instant, lines of blue veins emerged from Hyuga Neji's face, and Byakugan, the famous Hyuga clan, appeared. He wanted to observe Aburame Shino with his powerful pupil power. Hyuga Neji just took a look, and immediately his face was full of shock, and he said in a shocking voice, What a terrible guy. What the hell is going on? Glossi asked. Those insects were not summoned by him using summoning, but lodged in his body. Hyuga Neji murmured. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the descendant of the deworming clan passed down from generation to generation in Konoha village. The dewormer? Glossi said. It is said that after their family is born, they will give their bodies to the insects as a nest, and use the insects as a battle weapon. Hyuga Neji said. They can control the bugs at will, and basically all fights rely on the bugs. But at the price, they have to provide their chakra to the bugs as food. So, his weakness is the body? Glossi blinked and asked. In theory, this is the case. Hyuga Neji nodded and said. However, there are also some freaks in the exterminators, and the strength of the body is also very strong. I remember that the first patriarch of this clan in the legend has the strength of the pinnacle Jonin himself. Yeah. Glossi nodded. The weakness of the exterminators is the body, and I am afraid they know this thing more clearly. In order to avoid being taken advantage of by the enemy in battle, it is conceivable to improve your own strength as much as possible. In this way, the second round of the battle ended with Aburame Shino's overwhelming advantage. In the third round, the opponents were Kankuro from San Shinobi Village and Ken Meisumi from Konoha Village. Advertisement: there were no bright spots in this game, and Kankuro won with absolute strength. However, during the battle, Kankuro revealed the unique secret skill of San Shinobi Village puppet art, which opened his eyes to Glossi. He has always cultivated his own body, but Kankuro put most of his efforts on the mechanism puppet. Behind Kankuro is his puppet, named the Crow. Although these methods are not in the eyes of Glossi, they are very effective against ordinary genin. Moreover, those organ puppets were smeared with poison, and they were killed immediately, which was also a headache. In the fourth round, Haruno Sakura played against Yamanaka Ino. The two of them have been rivals since they were young, and they had to fight for everything. What people didn't expect was that they met together so coincidentally. Both of them are not strong, so naturally there is nothing to watch in the game. However, to Glossi's surprise, the two men ended up in a tie. Both of them were seriously injured and fell to the ground unable to stand. The examiner declared both out of the game. In the 5th round, Tenten vs Tamari. Haha, is it finally my turn? Tenten exclaimed excitedly. Lee has won the game, and Neji will definitely win, and I will definitely cheer up, and it won't hold you back. Tenten, just do your best. Hyuga Neji took a deep look at Tenten and said softly. Neji, what do you mean by this? Tenten raised his eyebrows suddenly and said dissatisfiedly. She naturally heard that Hyuga Neji didn't like her very much. Neji's meaning is very simple, that is, if you can't beat your opponent, don't hold on to it, just admit defeat, Glossi said lightly. Lee, don't even you look down on me, Tenten said angrily. It's not that you are not optimistic about you, but the opponent's strength is too strong, Glossi said. With your current strength, it's not her opponent at all. I will definitely win. Tenten clenched his fists, waved at Glossi and Hyuga Neji, and said loudly. Chapter 97 The Powerful Tamari. Woo! Tenten stopped paying attention to Glossi and Hyuga Neji, and jumped into the playing field. And Tamari from San Shinobi Village has already been waiting there. Lee, Tenten will definitely lose this game. Hyuga Neji said worriedly. If she is determined not to admit defeat, I'm afraid the other party will kill her. Should not be? Anyway, San Shinobi Village and our Konoha Village are now in alliance, Glossi said. Even if the other party can't help being cruel, I think our chief examiner will definitely stop it. Well, so did you. Hyuga Neji nodded. Although, in the previous few battles, the chief examiner did not rescue people. However, Tenten is a student of Might Guy after all. If there is a real danger, the examiner will help him even if he considers Might Guy's face. What's more, in terms of stepping back 10,000 steps, the chief examiner has not taken any action. With Glossi's current strength, he can easily defeat Tamari and save Tenten. How can you grow up without experiencing the storm? Glossi said in his heart, looking at Tenten's stubborn face with a pair of eyes. After this blow, I believe you will recognize your shortcomings, practice more diligently, and have a broader future. Round 5, Tenten, Tamari, Moonlight Hayate said, game start. Woo! As soon as Moonlight Hayate finished speaking, Tenten immediately jumped back. When she stretched the distance between Tamari to more than 5 meters, she stood still and looked at her opponent with a pair of big eyes unblinking. Tenten has a good grasp of distance, neither far nor near. She is able to play offensively and defensively, just to make use of the strengths of her hidden weapon. Hyuga Neji said. If she didn't meet Tamari, but another weaker person, it wouldn't be without a chance. It's a pity. There is nothing to be a pity, Glossi said lightly. There is never such a thing as a fluke. She won, indicating that she is strong enough to enter the 3rd game. If she loses, it means that she does not have that strength. Well, you were right, there has never been such a thing as luck in this world. Hyuga Neji was taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Humph. Suddenly, Tamari let out a cold snort of disdain. Hey, you are standing there and still not doing your hands. Are you observing my situation? I have to make one thing clear. After I launch an attack, you will be defeated in an instant. Her posture is very arrogant, like a proud white swan. Obviously, she has absolute confidence in her own strength. Tenten listened quietly to Tamari's words, and didn't say anything to refute. Earlier, Glossi and Hyuga Neji both advised her to give up. Those two must have already seen that Tamari's strength is far above her. Therefore, she tried her best to stay calm, carefully observing every movement of the other party, and didn't dare to care. Oh, are you trying to watch the changes and wait for me to take action first? Tamari seemed to be aware of Tenten's intentions, and while speaking, he took 3 steps forward. Advertisement Tenten didn't dare to let the opponent approach, and quickly withdrew 3 steps behind him, always keeping a distance of 5 meters from the opponent. Such a distance is most beneficial to her hidden weapon type player. I have already said that as long as I attack, you will be defeated immediately, Tamari said in a condescending manner. Hurry up and don't dawdle there. Okay. Since you said that, then I'm not welcome. Seeing Tamari's appearance, Tenten knew immediately that the opponent would not attack first, so she nodded and said loudly. Swish, 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 Tenten yelled, put his hand out of his suitcase and drew out 4 shurikens, and then hurled it at Tamari. A disdainful smile appeared on Tamari's face. After raising her, a strange wave erupted from her, and the 4 shurikens broke apart in an instant. And she herself stood there motionless. That's it? Glossi's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of surprise. Although this girl named Tamari is not as flamboyant as Kankuro, she may be even more powerful than Kankuro. Among the people who took the Chunin exam this time, she can definitely rank in the top 5, second only to Glossi, Gaara, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke, and even better than the red bronze armor. Well, how could this be possible? Tenten saw that Tamari was not moving, but the shuriken she shot out was missed. There was a trace of surprise on her face, and said in disbelief. She has strong confidence in her hidden weapon technique, even if it is a target 50 meters away, she can completely hit it. And she is only 5 meters away from the other party, how could she miss it? What's the matter, don't you only have this ability? Tamari teased sarcastically. Or is it that you are so scared that you can't aim at the target with shaking hands? You. There was a trace of anger on Tenten's face. Hey, you are too weak. Tamari sighed and said. I thought it would be more interesting, but now it seems that you are not worth looking forward to at all. Really? Tenten said angrily. She raised a scroll and fetched a scroll from her bag, and then jumped into the air. She grabbed one end of the scroll with her right hand and smashed it forcefully. At this moment, she looks like a fairy falling from the sky, her posture is so beautiful. This time is a unique skill, right? Temari sneered, and she stretched her hand to the huge fan behind her, preparing to fight. Swish, swish, swish. With Tenten's yelling, countless shurikens and kunai in the sky enveloped Temari like raindrops. It turned out that the shuriken and kunai were sealed inside that scroll. Humph! Temari snorted coldly. She slapped the fan on the ground hard, and a strong wave reappeared. All of the hidden weapons bounced off all at once. Advertisement. This is the power of wind style. Hyuga Neji said in a deep voice. Tenten can't break through the opponent's defense at all, he will definitely lose. Yeah. Glossi nodded. Tenten fell back to the ground from the air, seeing the hidden weapons that Temari bounced all over the floor, staring at Temari and the huge fan in her hand in shock. Is there any mechanism in this fan? She guessed in her heart. This is the 1 star. Temari pointed a finger at a circular mark on the fan, and said lightly, there are 2 more. When you see the 3rd star, you lose. I seem to be underestimated by you, Tenten said with a smile on his face, digging out 2 scrolls from his suitcase. I originally planned to use this trick in the 3rd game, but now, there is no way. Oh, 2 scrolls this time? Temari said disdainfully. Even if you take out 3 more scrolls, you will definitely lose. Twin dragons. Tenten shouted. Whizzing, in an instant, 2 scrolls rose up into the sky, just like a giant dragon rising up into the sky at both ends. Tenten jumped into the air, as if incarnate as a female warrior, with his hands continuously knocking countless hidden weapons from the sky. Even the amount is useless, Temari said coldly. She opened the fan to 2 stars, and then slammed it out. Dang. 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 The terrible wind style swept out, and immediately fanned out all the hidden weapons. Take the last move, Tenten yelled loudly, refusing to admit defeat. She gently waved her hands to the bottom, and the countless hidden weapons that fell on the ground seemed to have been attracted, and one by one rose from the ground. This trick is somewhat similar to Konkuro's puppetry, Glossi said silently in his heart. In the sky, dense hidden weapons filled almost every corner. It can be imagined that once Tenten launches an attack again, it will definitely be a rain of bullets and it will be hard to resist. Stop struggling, it's over. Temari fully unfolded the fan, exposing the 3 stars above, and then slammed it towards Tenten and countless hidden weapons in the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the hidden weapons all over the sky were fanned, and Tenten lost his balance and fell powerlessly from the sky. Chapter 98 comes with murderous intent. Lost, Tenten lost. Moreover, she was defeated with nothing to say, and her strength was too far from the opponent, and she couldn't compete at all. Tenten's mouth is full of bitterness, and the pain of her bruised body is far less than the frustration in her heart at this time. What Glossi had said to her before kept coming to her mind. It turns out that the 2 of them have already seen that I am not her opponent at all, Tenten said to himself. At the very least, now I am far from her opponent. I didn't expect Tenten to lose so badly, Hyuga Neji said emotionally. Although he had long seen that Temari was far superior to Tenten, he didn't expect Temari to be so powerful. Even if it is him, he will have some trouble with Temari. Well, I didn't expect it. Glossi nodded. The 3 of Sand Shinobi Village are very strong. Konkuro and Temari are almost like the elite Chunin, and Gaara can compete with Jonin. They are indeed 4th Kazukage's children. What does she want to do? Suddenly, Hyuga Neji glared, staring at Temari on the battlefield, and said harshly. Glossi's eyes flashed sharply and he looked towards the center of the battlefield, and saw Temari holding a huge fan in both hands, posing in a strange posture, as if he wanted to make a final blow to Tenten. Is she trying to kill Tenten? Glossi said calmly. Oh no, to be precise, is she looking for death? He gathered strength under his feet. As long as Temari dared to kill Tenten, he would immediately save him. Little girl in Konoha village, you are still very tender. Temari's indifferent voice sounded. You have seen my 3 stars. Now, it is finally my turn to attack. Ninfa. Itachi, she yelled, unfolded the huge fan in her hand, and slapped Tenten fiercely. Boom. In an instant, a strong wind wave rolled out of the fan, like a tornado that could automatically identify the target and attack it, and rushed towards Tenten frantically. What a powerful chakra! Hyuga Neji exclaimed. Her wind style technique contains a lot of chakra, which is extremely powerful. Once Tenten is hit, it will either die or be injured. Advertisement, humph. Glossi snorted coldly, raising strength from his feet and his whole body, like a flying bird, jumped down from the 2nd floor and pounced on Tenten who was falling from the sky with no effort. Go. Brush. However, what Glossi didn't expect was that just after his forefoot was activated, the big gourd behind Gaara slammed out the plug, and a piece of yellow sand quickly spread out and grabbed Glossi's leg. Go. Don't want to hinder the fight between them, Gaara said sternly. Bang. Glossi didn't answer, took a deep breath, then concentrated all his power on his right fist, and blasted hard at the sand that Gaara had hit. In the crisis, he already used all his strength. Good come. Gaara saw this, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He immediately urged the sand that had grabbed Glossi's leg to change direction, condensed into a big khaki fist, and greeted him fiercely. Boom. With a loud noise, the yellow sand flew all over the sky, and the khaki fist that Gaara condensed was smashed to pieces by Glossi, and turned back to loose sand. How is this possible? Gaara's eyes widened immediately, staring at Glossi, her face full of incredible. And Konkuro next to him wanted to see a ghost even more, his mouth opened so big that he could almost put a duck egg in it. Gaara's ability to control sand is born out of the power of sands of his father 4th Kazekage. It is the secret technique of Sand Shinobi Village that has been passed down from generation to generation to restrain the tail beast. It is extremely powerful. Konkuro has lived for so long, and it is the first time I have seen someone who can shake Gaara's sand force with a pair of fists. What a powerful body is this! Just when Gaara was stunned, Glossi was like a hunting cheetah, jumping into the sky like lightning. Vice Admiral Tenten hugged him, and then escaped from the attack range of Tamari Wind-style technique. Lee, thanks. Thank you. Tenten escaped from death, looking at Glossi with a pair of beautiful big eyes, choked word by word. You're welcome, we are companions. Glossi smiled at Tenten and said, don't worry, it's all right. What are you doing? The hero saves the United States. Tamari missed a hit, feeling unhappy, and seeing Glossi and Tenten look close together, he couldn't help but sneer. She knew that Glossi was very strong, but she believed that even if Glossi was strong, Gaara would definitely be able to deal with him. Therefore, she is not very jealous of Glossi. Advertisement, you. The best prayer don't meet me in the next game, Glossi said coldly. Otherwise, I will let you know what regret is. Oh, hey, I'm so scared. There was an exaggerated expression on Temari's face. Examiner, this guy suddenly jumped in from the field and interfered with our game. I don't know how to punish him. I admit defeat. At this moment, Tenten said in a weak voice. This round, winner, Tamari. Moonlight Hayate glanced at Glossi with appreciative eyes, and said, Rock Lee, I will give you a warning and punishment. If you jump into the field next time and interfere with the normal progress of the game, you will be disqualified for the exam.
Yes, Master Examiner. Glossi grinned and jumped up to the second floor with Tenten in his arms. Such punishment would not cause any loss to him at all. Examiner. Tamari said dissatisfiedly. Why, do you have any objections? Yugong Jaifeng said coldly. Konoha Village and Sand Shinobi Village are in an alliance, but just now Tamari attacked Tenten, who had already lost his resistance, which made Moonlight Hayate's impression of him very bad. Tamari, come back. At this moment, Gaara's cold voice rang. Yes. Tamari trembled in her heart, not daring to disobey Gaara's meaning. She saluted the moonlight blast, and then left the playing field without a sound. Although she is unwilling to do so, but this is the site of Konoha Village after all, how dare she do anything? Even if she is 4th Kazekage's daughter, it won't work. Tenten, are you okay? Hyuga Neji stepped forward caringly and asked. I'm fine. Tenten nodded, grinning reluctantly, and said, thanks to Lee's action, otherwise, I think I will be disabled if I die. What exactly does Sand Shinobi Village want to do? Hyuga Neji frowned and said, according to common sense, there should not be such a killer among allies. Perhaps, people have never regarded Konoha Village as an ally. Glossi said lightly, have you not noticed it yet? The 3 people in Sand Shinobi Village, whether it is Gaara, Konkuro, or Tamari, are all here with murderous aura. Chapter 99 The last round murderous spirit is a very mysterious thing. It can't be seen or touched, but it can be felt by the strong and the sensitive. Although Glossi's strength is still far from recovering, but after all, he has experienced too many things in his previous life, and he is on the verge of life and death many times, and he is most sensitive to things like murderous aura. Among the 3 people in Sand Shinobi Village, Gaara is the most murderous, and he does not hide it at all. Everything is exposed naked, like Shira coming out of hell, wishing to kill everyone he saw. Light. However, it is precisely because of this that Gaara's actions will not attract attention. However, Konkuro and Tamari are different. They know at a glance that they are ninjas who have grown up through normal channels, and they are not low-minded. From the attitude of the 2 of them towards Konoha, one can basically tell the attitude of Sand Shinobi Village towards Konoha Village. When he first came to Konoha Village, Konkuro entangled Konohamaru, a child, and even planned to use his fist to learn. If it weren't for Uchiha Sasuke to stop him, who knows what will happen. And now, when Tenten completely lost the battle, Tamari attacked him with a powerful wind-style technique, which clearly meant to put Tenten to death. All these things, Glossi was watching. He has a deep worry. Sand Shinobi Village seems to be very dissatisfied with the current alliance relationship with Konoha Village, and wants to do something. Murderish. Can you feel it? Hyuga Neji looked at Glossi in shock, and said in disbelief. Even if he is as good as him, he still cannot perceive the killing intent from others in his practice. And Glossi can actually do it. Isn't Glossi stronger than him? Of course it can be sensed. Glossi pointed his finger at Gaara, who was staring at him with murderous eyes in the distance, and said, look for yourself, that guy can't wait to eat me raw now. It's not just you. Hyuga Neji shrugged and said, I feel that this kid is full of hatred for the whole world. He can't wait to kill all the people he sees. It's not just him. Isn't Temari's attitude to Tenten just now enough to explain everything? Glossi said in a deep voice. But Sand Shinobi Village has no reason to turn against Konoha Village. Hyuga Neji said. After all, there is still an alliance between us. If we really turn our face over, they will not get any benefit. Advertisement, political things, I don't know. Glossi said lightly.
However, if I meet the 3 guys from San Shinobi Village in the game, I will definitely not be merciful. The 3 of them will be the confidant of Konoha Village sooner or later. What do you mean? Hyuga Neji looked at Glossi in surprise. He didn't expect Glossi to kill the 3 of them. Kill. Glossi said lightly. Just like what they did to Tenten, kill them. Although his voice was flat, it was full of murderous intent, which made people feel cold and trembling. In the 6th round, Uchiha Sasuke vs Inuzuka. This game was quite exciting. Inuzuka Toa completely revealed the various secrets of the Inuzuka clan. In close cooperation with Akamaru, he launched crazy attacks again and again, which made Uchiha Sasuke exhausted. However, after Uchiha Sasuke's life and death battle with Orochimaru, he changed his mind and used the extremely proficient use of Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. He saw through and cracked the power of Inuzuka Tooth one by one, and finally won. In the 7th round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Nara Shikamaru. Although the battle between the 2 of them was not exciting, they were wise and courageous. Nara Shikamaru has the family secret technique, shadow imitation, which can use shadow to restrict a person's movement and defeat it. It is a pity that although Nara Shikamaru has strong abilities, his cultivation level is insufficient, and he cannot divide the shadow into several paths to deal with different enemies. And Uzumaki Naruto is just good at multiple shadow clone, and dozens of shadow clone were split out at once, making Nara Shikamaru exhausted. The Nara clan is known as the think tank of Konoha Village. Nara Shikamaru, the descendant of the Nara clan, has an IQ of more than 200. Facing Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone, he began to use his powerful intelligence to think, and speculated that Uzumaki Naruto was hiding in the shadow clone. And the most feared of death in these shadow clones is Uzumaki Naruto. However, what Nara Shikamaru did not expect was that Uzumaki Naruto was bold enough to mix his body in the shadow clone's aggressive attack, and ordered a shadow clone to keep retreating, and finally succeeded in deceiving Nara Shikamaru. When Nara Shikamaru seized the fighter to attack the main body of Uzumaki Naruto, he was defeated by Uzumaki Naruto in one fell swoop. Advertisement: Uzumaki Naruto won and entered the 3rd game. This was unexpected to many people, especially Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto with incredible eyes. The 8th round, Gaara vs Akamichi Choji. Facing the infinitely cold and murderous Gaara, Akamichi Choji immediately conceded after launching a flesh needle chariot attack that did not work. Although Gaara was very upset, she wished to turn Akamichi Choji into a blood rain, but when he saw the moonlight blast coming by, he had to endure himself. He is not afraid of Jonin, but he is now in Konoha Village, surrounded by strong people looking around, and 3rd Hokage on the sidelines. He can only shrink back. Even if he is strong, he is still only a child, far from real growth, and there is a huge gap with the older generation of strong. He does not want to challenge these people head-on. At least, not yet. In the last round, Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. Is it finally my turn? Hyuga Neji said with a chuckle. My opponent is actually the eldest lady of the Zong family. It's really fate. Although he was smiling on his face, his eyes shone with cold light, and a terrifying murderous intent came out. You want to kill her? Glossi frowned and shouted. This is my business, has nothing to do with you, Hyuga Neji said coldly. He jumped into the field one by one. This group is interesting. 3rd Hokage looked at Hyuga Neji without blinking, and said in his heart, Neji, what will you do? Chapter 100 Win without fighting. In the last round, Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. This guy. Glossi looked at Hyuga Neji, who jumped with a murderous look, and kept shaking his head in his heart. He knew that Hyuga Neji had a murderous intention and that Hyuga Hinata was very dangerous. However, Glossi was not ready to intervene to stop this incident. This is a contradiction between the Hyuga clan's clan and the branch house, and outsiders cannot intervene. What's more, he and Hyuga Hinata don't have any friendship, and there is no reason to be strong. I didn't expect my opponent to be you, Miss Hinata. Hyuga Neji looked at the shy and nervous Hyuga Hinata without blinking, and said in a deep voice. Brother Neji. Hyuga Hinata whispered. Her movements are very twisty, like a lady who has not yet come out of the feudal ethics, and she does not look like a ninja at all. Her appearance was completely different from the generous Tenten and the wild Tamari, but was somewhat similar to Hoshinoyuki. However, even the weak Hoshinoyuki is better tempered than her. Huh, brother? Uzumaki Naruto said in surprise. Are they 2 brothers and sisters? The 2 of them are from Konoha's oldest clan, the Hyuga clan. However, they are not brothers. Hitaki Kakashi said after appearing behind Uzumaki Naruto sometime. Not a brother? Why do you call him brother? Haruno Sakura asked puzzledly. Then what is their relationship? The relationship between the Hyuga clan and branch house. Hitaki Kakashi thought for a while and said. Song family and branch house? Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand even more. Hinata is a member of the Hyuga clan, which is the orthodox heir. Neji is a branch, which is the branch house. Hitaki Kakashi said. So, this round is a family civil war? Haruno Sakura murmured. Isn't it hard for the 2 of them to attack each other? It's not necessarily true. Hitaki Kakashi shook his head and said. Between the Hyuga clan and the branch house, conflicts and frictions have been constant since ancient times, and their hearts are grievous. Their current relationship is not good. Why? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. I don't know very well either. Hitaki Kakashi was overwhelmed by Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura's several consecutive questions, so he waved his hand and said, "Look, it's going to start." Advertisement, the game begins. Moonlight Gale retreated slowly and then said, "Before the game starts, I want to give Miss Hinata a piece of advice," Hyuga Neji said suddenly. "What?" Hyuga Hinata asked quietly. "Abstain." Hyuga Neji said coldly. "You are not suitable to be a ninja at all." "You." Hyuga Hinata was surprised, his eyes widened, and he looked at Hyuga Neji unblinkingly, shocked in his heart. "You are too kind, always expect peace and avoid all disputes, always cater to other people's ideas, have no self-confidence in yourself, and always have a sense of inferiority. Therefore, you think it is enough to be a genin," Hyuga Neji said. "However, the Chunin exam requires 3 people to register together. You can't refuse the invitation of Inazukaga and Narashikamaru, so you can force yourself to take the exam. That's right?" he asked in a low voice. "No. Not like this. I just..." Hyuga Hinata's voice was very small, not much louder than a mosquito, and she blushed in defense. "I just want to change myself through my own efforts, Although she was defending, the look in her eyes was erratic, and the expression on her face was extremely weak. Obviously, even she herself could not believe these words. Moreover, she didn't even realize it, her hands wrapped around her chest involuntarily. Her willpower has been completely shaken. Glossi shook his head and said helplessly. He knew that there was no need for this game to go on. Hyuga Neji already won. "Miss Hinata, you really are the eldest of the clan." Hyuga Neji coldly interrupted Hyuga Hinata's words and said, "People can't change anyway." "You." The expression on Hyuga Hinata's face was shocking, and the eyes looking at Hyuga Neji were full of horror and fear. "The one who is behind is the one who is behind. This kind of character and strength can't be changed," Hyuga Neji said coldly. "People have gaps because they can't change, so there are so-called elites and draggers. We will judge others or be judged by others based on our appearance, mind, ability, body shape, and personality. People are tired of these unchangeable factors. This is the irresistible destiny of people. It's like I am a branch house and you are the clan. This is a fact that no one can change." Hyuga Neji continued. "I have already seen everything with these eyes, so I will understand that you are just trying to do it. Actually, you want to get out of here as soon as possible." Advertisement, no. "No, I mean it," Hyuga Hinata said weakly. "Byakugan." Hyuga Neji quickly made seals with both hands, and shouted in a low voice. Immediately, blue veins like horned dragons appeared on his face. Such an appearance made him look very hideous and terrifying. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from him, like an invisible storm, rolling towards Hyuga Hinata. His eyes were firm and strong, he would rather bend than bend, and he had no doubts about the path he believed. His willpower is extremely firm. When Hyuga Hinata touched Hyuga Neji's eyes, her heart trembled violently, and she felt a huge pressure oncoming. At this moment, her aura, strength, and will are all at a disadvantage. The gap between her and Hyuga Neji is so huge, you can't hide it from my eyes. Hyuga Neji said suddenly. "After I put pressure on you just now, your gaze immediately moved to the upper left, which shows that you are recalling your past experience, the painful past. After that, your vision immediately moved to the lower right, which shows that you think of physical and mental pain. In other words, you are using past experience to imagine the outcome of this game. You think you will lose this game," Hyuga Neji said sternly. "Also, the act of putting your hands on your chest means that you want to set up a barrier between us to keep a distance. In other words, you don't want to continue to be peeped inside by me, because everything you think is said by me it's in," Hyuga Neji continued. "Also, touching your lips is an act of self-intimacy that shows that your heart is shaken. This means that your defensive instinct is alleviating your tension and anxiety. In other words, you have already noticed that it is absolutely impossible to change yourself. You have lost," Hyuga Neji snapped. I. Hyuga Hinata trembles all over, desperately trying to open his mouth to say something, but still can't make a sound. Beat. Suddenly, third Hokage shouted at Moonlight Blast. "Yes, Master Hokage." Moonlight Hayate immediately understood the meaning of third Hokage and announced aloud. "The last round, winner, Hyuga Neji. Chapter 101 Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. 1. So Hyuga Neji won. From start to finish, Hyuga Neji didn't do anything, just relying on verbal attacks and mental pressure. The eldest of the Hyuga clan was almost mentally broken. It was truly terrifying. For a while, everyone's eyes looked at Hyuga Neji change. Even arrogant like Gaara and arrogant like Uchiha Sasuke. Their faces changed color at this time. This person is definitely a super enemy of them. "After I entered the third level of martial art, you and Gaara are the only two worthy of a different look," Glossi said while looking at Hyuga Neji. At this point, the 10 rounds of qualifiers have all ended. A total of 20 people participated in the competition, 10 battles, 10 people should enter the third game. However, in the fourth round, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura both fought until they lost their will. As a result, both of them were eliminated and no one was promoted. Therefore, a total of 9 people entered the third game. They are Glossi, Aburame Shino, Kankuro, Tamari, Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, and a strong man named Fujita Monkey from Rock Shinobi Village. You have successfully advanced to the third exam of the Chunin exam. I hereby congratulate you all. Moonlight Hayate said softly. Next, let our Lord Hokage explain the content of the next game. He bowed to third Hokage in a salute, then quietly stepped aside. Now I'm going to explain the content of the formal selection. Third Hokage put his hand on the hat that symbolizes Hokage's identity and said in a deep voice. At the same time, in a secluded corner of Konoha village, Yakushi Kabuto respectfully knelt at Orochimaru's feet and said respectfully, Master Orochimaru, the qualifiers are over, and the formal selection should begin soon. He is actually Orochimaru's subordinate. It's really peaceful here, Orochimaru said lightly, looking into the distance with deep eyes. No, this country is too peaceful, while other countries are busy competing for arms. Isn't it just enough to take this country in one fell swoop? Yakushi Kabuto said. Advertisement, that's what I said, Orochimaru said coldly. I wonder if it's fun to take off that old man's head? Really? Yakushi Kabuto suddenly stood up from the ground and asked. Huh? The expression on Orochimaru's face became cold, and Yakushi Kabuto was immediately enveloped by a murderous aura that was so strong that the two of them suffocated. I think you are still a little hesitant. Yakushi Kabuto trembled in his heart, but still remained calm, said. In the future, the power of the ninja villages will be fiercely rubbed for a long time, and Atonin will be no exception. You want to be the fuse of this situation, and he is the dynamite prepared for this? Uchiha Sasuke, right? He asked. He. Orochimaru let out a sneer. Your keen observation makes me very upset. You have a reputation. Yakushi Kabuto said. It's just that I didn't know the existence of Toss, Sak, and Jin before. When I was collecting information on Uchiha Sasuke, I was deliberately awkwardly attacked by them for the sake of Master Atonin's ability. You overestimate me, he said. It seems that you haven't fully trusted me yet. As my right-hand man in the future, you don't need to care about those little ones at all. This also shows that I trust you. Orochimaru said. So, I will leave Sasuke to you now. In the Death Forest, I picked up the dark side of his heart. I hope you can bring him immediately before the darkness in his heart subsides. It seems that you are a little impatient, Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said. Because there was some accident, Orochimaru said. Did you mean Uzumaki Naruto? Yakushi Kabuto said. What a keen guy. Orochimaru said in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke is an avenger who exists to kill his brother Itachi, so he won't die until he achieves his goal. However, when he fought with me, he knew that he was not my opponent but he rushed forward. It puzzles me. He's not a kid willing to die. According to your information, it seems that Sasuke's thoughts and heart have changed after contact with the Nine-Tails kid. Since that kid has such a big influence on Sasuke, they have to let them go early. Separate to accept my influence as soon as possible. Advertisement. As he spoke, he stuck out his bright red tongue and licked his lips. Such a subconscious action made Yakushi Kabuto's heart stunned. I see. Yakushi Kabuto tried his best to stay calm and said flatly, farewell. Kabuto. Suddenly, Orochimaru stopped Yakushi Kabuto and said in Morahan's voice. If you want to stop me, you can only kill Sasuke now. Because you can't kill me, Orochimaru said coldly. Even if you are great, you are only as good as Kakashi at best. Drops of cold sweat fell from Yakushi Kabuto's forehead. Yakushi Kabuto only felt that a fierce killing intent locked him, like a giant python staring at a frog. He didn't dare to move, because he was afraid that as long as he moved, Orochimaru would kill him immediately. However, the killing intent soon disappeared. I was joking, you can go. I have always believed in you, Orochimaru said with a smile. Even if the powerful killing intent disappeared, Yakushi Kabuto still stood motionless, not daring to act rashly. For so long in the past, Yakushi Kabuto's only evaluation of Orochimaru is that he is unfathomably powerful, but his temperament is moody. He couldn't figure out whether Orochimaru was testing him or whether he was really suspicious of him. Moreover, what shocked him was that Orochimaru saw his strength so accurately. Obviously, Orochimaru's strength is far above him. As long as you want to kill him, it's absolutely the same as playing. Let's go. Orochimaru said again. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Until this moment, Yakushi Kabuto let out a long sigh and left here. This guy is very cautious. It's interesting. Orochimaru looked at the leaving figure of Yakushi Kabuto and said lightly. Chapter 102 Hoshinoyuki Apprentice. You will have a formal selection competition in front of everyone. Third Hokage glanced at the nine with a majestic gaze, and said in a deep voice. You represent the combat power of your respective countries, and I hope you can play your best level by then. Therefore, the formal selection will take place in 1 month. Don't you start now? Uzumaki Naruto asked puzzledly. This month is preparation time, Third Hokage said. What do you mean? Hyuga Neji frowned and said. This is to make time to inform the daimyo and ninja leaders of various countries, telling them that the pre-selection is over and they can come to watch the formal selection. At the same time, it also gives you candidates some time to prepare for self-improvement. I'm a little confused, what do you mean? Kankuro said uncomfortably. In fact, to put it bluntly, I want you to make some targeted preparations and analyze your opponent's performance in the qualifiers, so as to maximize your chances of winning. Third Hokage has a very good temper, not at all because of Kankuro's tone of voice, and angry. Although the previous battles were actual battles, they were fighting against opponents they didn't understand. However, it was different during the official selection. All the strengths of the opponents have been demonstrated. For the sake of fairness, you will use this month to change yourself. Be stronger. Third Hokage said. Have all the opponent's strengths been shown? This is not necessarily. Hyuga Neji stared at Glossi with a pair of Byakugan, and said secretly in his heart. Apart from me, who else can force out the full strength of that guy? Gaara looked at Glossi with bloodthirsty crazy eyes, looking hideous and terrifying. Am I qualified to let you display all your strength? Uchiha Sasuke said silently with a complicated expression. After so many things, his arrogant heart has already fallen into the dust. He knew that even if he inherited the blood of the Uchiha family, if he did not work hard, he would be surpassed by many people. The crowd dispersed. Sister Anko. Glossi said loudly to Mitarashi Anko, who was standing there smiling at him. Little guy, I knew you must have something to ask me. Mitarashi Anko squeezed Glossi's cheek and said with a smile. Let's talk about it. What can I ask for help from my sister? Sister Anko, please don't tease me. I'm still young, I'm a child. Glossi flashed to the back and broke free of Mitarashi Anko's claws, and said. Advertisement. People are big and small, Mitarashi Anko said dissatisfied. Hee. Glossi smiled and said tentatively, Sister Anko, you don't seem to have any students? Well, it's not. Mitarashi Anko nodded and said. Why are you? You stinky boy, let me trouble you. She wasn't stupid. She saw Hoshinoyuki coming from a distance and scolded angrily. Hoshinoyuki, come, and see Sister Anko soon. Glossi pulled out Hoshinoyuki, who was standing behind him shyly, and said with a smile. Oh no, I should call Mrs. Anko. Ms. Anko. Hoshinoyuki's beautiful face was flushed, and she looked extremely cute. She looked at Mitarashi Anko with admiration, and said respectfully. This is a jonin, but also a female jonin. This is the goal that Hoshinoyuki has pursued all his life. Don't rush to call my teacher. Mitarashi Anko waved and stopped Hoshinoyuki, and said. Lee, who is she? She looked at Glossi and asked. Sister Anko, she is Genin from Hoshinen village. At the moment, Glossi explained the origin of Hoshino and the current situation. He sincerely begged Mitarashi Anko to accept Hoshinoyuki as his disciple. That's it. Mitarashi Anko nodded as he looked up and down Hoshinoyuki. Actually, it's not that I can't accept her for your sake, but... But what? Glossi asked. She must first accept Ibizu's temptation before she can officially join Konoha village. Mitarashi Anko said. As long as she joins Konoha village, I can ask her to come directly. Mori Nai Bixi. Glossi couldn't help frowning when he heard the words. That guy is an out-and-out expert in interrogation. Grandmaster has countless ways to interrogate people. Obviously, Mitarashi Anko had some doubts about Hoshinoyuki and was unwilling to accept such a foreign girl. After all, many such things have happened before. Someone was on the verge of death, dying, and was kindly rescued back to the village. However, this person was an enemy's spy, and disappeared immediately after stealing the village's top-secret information, causing huge losses and casualties to the village. Is there only one way? Glossi asked. For Mitarashi Anko's worries, Glossi naturally knew it well. He didn't want to embarrass the other party, so he asked. Actually, there is another way possible. Mitarashi Anko let out a long sigh, seeing that Glossi had no objection. I can also go to the strong jonin from the Yamanaka clan to investigate the spiritual consciousness of this girl. Advertisement. The Yamanaka clan. Glossi suddenly thought of Yamanaka Ino. She was the descendant of this clan. The Yamanaka clan possesses the psychic mystery that has been passed down from generation to generation, and can probe the conscious thoughts in their minds without damaging the target. Mitarashi Anko said. I have some friendship with Ino's father, Yamanaka. I can ask him to help. In this way, she won't have to face the monster Ibis. Okay. Glossi agreed immediately. In this way, I will trouble you, sister. Boy, you are so polite with me. Mitarashi Anko smiled and said. You wait here for a while, and I will come as soon as I go. She nodded her hands, and her whole body disappeared into the ground in an instant. This is the earth movement technique in earth style. Genin's strength is very weak, and Shunin is only a strong one. But when they enter the Jonin domain, their strength will immediately become leaps and bounds. Glossi stared at the place where Mitarashi Anko disappeared without blinking, said silently in his heart. Rock Lee, what are you looking at? Hoshinoyuki asked suddenly. Nothing. Glossi smiled and said. Don't be nervous, after Sister Anko invites that person, you can join Konoha as long as you pass the test, and you will worship Sister Anko as a teacher. Yeah. Hoshinoyuki nodded excitedly, the expression on her face very excited. Not long after, Mitarashi Anko came, and behind her was a middle-aged man with long golden hair and a gentle breath all over his body. Although his breath is gentle, it is very powerful, not inferior to Mitarashi Anko. Are you Rock Lee? Yamanaka High's eyes flickered, and he kept looking at Glossi, and said in admiration. It's really a hero who was born in a young age. I saw the shadow of Guy back then from you. Thank you, Glossi said modestly. She is. He pointed his finger at what Hoshino Dasuki just wanted to say, only to find that Yamanaka High had already turned away. She can join Konoha. Yamanaka Keiichi's voice floated far away. Hoshinoyuki, don't you hurry up to see the teacher? Glossi was overjoyed and said to Hoshinoyuki. I have seen the teacher. Hoshinoyuki bowed deeply at Mitarashi Anko and said respectfully. Chapter 103, Go Dreaming. Well, from now on, you can follow me. Mitarashi Anko glanced at Hoshino Dasuki, sighed, and said. Hey, it's really troublesome. The second session of Chunan's exam was over, and her mission as the chief examiner ended with it. She thought she could relax for the next more than a month, but she never thought that Glossi would find a student for her from somewhere, and immediately disrupted all her original plans. Teacher, Hoshinoyuki's eyes flashed with a trace of anxiety, and the look on her face was terrified. She didn't know what to do. Sister Anko, you are not allowed to bully her in the future. Glossi stretched out his hand and gently squeezed Hoshinoyuki's little hand, motioning her not to be frustrated. Okay, I know, damn it stinky kid. Mitarashi Anko said irritably. Don't worry, since I have promised you, I will try my best to teach her, but what? Glossi asked. However, I'm notoriously harsh. Mitarashi Anko showed a weird smile on his face, and licked his lips when he spit out the bright red tongue at Glossi. In this situation, Glossi's scalp was numb, and Hoshinoyuki couldn't help shaking all over. Red. Sister Anko, what is your relationship with Orochimaru? Glossi couldn't help asking. Orochimaru. He used to be my teacher. Mitarashi Anko said quietly with a hint of sadness in the depths of his eyes. She turned out to be a disciple of Orochimaru. Glossi stared at Mitarashi Anko, whose temperament was very similar to Orochimaru, and couldn't help but whispered in his heart, wondering if he was right to give Hoshinoyuki to Mitarashi Anko. In case Hoshinoyuki's personality and temperament become the same as Orochimaru's in the future, she will spit out her long tongue from time to time. The picture was so beautiful that Glossi didn't dare to think about it anymore. Hey, brat, what are you thinking about? Mitarashi Anko said dissatisfied, as she had returned to normal at this time. No. Nothing. Glossi reluctantly forced a smile and said, Sister Anko, Hoshinoyuki will ask you from now on. Advertisement. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning, you will be waiting for me at the martial arts field. Mitarashi Anko said to Hoshinoyuki. Okay, you can go on a date or something now. I'm leaving. After speaking, she nodded her hands with her hands, and she didn't go underground and disappeared. Lee. Hoshinoyuki flushed with shame, and was so nervous that she didn't even dare to look up at Glossi. Okay, let's go. Glossi also felt a little embarrassed, but after all, his cheek was thicker. He grabbed Hoshinoyuki's white and tender little hands, and took her to walk outside. Hoshinoyuki let Glossi pull the hand, followed behind her obediently, without saying a word. Until now, she still feels like in a dream. Happiness has come too suddenly. In the Death Forest, two of her companions fought to protect her, and when they were about to face the tragic fate of being gang R******D and killed, Glossi turned up and killed the three scumbags and saved her. Given her situation at the time, if she returned to Zinran village, the fate of welcoming her would be even darker and miserable. And Glossi once again extended a helping hand to her, not only allowed her to join Konoha village, but also found a powerful Jonin as a teacher. What a great kindness is this. She has nothing to do with it. Rock Lee, my Hoshinoyuki will live for you in my future life. Hoshinoyuki secretly looked at Glossi's ordinary but masculine face, and said silently in his heart. Her eyes are full of tenderness and honey, yearning for worship. I will definitely learn from the teacher, try my best to improve my strength, not to hold you back, and strive to be your good assistant. Lee, you are too slow. Glossi pulled Hoshinoyuki out of the tower, and Tenten's extremely dissatisfied voice rang in his ears. What are you doing inside? Suddenly, Tenten's voice stopped abruptly, her eyes widened, and she stared at Hoshinoyuki who was held by Glossi, and the expression on her face suddenly became very ugly. Hoshinoyuki was stared at by Tenten with that look, and she couldn't help feeling a panic in her heart. She quickly took her hand out of Glossi's hand and hid behind Glossi. That kind of timid look is really pitiful to me. Tenten, haven't you already gone back? Glossi looked at the angry Hoshinoyuki in surprise, and said. The injury on your body doesn't matter, right? You can't die from this injury. Tenten replied coldly. Who is she? She asked. That looked like a little daughter-in-law who happened to catch her husband to steal fishy, was full of grievances. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce it to you. Glossi smiled, stretched out his hand to drag Hoshinoyuki from behind to the front, and said. Her name is Hoshinoyuki. Starting today, everyone is a companion. Advertisement, Hoshinoyuki, she is Tenten, he said to Hoshinoyue again. Senior Tenten, please take care of her in the future. Hoshinoyuki could clearly feel that the other party didn't like her, but when things got to this point, she could only bite the bullet. Lee, isn't she a ninja from another village? Tenten ignored Hoshinoyuki, but asked Glossi. She used to be Genin from Star Ninja Village, but now she has joined us Konoha. Glossi explained. She just worshipped the examiner Anko-sama as a teacher. Why, she is the examiner's student, Tenten said in shock. Jonin, even in the strong Konoha village, is an extremely precious resource. Every Jonin apprentice will go through strict audits in the village before making a decision. For example, for the 9 newcomers in Konoha village who took the Chunin exam this time, each of them came from different origins. For example, Ino Shikacho, they are supported by powerful family forces behind them. For another example, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, one has the bloodline of Uchiha, who is known as the strongest in the ninja world, and the other is the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. They are also sealed with the horror existence of suspected warcraft. Hoshinoyuki is just a genin who has just left Zinran village. What qualifications does she have to worship under the chief examiner? Actually, thanks to Rock Lee's help, I was able to worship the examiner as a teacher. Hoshinoyuki explained. It's all you? Tenten asked again in shock and angrily. Yes. That's it. I have some friendship with the examiner, so I ask her. Glossi smiled awkwardly and said. At this moment, no matter how insensitive he was to emotional matters, he could see the real reason for Tenten's anger. What a deep friendship. Tenten waved his hand bitterly, interrupting Glossi's words, and said, Tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning, you will wait for me at the martial arts field and teach me the hidden weapon technique. As for the matter of kneeling an apprenticeship, you can dream about it. After speaking, Tenten turned and walked away. Chapter 104 The Tragic Hyuga Hinata. Lee. Rock Lee, did I cause you trouble? Hoshinoyuki looked at the figure that Tenten rushed away angrily, and couldn't help but said in a trembling voice. It's okay, you don't have to worry, haha. Glossi slapped haha, and said indifferently. Go, let's go to the village to have some food. But, Hoshinoyuki showed a worried expression on her face. It's nothing, let's go, Glossi said. This time, he did not step forward to hold Hoshinoyuki's hand. A person is too good, too much to attract the attention of the opposite S**X. It is also very troublesome, he said incomparably. For the others, Glossi didn't dare to pack tickets, at least Hoshinoyuki and Tenten were already in love with him. It's a bustling street. Walking on the snack street, Hoshinoyuki couldn't help looking at the various snacks on both sides, as well as the crowds coming and going, very shocked. She has never seen such a bustling and lively place in Xingren Village. Konoha Village, the largest force in the ninja world today, has the most powerful combat power and overlooks the world. Under the protection of powerful force, Konoha Village is rarely attacked by war. Therefore, the people in the village enjoy peace, business and service industries develop rapidly, and there is a prosperous scene everywhere. The most famous snack street in Konoha Village shows this scene vividly. Here, the status of employers, ninjas, and civilians is almost equal. This should be the most prosperous place in Konoha Village. Glossi smiled and said, Go, I'll take you to eat ramen. On this snack street, the most famous place is Yilei Ramen. Ramen. What is it? I haven't eaten it, Hoshinoyuki said with his eyes widened in confusion. Have you never eaten ramen? Glossi was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted. In different places, their eating habits are also different. Star Ninja Village is a few hundred kilometers north of the Country of Fire. It is normal that you haven't eaten ramen. Yeah. Hoshinoyuki twitched, and I don't have any money. It's okay, I invite you, Glossi said with a smile. Let's go, I can assure you that you will fall in love with the ramen immediately after eating it once, it's so delicious. Yeah, I believe it. Hoshinoyuki nodded vigorously, her face flushed, very cute. When Glossi took Hoshinoyuki into the Yilei Ramen restaurant, he was stunned, because he suddenly discovered that Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Tooth, and Hyuga Hinata were all sitting inside. Rock Lee. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to spot Glossi and immediately stood up and said loudly, waving in greeting. He's here too. Uzumaki Naruto's shout made the others stop, and they all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the door. Glossi smiled slightly and said to a few people, Hey, you are all here, it's a coincidence. Advertisement. He was calm and relaxed, but Hoshinoyuki, who was next to him, flushed with shame, being stared at by so many people with surprised eyes. It had already exceeded her heart's tolerance limit. She didn't dare to look up. Well, it's a coincidence. Uchiha Sasuke nodded at Glossi and said, She is. He cast his gaze to Hoshinoyuki. Come on, let me introduce to everyone. She is a student of Mr. Anko, the examiner of the second test. Hoshino Dasuki. Glossi pulled Hoshino Dasuki from behind to the front and introduced. Oh, it turned out to be a student of the examiner. Haruno Sakura suddenly realized. Hoshinoyuki. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Haruno Sakura, you can call me Little Sakura. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto said with a loud voice. Uchiha Sasuke. His temper is very cold and hard to change in a short time. Aburame Shino. Inuzuka Tooth. Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata said last. The look in her eyes was erratic, and she seemed a little absent-minded. Has the psychological trauma that Neji caused to her in the game has not been eliminated? Glossi said in his heart. Hoshinoyuki, hurry up and say hello to everyone. He touched Hoshinoyuki with his hand and whispered. Big. Everyone, I am Hoshinoyuki, I hope you will take care of it in the future. Hoshinoyuki's nervous voice trembled, and she bowed deeply to several people and said. Hey, when did you two come? At this moment, a girl with a beautiful face wrapped in a white towel on her head came out from inside, looking at Glossi and Hoshinoyuki and said loudly. Hurry up, please sit inside. What do you want? She walked over and greeted warmly. 2 bowls of ramen, with eggs and meat, Glossi said with a smile. Okay, I'll be fine soon. The girl responded heartily, and then walked into the back room. I'm finished, I'm going to practice, goodbye. Uzumaki Naruto was the first to put down the dishes and said loudly. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura also left. When the 2 bowls of ramen were served, Inuzuka also left. Here, it suddenly became a lot deserted, only Glossi, Hoshinoyuki, and Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata who sat there silently eating and not talking. Is it delicious? Glossi asked Hoshinoyuki with a smile. It's delicious. Hoshinoyuki nodded vigorously while eating gluttonously. This is the best food I have ever eaten in my life, she said excitedly. Well, eat more if it's delicious, Glossi said. If it's not enough, just ask for another bowl. Hoshinoyuki nodded and ate gorgingly. Her sturdy appearance is really inconsistent with her usual soft look, which makes people shocking. Advertisement, I'm finished, I'm leaving. Suddenly, Aburame Shino put down his chopsticks and said coldly, are you going? Hyuga Hinata did not speak, but shook his head slightly. Her eyes were confused, and it was obvious that those words of Hyuga Neji completely broke her belief and made her become like a walking dead. Take care by yourself. Aburame Shino dropped these words, and then left alone. Glossi slowly ate the ramen, while looking at Hyuga Hinata from the corner of his eyes. He found that Hyuga Hinata's eyes were distracted, and even the focus was lost. From time to time, I can see tears falling from my eyes and falling into the bowl, pitiful. Finally, it was dark. Hyuga Hinata put down his chopsticks and walked outside step by step. Her figure is thin, extremely thin, and her back is bleak. Rock Lee, she is so pitiful. Hoshinoyuki whispered. She watched the match between Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji, and felt sympathy for Hyuga Hinata. Yeah. Glossi nodded. Should we follow her? I'm afraid she won't think about it. Hoshinoyuki said. I don't know why, every time I see her, I always feel like I have seen myself before. Go. Glossi was silent for a while, and took Hoshinoyuki's hand and walked outside. She's home. Hoshinoyuki looked at Hyuga Hinata from a distance and walked toward a tall and heavy wooden door, whispering. Is that the land of the famous Hyuga clan? Squeak. At this moment, the heavy door opened, and a tall and robust middle-aged man walked out from the inside. He looked at Hyuga Hinata fiercely, and sternly shouted. You still have the face to come back. The Hyuga clan's face has been lost by you. My father, Hyuga Hinata said weakly. Boom. However, at this moment, something shocking happened. That tall middle-aged man suddenly raised his foot and kicked Hyuga Hinata's chest fiercely, kicking him more than 5 meters away. FK. Hyuga Hiyashi doesn't have a trash daughter like you, the man said coldly. From now on, you have been expelled from Hyuga's house. Chapter 105 The highly guarded Hyuga family, dang. With a loud noise, the tall and heavy door was slammed shut. From beginning to end, Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes looked at Hyuga Hinata without any mercy other than disdain and hatred. It was as if the person kicked by him was not his daughter, but just a stray cat and dog on the street. My father. Hyuga Hinata, his mouth full of blood, struggled to get up from the ground, weeping and wailing. Her tears were like broken beads, slipping from the corner of her eyes and falling to the ground. Her cry is sorrowful and sad for those who hear it. My father, please don't leave me, don't drive me out of the family. My father. Hyuga Hinata climbed up to the door with difficulty, tapping with his weak little hand. However, no matter how she wept and howled, there was no movement inside the door. How can this be done? It's too much. Hoshinoyuki saw this scene in his eyes, couldn't help clenching his fists, and said with an incredible face. Isn't Hinata his biological daughter? How could he do this? While she was speaking, she was about to start rushing towards Hyuga Hinata. For some reason, seeing Hyuga Hinata, she will involuntarily think of her poor life experience. Don't move. Glossi stretched out his hand to hold Hoshinoyuki, and shouted in a low voice. That person is not there yet, he is standing behind the door. He has been investigating the Hyuga clan with his powerful spirit, and he has noticed that there are 7 or 8 powerful auras in his clan, and they are all Jonin. And Hyuga Hinata's father's breath is even more amazing, his strength still surpasses the realm of Jonin, close to cage level, can be called quasi-shadow. The Hyuga clan, known as the top giants in Konoha village, is not without his reason. At this moment, Hyuga Hinata's father was standing behind the door, motionless, not knowing what was thinking in his heart. And Glossi naturally didn't dare to move. This was an internal affair of the Hyuga clan, and I was afraid that even third Hokage would not be able to intervene. With his current strength, he couldn't shake the huge Hyuga clan at all. Once you force yourself to get ahead, you will only insult yourself. Even standing behind the door and letting his daughter cry and cry, doesn't he even have a little compassion? Hoshinoyuki murmured. How can there be such a cruel father in this world? Advertisement, you don't understand. Glossi said in a deep voice. This is the sorrow of the rich family. Sometimes, even as the leader of a clan, in order to protect the interests of the entire clan, he has to do something that makes his heart ache. For example, Hyuga Hinata, as the orthodox heir of the Hyuga clan family, she is weak and unacceptable. She was defeated by Hyuga Neji of the branch house without even doing it. For the Hyuga clan, this is a kind of a huge insult that is unacceptable. If Hyuga Hinata returns to the family, he will definitely be deprived of his heir qualifications, and will be subjected to various punishments, blows, and even abuses. And her father expelled her from the family, in a sense, perhaps to protect her, Glossi said. Is this to protect her? Hoshinoyuki's eyes widened, her face full of incomprehension. With her current age and life experience, it is difficult to understand the true meaning of Glossi. Isn't what she needs most now is the comfort of the closest person? Hoshinoyuki said. Her father not only didn't comfort her, but kicked her out and expelled her from the family. If this is also a kind of protection, I would rather not, she said emotionally. You don't understand. Glossi frowned, and suddenly reached out and touched a dumb point on Hoshinoyuki's chest. He was worried that Hoshinoyuki's emotions would be felt by Hyuga Hinata's father. After all, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is famous all over the world, and its insight is even better than that of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Glossi now doubts whether Hyuga Hinata's father has already discovered where they are, but he hasn't revealed it. Hoshinoyuki gestured to her mouth while waving her hand with a frightened expression. She was terrified that she suddenly lost the ability to speak. Don't worry, this is my ability. Glossi reached out and patted Hoshinoyuki's shoulder and said, You are so emotional now, you have to calm down. I will solve it for you later. Until then, the panic in Hoshinoyuki's heart dissipated, and his composure was restored. My father, please don't expel me from the family, okay? Hyuga Hinata cried weakly while scratching the tall and heavy door with his nails in both hands. Her voice was almost crying, but there was no sound inside. Gradually, Hyuga Hinata's crying became smaller and smaller, until finally disappeared completely, leaving only helpless sobbing. Hey! There was a long sigh inside the door, and then a heavy footstep went away. Advertisement, my father! My father! Hyuga Hinata yelled desperately when he heard this voice, as if grabbing the last straw. Don't go, my father, don't go. However, no matter how she cried, her father did not leave without giving up. Okay, you can pass now. Glossi felt Hyuga Hinata's father leave, and said with a finger to unlock Hoshinoyuki's dumb acupuncture point. Thank you, Rock Lee. Hoshinoyuki said to Glossi gratefully. She stood up and quickly ran to Hyuga Hinata, who was still lying on the ground crying. Who dares to rush into the powerhouse of our Hyuga clan at night, knowing nothing about life and death? However, what Glossi didn't expect was that Hoshinoyuki had just approached Hyuga Hinata, and a loud roar came in his ears. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, the 6 shining branches of Kuwu-Wu from the upper, middle and lower 3 different directions lost towards Hoshinoyuki. From the unmistakable angle of the unreliable attack and the sharp and powerful sound of breaking through the air, Glossi immediately judged that the person who shot secretly was at least an elite chunin. Sorry, Glossi yelled in his heart. He knew that Hoshinoyuki's strength would definitely not be able to escape. He slid his hand on the ground beside him, but only touched a stone. With just one stone, it is impossible to knock down 6 kunai in an instant in any case. Yes. At the moment of this sparking fire, Glossi raised his right hand and threw the stone fiercely. Ah! With a scream, Hoshinoyuki's left foot was hit by a stone, her body instantly lost her balance, and she suddenly fell to the ground. Swish! 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 6 kunai close to Hoshinoyuki's hair flew past. The texture of the coldness made Hoshinoyuki's body cold. She knew that she had already walked away from the ghost gate just now. Chapter 106 The Witty Hyuga Hiyashi. Good clever ability to judge on the spot. On the high wall of Hyuga's house, a tall middle-aged man appeared on the left and right. Among them, the person on the left said in an admiring tone. Little guy, come out quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing this girl. He looked at the place of Guluo Tibet with a pair of Byakugan open and said threateningly. It's worthy of being the famous Hyuga clan, it's really amazing. Glossi slowly walked out of the hiding place and said in a deep voice. I think I've hidden it well, but in front of your Hyuga family's famous Byakugan, there is still no chance of luck. Huh, brat, you still have some knowledge. The man on the right snorted coldly and said. He seemed to be extremely helpful to Glossi's words, and the killing intent emanating from his body was suddenly reduced a lot. What is your name? Who is your teacher? What did you do when you didn't sleep at night, but ran to our Hyuga house? He asked in a deep voice. Don't you know that this is a taboo? My name is Rock Lee, and I am a student of teacher Might Guy. Glossi thought for a while and said. At the end of the qualifiers, the examiner Mitarashi Anko found that Hinata's mood was a little wrong, so I asked her student Hoshino Dasuki and I to follow her. His current strength is too weak, far from enough to ramp up the world. In desperation, he could only move out Might Guy and Mitarashi Anko, hoping to shock the Hyuga family. Even if they were shocked, Jonin, who is also Konoha village, Glossi believed that after they knew this relationship, they would not do anything to them. Sure enough, after listening to Glossi's words, the expressions of the 2 masters of Hyuga's family eased a lot. You're a student of Might Guy, and she's a student of Mitarashi Anko? The person on the left-hand side fell to the ground with a finger and was clinging to the painful Hoshino Dasuki with his left foot, and asked. In his impression, Mitarashi Anko is the disciple of that person in the legend. How could her student's strength be so bad? Yes. Glossi nodded and said. She was originally Genin from Hoshinen village, and she just joined us at Konoha village this afternoon to worship Master Mitarashi Anko as a teacher. He said it briefly and clearly, without any concealment, because he knew that with the powerful energy of the Hyuga clan, it only took a moment to discover the truth of the matter. That's it. The man on the right nodded and said. Well, those who don't know are not guilty, just forget it this time. However, if there is another next time, I will never be merciless. Advertisement, whizzing. With 2 soft sounds, the 2 people disappeared in an instant. Huh. That's weird. Glossi was suspicious looking at the place where the 2 people disappeared. He knew that the other party must be hiding in a corner nearby, but he couldn't detect it with his spiritual thoughts, which made him a little anxious. This is by no means a good signal for him. Hoshinoiwe, are you okay? Glossi quickly dispelled the thoughts in his mind and walked to Hoshinoiwe who was holding his left foot and weeping, and asked. I'm fine. Hoshinoyuki said tearfully, looking very pitiful and pitiful. Sorry, I was not good just now. Glossi said apologetically. The situation was too urgent at the time. If I didn't knock you to the ground, you would be caught by those 6 kunai. Rock Lee, you don't need to say, I believe you, Hoshinoyuki said quickly. Actually, there is someone who needs more care than me. She looked at Hyuga Hinata, who was lying on the ground next to her. Glossi reached out and patted Hoshinoyuki's shoulder, nodded, and walked towards Hyuga Hinata, this little girl. At this moment, Hyuga Hinata was lying prone on the ground, a pair of snow-white, delicate little hands constantly pulling on the heavy door. She pulled the door so hard that her fingernails were cracked, and Yin Hong's blood was constantly flowing out, which was shocking. Her face was covered with crystal tears, dripping down continuously, and the tears wet the skirt of her chest, and even the mud on the ground. There was a dead gray in her eyes, as if she had lost her soul. Rock Lee, what should she do? Hoshino Tsukigori endured the sharp pain in her left foot, leaned forward and asked worriedly. There is a saying that is good, it is called mourning more than hard death. This is the situation of Hyuga Hinata at this moment, which makes Glossi, who has experienced countless winds and rains in his previous life, feel helpless. Advertisement: this is heart disease. Let's go to the hospital first. Glossi thought for a while and said. He was once penetrated back and forth by Orochimaru with a pheasant sword on his chest, his left shoulder was broken, and he was seriously injured. Although he closed the pain nerves in 2 places with his unique acupuncture technique, which had almost no effect on his daily behavior, it was not the way to go on like this. Moreover, Hoshinoyuki's left foot was interrupted by him, and Hyuga Hinata's situation was not good. The hospital has now become the place where Glossi needs to go most. Bang! 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 Glossi made consecutive shots, hitting several major acupoints on Hyuga Hinata's chest, causing him to temporarily lose his mind. He carried Hyuga Hinata on his shoulders, and helped the limping Hoshinoyuki, and walked slowly in the direction of Konoha Hospital. Woo! Not long after the 3 of Gullos left, Hyuga Hinata's father, Hyuga Hiyashi, appeared out of thin air. He opened a pair of brilliant Byakugan, staring at the 3 figures of Glossi. The look in his eyes was very complicated. Hinata, my father is sorry, but my father can't help it, Hyuga Hiyashi murmured. For the future of the Hyuga clan, and for the glory of the Hyuga clan, sooner or later those old things will force me to act on you and get rid of you. Instead of waiting for that day, I might as well drive you out by myself. At the very least, you can save a life and make 2 real friends who can live and die for you. Rock Lee, the future of this little guy is limitless. Even Master 3rd Hokage praised him, saying that he can be compared with the legendary. That person. As long as the relationship between you is close enough, you must be okay. Back to Hyuga's house again. Hinata, you must seize this opportunity, he said to himself. After chapter 107, you won't cause me trouble. In the early morning of the next day, the sun was shining, cloudless, and the breeze was gentle. When a ray of sunlight shone on Glossi's face, who was sleeping, Hoshinoyuki looked at Glossi unblinkingly, feeling a little silly for a while. The man in front of him is not outstanding, and it can even be said to be a little ugly. However, his strength is extremely powerful, not only rescued her from the mortal situation, but also let her join Konoha village and found a Jonin as a teacher. What a great kindness is this! And she is just a most ordinary girl, except for a bit of beauty, she has no other advantages, how should she repay him? Promise by body? Hoshinoyuki had already made up his mind, and he would only live for Glossi for the rest of his life. However, what makes her always anxious is that she, who has no family background, no strength, no talent, is really worthy of Glossi. Glossi has the posture of the dragon and the phoenix, and one day he will rise to the sky and become a peerless powerhouse in the world. Once that time is reached, countless outstanding women will swarm in immediately. Among those women, some are the daughters of rich families, some are the daughters of high-ranking powerhouses, and some are peerless beauties who are the most beautiful in the world. At that time, faced with countless various temptations, would Glossi really dislike her? Hoshinoyuki was not sure. Rock Lee, no matter what happens in the future, I Hoshinoyuki will always be the same to you and never change, Hoshinoyuki said silently in his heart. Ahem. Suddenly, just when Glossi and Hoshinoyuki were immersed in the fiery atmosphere and were about to get out of control, a soft cough came from outside the door. Advertisement, ah. Hoshinoyuki was shocked, and jumped out of Glossi's arms with a swish. While tidying up her messy long hair and coat, she stubbornly lowered her head, not daring to look at the people outside. Because, after hearing the coughing sound just now, she already knew who was coming. Red. Sister Anko. Why are you here? Glossi looked at Mitarashi Anko smirkly, and couldn't help but blush, he said awkwardly. Why, I didn't come at the right time. Excuse the good things between the 2 of you, Mitarashi Anko said with a smile in his eyes. Well, you 2 continue, I will come back later. Teacher, don't go. Hoshinoyuki immediately panicked and called out loudly. Sister Anko, don't leave. Glossi also said loudly. Mitarashi Anko bumped into such a thing, he couldn't let Hoshinoyuki come to explain it, right? If that were the case, he would be too beastly. You really don't think I'm getting in the way? Mitarashi Anko had an ambiguous smile on his face. Sister Anko, don't make us happy, Glossi said with a wry smile. He was hit by Mitarashi Anko for the first time in such an intimate thing with the opposite S*X, and he was also drunk. Glossi felt embarrassed, not to mention the thin-skinned Hoshinoyuki. She is only 13 years old this year. She is ignorant of men and women, and she acts solely on instinct. This kind of thing was hit by the teacher, and she wanted to find a gap in the ground to get in. Okay, you are all young people, it's normal to have good feelings with each other. Mitarashi Anko smiled and said, "Boy, tell me what happened last night." "What happened?" Glossi asked in surprise. "You still pretend to be a fool." Mitarashi Anko reached out and tapped Glossi's head lightly, and said, "The guy from Hyuga Tokuya came to bother me early this morning, asking if I just accepted a student." "Really?" Glossi pretended to be surprised. "I thought it was just a trivial matter, they wouldn't be so serious about it." "Advertisement, what do you know? Little kid." Mitarashi Anko flipped through Byakugan and said. Glossi was speechless. Although his body is small, there is an extremely old soul hidden in his body. Mitarashi Anko actually called him a kid, it's almost. "This matter involves Hyuga Hinata, the eldest of the Hyuga family," Mitarashi Anko said seriously. "Although Hinata has a weak temperament and is far less talented than Neji, she has inherited the purest lineage of the Hyuga clan after all. If she falls into the hands of a hostile force, it will be a huge trouble," Mitarashi Anko said. "Where is Hinata now?" Glossi was keenly aware of the meaning of Mitarashi Anko's words and asked. "Her teacher Yurihong took her away." Mitarashi Anko gave Glossi an approving look and said, "Smelly boy, you'd better not cause me trouble in the future, do you know?" she said dissatisfied. "Oh, I see." Glossi nodded helplessly. "Hoshinoyuki, let's go." Mitarashi Anko said to Hoshinoyuki, who was standing next to him in a daze. "It's almost 7 o'clock." "Yeah." Hoshinoyuki nodded and followed Mitarashi Anko obediently. Her face was still flushed, so cute. Crap. After Hoshinoyuki and the two left, Glossi slapped his thighs suddenly, sat up from the bed, and said loudly. He suddenly remembered that Tenten and him had arranged to meet him at the martial arts field at 7 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 108. Glossi's request. "Lee, you are too slow." When Glossi hurried to the martial arts venue, Tenten had already been there for a long time. Her willow eyebrows were erected, her big beautiful eyes stared at Glossi, and she said loudly in dissatisfaction. "Tenten, I can't be blamed for this, right?" Glossi said with a bitter face and pointed his finger at his left shoulder, which was wrapped in a thick bandage. "You know, my left shoulder was interrupted. I was forced to participate in the qualifiers yesterday. It is already very reluctant. If I don't go to the hospital for treatment in time, my shoulder will be broken." "These words are all you told me," he said. "Did you go to the hospital last night?" Tenten glanced at Glossi's tightly bound left shoulder. The dissatisfaction on his face disappeared, replaced by a silent concern. "Yes." Glossi nodded and said, "Tenten, do you know? The medical ninja who looked after me at the time said something, and almost didn't scare me to death." "What did he say to you?" Tenten asked curiously. "He told me, fortunately I came in time, otherwise." Glossi's face suddenly became very ugly. "Otherwise, what about it?" The expression on Tenten's face also became tense, and his eyes were full of worry. "Otherwise, he will be off work," Glossi said with a grin as the expression on Glossi's face suddenly cleared up. "You. Damn it." Tenten looked at Glossi's smiling face, and immediately felt that she had been fooled, and she was so worried about him. She waved her fan fist and slapped Glossi on the body in embarrassment. Glossi smiled and hid away, then said solemnly, "Okay, Tenten, stop making trouble, others are looking at us with strange eyes." "Huh?" Tenten was taken aback for a moment, and then stopped. However, when she swept the martial arts arena with the light of her eyes, a delicate face immediately turned red. She saw that more than half of the people in the martial arts venue at this time were looking at them with strange eyes. It feels like they are looking at a young couple who is playing and making trouble, with ambiguous eyes. "Damn Rock Lee, you wait for me, I must not spare you." Tenten only felt his face hot, and said viciously at Glossi. However, she never came forward to chase Glossi. "If you dare to speak to me like this, I won't teach you the hidden weapon technique." Glossi smiled at Tenten and said proudly. "Advertisement, you." Tenten was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching, but he really didn't dare to say anything more cruel. She knows that Glossi is very powerful now, and it is very likely to be stronger than Hyuga Neji. If she really irritates the other party and doesn't teach her, wouldn't she want to cry without tears? "What are you?" Glossi's face sank, and he shouted in a low voice, "Call master." "Lee, you are too much." Tenten flushed and said angrily. "I'm leaving." Glossi said coldly. When he turned back, he really was about to leave. "Lee." Tenten was stunned by Glossi's behavior. She never thought that Rock Lee, who was so simple and honest and didn't care about anything, would be so terrible once he got serious. That kind of majesty, that kind of manner, that kind of domineering, it seems that even her teacher Might Guy is far inferior to her. What the hell does this happen? The moment Glossi turned around, Tenten even felt that standing in front of her was not a boy of the same age as her, but an old man who had lived through the vicissitudes of the world and had lived for endless years. "Oh my god. How could I feel this way? It's ridiculous." Tenten shook his head vigorously, driving the thoughts out of his mind. Seeing Glossi's figure fade away, she couldn't help but quickly follow. She has a very absurd idea, that is, if she missed this opportunity, she would regret it for a lifetime. "Lee, wait a minute, don't go," Tenten shouted loudly. "Tenten, if you don't try to practice hard, what are you doing behind me?" Glossi stopped, turned around, and said faintly. "Lee. Oh, no, master." Tenten's eyes flashed a little struggle, but in the end he made up his mind and said respectfully to Glossi. "What did you call me just now? I didn't hear clearly, you say it again," Glossi said. "Master." Tenten clenched his fists, wishing to step forward and beat Glossi severely. However, she still said loudly. Advertisement, I still didn't hear it clearly, Glossi said. Master. Tenten shouted. At the same time, her legs were bent and she was about to kneel on the ground and salute Glossi. Her eyes were firm, without any hesitation. That's enough. Glossi quickly reached out to stop Tenten and said, I have already felt your sincerity, so I don't have to kneel down. At this moment, there are many people in the martial arts field, including the elite Chunin and even Jonin. If Tenten bowed to him on his knees, he would probably cause countless troubles immediately. He didn't want to make himself too swagger. What's more, he offered to make Tenten kneel, just to test whether Tenten was sincere, not really wanting Tenten to kneel to him. I won't kneel. Will you try your best to teach me? Tenten looked at Glossi with big beautiful eyes and said seriously. The look in her eyes was full of expectation, which made it hard to refuse. As long as you want to learn, I will try my best to teach you. Glossi smiled and said. However, you must agree to one request before that. No matter what kind of request, I can promise you, Tenten said excitedly. Actually, my request is very simple, that is, before you have the strength of Jonin, you are never allowed to use what I teach you in front of others. Glossi said in a deep voice. Of course, except in front of the dead. What you mean? I see. Tenten was taken aback for a moment, then he woke up. You mean that before I became Jonin, I must never reveal what you gave me in front of people. Once I was discovered by someone, I must kill him. That's it. Glossi nodded and said, can you do it? Yes. Tenten nodded vigorously. Okay. Then you come with me, Glossi said, turning around and walking towards a dense forest connected to the martial arts field. There are few people there, and he often practices martial arts mentality alone there. Tenten didn't hesitate, and immediately followed. Chapter 109 teaches Tenten. Deep in the dense forest, in a clearing, Glossi and Tenten stood facing each other. Tenten, starting from today, I will teach you the hidden weapon technique I know, Glossi said slowly. However, before that, I must first understand the level of your hidden weapon skills. No problem. As soon as the word hidden weapon was mentioned, Tenten's eyes flashed with excitement. It can be seen that she has an almost paranoid fondness for hidden weapons. How many hidden weapons can you issue at a time? Glossi asked. With small shurikens, I can play 9 at a time. With large hidden weapons like kunai, I can only play 3 at a time. Tenten thought for a while and said. 9 shurikens. How many can you guarantee to hit the target? 3 kunai. How many can you guarantee to hit the target? Glossi continued to ask. If you have 9 shurikens, about 3 to 4, and 3 kunai, I can guarantee that they will all hit the target, Tenten replied. Then I will ask you again, how many meters away is the probability of hitting the target? Glossi said. Within 10 meters. Tenten said in a daze. Are you hitting a fixed target or a moving target? Glossi asked again. It's a fixed goal. Tenten's voice is getting smaller and smaller, and she seems to have realized where her weakness lies. Okay, I'll ask you one last question, Glossi said with a sigh. Within 10 meters, you use Kuwu to attack a fixed target. After hitting, how much can you let Kuwu go deep into the target? This. I never thought about it, Tenten whispered, feeling sweat dripping from his forehead. It doesn't matter if I haven't thought about it before. Let's do a live demonstration, Glossi said, took out a kunai from his suitcase and handed it to Tenten. Did you see it? That's the big tree. You attack it with all your strength. Let me see how much damage your kunai can do to it after hitting the target. Advertisement, yes, master, Tenten said seriously. At this moment, she had already let go of the arrogance in her heart, and completely knocked herself out of the dust. Although she hadn't seen the power of Gluxi's hidden weapon with her own eyes, she knew that the other party's hidden weapon technique was far superior to her from the questions the other party asked her. Call. Tenten took a deep breath, then concentrated all his power on his right hand, and threw Kuwu at the distant tree fiercely. Ding! With a soft sound, the sharp kunai pierced the tree trunk. Let's go over and take a look, Glossi said. It's only less than 3 centimeters. He walked over to pull off Kumo, and said to Tenten. Tenten flushed with shame. She knew that with such power, even if she hit the target, she couldn't cause any harm to it. At most, it can only make the opponent bleed, but it can't have any impact on the enemy's combat effectiveness. Within 10 meters, use Kuwu to attack and fix the target, and Kuwu only penetrates into the target 3 centimeters. Glossi said lightly. You now know why you lost in Temeri's hands, right? Got it. Although he was unwilling, Tenten lowered his head and said slowly, acknowledging his weaknesses and shortcomings. If you know your weaknesses and deficiencies, then you have to carry out corresponding training. Glossi said. You have many weaknesses, but 3 of them are the most obvious. First, the attack strength is too weak. Even if it hits the enemy, it cannot cause substantial damage to the enemy. Second, the attack range is too small. If you encounter a long-range ninjutsu attacking ninja, you will undoubtedly die. It's like the situation when you and Tamari are in the battle. Third, you are only sure of fixed targets, but it is very difficult to attack moving targets. This is a very fatal weakness. You should also know that on the battlefield it is impossible for the enemy to stand there and let you attack. Tenten stood motionless, bowed his head, listening carefully to every word of Glossi. She felt that every word she heard gave her a feeling of enlightenment and bliss. Every word that Glossi said hit the nail on the head, hitting the point. Advertisement. Actually, all these weaknesses come down to one point, that is, your basic skills are too poor. Glossi said. Your attack strength is too weak, and the attack range is too small. The reason is that your arms and wrists are too weak to allow the hidden weapon to fly faster. So, what you need to do the most right now is not to learn some hidden weapon technique, but to conduct a lot of basic skills training, Glossi said. But, Tenten opened his mouth. Woo! Glossi raised his right hand, and the unstoppable bow and arrow shot out like an off-string bow and arrow. With a dang! It hit a big tree 15 meters away, and it penetrated into the trunk of the tree, more than half. Tenten was dumbfounded, speechless for a while. Leaving aside other things, just the hand that Glossi showed was enough to blow her up to 18 streets. Once hit by this powerful kunai, I am afraid that it will immediately lose more than half of its combat effectiveness. In this way, it can be regarded as a real hidden weapon technique. I won't force you to do exactly the same thing as me. After all, there are differences between men and women, and girls are inherently disadvantaged in physical strength. Glossi said lightly, however, you must ensure that within 10 meters, attack a fixed target and make Kuwu go 5 centimeters deep. Otherwise, I won't teach you anything else, because that not only won't help you, it will also harm you. Yeah, I see. Tenten took a deep breath and said, Master, please give me some advice on how I should train so that I can strengthen my arms and wrists as soon as possible. This is very simple. Glossi smiled and said, Mr. Guy has already worked out a practice plan for us. You just need to keep training in that way, and you will receive obvious results in no more than 7 days. Yes, teacher. Tenten bowed deeply to Glossi, and then ran to the side by himself to start the push-up training. Her eyes were firm, her expression was strong, and she was very serious. Chapter 110 Enlighten Hyuga Hinata. Haha. Soon, Tenten started breathing quickly, his face flushed, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. After all, she is a girl, and her physical fitness is far from that of a boy. She has just done less than 50, panting and sweating profusely. However, she did not complain, clenched her teeth, and persisted desperately. She wants to become stronger and wants to defeat Tamari when she meets Tamari again in the future. In order to achieve this goal, she is willing to endure hardship and is willing to work hard. 97, 98, 99, 100. Glossi silently looked at Tenten, who was sweating and short of breath, and counted for her in his heart. When the number reached 100, he slowly said, Okay, stop, take a break. Teacher, I can hold on for a while. Tenten raised his head, looked at Glossi with a red face, and said strongly. I said stop and take a break, Glossi said lightly. Oh. For some reason, Tenten felt a panic of fear when he saw Glossi's appearance. She dared not say anything, and quickly got up from the ground. There is a way, one by one, the way of civil and martial arts. Glossi explained, looking at Tenten's puzzled expression. No matter what, there is a gradual process. No one can climb to the sky in one step, and no one can become a master in one night. Master, I understand. Tenten nodded and said seriously. By now, she had already put Glossi in the same position as Might Guy in her heart, very respectful, instead of her former companion. It's good to understand. Glossi smiled and said, You take a rest first, I'll go there for a walk, and I'll be back soon. Yes, master. Tenten replied. Glossi walked about 50 meters to the front left before stopping, cast his gaze into a thick bush, and shouted in a low voice. Come out. You found me a long time ago. The voice of a girl who was extremely shy and whose voice was not much louder than a mosquito scream came from a tree. Yeah. Glossi nodded. How did you find me? It must be your eyes. Yes. Hyuga Hinata jumped down from the tree and whispered. Her face was flushed and shy, and her gaze was a little dodging. She didn't dare to look at Glossi's eyes. Advertisement with such a look, she could only see Glossi helplessly. Her character is not bad, on the contrary, weak and shy girls are very popular with boys. However, she was born in the wrong place. As the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan and the most orthodox heir, her character became the root of her greatest tragedy. Big clan, you don't need a weak and shy little girl, what you need is a powerful woman who shakes the world. What can you do with me? Glossi asked. I just wanted to thank you. Thank you for saving me. Hyuga Hinata raised his head bravely, looked at Glossi with those big soft and sad beautiful eyes, and said seriously. It's a trivial matter, it's not worth mentioning. Glossi smiled and said. You don't have to take this matter to heart. No, Hyuga Hinata said seriously. You saved me. For you, this may be just a small thing, easy to do. But for me, it is my life. Your kindness will always be remembered in my heart. Why haven't you been with your teacher? Glossi's previous life readers knew that once someone with a personality like Hyuga Hinata recognized something, they couldn't change it. Therefore, he immediately changed the subject. Teacher, she is busy with the Chunin exam, and she doesn't have time to take care of us. Hyuga Hinata said. Shino and Ka are cultivating there, and I came here secretly by myself. Aren't you afraid they're worried? Glossi asked. It's okay, I'll rush back right away. Hyuga Hinata said. I came here to find you, just to say thank you. I have received it, haha. Gurosi laughed and said. Remember, you must live bravely, you know? I know. Hyuga Hinata's body shook slightly, she didn't expect that the true thoughts in her heart would be seen through by Glossi. You don't know. Glossi said in a deep voice. All your beliefs have been destroyed by Neji. Now you are just a walking dead. Hyuga Hinata stood there blankly, as if petrified, motionless. The rims of her eyes turned red, and big tears fell from her eyes, looking extremely pitiful. Don't cry, Glossi suddenly said in a loud voice, majestic. Hyuga Hinata was taken aback. He couldn't help but feel agitated, and the sadness that came out of his chest was suddenly reduced a lot. Shocked in her heart, she actually felt that the aura exuding from the little boy in front of her was stronger than her father. Advertisement. You are now completely imprisoned by Neji's thinking. If you can't come out, your life will be a tragedy. Glossi said in a low voice. What I want to tell you today is that human destiny can be changed. But, Hyuga Hinata said. Nothing, Glossi said coldly, interrupting Hyuga Hinata. Boom. He slammed a punch and slammed it against a big tree as thick as a bowl beside Hyuga Hinata. Crack. With a crisp sound, the big tree broke. Hyuga Hinata's eyes widened, staring at Glossi, his face full of shock and incredible. In her impression, even the powerful Hyuga clan, I am afraid that only 7 or 8 people can do this. Glossi, is he so strong? Did you see it? This is the power that can change your destiny? Glossi shouted. I'm a natural waste body. I can't practice ninjutsu and illusion. I can only practice physique. However, I can still stand at the pinnacle of my peers by relying on physique alone. Whether it is Hyuga Neji, Gaara, or Uchiha Sasuke, they are all vulnerable to my physical skills and my fists. The only thing that can change one's own destiny is to practice hard and keep getting stronger. Glossi said loudly. As long as you work hard enough, one day you will change your destiny. Haven't you been expelled from the Hyuga family? As long as you practice hard enough, and when your strength is strong enough to surpass everyone, you can just fight back and retake it. Everything belongs to me. Hyuga Hinata looked at Glossi without blinking. The expression on his face was extremely shocked. This is the first time she has heard such bold words. But, for some reason, after listening to Glossi's words, she felt that her long-dead heart was showing signs of resuscitation. She felt that she had hope and motivation to live again. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to me. Glossi smiled at Hyuga Hinata and said. If I can help, I will definitely help you. Thank you. Hyuga Hinata bowed deeply at Glossi. Then it's time to go. After speaking, she turned and left. Huh? That's it. Suddenly, Hyuga Hinata stopped and looked at a place in the distance with a pair of Byakugan, with a puzzled expression on his face. Chapter 111 The Killing Intent of Yakushi Kabuto. What's the matter? Glossi's observation was nuanced, and he immediately noticed something wrong with the expression on Hyuga Hinata's face, and asked. No. Nothing. Hyuga Hinata shook his head and whispered. I just saw a person, and I thought it was a little weird. Which place is weird? Also, who did you see? Glossi asked. I saw. His name should be Yakushi Kabuto. Hyuga Hinata thought for a while and said. Before Chunan's exam started, he used to come over to give us pointers, so I have an impression of him. It's him. Glossi's eyes suddenly burst into light, and doubts arose in his heart. The Chunin exam this time was very complicated. There were many candidates who took the exam. Among these people, the most terrifying are Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Glossi has speculated on his identity more than once, but in the end there was no result. What he didn't expect was that he would meet Yakushi Kabuto here. What is he doing? Glossi asked. He is walking towards Naruto and Sasuke step by step. Hyuga Hinata said with a suspicious expression on his face. The expression on his face is strange, it feels like. She couldn't find any suitable words to describe it for a while. It's like a lion majesty slowly approaching its prey, right? Glossi said tentatively. Yes, that's how it feels. Hyuga Hinata blurted out. However, she quickly denied her own judgment. No, Yakushi Kabuto is a ninja in our village. How could it be against Naruto and Sasuke? Yeah, I understand. Glossi nodded and said. You go back first, I'll follow up and see what's going on by myself. I want to go too, Hyuga Hinata said loudly. Advertisement. No, it's too dangerous. Glossi refused. If he is not wrong, Yakushi Kabuto should have the strength of Jonin. Once his whereabouts are revealed, his life will be immediately in danger. He faces Yakushi Kabuto alone and has the confidence to escape, but with a Hyuga Hinata, it is absolutely impossible. If I don't go, you won't even find him anywhere. Hyuga Hinata said crisply. She pointed a finger to her eyes and said, although my strength is very weak, I can be your eye and tell you his whereabouts anytime, anywhere. Okay. Glossi hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, you must obey my command in all actions, you know. Yeah. Hyuga Hinata nodded vigorously, eyes gleaming with excitement. It was as if being able to help Glossi was a very proud thing for her. At the moment, Glossi and Hyuga Hinata swiftly galloped in the direction of Yakushi Kabuto. When the opponent was more than 20 meters away, Hyuga Hinata made a stop gesture to Glossi. Where is he? Glossi probed with his own spirit, and was surprised to find that he still couldn't sense the location of Yakushi Kabuto. There. Hyuga Hinata said with a pair of Byakugan staring ahead, pointing at the top of a big tree with his finger. Why can't I see him? Glossi was very upset. For him, this is definitely a very dangerous signal. If the other party hides his whereabouts and sneaks on him, wouldn't it be possible for him to be recruited? I think he used the stealth technique, so you can't see him. Hyuga Hinata thought for a while and said. What are you talking about is the invisibility technique, in the advanced, three-body technique, that only Jonin and Jonin level or above can practice. Glossi suddenly realized it, and understood it completely. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the incident that Hitaki Kakashi had bullied him so much that he was not found behind him. When he wanted to come, Hitaki Kakashi also used the stealth technique. And Might Guy, who is almost the same as the two of them, is easily discovered by Glossi, because Might Guy does not invisibility. I have been going smoothly these days, which has made my mentality a bit arrogant, Glossi said silently in his heart. It seems that my martial arts Tianyan must practice as soon as possible. He is probably at that location, only more than 5 meters away from Naruto and Sasuke. Hyuga Hinata pointed to the front and described Glossi as carefully as possible. Advertisement, he is holding a kunai in his hand, I don't know. Suddenly, Hyuga Hinata, who was explaining to Glossi, stopped for a while, and the whole person seemed to have lost all vitality. Soft, it's about to fall to the ground. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Glossi was slightly startled, and quickly reached out and hugged Hyuga Hinata. He put 2 fingers between Hyuga Hinata's nose and mouth, and found that she was breathing normally, which was a little relieved. Plop, plop, plop. In the distance, there were 3 consecutive sounds of people falling to the ground. Glossi looked up, but saw Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura all lying on the ground, motionless. Is it an illusion? Glossi said in his heart. Yakushi Kabuto was able to perform such a powerful illusion, and even Hyuga Hinata, who was 20 meters away, was hit. It shows how powerful he is. However, one thing that makes Glossi very puzzled is why he has not been affected in any way. Illusory art is essentially an attack on people's spiritual power. And my previous life experience was too rich, Hong Chen refined the heart, and when I entered the realm of the martial arts, I even survived the great calamity of the hard demon. Maybe it is because of this, illusion has no effect on me. Glossi said in his heart. Brush, Yakushi Kabuto jumped down from the big tree, walked slowly to Uchiha Sasuke, and said softly, too good is also a kind of sadness. We are all too dazzling, so I will be valued by Master Orochimaru. He is from Orochimaru, Glossi secretly said in his heart. In a sense, the two of us are the same kind of people. Yakushi Kabuto knelt down and slowly moved the sharp kunai he held in his hand toward Uchiha Sasuke's neck. You have such a small heart, you have been taken over by the devil. If this goes on, you will be swallowed by Lord Orochimaru sooner or later. Instead of that, let me help you get rid of it completely. His right hand trembled suddenly, and he stabbed Uchiha Sasuke's neck fiercely. Chapter 112 Kakashi and Yakushi Kabuto. This guy actually wants to kill Sasuke. Isn't he Orochimaru's subordinate? Glossi was slightly moved, feeling very puzzled. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He put Hyuga Hinata in his arms on the ground and he was about to rush out to rescue Uchiha Sasuke. He didn't want to see Uchiha Sasuke die, otherwise, his previous investment in him would be completely wasted. However, as soon as Glossi's body was activated, it immediately stopped, because, at this moment, a violent breaking sound came from a distance, and went straight to the vital temple on Yakushi Kabuto's head. When, Yakushi Kabuto had no choice but to take back the kunai that stabbed Uchiha Sasuke's neck and block it. With a roar of metal strikes, a group of kunai was bombed and flew out. The kid is not easy, he can actually knock down the kunai I threw without looking back. A lazy voice rang. It's him. Glossi immediately felt relieved when he saw the appearance of the visitor. It was no one else but the teacher of Uchiha Sasuke, the man who has always enjoyed the titles of Konoha Technician and Copy Ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. The name of Kakashi for a long time, I saw it today, but it was nothing more than that. Yakushi Kabuto turned around, smiled at Hitaki Kakashi, and said, You are far less powerful than the legend. It's just a fake name, it's not worth mentioning. Hitaki Kakashi said lightly. However, it's you are not an ordinary genin. You not only noticed my existence, but also accurately judged that I was throwing Kuwu in the direction and knocking it down. It was really powerful. Where, you passed the award, I am not as good as you thought, Yakushi Kabuto said. Say, what's the matter with Sasuke? I will decide whether to take you back for interrogation based on your answer. Hitaki Kakashi's voice cooled down, and a Jonin-specific breath filled. Does it depend on you? Yakushi Kabuto said tit for tat. You're half-hearted. He also exudes a powerful aura to fight against him, but he didn't let the wind fall in the slightest. Only by giving it a try will I know if it is a half-hearted person. Hitaki Kakashi noticed the aura on Yakushi Kabuto's body and couldn't help being shocked. He immediately raised the opponent from a genin to an equal to himself, and stood ready. I remember, you seem to be the adopted son of the leader of the Konoha Shinobi medical team, called Yakushi Kabuto, right? Hitaki Kakashi said sternly. Are you involved in Orochimaru? Humph. Yakushi Kabuto snorted, without denying it. If you catch me now, there will be no way to prove my relationship with Orochimaru. Advertisement, answer my question obediently, Hitaki Kakashi said. What if I refuse? Yakushi Kabuto did not back down. It doesn't matter, even if you refuse, I have many ways to make you speak obediently. Hitaki Kakashi said. He had been a team leader in Anbu for 3 years and knew a lot about interrogation methods, and he was not afraid that Yakushi Kabuto would not yield. Let me go, so you will know the answer sooner or later. Yakushi Kabuto seemed to be aware of Hitaki Kakashi's strength, and couldn't help but soften the words in his mouth. Can you let me go once? Cut. What a wayward kid. Hitaki Kakashi sighed and said, if you don't want to catch it, don't blame me for bullying the small. With that, he took a sharp kunai from his suitcase and pointed it at Yakushi Kabuto. He. Please don't be such a stinky fart, okay? The current situation is very beneficial to me. Yakushi Kabuto said, pressing the toe of his right foot against Uchiha Sasuke's throat. You. Hitaki Kakashi immediately threw a rad restraint, not daring to act rashly. He has just noticed that Yakushi Kabuto is very strong, not much weaker than him. He knew that Yakushi Kabuto would put Uchiha Sasuke to death as long as he exerted a little force on his toes. How to do? Hitaki Kakashi was in trouble for a while. However, soon, Hitaki Kakashi's eyes flashed a bright light, as if thinking of something. With a terrible smile on his face, he walked towards Yakushi Kabuto step by step. Stop! Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback, and quickly stopped. If you take a step forward, I will kill Uchiha Sasuke. Do you dare? Hitaki Kakashi asked with a cold flash in his eyes. Why don't you dare? Yakushi Kabuto had a sudden heart, and immediately knew it was not good. He had long heard that Hitaki Kakashi was extremely powerful, one of the strongest below Konoha Village 3rd Hokage, but he didn't expect it to be so. He could see through his reality so quickly. Sasuke is the one Orochimaru liked, so you dare to kill him? Hitaki Kakashi sneered and said. Even if you are dead, you will never dare to touch Sasuke a hair. Don't know if I'm right? You can try it. Yakushi Kabuto sweated out on his forehead. He pressed the toe of his right foot against Sasuke's throat, exerting a little force, and Sasuke immediately had difficulty breathing. Advertisement. Of course I want to try. Hitaki Kakashi said coldly. As he walked forward slowly, he lifted the forehead protector that covered his left eye with the diagonal cover on his face, revealing a scarlet eye inside. That turned out to be a Sharingan with a 3-hook jade. That's Sharingan. Glossi saw this scene clearly and was puzzled. Hitaki Kakashi is obviously not a member of the Uchiha clan, so where did the Sharingan in his left eye come from? Is this the one Sharingan that the famous Hokage ninja relies on? Yakushi Kabuto said with a trace of fear and solemnity on his face. In the Battle of God Wu Kunchao back then, your companion Uchiha Obito died, but one of his eyes was left to you, creating your reputation as Hokage ninja today. Yeah, you are right. Hitaki Kakashi said lightly. My title of Hokage ninja is indeed all derived from this eye. However, my ability is not just to copy. I was called Ano a technician, and I have copied more than 1,000 abilities. However, there is only one kind of my own ninjutsu. Today, I will let you see it. Hitaki Kakashi said. Quickly seal with both hands. Chidori. With a loud drink, a terrifying sound of cracking came from Hitaki Kakashi's right hand. It's as if there are 1,000 birds chirping at the same time, which is breathtaking. That's it. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes widened, staring at the lightning arc formed by the powerful chakra in Hitaki Kakashi's right hand, his face full of disbelief. Chakra was originally an intangible thing, but Hitaki Kakashi can actually make his own chakra materialize. What a powerful strength is this? This seems to have surpassed the level of Jonin and touched the threshold of Kage level. It's a powerful force, Glossi said silently in his heart. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that you have grown to this point after more than 10 years of absence. Suddenly, a grim and indifferent voice came from behind Hitaki Kakashi. Orochimaru. Hitaki Kakashi was shocked and turned around quickly, only to find that Orochimaru was there. And when he turned around again, Yakushi Kabuto disappeared without a trace. Hey! Hitaki Kakashi sighed, dispelling the powerful chakra in his right hand, and muttered. Just run away, Sasuke will be fine. Hey, the little guy who has been peeping there, is he going to leave like this? Suddenly, Hitaki Kakashi pointed his scarlet eyes to Glossi's position and shouted. Chapter 113 Kakashi's Temptation. I know I can't hide it from you. Glossi stopped, stood up from where he was hiding, and said with a wry smile. As expected of the famous Kakashi, I can hide it from Yakushi Kabuto, but I can't hide it from you. He stared at Hitaki Kakashi's scarlet left eye without blinking, observing carefully. It was a very mature Sharingan with 3 black go jade. Basically, various abilities have been developed, far stronger than Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. He has a very strong hunch that Hitaki Kakashi can find out his whereabouts just now, largely because of the existence of this eye. Boy, don't give me ecstasy soup there. Hitaki Kakashi curled his lips and said. Say, what are you two doing sneakily here? We are not sneaky, okay, Glossi said with an aggrieved look on his face. Hinata and I were talking in the woods. Hinata accidentally discovered that Yakushi Kabuto was secretly approaching here. We were worried about their safety, so we rushed over. Hinata? Are you talking about Hyuga Hinata, the eldest of the Hyuga clan? Hitaki Kakashi asked. Exactly, Glossi said. She was hit by Yakushi Kabuto's illusion just now and she was in a coma. Can you help? Woo! As soon as Glossi's words fell, he saw a figure shooting at the speed of incredible rain. His speed is so fast that he can't even react. So fast, Glossi secretly said in his heart. He knew that this must be the body flicker technique. In the advanced 3-body technique. A superb ninjutsu that only Jonin and those above the Jonin level can perform. Little guy, you are really good, You deserve to be a student taught by Guy. Hitaki Kakashi glanced at Glossi, who could not help but put on a defensive posture, and said approvingly. Glossi smiled awkwardly, without speaking. He knows that his current strength is still very weak. Although he thinks he can confront the average Jonin head-on, he still has no chance when he meets the peak Jonin like Hitaki Kakashi. Advertisement only by stepping into the fourth heaven of martial arts, can he truly be not afraid of any Jonin. Hinata was hit by an illusion. Why are you doing nothing? Hitaki Kakashi looked at Glossi with the scarlet Sharingan, and asked intently. His eyes were full of scrutiny. Ms. Guy said that I can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. If I encounter an opponent of illusion type in the future, it will be very dangerous. Therefore, he has specially trained me to dispel illusion, Glossi said. That's it. Hitaki Kakashi said. He nodded, lowered his head, and reached out his left hand to touch Hyuga Hinata's forehead. He got the seal on his right hand, trying to relieve Hyuga Hinata from the illusion. Glossi immediately relaxed with a heart. However, what Glossi never expected was that at the moment when his nervousness became relaxed, Hitaki Kakashi suddenly raised his head and pointed the scarlet Sharingan at him. Phantom technique. Naraku see technique, Hitaki Kakashi whispered. In an instant, Glossi only felt a strange spiritual force burst out of Hitaki Kakashi's left eye, rushing into his spiritual consciousness. At the same time, a mental power belonging to Hitaki Kakashi is affecting his will, even trying to control him. Is this illusion? Glossi said silently in his heart. At this moment, Glossi's experience of more than 1,000 years in his previous life played a huge role, and his face remained unchanged in the face of this situation. He expelled Hitaki Kakashi's mental power with his extremely powerful mental power, while making his eyes confuse. In this way, from the perspective of Hitaki Kakashi, Glossi looks exactly the same as he has been hit by illusion. Say, what are you two doing sneakily here? Hitaki Kakashi stared at Glossi and asked again. We are not sneaky, okay, Glossi said with an aggrieved look on his face. Hinata and I were talking in the woods. Hinata accidentally discovered that Yakushi Kabuto was secretly approaching here. We were worried about their safety, so we rushed over. Advertisement Hitaki Kakashi heard Glossi's words, and a look of shock immediately appeared on his face. He didn't believe what Glossi had said, otherwise, he wouldn't have illusioned Glossi. However, what he didn't expect was that after he applied illusion to Glossi, the answer he got was exactly the same. Am I suspicious? Hitaki Kakashi said to himself. Hinata was hit by an illusion. Why are you doing nothing? After a long silence, Hitaki Kakashi asked again. Ms. Guy said that I can't practice ninjutsu and illusion, but can only practice physique. If I encounter an opponent of illusion type in the future, it will be very dangerous. Therefore, he has specially trained me to dispel illusion. Glossi said slowly. Very good, very good. Hitaki Kakashi murmured as he looked at Glossi without blinking. As long as you have no problems, we at Konoha village will never treat you badly. We will do everything we can to protect you, train you, and strive to let you grow up in the shortest time. According to your current growth rate, you can enter Jonin's realm in 2 years at the latest, right? Hitaki Kakashi said. With such a talent, I am afraid that apart from Uchiha Sasuke's brother who killed the whole family overnight and defected to the village, we will never have a second in Konoha village. Uchiha Sasuke's brother? Killed all the people in one night? Defected to the village? Isn't Uchiha Sasuke the only remaining member of the Uchiha clan? Why did an older brother appear again? What the hell does this happen? Glossi thought silently in his heart. From Hitaki Kakashi's words, Glossi can infer that Uchiha Sasuke's elder brother must be exceptionally talented and extremely powerful. Otherwise, it is impossible to kill the famous Uchiha clan overnight. You know, the Uchiha clan is called the strongest in the ninja world. Even if it is a sneak attack, it is absolutely impossible to do without the strength of transcendence. We Konoha village first came out of Orochimaru, and then came out of Uchiha Itachi. We can no longer withstand such a loss. Hitaki Kakashi murmured. Little guy, I have no choice but to test you like this. I hope you don't blame me. Chapter 114. The Crisis of Glossi. Glossi stood there with a confused face, turning a deaf ear to Hitaki Kakashi's words, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. He knew that his crisis had not been completely resolved, and he must not reveal any flaws. Hitaki Kakashi tentatively tested him, and if he didn't guess wrong, this should be what 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen told him to do. My strength is far from enough, and I must improve it, Glossi said silently in his heart. As long as he enters the 4th level of martial art, he can match the strong Jonin. Even facing the cage level strong, he can easily escape. Because once he enters the 4th heaven of martial art, his many martial arts and abilities in his previous life will be restored, and he will no longer be as single and weak as his current method of confronting the enemy. Untie. Hitaki Kakashi nodded his hands and shouted in a low voice. Huh? Glossi exclaimed. The confusion in his eyes was swept away, replaced by tension and vigilance. And then, Hyuga Hinata also uttered a hum, and woke up leisurely. Okay, she's all right. Hitaki Kakashi gave Glossi a deep look and said, let's go. Remember, you must stay away from that guy in the future, he is very dangerous. I'm not afraid. Glossi raised his head, as if he was a stupefied young man who didn't know the height of the sky, and said loudly. I believe that in Genin, I am invincible. Is it invincible in Genin? Hitaki Kakashi said with a slight smile. What a strong confidence. But, unfortunately, that guy is not Genin. Isn't he Genin? Hyuga Hinata got up from the ground and said in surprise, then what is his strength? Jonin. Hitaki Kakashi said calmly. Why, he is a Jonin. How is this possible? Hyuga Hinata's eyes widened and said incredulously. At the same time, a similar expression appeared on Glossi's face, without flaws. Anyway, you two will remember it for me, and you must stay away from that guy in the future. Do you know? Hitaki Kakashi said solemnly. I see. Glossi and Hyuga Hinata replied. Hitaki Kakashi turned around, carried Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura lying on the ground on his shoulders, and quickly left the martial arts field. Advertisement, Lee. I'm going back. Hyuga Hinata whispered. If I don't go back, Teacher Hong will worry about me. Well, go back soon. Glossi smiled and said. Remember, you must practice hard. You can lose to anyone, but you can't lose to yourself, you know? You can lose to anyone, but you can't lose to yourself. Glossi's words touched Hyuga Hinata's heart, and she repeated Nanan in a low voice. I get it, thank you, Rock Lee. There was a gleam of earnestness and determination in her eyes. She bowed deeply at Glossi, and then galloped away one by one. It's getting more and more troublesome. Looking at Hyuga Hinata's distant figure, Glossi muttered to himself. It was pure accident to discover Yakushi Kabuto's whereabouts and identity. However, what Glossi didn't expect was that Orochimaru, an S-rank rebel who had fled for more than 10 years, would actually have such a huge influence. Yakushi Kabuto's age is not too old, at best he is only 20 years old, but his strength has reached the realm of Jonin, and his fighting strength is almost equal to that of Hitaki Kakashi, known as the Noah Technician. The future of such a person is very bright. Even in Konoha village, he will definitely become a pivotal and important person in the future. However, it was such a promising person who chose to follow Orochimaru, which had to make Glossi re-evaluate the strength of Orochimaru and the power of the master in his hands. Perhaps, Orochimaru has not been wasted in these 10 years, but has been developing his power secretly. The power of the master is very likely to be very powerful, so powerful that it can almost shake Konoha village. Glossi thought of the indifferent attitude of the three of San Shinobi village towards Konoha village ninjas. He extremely doubted whether the other party had any collusion with Orochimaru. Could they actually? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Glossi's mind, and he couldn't help feeling very crazy. At this moment, Glossi has a guess in his mind, that is, will Orochimaru take advantage of this Chunin exam and join San Shinobi village to launch a large-scale sneak attack on Konoha village? The Chunin exam this time is very different from the past. At that time, Third Hokage will invite daimyo and ninja leaders from many countries to visit. In order to ensure their safety, Konoha must be allocated a considerable part of its power. Just imagine, if you attack Konoha in this situation, you can imagine the consequences. Why do you want to do so much? For a long time, Glossi gently shook his head, driving out all the thoughts in his mind. After all, Konoha village is the #1 power in the shinobi world. Even if it is attacked by San Shinobi village and Orochimaru, it will never collapse. Maybe, Konoha village has really suffered such a heavy blow, and it may be more beneficial to my future rise. Advertisement. Woo. Glossi made up his mind, and one sprinted towards Tenten's direction. Master, where have you been? Tenten gritted his teeth and insisted on doing push-ups desperately, while looking at Glossi with dissatisfaction and asked. Sorry, I ran into some trouble just now, Glossi said with a smile. Huh, you will always have some trouble, every time you always come late, Tenten muttered. How is your training? Does it feel effective? Glossi changed the subject wisely. Well, the effect is obvious. As soon as Tenten heard Glossi's words, a happy smile appeared on his face. When I first started, I could only make more than 100 at a time. But now, I can do 150. Very good progress, Glossi praised. You only need to keep training like this for 5 days, and you can basically meet my requirements. No, I think 3 days is enough, Tenten said. That's best, Glossi said. You cultivate well, I have something to think about, don't bother me, you know. I see. Tenten said irritably. Glossi jumped onto the branch of a big tree, sat cross-legged on it, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Today, Yakushi Kabuto is clearly standing there, but he can't see it, which makes Glossi feel a strong sense of crisis. He must immediately put the practice of martial arts Tianyan on his agenda, and he can't delay it anymore. Chapter 115 Tenten's Attachment. Wudao Tianyan is an extremely clever exercise in the martial arts world, and only talents with high aptitudes and talents can cultivate it. Although Glosi's previous life reached the realm of the Valkyrie, after all, he walked up step by step from a mortal, and his aptitude was not high, so he had always longed for this technique. Later, he entered the realm of the martial god, and for 800 years of retreat, he created the pure body cultivation technique that can be practiced even if he is a waste body. After thoroughly improving his physique, he got what he wanted and cultivated the martial arts heavenly eye. In this life, Glossi possessed Rock Lee and spent the entire 3 months reborn, completely turning the waste body that could not be practiced at all into a genius body suitable for practice, and his aptitude was no less than anyone. People. Coupled with his previous life's practice experience and knowledge, he is confident that he can cultivate into the martial arts heavenly eye within a month. The martial arts celestial eye has extremely high requirements for beginners, but once the true meaning of the martial arts celestial eye is truly touched, the practice is very smooth. Moreover, after the martial arts sky eye is completed, the mighty power can be called heaven-defying, and all the movements, all the moves, all the secret methods, there will be no more secrets in front of it. The martial arts eye can look directly at the source and understand its inner essence. Glossi sat cross-legged on the tree, concentrated and focused, just like an old monk in concentration, motionless. In his mind, there are countless ways to practice martial arts Tianyan. This sitting is 7 or 8 hours, in the blink of an eye, it was dark. Ah! Tenten let out a weak squeak, and he fell heavily to the ground. After this day of hard training, her physical function has already reached its limit. If she hadn't been inspired by the spirit of reluctance to admit defeat, she would have given up long ago. This kind of training is really not something ordinary people can persist. No wonder Master is so strong, Tenten said silently in his heart while feeling the temperature and smell of the ground with his body. Master. It's dark, it's time to go back and rest. Tenten cast his gaze on Glossi, who was sitting motionless on the trunk, and shouted. However, Glossi sat there motionless as if he hadn't heard it. Master. Tenten shouted again. Glossi still did not respond. Advertisement, Rock Lee. Tenten felt unhappy, and simply called out the other party's name. Rock Lee, Rock Lee, Rock Lee. However, no matter how loud Tenten shouted, Glossi remained silent like a stone statue. Tenten was taken aback when he saw this, thinking that something had happened to Glossi. She jumped onto the tree, and then quickly walked towards Glossi. Master. Tenten yelled again tentatively. Still, Glossi seemed to have died asleep, deaf to the outside world. Master. Are you okay? Tenten felt uneasy, and stretched out 2 white jade fingers toward Glossi's nose and mouth. However, at this moment, Glossi opened his eyes all of a sudden, and 2 flashes of lightning flashed out, and they were cut at Tenten's 2 fingers like a tangible sword. Ah! Tenten exclaimed loudly. She never thought that Glossi would do anything to her. Sorry. Glossi shouted in his heart. He has just entered the state of meditation, unless someone touches his body, otherwise, he will never wake up before his accomplishment. He just noticed that someone stretched his hand to his nose and mouth, thinking it was an enemy, so he urged the martial arts Tianyan, who had just cultivated a little bit of effectiveness, to attack. However, what he never expected was that that person was actually Tenten. Crack. It's too late to say, it's fast. Glossi's resilience is extremely strong, and his right hand slammed hard on the trunk where he was sitting. At the critical moment, he had already used his full strength, and an extremely powerful force immediately interrupted the trunk. Tenten's body lost his balance, and he leaned back, and her move just escaped the blow of Guru Shiwu Dao's sky, and escaped a life-threatening situation. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the Tianyan of Guluo Zaibu Dao had just practiced a little bit. Otherwise, at such a close range, it is definitely a one-shot kill, and there is no possibility that even a little bit of it will be spared. Ah! Tenten screamed loudly. Woo! Glossi kicked his feet hard on the tree trunk, and his whole body shot out like a bow and arrow from the string, and swiftly rushed towards the Tenten who had fallen in the sky. He caught up with Tenten in an instant, stretched out his right hand and hugged him in his arms. Then, he reached into his suitcase with his left hand and drew out an iron chain, and hurled it forcefully towards a big tree. Advertisement. The iron chain was entangled around the tree, and Glossi used force and immediately hugged Tenten and flew out obliquely in midair. In this way, the two finally got rid of the danger. Tenten, are you okay? Glossi smiled at Tenten and said apologetically. I'm okay. Tenten was held in Glossi's arms at this time. The bodies of the two people were tightly connected, and the heat of each other's body could be clearly felt, and her face flushed suddenly. She just felt hot on her face, as if it was on fire. She didn't dare to look up at Glossi, and buried her little head deeply into Glossi's arms. At this moment, she feels extremely happy. Boom at. With a soft sound, Glossi hugged Tenten and landed on the tree. Well, it's okay now, he said softly. Tenten's face was red, as if it was covered with morning clouds. It was so beautiful. She hurriedly escaped from Glossi's arms, pretending to be calm and said, Master, it's dark, we should go back to rest. Yeah. Glossi nodded and said, You have been cultivating for a day and it was very hard. You should go back and have a good rest. You go. Remember to come here on time tomorrow morning to find me. What about you, Master? Aren't you leaving? Tenten asked Glossi with big beautiful eyes. I still have something I don't want to understand. I'll leave later, Glossi said with a smile. But, Tenten hesitated to speak. The care in his eyes was beyond words. Go back and get a good night's sleep, Glossi said lightly. High-intensity practice like yours does not work without enough sleep and rest. Okay, I see. Tenten looked at Glossi reluctantly for the last time, then turned and left. Chapter 116. Auto-generated chapter title. The 116th chapter Martial Arts Tianyan first completed. Tenten is gone. Glossi reselected a dense tree and jumped on it, covering his body with its lush branches, then sat down cross-legs and closed his eyes again. His previous thoughts were interrupted by Tenten, and he must start over. If not, the sky eye he cultivated is lacking, and he will never reach the realm where the legend can look directly at the source and instantly understand the essence of all mysteries. Soon, night fell, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The bright moonlight was like a thin layer of gauze covering the earth, with a mysterious atmosphere permeating. In the jungle, quiet and silent, Glossi sat cross-legged alone, with countless martial arts in his mind surging horizontally and horizontally. Among them, most of them are related to the practice of martial arts Tianyan. In fact, in the martial world, there are many ways to practice pupil skills. For example, the eye of perspective, the eye of origin, the eye of reproduction, the eye of reflection. Among these pupil techniques, the martial arts eye is the most powerful and terrifying one. In this practice of martial arts Tianyan, Glossi not only wants to cultivate his original ability, but also intends to integrate the other pupil techniques into it and make it a brand new pupil technique. After being tested by Hitaki Kakashi, he found that Sharingan was very powerful. He speculated that if two people of the same level fight, one of them has Sharingan and the other does not, the result of the battle will definitely be one-sided. He believes that the Uchiha clan is known as the strongest in the ninja world, and it largely depends on Sharingan. Hitaki Kakashi is not a member of the Uchiha clan, does not inherit the blood and physique that echoes Sharingan, and he only has one left eye. However, in spite of this has allowed Hitaki Kakashi to stand out from the rest of Jonin. Even in the masterful Konoha village, apart from Might Guy, there is probably no Jonin to be his opponent. From this, it is conceivable that if a person who has inherited the orthodox blood of the Uchiha clan and has two-eyed Sharingan appears, how powerful will he be? For example, the brother of Uchiha Sasuke, whom Hitaki Kakashi said, killed his entire family of super terrorists overnight. If one day he appears in front of him without the corresponding pupil technique to fight, can he resist it? Glossi was not sure. And in order to prevent such things from happening in the future, he must practice martial arts Tianyan to ultimate, and incorporate all the types of pupil techniques he knows. He believes that Sharingan can definitely be crushed with the power of martial arts heavenly eyes. Advertisement. Glossi devoted all his body and mind to the practice of martial arts Tianyan, but he did not find behind a big tree not far away. Tenten was looking at him with a pair of obsessive eyes. Master, you have worked so hard in your practice, no wonder you are so powerful, even Neji is not your opponent, Tenten said to himself. I understand now that I can't beat Damari not because my talent is not as good as hers, but because my hard work is far behind her. Master, don't worry, I will try my best to practice hard, and I won't let you down. Tenten clenched his fists, took a deep look at Glossi, then turned and left. Hey, I don't know how long it has passed, Glossi opened his eyes suddenly, and it turned out to be like golden light shooting a bullfight. A pair of his eyes are like 2 rounds of magic lamps, and there is a terrible flame burning inside. Puff! A faint light of fire shot out from Glossi's eyes, and it turned into a tangible substance, hitting a branch next to it. At this time, a terrible thing happened, that branch was touched by the fire, and it turned into ashes in an instant. The rudiment of the martial arts Sky Eye has just begun to take shape, and it already possesses such terrifying power. If it succeeds in the future, wouldn't it be possible to sweep everything? Glossi's eyes opened and closed, and a terrible force flowed out. Although this power is still very weak, with the passage of time and the strength of Glossi, this power will become stronger and stronger until the world is invincible. I finally felt it again, this kind of reassuring power. Glossi blinked his eyes, probed in all directions, and said to himself. At this moment, he has a strong sense of self-confidence, even if a Jonin-level powerhouse uses the stealth technique, he will definitely not escape his eyes. Is that the guardian enchantment of Konoha village? Glossi looked far away, watching the distance, and he found that there was a milky white energy mask that was invisible to the naked eye that enveloped the village on the outskirts of Konoha village. He knew that if he hadn't cultivated the martial arts Sky, he would never find this kind of energy shield. Advertisement. Glossi opened a pair of martial arts eyes and probed every corner around Konoha village. He soon discovered that the Konoha village's security was very tight, not to mention 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps and 1 sentry, but it was almost the same. Presumably, the village knew that Orochimaru had mixed into the village and immediately raised the village's defense level, ready to deal with emergencies. Event. Anyway, Konoha village is the #1 power in the ninja world today. It is strong. Even if it is as strong as Orochimaru and San Shinobi village, it cannot shake the foundation of Konoha village. Glossi said silently in his heart. All I need to do is to pretend I don't know anything and try my best to improve my strength. Brush. Glossi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had completely restored his normal appearance. The martial arts Sky Eye can be retracted and put away. When not fighting, it is as easy as the eyes of ordinary people. It is very convenient. The next day, when Glossi arrived, Tenten was already tired and sweating. So early. Glossi greeted her. You're too late, Tenten said loudly. I can now do more than 200 push-ups at once. Very well, keep working hard, Glossi said with a smile. When you can do 500 at a time, you should be able to meet my requirements for you. In that case, would you teach me how to use hidden weapons? Tenten asked, blinking at Glossi with big eyes. Yes. Come on, Glossi said, and one jumped up on a big tree next to him, and closed his eyes and thought again. This guy. Tenten mumbled dissatisfiedly. However, she knew that Glossi was not being lazy, but was practicing in a way she couldn't understand, so she didn't care. Chapter 117. Hoshinoyuki cried. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Master, I'm going back first, Tenten said to Glossi, who was sitting cross-legged on the tree with closed eyes. Then, she dragged her exhausted body towards the distance. During these 7 days, Glossi sat quietly on the tree every day, motionless. No matter how Tenten told him to call him, he would not make any response. At the beginning, Tenten was so angry that he wanted to jump up to the tree and beat him severely, but soon, she became accustomed to it. She knew that Glossi was practicing and was extremely dangerous and couldn't get close. At the beginning, she reached out to test Glossi's breath, and almost died in a catastrophe, which made her faintly afraid of Glossi. Therefore, she adopted an attitude of completely ignoring Glossi. However, what Tenten didn't expect was that this time her voice actually opened Glossi's eyes and began to speak. "Tenten, are you going back?" Glossi asked with a grin, showing 2 rows of white teeth inside. "I'm going." Scam. Tenten was taken aback by Glossi's sudden voice. She stared at Glossi with beautiful big eyes. "Why are you different today? Isn't it good to sit there and keep silent and pretend to be deep?" Glossi was speechless for a while. He knew that during these 7 days, he had been immersed in the practice of the martial arts Tianyan, and ignored Tenten, which caused the opponent's dissatisfaction. "Sorry, it won't be like that anymore from today," Glossi said. "In order to express my apologies to you, how about I invite you to eat ramen?" "Huh? Do you think a ramen meal can kill me?" Tenten curled his lips and said, "I want to eat barbecue." "Barbecue? It's okay," Glossi said. "You are too tired to practice these days. You really need to eat something that contains high energy protein." "Really? That's what you said? That's great, ha ha ha." The exhaustion on Tenten's face was swept away, replaced by joy. It can be seen that she has been dreaming of eating barbecue for a long time. "Hey, hello, can you pay attention to your image? Is it okay to be a lady?" Glossi jumped off the tree and said, "Look at you, just like a beggar who has never eaten a full meal." "Advertisement, go to hell. You are a beggar," Tenten said, staring at Glossi viciously. "From tomorrow, I will officially teach you the hidden weapon technique." Before leaving, Glossi suddenly said to Tenten. "Really?" Tenten's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. She subconsciously stepped forward and grabbed Glossi's hand and shook it vigorously. "Of course it's true," Glossi said. "Actually, you have met my requirements since the 5th day. However, you were unstable at that time and you need to continue to lay the foundation. But now, you have completely stabilized, and you can learn my hidden weapon technique." Glossi smiled. "Thank you, Master," Tenten exclaimed happily. Her face was flushing, and her eyes were shining with strange light. After working hard for so long, she finally got what she wanted. Boom. Tenten was so excited that he gave him a hard kiss on the cheek when Glossi was not paying attention. "Master, see you tomorrow." After that, Tenten blushed and quickly ran away like a pupil who had done something wrong and caught the teacher. "This little girl." Glossi touched the place where he had been kissed on his face with a strange smile on his face. "In my last life, although I was a god of war, I was not close to being a girl, and I didn't even have a descendant. Isn't it possible for me to open a big harem in this life?" Glossi laughed mockingly, and then walked towards his home. When Glossi opened the door, he immediately felt a strange breath. He whispered, "Woo." As a girl sobbed, a slender body rushed toward Glossi. "Hoshinoyuki, it's you." Glossi was taken aback. He dared not dodge, for fear of Hoshinoyuki hitting the wall and getting hurt. So, a Wenxiang Nuanyu sturdily threw into his arms. A peculiar scent of girls, refreshing. Advertisement. Rock Lee. Hoshinoyuki burst into Glossi's arms with a crying voice, clinging tightly to Glossi's body with both hands, and crying loudly. "Hoshinoyuki, what's the matter with you?" Glossi suddenly felt regretful, and hugged Hoshinoyuki's slender waist with his backhand, and asked affectionately. "Rock Lee, I miss you so much." Hoshinoyuki kept sobbing in Glossi's arms. She hugged Glossi's hands very hard, as if she was trying to fuse herself with the other party. "Okay, be good, don't cry," Glossi said in his heart, gently touching Hoshinoyuki's smooth long hair with his hand. Hoshinoyuki cried even harder when she heard Glossi's gentle voice. Her tears were like beads with a broken thread, and they kept falling down, dampening the placket of Glossi's chest. Glossi was at a loss. In desperation, he stopped talking, just held Hoshinoyuki firmly in his arms and let her cry happily. Perhaps, the grievances in her heart will be much better after she cries. Gradually, Hoshinoyuki's cry became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. "How's it going? Is it better?" Glossi asked softly. "I'm sorry, I'm too capricious." Hoshinoyuki stared at a pair of big red and swollen eyes, looked at Glossi shyly, and said, "Since you miss me so much, why don't you come to me?" Glossi asked. "Ms. Anko, she won't let me come to you." Hoshinoyuki said aggrievedly. "Teacher, she told me that my current strength is simply not worthy of you. If I forcefully stay with you, I will definitely hold you back. Ms. Anko asked me to reach Chunan's level before I can come to you." "This old lady of damn it," Glossi said fiercely. "I ran out by myself today. I originally wanted to go directly to you, but found that you and Tenten were together." Hoshinoyuki showed a faint resentment on her face. "So, I secretly entered your room and waited for you." Chapter 118 The Weird Lecherous Old Man. "Ah, so it is." Glossi suddenly showed a very embarrassed expression on his face. By now, he finally understood why Hoshinoyuki was so sad that he held his head and cried when he saw him. It turned out that Hoshinoyuki was jealous. Hoshinoyuki was forbidden by Mitarashi Anko, and she couldn't see Glossi for more than a week, so she missed it very much. Today she managed to sneak out, wanting to meet her sweetheart, but suddenly found out that her sweetheart was happily with other girls. How could she not feel sad and uncomfortable? "Okay, don't cry anymore." Glossi gently slapped Hoshinoyuki's weak shoulder with his hand, and said softly. If you cry again, you will become a tabby cat.
Then let me become a tabby cat. Anyway, no one cares about me or cares about me, Hoshinoyuki said stubbornly, raising her ruddy lips. At this moment, there were still tears on her face, her big beautiful eyes were red, and the pear blossoms brought spring rain. Moreover, the stubborn look of anger on her face and her red lips curled up, exuding a charm that is indescribable. Hoshinoyuki, you are so beautiful. Glossi was stunned for a while and muttered to himself. His eyes shot out fiery rays, staring at Hoshinoyuki unblinkingly, as if he was possessed. Rock Lee. Hoshinoyuki also felt the scorching heat of Glossi's gaze at this time, and immediately felt her heart beating like a drum. She flushed with shame, lowered her head in a panic, trying to avoid Glossi's gaze. However, at this moment, Glossi raised his right hand to hold Hoshinoyuki's smooth and tender chin, and then he kissed Hoshinoyuki's rosy lips hard. 500 words are omitted hereafter, please forgive me if you are not allowed to write a kiss. Rock Lee, I'm going back, Hoshinoyuki said with a blushing face, looking at Glossi with infinitely shy eyes. Do you really want to leave? Glossi said reluctantly. The wonderful taste that was indescribable just now made him almost out of control and out of control. Yeah, Hoshinoyuki nodded. Rock Lee, if you want me, wait for me, wait until I become an adult, when I'm 16, that day, I will, definitely, won't refuse. She lowered her head and said in a small voice like a mosquito. Hoshinoyuki, I am not an anxious person, Glossi said. I will wait for you and wait for that day to come.
Goodbye. Hoshinoyuki glanced at Glossi one last time and jumped out of the window. No words for a night. When Glossi arrived at the martial arts venue early the next morning, Tenten had been waiting for a long time. Advertisement, Master, you are too slow. Tenten frowned and said dissatisfiedly. I ran into some trouble on the way here, sorry, Glossi said with a smile.
You always have all kinds of troubles on the road, cut it. Tenten curled his lips. Okay, let's get started soon. Yeah, Glossi nodded and said, you first show me the power you have now. Okay, Tenten said confidently. She stretched out her hand and took out a sharp kunai from her bag, weighed it in her hand, and then yelled, hurling it towards a big tree 10 meters away. Ding. Equals. V equals underscore equals hash. With a soft noise, Kazuki plunged firmly into the tree trunk. 6 centimeters deep into the tree trunk this time, not bad. Glossi nodded and said, now, you play 2 kunai at once. Play 2 kunai at once. Tenten was stunned. Didn't you tell me before that you can play 3 kunai at most at once? Glossi asked rhetorically. I now let you play 2 kunai, why, you can't do it? Of course mine can do it. Tenten gritted his teeth and said. Since you can do it, hurry up. My time is precious, Glossi said. Tenten glared at Glossi fiercely, but didn't speak. She took it out of her bag, the 2 kunai, held her breath, and then threw it out. Ding. Boom. One kuwu was nailed to the tree, while the other kuwu did not get in due to lack of strength and fell to the ground. Is this what you said you can play 3 kunai at once? Glossi said with a sneer. Even 2 kunai can't hit the target 100%. Is your 3rd kunai used to perform beautifully?
Tenten's face flushed at the reprimand, but he didn't dare to refute. Advertisement. Whizzing. Glossi gently raised his hand, and the 2 kuwu flew out like lightning, all nailed to the big tree, and most of the kuwu went deep into the trunk. You continue to practice, when you can reach this level, come to me again. Glossi dropped these words and turned away. Master, I promise to do it within a week, Tenten said loudly towards Glossi's back. I am willing to believe you too, don't let me down. Glossi's voice came from afar. Damn it guy, one day I will let you look at me with admiration. Tenten waved his hands at Glossi's back, like a little devil with teeth and claws. Glossi left Tenten and walked alone in the martial arts field. His current strength has reached a bottleneck, and it is difficult to break through only by assiduous practice. He urgently needs to find an opportunity and get a chance to enter the 4th dimension of martial art. He is unwilling to devote too much time and energy to Tenten. There are so many people in the martial arts field today, and there are ninjas working hard to practice. The vast majority of them are genin, and there is also a small part of chunin. Among them, Glossi saw Hyuga Hinata and Inazukaya. Although they lost their qualifications for the exam, their belief in becoming stronger has never changed. Especially Hyuga Hinata, although her strength has hardly changed, her eyes are shining with firm light, which is different from her before. Who is that? Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared on Glossi's face. He saw in a daze that a figure seemed to be standing next to Hyuga Hinata, but he couldn't really see it. Budo Tianyan. Glossi shouted in his heart. In an instant, strange power burst out from his eyes. This kind of power allows him to see through the falsehood and see through the origin of everything. At this time, he actually saw a tall and burly old man with long silver white hair, but with an unusually wretched expression on his face. The old man was constantly spinning around Hyuga Hinata, staring at his huge chest with squinted eyes. That kind of look is really wretched. That is Ostolf technique. That is more superior to Yakushi Kabuto and Hitaki Kakashi. Who is he? Glossi was slightly surprised. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and looked in the direction of Glossi with 2 fierce eyes. That kind of forceful aura is almost the same as Orochimaru. Chapter 119 The Powerful Lascivious Old Man. Too fierce. Those two eyes are too sharp. Like two tangible swords, with a terrifying prestige, they shot towards Glossi.
That terrible aura, that kind of powerful oppression, is almost the same as Orochimaru, the strongest person Glossi has seen so far. Who is he? Why does it appear in Konoha village? Moreover, why would an unpredictable strong man like him stare at Hyuga Hinata's chest like a street hooligan? Glossi was full of doubts. However, his control of his facial expressions was perfect, and he was stared at by the horny old man with a sharp sword, but he didn't care about it. There was a look on his face that was similar to that of a lecherous old man, and he looked at Hyuga Hinata without blinking. Hey, could it be that I was too worried? He didn't notice my existence, just a little pervert. The lecherous old man observed Glossi for a while and said to himself. He slowly closed his gaze back, and cast it again on the pair of things on Hyuga Hinata's chest that were completely incompatible with her age, with a look of intoxication. It's such a shameless old man. Glossi said silently in his heart. Hey, although this little girl has developed well, she is still only a child after all. It is far less attractive than the charm of a mature woman. For a long time, the lecherous old man shook his head and said to himself. His hands quickly formed seals, and the whole person suddenly turned into a violent wind and disappeared in an instant. What a brilliant wind-style technique. Glossi narrowed his eyes and looked around with a pair of martial arts eyes.
I have to say that the ability of the martial arts sky can be called heaven-defying. The wind-style technique performed by the cage-level powerhouse is so powerful that it can integrate the whole person into the wind, invisible and elusive. However, Glossi quickly discovered the other side's whereabouts. Glossi pondered for a long time, and finally made a decision to follow up and see what happened.
After all, from beginning to end, the aura exuding from the opponent's body was very soft, without any killing intent. Glossi speculated that he should be an old master of Konoha village, and he has no malice towards Konoha village. Woo. Advertisement. Glossi moved quickly, passing by Hyuga Hinata's side like the wind, without stopping even half a minute. Rock Lee. Hyuga Hinata was taken aback, and wanted to reach out to say hello to Glossi, only to find that he had already lost the other side's whereabouts. With a suspicious face on her face, she watched with a pair of Byakugan open, and immediately found that Glossi was running towards a bustling street in Konoha village. What is he going to do? Hyuga Hinata was puzzled. Hinata, you're distracted. At this moment, Inazukaya, who was next to her, shouted to her. Yes, I'm sorry. Hyuga Hinata hurriedly retracted his gaze, and said apologetically to Inazuka. I have to say that the horny old man's strength is amazing, even at the speed of Glossi, he almost lost it. However, fortunately, Glossi's martial arts vision was first achieved, and he could accurately capture the opponent's whereabouts, and then he followed all the way. That's when Glossi noticed that the old man had stopped in front of a building, and quietly approached the window to peek inside. He was speechless.
Because that building is actually a female bath. This lascivious, shameless and old B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** originally thought that an old man of his age would not regard women so seriously, and that the other party left the martial arts arena to do a very important thing, but he never thought that the other party actually went to the women's bath and took a peek. He was extremely depressed at this time. He had known this a long time ago, and he would not follow the other party eagerly to come here, wasting time.
Yeah, look, there is a big satyr peeking at a woman taking a bath. Suddenly, when Glossi was depressed, a familiar loud voice came from a distance. Uzumaki Naruto. Why is he here? Glossi turned his head and saw that Uzumaki Naruto was standing with a slender man with sunglasses on his face. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at the lecherous old man and yelled. That's Jonin. How can I be with Uzumaki Naruto? Glossi thought about it. Couldn't Hitaki Kakashi alone instruct Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto at the same time, and specially invited one person to give special training to Uzumaki Naruto? Advertisement. At this moment, Glossi guessed a rough idea. No, Uzumaki Naruto. Cage-level powerhouse who doesn't know the origin. Glossi's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the identity of Uzumaki Naruto, and even fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. The only child. Could it be that the lecherous old man came here specifically for Uzumaki Naruto? It must be. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? Glossi said secretly. Hey, Jonin next to Uzumaki Naruto also spotted the lascivious old man peeping in the women's bath, and his face suddenly showed a look of contempt. He reached out and pushed the sunglasses on his face, and said loudly. I don't know who you are, but I won't just ignore such shameless things as peeping in the women's bath.
After speaking, his feet slammed into force, and the whole person immediately rushed towards the lecherous old man like a bow and arrow from the string. He was very confident in his own strength, and he was so big that he didn't even take out any weapons, and went straight up with his bare hands. Hey! Glossi shook his head secretly, knowing that this must be a total tragedy. Sure enough, the lecherous old man turned around, with a look of disdain and trouble on his face. He made a seal with one hand, and then gently pressed it to the ground.
That's summoning, Glossi said in his heart. At this time, he was finally completely sure that this lecherous old man must be a cage-level powerhouse who can compete with Orochimaru. Boom. As a burst of smoke rose, a large toad more than 2 meters tall appeared at the feet of the lecherous old man. The lecherous old man sat on top of the big toad, with a kind of peerless demeanor. Woo! The big toad opened his mouth and spit out a long tongue, immediately entangled the Jonin. Then Jonin struggled, but how could he escape? In his loud scream, the big toad slammed his tongue to the ground. Spike. Chapter 120 The Fate of Uzumaki Naruto. Spike. Absolute spike. Such an amazing scene, even Uzumaki Naruto, who has always been very nervous, was stunned. You know, although the guy named Ebisu doesn't like him very much, he is a real Jonin after all. Even if he is not as strong as Kakashi, he will definitely not be much worse. However, just such a powerful Jonin was easily knocked to the ground by the lascivious old man peeping in the female bath in front of him. How powerful is this lascivious old man? For a while, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. In his impression, apart from Orochimaru, he has never seen such a strong man again. Sure enough, he is a strong man who can compete with Orochimaru. Who is he? Glossi stared at the horny old man with a smug look and the big toad sitting down by the old man without blinking. He couldn't help but think of some of the spread in Konoha village. Legend. In Konoha village, there have been many powerful people who shocked the world. For example, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who founded Konoha Shinobi Village. Another example is the famous Konoha Sannin, Konoha 8 Colors. According to the legend of Konoha Village, one of the people in Konoha Sannin, his iconic ninjutsu is a big toad.
Could it be that he is back? Glossi said to himself. I just don't know if he came for Orochimaru or Uzumaki Naruto. Don't make a noise, really, what if you are discovered by the people inside? The lecherous old man said dissatisfied. You. Who are you? You defeated the stubborn pervert with one move? Uzumaki Naruto walked to Ebisu's side and shook it vigorously a few times, and found that the opponent had passed out completely. His heart was even more shocked. He turned around abruptly, pointed his finger at the lecherous old man and said,
Haha, this is a good question. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's question, the lecherous old man suddenly became emotional. First he slammed his long white hair with his hands, then put on a very coquettish posture, and said loudly. I'm Mount Myoboku Toad Fairy Sage Taoist, known as Toad Sage, please give me your advice. Sure enough, it is him, Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of the famous Konoha Sannin. Glossi secretly said in his heart. Fairy, Uzumaki Naruto said with a shocked look on his face, incredulously. Exactly. The lecherous old man jumped off the big toad, and then the big toad immediately turned into a smoke and disappeared. Advertisement. You pervy sage, do you see what you did well? Uzumaki Naruto said with an expression of righteous indignation on his face, pointing at Ebisu who had fainted on the ground with his finger. He was originally responsible for teaching me cultivation, but you actually made him like this, what do you want me to do? Huh, who let that guy hinder me from getting the material? Pervy sage Jiraiya curled his lips and said. Getting the material, Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. It's my writer. Pervy sage Jiraiya smiled slightly, took out a palm-sized book from his arms, shook it at Uzumaki Naruto, and said. Love heaven. Glossi was speechless for a while. He can now be sure that this old man's lust is definitely not a pretense, but he is a lust, isn't this? Even his own books are such unhealthy things. Ah, that's not. Uzumaki Naruto took a closer look and immediately yelled. He suddenly remembered that his teacher Hitaki Kakashi would often read such a book in his hands. Huh, do you know this book? Pervy sage Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then a proud smile appeared on his face. Haha, I didn't expect that, I am already such a famous writer, and even such a kid knows my book. Glossi. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, that's not a serious novel, right? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Besides, what kind of material are you? You are obviously just peeking at the women's bath. Sucked. Pervy sage Jiraiya's face was shocked. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto was speaking too loudly, and everyone in the female bath must have heard it. Pervert. Sure enough, there was a sharp cry from the female bath. Ah, they found it, Pervy sage Jiraiya said with a frustrated face. The expression on his face is very cute, like a child who has been snatched from his beloved toy. Blame you, idiot, 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 he yelled at Uzumaki Naruto. You pervert. Uzumaki Naruto said unconvinced. Advertisement. You idiot. Who do you say is the pervert? Pervy sage Jiraiya said loudly, waving his arms at Uzumaki Naruto. I just stimulate inspiration by peeping. Only in this way can I create better works. Let's lie less. Stop making excuses. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips and said. By the way, compared to these, what should I do with my cultivation? Cultivation? Pervy sage Jiraiya showed a pair of disdain on his face, pointed at the hot spring next to him, and said. Are you talking about how to practice walking on water? Do you know this? Uzumaki Naruto blinked and said. Okay, that's it, you have to be responsible for teaching me to practice. He pointed at Pervy sage Jiraiya and said. I don't bother to care about this kind of thing. Pervy sage Jiraiya curled his lips, bypassing Uzumaki Naruto, and walked into the distance. You stand still, Pervy sage, you must accompany me to practice. Uzumaki Naruto shouted. It's hard to meet someone who is better than Kakashi. How can he give up this opportunity? You are very long-winded.
Pervy Sage Jiraiya turned around abruptly and yelled at Uzumaki Naruto. Besides, I hate people who disrespect others the most. And, I don't like men either. At the end, Pervy Sage Jiraiya added. This. Uzumaki Naruto was startled by Pervy Sage Jiraiya's words, and stammered. I think your intimate paradise is fascinating and very interesting. Humph. Pervy Sage Jiraiya snorted and said. That novel is 18 banned works, you're less deceiving. I mean rave reviews. Uzumaki Naruto said awkwardly. It's useless to flatter. I'm a fairy, how can I believe the jokes of you, the little boy? Pervy Sage Jiraiya said loudly. At the same time, his hands were sealed, and his figure gradually faded. This is the escape technique in Wind style. Goodbye, kid. He yelled, then disappeared. Wow, that's amazing, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Although he is a super pervert, he is really strong and cool. After speaking, he dropped Ebisu, who had fainted on the ground, and chased him in the direction of Pervy Sage Jiraiya. Chapter 121 The Test of Jiraiya. Poor fellow. Glossi glanced at Ebisu, who had fainted on the ground, and said in his heart. Which? He leapt forward and chased Uzumaki Naruto. Pervy Sage Jiraiya should have come specifically for Uzumaki Naruto, but Glossi has a strange feeling that his breakthrough opportunity lies with Jiraiya. Glossi dropped far behind Uzumaki Naruto, carefully keeping his distance. He is not afraid to be discovered by Uzumaki Naruto, but rather to be perceived by Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto's speed is very slow, at least many times slower than Jiraiya, who travels in the wind. According to common sense, Jiraiya should have left Uzumaki Naruto far away. However, what is strange is that Uzumaki Naruto can always just happen to see his whereabouts. Sure enough, a good life experience is more important than anything, Glossi said to himself. Uzumaki Naruto's father is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and Namikaze Minato is a disciple of Pervy Sage Jiraiya. With such a relationship, this time Jiraiya returned to the village specifically for Uzumaki Naruto, and it can be explained. Woo! Suddenly, Pervy Sage Jiraiya's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Pervy Sage! Pervy Sage! Uzumaki Naruto ran around like a headless fly, yelling. There was an anxious look on his face, knowing that this time was his great chance. If he couldn't catch it, it would be a huge loss. Where did you go? Uzumaki Naruto looked around. There. Glossi had a pair of martial arts eyes open from beginning to end, and he knew Jiraiya's whereabouts. He can't wait to show Uzumaki Naruto the direction. Jiraiya is in a shop next to him, hooking up with women. Snapped. Suddenly, when Uzumaki Naruto was at a loss, a crisp slap came from a shop. What are you doing, old pervert? A woman scolded loudly, and angrily walked out of the room. Advertisement, ye. I'm sorry, miss. Half of Jiraiya's face was red and swollen, but he apologized behind the woman with a big smile. However, your breasts are really plump and sexy. Pervert. The woman shivered all over, waved and slapped Jiraiya again. This time, Jiraiya's cheeks on both sides became red and swollen, like a monkey's A. It hurts. Jiraiya covered her face with her hands and said to herself. Faced with such a scene, Glossi was helpless. Who would have thought that Jiraiya, one of the famous Konoha-sanin, is such a lecherous person? It's an old dishonest. Uzumaki Naruto flipped through Byakugan, and whispered. Being slapped twice in a row by a woman doesn't seem to be a big deal. But the guy Ebisu has fainted. Kakashi-sensei is pointing to Sasuke. I don't have anyone else to choose except him. He thought to himself as he walked towards Jiraiya. Really, the women in this village are still as tough as before, Jiraiya said depressed while rubbing her cheek. However, this is also one of the advantages, hee. Same as before? Have you been here before? Uzumaki Naruto asked. Huh? It's you? Jiraiya turned her head and said displeased ly. Now, every time you come here you are peeping at the girls to take a bath. You lecherous fairy, Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. Shish. You don't want to shout so lustfully? Jiraiya saw some people around him cast strange gazes, and immediately made a silence motion at Uzumaki Naruto, and whispered. Less wordy. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. It seems that it was only accidental that you knocked down that sullen wolf with one move. In short, you must be responsible for your destructive power in my cultivation. Ah. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto yelled in horror, but Jiraiya reached out and lifted him up. You kid, you are really noisy. As he said, he threw Uzumaki Naruto into a trash can next to him. You just stay inside. Jiraiya closed the lid of the trash can, and then found a large stone weighing several tens of kilograms to press on it. After that, he ignored Uzumaki Naruto's yelling and walked away. Let me out, you be ************************************************************************************* However, Jiraiya turned a deaf ear. Advertisement. These two guys. Glossi looked stunned, and was speechless at these two weird flowers. He stared at Jiraiya's whereabouts with martial arts heavenly eyes, until he was sure that it had disappeared completely, and then moved the big rock aside with a stride. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto screamed and rushed out of the trash can. Without even looking at Glossi, he chased in the direction where Jiraiya disappeared. Although he is a big idiot, he feels very sensitive. Glossi looked at Uzumaki Naruto's figure and said, shaking his head. He didn't stay too much, and quickly chased Uzumaki Naruto under his feet. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto chased into a dense jungle and found Jiraiya, who was smoking a cigarette there, looking at the clouds in the sky and giggling. Without saying a word, he just threw 3 shurikens. What? Jiraiya didn't seem to have expected such a situation at all, and turned over and hid behind a large tree trunk. Ding ding ding. All 3 shurikens were nailed to the trunk. How dare you treat me like that just now? Uzumaki Naruto screamed and rushed towards him, shouting angrily. However, when he rushed over to find a humanoid puppet behind the tree trunk, he was immediately taken aback. This is body replacement technique, damn it, he shouted and chased in the other direction. However, what Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect was that not long after he left, the humanoid puppet turned into Jiraiya with a bang. It turned out that it was not body replacement technique, but transformation technique. Huh, little devil, you want to trouble me to practice 10,000 years, Jiraiya said to himself. You too underestimated me. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto poked his head from behind the tree trunk and said dissatisfiedly, the one who left just now was Shadow Clone. Cut. Jiraiya curled his lips and said, boy, I have some ability, not bad. From a distance, Glossi saw this scene and immediately knew that Uzumaki Naruto had passed the test of Jiraiya. Next, Jiraiya should guide Uzumaki Naruto in practice. Hey, the kid next to you, can you come out too? Suddenly, Jiraiya cast his gaze to where Glossi was and shouted in a deep voice. Following all the way, it's time to come out and meet. Chapter 122, Auto-generated chapter title, the 122nd chapter is not respectable. Huh? Glossi jumped out from the hiding place, looked at Jiraiya with a surprised look, and asked loudly, you found me a long time ago? Huh? Every kid nowadays are so stinky, thinking how good they are. Jiraiya looked up and down Glossi, and said in a lesson. Actually, when I was in the martial arts field, I found out that you were following me. Wow. You are amazing, Glossi said with a shocked expression on his face. He was not surprised that Jiraiya could discover his whereabouts. After all, Jiraiya is a cage-level powerhouse, possessing all kinds of unknown methods and secrets, and he was able to discover that he was really normal. On the contrary, if Jiraiya can't find him from start to finish, he will doubt whether Jiraiya has gained a false name. His performance is very sincere, showing the mood of a teenage boy to the fullest, without the slightest flaw. You guy. Why are you here? Uzumaki Naruto jumped up and yelled at Glossi with his fingers. He originally thought that meeting a lascivious old man was a great opportunity for him. Who would have thought that he would follow another guy behind, as if he wanted to compete with him? Why can't I be here? Glossi smiled at Uzumaki Naruto and said, finally met Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of the legendary and famous, Konoha-sanin. How could I easily let go of this opportunity? Why? You said this lecherous old man is Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary, Konoha-sanin. At this time, even the nervous Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. Konoha-sanin, how great is his reputation? Definitely can be regarded as shaking the world, one of the few superpowers in the entire ninja realm. However, what Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect was that the famous Jiraiya was such a lecherous old man. Boy, you still have some knowledge. Jiraiya said Glossi's name as soon as he saw Glossi, and said that he admired him very much in his voice, and he was very proud of him, and said proudly. Master Jiraiya, in fact, you are already a household name in our village. You are known to women and children, and your reputation is too big. Glossi said flatly. Among our ninjas, they are the idols and goals that everyone worships and strives for. When I was very young, my teacher Might Guy often told us your stories and legends. Are you a student of Might Guy? Jiraiya blinked and asked. Although he tried his best to maintain the image of an outsider, his face showed an uncontrollable smile. Advertisement, yes, Lord Jiraiya. Glossi said. Mr. Guy often tells us that Lord Jiraiya is a role model for our ninjas in Konoha village and a goal worthy of learning and fighting for all our ninjas. Hum. Jiraiya nodded while listening to Glossi's flattery. The smile on his face grew more and more, and the look in Glossi's eyes became softer and softer. I don't know how, he felt that the little guy in front of him was more pleasing to the eye. As for Uzumaki Naruto standing next to him, he simply ignored him. Uzumaki Naruto stood there blankly, his eyes kept turning around Glossi and Jiraiya's faces, almost crazy. FK, who are these people, are you too thick-skinned? The words Glossi said were flattering, and they were very numb, and he almost got goosebumps. What made him even more speechless was that Jiraiya actually took all the photos without missing a word, which was extremely enjoyable. This one is young and old, one touted vigorously, and the other triumphantly accepts it. It's almost. Oh my god, I can't stand me, Uzumaki Naruto yelled in his heart. In fact, what he is most worried about now is that Glossi is too good at talking, and he is about to make Jiraiya feel like a fairy. However, he himself couldn't say a word that was clumsy in his mouth, which gave him a deep sense of crisis. He felt that if this continued, the opportunity that belonged to him would be robbed by Glossi. Master Jiraiya, my admiration for you is like the surging water of the Yellow River, endless, Glossi said non-stop. He lived for more than 1,000 years in his previous life. How rich is his experience? He is also very good at how to flatter others. However, Glossi was also extremely satisfied with the results he had caused. Glossi. Ha ha ha, yes, Guy really has a good student. Jiraiya laughed and said so. Your kid is very good. After all, the future is bright and very promising. I am very optimistic about you. Being old and not respecting, Glossi was speechless for a while. Uzumaki Naruto. Advertisement, Jiraiya-sama, actually. In fact, our teacher Kakashi often mentioned you to us, he told us. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto finally couldn't help it, and leaned forward and said loudly. This silly guy, Jiraiya is here for you, and of course he will guide your practice. Glossi said secretly in his heart. He didn't interrupt, he knew that Jiraiya had a great impression of him, and it was impossible to treat him badly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He originally wanted to say a few words to compliment Jiraiya, so as to make the other person's impression of him better. Who would have thought that this Jiraiya is extremely useful and loves to listen very much, and he can only move out some words that he thinks are extremely numb. In fact, when he was speaking, he was about to get goosebumps on his body. Actually, it's not impossible to guide you in practice, however, you must meet my requirements first. Jiraiya thought for a while and said. Listen, it's like this. Jiraiya raised his hands and drew two S-shaped curves from the air, with a smile on his face, said Jiraiya. There must be curves and full fruits. If you can bring something, I will consider guiding your practice. What do you want? Uzumaki Naruto asked. I don't care, you have to copy and guide me to practice. Uzumaki Naruto shouted at Jiraiya. His eloquence is far less than that of Glossi, so he can only shame. At the very least, before he entered the realm of Emperor Wu, he had always maintained a humble posture in front of others. Glossi himself was a little speechless. When speaking, he deliberately put his hands on his chest and made two extremely insignificant postures. Boy, shut up. Jiraiya gave Uzumaki Naruto a sideways glance and said in a deep voice. Want to flatter me? Humph. Do you think I am that kind of person? Chapter 123 The Talent of Uzumaki Naruto. Do you understand? After Jiraiya finished speaking, he blinked at Uzumaki Naruto and asked. You won't lie to me? Uzumaki Naruto got up from the ground, looked at Jiraiya with a puzzled look, and said. Don't worry, I, Toad Sage, will never lie, Jiraiya said with a smile. Well, wait, I'll be back soon. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Glossi was immediately speechless when he saw this scene. Jiraiya is absolutely disrespectful of the old, and actually openly asks for bribes from his apprentices, and Uzumaki Naruto is also the best, and he agreed without hesitation. What's more, Glossi can be sure that Uzumaki Naruto absolutely didn't understand Jiraiya's meaning. Two people are not on the same channel. Master Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, Glossi said vaguely. Wow. However, what made Glossi depressed was that Jiraiya had already focused his attention on the two young sexy girls passing by not far away, and couldn't help but follow. It's really that the plan can't keep up with the changes. He ignored Glossi and directly chased the two girls. Hello. The two beautiful ladies in front, wait for me. Glossi was a little bit dumbfounded for a while. There was no way, he could only follow Jiraiya. As for whether Uzumaki Naruto can find someone when he returns, it is not his business. I have to say that once Jiraiya, a cage-level powerhouse, gets serious, he also has the charm of a mature man. Along the way, he not only succeeded in gaining the trust of two girls, but also invited them into a tavern for 2 drinks. He has traveled around the world, is knowledgeable and witty, and soon won the favor of the two girls. I hate it. One of the girls said shyly, Uncle, you are so funny and humorous, the other girl also said. As for Glossi, standing beside him motionless, listening carefully to the conversation between the three. He is a completely emotional little white, who doesn't know how to please women at all, and Jiraiya is a great expert in this field, which happens to be a good learning opportunity for him. The words Jiraiya just said made the two girls laugh constantly. If I tell these words to Hoshinoyuki or Tenten intact, will they be laughed by me too? Glossi thinking silently in my heart. Advertisement. Pervy Sage. Pervy Sage. Suddenly, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's shout came from outside the door. Then, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. Huh? Are you Pervy Sage? Hearing this voice, the expressions of the two girls changed slightly, and the expressions in Jiraiya's eyes changed from the first appreciation to alertness. You fool! Who are you called Pervy Sage? Jiraiya yelled in dissatisfaction. Puff! Suddenly, Glossi couldn't help it anymore, and opened his mouth to laugh, because he saw Uzumaki Naruto walking in with a huge watermelon with a double S curve in both hands. Pervy Sage, I brought what you asked for. Uzumaki Naruto ran up to Jiraiya holding the huge watermelon and said excitedly. Look, it has curves and full fruits. Fool! This is a pure fool. Jiraiya wanted to cry without tears, and found that he still overestimated Uzumaki Naruto's IQ. He used the light of his eyes to find that the eyes of the two girls were getting more and more wrong at him. He quickly squeezed out a smile, took the watermelon from Uzumaki Naruto's hand, and cut it into 7 or 8 pieces with a knife. Two beautiful ladies, please eat, Jiraiya said flatly. Go. Pervert. Pervert. Stay away from us. The two girls glared at Jiraiya fiercely, and then walked away. Jiraiya was disappointed and depressed. Wow, it looks so delicious. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, looking at the tender watermelon on the table. Rock Lee, come and eat together. The lowest level transformation technique actually conquered Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto, you are really a genius too, Glossi said silently in his heart. Although he told himself over and over again that it was Uzumaki Naruto that the beautiful girl had become, his eyes still looked towards there uncontrollably. All of this is like a dream, however, Glossi's words are not necessarily true. He doesn't want to suffer from Chiyu. Advertisement. Because after a puff of smoke passed, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared, replaced by a beautiful girl with a perfect figure who was not covered with an inch, protruding forward and backward. Glossi glanced at Jiraiya's face and smiled at Uzumaki Naruto, but there was no passing. He knows that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and Namikaze Minato is the disciple of Jiraiya. There is such a relationship that Jiraiya will teach him no matter what Uzumaki Naruto does. Hey, wait, where are you going? Even though Uzumaki Naruto was stupid, he knew that Jiraiya wanted to leave. He quickly dropped the watermelon, ran forward to stop Jiraiya, and asked loudly, "If you leave, what about my cultivation?" Because it is so beautiful. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's eyes lit up, staring at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, his mouth opened wide, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He couldn't believe his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, a kid who knows nothing in his eyes, could be so fun ninjutsu. I'm F**************. Next to him, Glossi almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. It's my shit, Jiraiya said angrily, it's all caused by you, and the material that was hard to come across has ran away. Really, I wasted so much time. Jiraiya walked outside with a frustrated face. Oh, is that so? Uzumaki Naruto blinked, and finally realized it. You mean, just bring the choppy lady? Huh. This matter has nothing to do with me. Jiraiya first took a deep look at Uzumaki Naruto, then let out a cold snort, and said lightly. You guy will only do bad things and good things, so I am embarrassed to speak up here. For my future great creation, the choppy lady just now is an indispensable material. Wow. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What kind of material is that? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Listen, I don't have any spare time to spend time with you here. I want to practice seriously, surpass others, and then pass this Chunin exam, and finally become Hokage. Humph. Why didn't you tell me earlier on such a simple matter? He said dissatisfiedly. Look up. He nodded his hands and shouted loudly. Transformation technique. Chapter 124 The Secret of Naruto's Body. Yes, the scene is so beautiful, it makes people unbearable not to look at it. These two idiots. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help feeling very proud when he saw that both Glossi and Jiraiya were stunned by his transformation technique. 2. Great, it's amazing, Jiraiya said in a trembling voice. His eyes were straight, and he kept sweeping around the beautiful girl that Uzumaki Naruto, who was not covered in strands, turned into a beautiful girl, a full-fledged look of big brother. And Glossi's performance is not much better than Jiraiya. Although he had lived for more than 1,000 years in his previous life, he had never touched a woman before, and encountered such a situation in an instant. It would be pretty good if he didn't directly spray blood from his nostrils. Jane. It's perfect, Jiraiya said in a trembling voice, trembling all over. Don't stare at people like this, they will be shy. The beautiful girl Uzumaki Naruto turned and lowered her head shyly, covered a pair of stalwart things on her chest with her hands, and said softly. Okay. Good boy. Jiraiya smiled, and suddenly stretched out the thumbs of both hands, and said loudly to Uzumaki Naruto. I give you full marks. Boy, you passed my assessment. Glossi. Uzumaki Naruto. Actually, I like this type of girl the most. While Jiraiya kept spinning around Uzumaki Naruto, he looked at every corner of his body with fascinating eyes. Tell me, what secret technique is this? Well, I call it seductive technique, Uzumaki Naruto said softly. Awesome, your inspiration is amazing. You are such a genius. Jiraiya pointed at Uzumaki Naruto and praised it. Huh, I know that every adult can't resist my trick, Uzumaki Naruto was very proud of it. Then are you willing to guide me in my practice? He opened a pair of beautiful big eyes and looked at Jiraiya with extremely expectant eyes. Yes, Jiraiya nodded and said, however, I have one condition. Advertisement, what are the conditions? Uzumaki Naruto showed a frightened expression on his face. Her appearance is pitiful and very moving, plus she has no strands on her body now, and Jiraiya has a nosebleed when she sees it. Jiraiya brushed, and turned around, wiping away the remaining nosebleeds with his hands, and said, you have to keep this way when you are in front of me. What? When Uzumaki Naruto heard such words, he immediately returned to his original form with anger. He pointed at Jiraiya and said loudly. You are just a horny old man, pervy sage. No, I'm not a lecherous old man, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. Actually, I am a super S***X monster, he said, with an extremely wretched expression on his face. Glossi. Uzumaki Naruto. Is he really Jiraiya, one of the legendary Konoha-Sannin? Both people doubted in their hearts. Damn it, you actually admit that you are a S***X monster, you don't play cards according to the routine. Uzumaki Naruto is about to collapse. He knows that Jiraiya is a rare super strong, which can be seen from the fact that he knocked out John and Ebisu. Because of this, he did not hesitate to waste his precious practice time following him. However, what he didn't expect was that the old man was like a piece of hob meat. No matter how much he wasted his tongue, he even showed his mastery of sexual seduction. The other party still refused to let go. Okay, brat, I won't tease you anymore. Suddenly, Jiraiya's face became solemn and said, You follow me and pester me like this, isn't it just for me to teach you the practice? Anyway, I'm fine if I sit around anyway, so I'll teach you a few hands. You. But what you said is true. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a while, and didn't recover for a while. This happiness comes too suddenly, right? Of course it is true. Jiraiya said lightly. Also, the kid named Rock Lee next to you, come with you too. After speaking, Jiraiya walked towards the dense forest in the distance. Glossi was happy, and immediately followed. When he passed Uzumaki Naruto, he pushed the opponent hard. Go faster. He blinked at Uzumaki Naruto. Advertisement. Uzumaki Naruto said excitedly. Well, the previous things are just a joke. From now on, I will teach you to practice. Jiraiya said. Naruto, you were practicing water walking before, right? Yes, pervy sage. Uzumaki Naruto nodded quickly and said. It's just that, I don't know why, I have never been able to walk on the water perfectly, just like how hard I tried. Glossi's eyes widened and looked at Jiraiya unblinkingly, ready to listen to his explanation. Water walking is a basic ninjutsu that ninjas must practice. Although it is not difficult, it requires extremely high control of chakra. The body of Rock Lee occupied by Glossi was very rough in controlling chakra before, so he still doesn't know how to walk on water. Therefore, he is particularly concerned about Uzumaki Naruto's situation. Yeah. Jiraiya nodded and said. You can do your previous practice and show it to me. Okay, no problem. Uzumaki Naruto said loudly. He walked quickly to the front of a small river, sealed his hands, and began to gather chakra in his body. His body has 2 chakras. Standing behind Jiraiya, Glossi secretly opened the martial arts sky to observe. He discovered that there were 2 completely different chakras in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Of these 2 types of chakra, one is azure blue, very weak, and should belong to Uzumaki Naruto. The other is fiery red, extremely powerful, and it is its existence that prevents Uzumaki Naruto from condensing chakra normally. That fiery red chakra, is it the chakra that is sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body? A thought flashed through Glossi's mind. As Glossi thought about it, Uzumaki Naruto wandered into the river slowly. Although his footsteps were constantly shaking, he still stood firmly on the water after all. However, when a fiery red chakra moved from Uzumaki Naruto's body, Uzumaki Naruto immediately lost all his power and fell into the river at once. Chapter 125 I want to learn summoning. Jiraiya looked very serious, staring at Uzumaki Naruto who fell into the river without blinking, not knowing what he was thinking. Glossi quietly closed his martial arts eyes. He knew that strong people like Jiraiya had very strong spiritual sense. If the other party discovered his secret, the trouble would be great. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto swam out of the river and said loudly. Huh, really, it's totally useless, Jiraiya said with a smile on her face. You are less wordy. Uzumaki Naruto said uncomfortably. Hurry up and tell me where the problem is. Yeah. Jiraiya nodded, then said. There is no point in wearing clothes for this kind of practice. Take off all your clothes as soon as possible. Huh? Although Uzumaki Naruto was puzzled, he still obediently took off his clothes, wearing only a big pants. Make chakra again and show me, Jiraiya said. He should have seen the problem with Uzumaki Naruto's body. Let Naruto do it again, just for confirmation, Glossi said secretly in his heart. Why do you want to do it again? Uzumaki Naruto said dissatisfied. Hurry up. Jiraiya's face was stern, and he shouted in a low voice. Oh, I have to say that Jiraiya's face was so dignified that Uzumaki Naruto was shocked at once. Although he was not convinced in his heart, he still obediently obeyed Jiraiya's words, and made the seal with his hands again. That's it. When Uzumaki Naruto tried to condense chakra, Glossi and Jiraiya both showed solemn expressions on their faces. Because, as Uzumaki Naruto made chakra, a strange pattern emerged from his lower abdomen. That is a kind of sealing technique similar to the appearance of 8 trigrams. Is there anyone in this world who knows the 8-sign seal? Glossi was surprised. He can now be certain that the thing sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body must be extremely powerful and extremely evil. Otherwise, it will not be sealed in the human body. It is not a simple 8-sign seal, but a combination of 2 4-image seals, the so-called double seal. This kind of seal is very special, allowing the power of the monster sealed in its body to leak out and transform it into the power of the host himself. Advertisement. In other words, although the sealer used Uzumaki Naruto as a host, he also took great care of Naruto. I hope that one day he can grow up and completely control the power of the monsters in his body. Could it be that the person who sealed the terrible monster in Uzumaki Naruto's body was his father, Namikaze Minato? Glossi guessed in his mind. However, in addition to the double seal of the 4 elephants, there is a 5-element seal, which completely destroys the effect of the original seal of the 4 elephants, mixing the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto with the chakra of the monster in his body. Because of this, Uzumaki Naruto was unable to make chakra smoothly. And unable to make chakra smoothly, Uzumaki Naruto naturally has no way to practice smoothly. That guy Orochimaru. Glossi suddenly recalled the scene in the Death Forest before. Orochimaru once blasted Uzumaki Naruto's abdomen with 5 fingers. It should be the hands and feet he made at that time. While thinking in Glossi's heart, Jiraiya also slowly walked to Uzumaki Naruto's side, staring at his abdomen with sharp eyes. Obviously, he also discovered the problem with Uzumaki Naruto.
Observing for a long while, he raised his right hand behind him, and a powerful force condensed between his 5 fingers. That is, the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Glossi couldn't help but opened the martial arts eye again, and discovered that the powerful force condensed between Jiraiya's 5 fingers actually belonged to 5 different energy attributes. Konoha Sannin has enjoyed a reputation for more than 10 years, and he really lives up to his reputation. Boy, raise your hands. Jiraiya hid his right hand behind him, then waved his left hand and said to Uzumaki Naruto. What are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto asked suspiciously. Okay, hurry up, raise your hands and shout long live, do you hear it? Jiraiya said again. I want to learn summoning. Glossi thought for a while and said. Huh, people are big. Jiraiya curled his lips and said. You are extraordinary, but I can't see through you. I think you are Genin from Konoha village, and you are also a student of Guy's boy. I don't make it difficult for you. Let's go. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Really, the trouble is dead. Uzumaki Naruto said angrily. However, he still followed Jiraiya's words and walked towards the river next to him. Cough, cough, cough. Uzumaki Naruto got up from the ground, covered his abdomen with both hands, coughing constantly, and shouting at Jiraiya. What are you doing? It's nothing, I just ordered acupuncture points that can relax you. Jiraiya said with a smile. You can go and take a walk on the water now. Little guy, have you seen it all right? Suddenly, Jiraiya turned around, looked at Glossi intently, and said. This old man, it's really troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto was extremely depressed, but he could only obey the other party's meaning and really raised his hands and shouted. Hooray! Master Jiraiya, Glossi couldn't help crying. FK, this is too bad, right? He wasted so much time anyhow, did he just drive him away? Huh, Glossi had always been on guard for Jiraiya, so he closed his martial arts eyes in the first place. With a confused look on his face, he asked, Master Jiraiya, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What do you want to do? Jiraiya asked. Uzumaki Naruto cheered there, but Glossi opened his martial arts eyes to observe the parts of his feet in detail. Soon, he thoroughly understood the chakra application of walking on water, and the master understood its essentials. Then, Jiraiya yelled, 5 elements unseal. He violently stamped his right hand on Uzumaki Naruto's lower abdomen. Huh, I can walk on the water so easily. Uzumaki Naruto cheered, jumping on the surface of the water, looking extremely excited. I did it. I finally did it. I'm really good. At this time, something that shocked Uzumaki Naruto happened. This time, when he didn't deliberately create chakra, he stood on the water as equals. Uzumaki Naruto let out a scream, and the whole person was beaten by Jiraiya and flew more than 3 meters away. The outermost seal of the 5 elements that restricted the effect of the double Sixion seal has been lifted. Glossi could see clearly. He knew that from now on, Uzumaki Naruto would no longer have to worry about not being able to make chakra smoothly.